America International Championships. Trainers from across the globe are coming together, catching up, trading their favorite cards, leveling up Pokémon, and diving into exhilarating side events. Amidst this festive atmosphere, the true highlight remains the intense and exhilarating battles. The finest competitors from across the globe are attending, each aspiring to etch their name in history as a Pokémon International Champion. The stage is set and excitement fills the air as history unfolds before our eyes. Get ready to see the amazing skills and strong will our trainers wield in the upcoming Pokémon battles. Last year in Columbus, we saw a familiar face in Pokemon Go.
I was just really hyped up because it was a super close game and I didn't think I was going to win. So when I did, I just kind of popped off.
We're done taking this big game and is your North America International Champion.
For VG, Berna came out on top.
Flare Blitz into the Dragon Ball, takes it down. Alex is the VGC 2023 North America International Champion.
I feel amazing. It means the world to me to be back.
Last season, TTV was all the rage.
Let's see if they can make this happen. Ender hops off. Ender tries to score. The points are going. 64 points going for TTV.
This could be it.
TTV wins it.
It took everything within us to make it happen, and we're just so glad we're here.
And finally, Cyrus Davis made history with their Game 3 top deck.
Could we see a winner right here? Cyrus has the artillery, rapid strike search for the Tower Waters, attaches the water energy, and
winning this event means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game.
As we head into NAIC, the competition is vast. It's going to take courage, strength, and strategy for any contender to triumph over their rivals.
But we're going to see the Wicked Ball, but no! It was the Scyther! And the catch on to Swampert. What is it? Another Super Rod. This is going to be massive. Dragonite outrages into the bottom base!
Welcome to day 2 of the 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship. I'm Anna Prosser, your host, and as always, I am absolutely thrilled to be here this morning. Day 1 was filled with upsets, standout victories, and we are so eager to see the competition start today. In Pokemon Go, Pokemon Unite, the Pokemon trading card game, and the Pokemon video game, our trainers are giving it their all, and there's some top players we want to recognize right now. In Pokemon Go, House Stark 93, Out of Pocket, and Magic Mason are the day 1 standouts, but they'll be looking to keep their top spot and not fall into the loser's bracket. Yesterday, we crowned our North America Regional Champions, Orange Juicers, in Pokemon Unite, who will be joining us in Honolulu in a few short months. Today, we have one more slot to fill in Pokemon Unite in the final stretch. Will it be Team YT, Ignorance, or someone else? Stay tuned to find out. Henry Chow, Ryan Antonucci, and Kato Arai are at the top of the TCG standings, but will they make it to the top 8, to the top 4, to finals? Stay tuned to find out. And lastly, in Pokemon VG, Aurelian Sula, Eric Rios, and Wolf Blick have some serious competitive energy between them. Who will make it to tomorrow? It's anyone's guess. Each match today is worth that much more than yesterday. So give it your all when you're cheering for these players. And even if you don't know who you want to cheer for next, just showing your support will be a great help to all of them. As a reminder, we have Worlds 2024 coming up in Honolulu, Hawaii later this year. And some of these trainers are still working to secure their invite. We want to give a huge thanks to all the staff, judges, and production crew. You are the behind-the-scenes heroes that make events like this a success. Yeah. Now as we start the day, let's find out who will make it to the top 8, to the top of their bracket, and who will be crowned champions this weekend, securing that invite to Worlds. So trainers, are you ready? They look ready. Casters, it's your show now.
Welcome to the final stretch here at NAIC, the final tournament of the season for Pokémon UNITE Championship Series Season 3. I am Zoinks, joined by Wonder Chef, and this is going to be an incredible event, wild, that we've already completed one tournament.
I know, it feels like the season just started, but after the tournament yesterday, we have gotten down to every single qualified team except for one, which we will, of course, be deciding today. Now, of course, this is our second tournament of the weekend. If you're not sure exactly how it all played out this weekend, we've got a format video for you.
The Pokémon UNITE NA Regional Finals and Final Stretch Open at the 2024 North America International Championships has been showcasing exhilarating team matches all weekend long from New Orleans, Louisiana. North America's best teams have traveled far and wide to compete in this regular season finale for a piece of that $50,000 prize pool and the ultimate prize of a Worlds 2024 invite in Honolulu. Additionally, one team from any region will be the final team to qualify for Worlds 2024 in the Final Stretch Open. Yesterday, we crowned the North America Regional Finals champion. Also yesterday, the Final Stretch Open began, whittling down our teams to an elite top 8. They will compete in a single elimination bracket to determine the last spot to Worlds 2024. Which teams will display ultimate teamwork and represent their region at Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned to find out and enjoy the show.
Thank you, Ethereal Voice Spraggles, for breaking down an incredible tournament format that we've been able to witness already half of. But like we mentioned during the Open, this is the final stretch, literally the last leg of the championship series this year. And like you mentioned, only one more team left to qualify.
That's right, we can take a look at which teams have that chance. Of course, the bottom 5 teams of our top 8 yesterday, one could say, a little bit weird way to say that, have a chance again, meeting the top 3 teams from the open bracket yesterday. The open bracket qualifier teams will be DOL Kittens, Super Secret Team, and Team YT. All of them in the bracket. Everybody else you should be a little bit more familiar with if you were able to watch the North American Regionals yesterday, which is going to be Brave Birders, G, Exile, Ignorance, and Nihao.
Yeah, we've already gotten a chance to witness some of those teams facing off against each other, and now we get that second shot at that World Championship spot, which really is the coveted play that everyone is trying to compete over this weekend. In fact, it is our only prize of today's tournament, and we are entering into a single elimination bracket for the first time this season, meaning that every single game is a win or go home situation, and like we mentioned, that final prize is in fact a spot in Honolulu.
Right, the only spot left. It's so exciting. I mean, we've just had so many regional finals over the past couple of months. We just saw Japan finish off all of their spots. Obviously, some really good teams right there. We just saw North America, obviously, yesterday get their spots. Europe just barely before that, as well as like South America. So many different teams, but it was all coming down to this one final spot.
And it has been an exciting tournament, not just for the implications of the greater season, but also for really interesting meta developments that we have seen across the board. Some of this huge moments we want to take another look at today. G, Ignorance, one of my favorite games so far. Both of these rosters are playing unbelievably well right now. G has some huge players having breakout performances. 2-time world champion Slash maybe having one of their best on-stage looks in yesterday's tournament.
Yeah, but just falling short, just barely. However, G still, I mean, the furthest placing team that will be in our qualifier today, I should say the furthest placing team yesterday that will be in our qualifier today. So I think a lot of people are looking at G as I don't want to say like a favorite, but kind of the potential to make it all the way through. They really took every single one of the world's qualifying teams from yesterday to the limit.
Exactly. Yeah, they are poised to do very, very well in this tournament. In fact, so formidable that a lot of teams actually elected to not play them. We'll talk about that format in a little bit. But first off is Pokemon selection rate. Sylveon standing at the top of the pack yesterday. We definitely had a lot of expectations around this particular evolution. 78% of games boasted that they had the Sylveon locked in.
Yeah, that Sylveon is just looking so incredibly strong. Currently, I would say the most flexible special attacker, one of the most flexible that we've ever seen. There's so many different ways to build it. We've seen, of course, some pretty common picks, I would say, across all roles. You can actually see that right here. Defenders being Trevenant, all-rounders with Blaziken, supports. We actually saw, I would say, a more spread set of supports than I thought we were going to see, especially after Japan, which was pretty much Eldegoss the show.
We even saw Clefable make a re-emergence and a ton of Mr. Mime. So that was definitely a very exciting development. A reminder for everybody, any stats you see on screen from this point forward are collecting data from both the top 8 regional final matches yesterday and all of the final stretch open bracket matches that happened off broadcast. So all collecting to make one NAIC stat pool. But these are our players to watch for today. I already mentioned Slash on G is my particular player to watch. G is just playing on a brand new level, so I definitely think this team's going far.
Yeah, and then my pick was Colin Tang, who honestly, I have to say it again, was just gapping the best players in the world. I mean, LG, known for their speedster play, and he was doing so well against them yesterday. Unfortunately, the team did not quite qualify, but I really want to see what Colin Tang can do. And of course, I got to point out, Doopstacks chose Muck, which is a little bit biased because they did actually work out together before the show. Well, I guess it was 2 days ago they worked out, and they've got some great pictures together. It was pretty cute.
You got to think maybe Muck gave Doopsnacks the secret sauce, maybe some secret picks that DOL Kittens will bring out, and Doopsnacks just had to believe in that squad. I'm not too sure. But other than just players to watch, we also had the chance to pick some Pokemon that we think are going to make a huge splash in today's tournament. We made some predictions of where we thought these Pokemon would be yesterday. We have a new look at it today, but I think there's a few Pokemon after seeing yesterday's tournament that we're all going, yeah, we gotta pay attention to these particular Pokemon.
Yeah, so
and I think you nailed it.
I think I did as well. There was a big question yesterday of some of these new Pokemon that jumped into the meta. How exactly strong would they be? I would say particularly Tyranitar and Phalanx. And as you can see, I think Phalanx did pretty well in my opinion. It, for a very long time, had a 100% win rate on broadcast. It had a over 75% win rate for the majority of the day, and I actually think it's above it near the end. I think it maybe probably ended around 80-ish something. Of course, Icarus always giving us some great stats. I don't know the exact one that it ended at, but Phalanx is extremely high impact, and I think if the teams today don't learn from that and ban it all the time or pick it, they will be suffering.
It felt like the early day meta was to ban Tyranitar and allow Phalanx into the lobby. If that happens again today, I will be flabbergasted. I feel like we need to completely reverse that thinking. Tyranitar seems manageable in those competitive matches. Phalanx, on the other hand, might be a little too much, very worthy of that ban slot. But we want to hear what all of you are thinking about all the different teams and the Pokemon selected in our tournament, and the best way to let us know is on all the social platforms that Pokemon Unite is on X, on YouTube, on Twitch, on Instagram, wherever you want to find us. /Pokemon Unite is the place to follow, and please use hashtag, I believe it is NAIC 2024 to join the conversation.
Yeah, I think we're actually on the most broadcasts so far that we've ever had today.
We're everywhere right now.
Plus, we've got drops this weekend. Of course, we've got the drops for the emblems, and then towards the grand finals of this particular tournament, there's a chance to get a license, which is pretty good. I actually, believe it or not, it's pretty sad, I don't own Phalanx yet. I mean, I know it's the most recent Pokemon, and I actually love it a lot. So hopefully, I can win that. I don't think I'm going to.
All right. Yeah, make sure you're tuned in for at least an hour and then watching the grand finals later today to have a chance at that Unite selection box as a part of the Twitch drops. Yep. But we talked about it a little bit when we looked at the bracket, Wonder Chef, and I really wanted to bring it up. It's a format that we didn't get to talk about too much yesterday, but because all the teams coming from the top 8 of the NA regional finals are essentially getting a second chance at a world champion slot, and the teams coming from the final stretch open had to make their way through an entire entire 16-team open bracket. That's teams from that open bracket getting a slight advantage in terms of they get to pick their opponents. A lot of firsts for us here on the Pokemon Unite broadcast of single elimination bracket, and in fact the open teams getting to choose their first round opponents. I can't wait to learn more about what these teams are thinking in that kind of scenario. We'll definitely have to get some interviews that discuss that, but the first matchup of our day is going to be DOL Kittens versus the Brave Birders. Birds versus cats, battle of the garbage heap.
I'm really excited for this match. I'm extremely excited. I think actually maybe most people are very excited for this match. Most people are really excited for DOL Kittens, right?
Yeah.
We got a chance to talk a good amount about Brave Birders yesterday, and like I said, they had some really good moments against LG, who ended up getting the third place spot. They actually took them right to the limit, which was very surprising. I mean, Brave Birders just barely qualifying for this top 8 regional final. Obviously, they're a very strong team, but today's their second chance. DOL Kittens, though, are a team that really I mean, I think a lot of people around kind of know, but they don't get a chance to see them out here at tournaments as much.
Yeah, well, I can't wait. And speaking of interviews, we have one on stage for these teams, so we're going to throw it over to you.
All right, here I am. Good morning, NAIC. Let's go, the final stretch. I am here with DOL Kittens and Brave Birders, Muck and Colin Tang. Muck, you chose Brave Birders as your opponent, something I didn't know would happen, and I'm very stoked that you got the ability to do this. Tell me why you picked Brave Birders.
So I've had a long history with these guys. I've been playing them for years, and you know, we've had some tough matchups this year against Ignorance, Exile, G, so you know, I think this was a great match for us to prepare for.
And how do you feel about being the team chosen by the #1 seed out of the final stretch?
It might take us slightly, but you know, they should respect us, man. Like we shouldn't be slept on. Like I think we got it.
Brave Birders sweep, as they say. I saw you play out of your mind yesterday, so I would be worried about playing against you. I want one final word for your opponents before you start this thing.
Best of luck, brother.
Hey, good luck, bro.
Shake it out. Shake it out. Let's find out who is whose son very soon.
All right, some tension out there on stage. I like that. I like that. But in the end, some good lucks exchanged, some bros and brothers. Maybe not children, but siblings.
Yeah, we've got this whole like family dynamic going around
That's
here.
true.
I'm not really able to figure it out quite yet. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. But one of these teams will be moving forward, and one of them immediately out, right? I mean, this is, again, single elimination tournament, and it's cool to see that they have history together, right? I mean, of course, I was just talking about DOL Kittens, the fact that they are so many well-known players, right? Like, Muck is probably, I want to say, one of the most well-known players in the entire community. I don't think that's an understatement by any
not
means. And being able to play with, I mean, a great team that has been really close to like actually qualifying. I know that they were.
He's got the banana suit on stage.
Of course he's got. Of course he's got the banana suit on stage. That's Chad, of course.
I love the Chad.
Yeah, had the banana suit yesterday as well. We got to see some banana suit pop-ups.
Awesome. So this was one of our teams that participated in the final stretch, and since we didn't get to see that on broadcast, I want to just give a quick bracket rundown. Spraggles mentioned it during that interview. They did place first overall, but the teams they took down were also very impressive. Had to go up against Comatose in the first round, took down Umbra Vulpium in a close 2-1 set. In their second round, the team that ended up getting 4th place, just outside of qualifying for this day too. They also took down Team YouTube in their qualifying match to make it here, so a very impressive run for them. But Brave Birders having this second chance at a world slot. You know this team is so excited to be participating today.
Yeah, and we talked about it a little bit yesterday, but Brave Birders is one of the teams that has been around for the longest in the entire Unite scene. They were here for the open bracket at UIC. They were here invited for the top 8 regionals yesterday. They've been around for years, but again, 2 out of 3 for each of these sets, but single elimination. So this is going to be one of these teams going home. They've got a few games, though, to be able to adapt.
All right, first game of the day. Let's get into it, Wonder Chef, in terms of draft. DOL Kittens targeting the Leafeon of Colin Tang and then the Meowscarada of Asha. Very, very interesting in their batting strategy. Brave Birders taking out the Tyranitar and Sylveon, leaving Phalanx on the table.
Yeah, Phalanx also not being first pick. Now, we have seen a lot of Umbreon first picks throughout the weekend, so
yes,
I do like that pick quite a bit, but yeah, we're immediately getting that Phalanx, something that we've learned a lot, and there's so many strong potential first picks throughout the game right now that it could go down to like the 3rd or 4th pick, and it's still like, yeah, that could have been a first pick.
That's true, but I do think Hoopa has skyrocketed in terms of play and on the support role, right? So I think that grabbing that Hoopa within that first spot is huge for Brave Birders. I'm excited to see Asha's Phalanx. I think we've only been able to see their Meowscarada and maybe their Blaziken on stage in the tournament so far. So really excited to see a brand new look, but surprising to see Trevenant fall as low as it is these days. I guess like you mentioned, the rise up of the Umbreon, and wow, the Talonflame and Gardevoir locked in, namely Talonflame being taken away from Kalantang. No Leafeon, no Talonflame. Where do we go next?
Yeah, this is really targeted, and it's really gonna leave Kalantang in an interesting spot. Of course, really well known for a lot of these speedsters. Did quite well with both those Pokemon yesterday, but interestingly going to the Inteleon, which is a Pokemon still very strong, but it's fallen a little bit more out of the meta. But I mean, every one of these Pokemon is very meta at this point. Having double special attacker though now, it's kind of shifted this team from what we maybe would have expected from Brave Birders to being a lot more ranged.
Yeah, we're actually going to see almost a mimic on either side of team compositions. We have Sobi locking in the Venusaur. I know they really prefer that long-range damage-dealing style of play. So on Venusaur, we see that quite a bit. You can run Rapid Fire Scarf on either build, really, if you want to. However, normally when we see the double in on Sludge Bomb and Beam, we see the Spoon. So I think it might be a little bit of a Giga Drain Beam. We'll have to see.
It's possible. I do think there is the possibility that it is chosen as a counter as well to
Phalanx.
Yeah, which is, I do, like you said, I do know that it is a preferred Beam, and I do think Beam would be great right there, but, you know, just having that counter as well. I see you cracking up to the banana.
How do you not laugh? He's in a banana suit on stage. This is the best. I love this tournament.
I don't know, I'm low on potassium.
But that's okay. I get the chance to see Kalantang and Asha get to work on Brave Birders' side as well. Now, I know we talked so much about Kalantang and their performance yesterday because it was truly amazing, Wonder Chef. But we gotta recognize Asha a little bit as well. They were having some huge moments, and historically, they have looked amazing. I think back to last year's NAIC when they truly were so impressive on the Machamp of all Pokemon. I definitely was getting some big recognition for that team. And take a look at that on stage. Our first look at the trophies that these teams are competing for today.
Well, this is the first step for both these teams towards those trophies. Here we go. Game 1 of the day. Round 1 of our top 8. DO Kittens on the left, Brave Birders on the right. It's time to see where they're sending their Pokemon. And we're already seeing an attempt at an invasion here from Vinny.
Yeah, good call to try to bring the Escavalier over towards the tall grass and try to avoid that Hoopa last hit secure. They will secure the red buff onto the Eldegoss. So Gossifleur going to rotate towards the top side with that slowing effect on all of their auto attacks.
And this can be tough. While you're still a Routes, you are very vulnerable. Both these Pokemon, a little bit vulnerable before the evolutions, but together, they are stronger than alone. And it looks like Vinny's going to go down. Tried to maybe get to a situation where they could have jet buttoned over or something like that, but getting taken out. That will still be slowing down the evolution of that Routes into a Corellia before it hits that power spike. And it looks like it possibly won't be able to get to any of these paths before the 850 spawns.
Yeah, just going to retreat that. We probably will get Sobi up to level 5, which is so important before those first birds. Bulbasaur, not much to write home about in the early game, but does have a decent secure with that boosted auto attack. First burst will be an immediate dive in because we're going to go down too much damage onto that Fletchender, and they are going to be eliminated. Phalanx and Espeon just too strong in the early game for that poor little bird.
Vinny getting quite low again, but so far we're doing we're pretty low on score. I do have to say for how this game started, we're only 9 points for DOL Kittens, 0 for Brave Birders, and it does look like we have a pause. Not sure who's having the issue there. It looks like we can at least see on this side, but so far, you know, I did expect a little bit more maybe early aggression. I do feel like that invasion kind of stopped a little bit of the pacing of this game, which was definitely the intent, right? Once you get that Corellia to level 5, it is so difficult to deal with it and deal with it secure that sometimes you just like don't even get an ability to fight for those 850 spawns, the Altaria and such. So I do love this invasion, right? Just to slow down, as you can see, even if you get KO'd a lot of the time, you're the support, you've got an EXP share, you don't mind getting KO'd, and it's not as much experience. It really just slows them down.
Yeah, and what else are you going to do in the top path at that moment, right? Hoopa can totally isolate there, and you know that the Gossifleur is also going to be in the enemy central area, so it's still just creating a 1v1 on the top side, one that you are are very, I guess, predicted to win. Favored to win is the word I'm looking for, when it's Phalanx versus a fletchling at that point in time, which is something that we should be talking about. Banjo is running that Talonflame in the top path to start the game. It's not unheard of in the North American scene, but I would say it is a rarity to see very often.
It is. We've actually seen, I think, over the course of this season, we've seen Talonflame run in every path, I think, which is really weird. Not to say it's a good choice, but
yeah, not to
just
say it
saying,
should,
we've
but
seen
we
it.
have, yeah.
I'm just stating facts here. Please do not blow me up on Twitter. But yeah, it is an interesting Pokemon, right? Because it is a very strong Pokemon, and we've definitely seen, I would say this season, maybe more than any other season, the strength of Talonflame, but it is one of those Pokemon, especially for all this, considering the speedsters in the game, that does take a little bit more time to kind of like power up to its maximum usage. Being 3 stages is very, very interesting for a speedster of that type, so you really do have to decide where you're going to send it. It's clear it's a little bit awkward in the center area as well, so there's a lot of awkward ways you can send it, and if you make it work, it's great, but it's also kind of possible to shut down.
Yeah, it really is, and once it starts rolling, it is terrifying to deal with. But Brave Birders know that better than anyone, by the way. Talonflame experts, so if they're going to be going in that matchup, I'm sure they're feeling well equipped. Elmo Girl looking on the outside. You have hit that big power spike that you were mentioning, so that giant AoE damage with the Psyshock is ready. Also, Sparkle Power, loving that.
Oh, you gotta flex on stage for sure.
Big fan.
Yeah, this is the time to use it. Ooh, that whiffed a little bit. I'm not gonna say completely, but definitely completely. They still managed to get it though. Just a little bit of distraction, you know, just like, hey, look over here, there's a bonk. Oh, that is a very barely an escape. But yeah, you actually got to be really careful there because as Asha, you could very easily get that turned around on you with the damage of Corellia.
Well, honestly, it's tough. Phalanx can really take a lot of damage.
True.
But I was really impressed with Banzo able to sneak that KO in and then the eject button utilized. Oh, that snipe shot.
Wow.
Oh, that lasting hitbox on the trail end of the snipe shot is devastating. Sometimes you just accidentally walk into it when you're not meaning to. So the Inteleon taking that KO, and you were right. The Asobi is locking in the Petal Drain build. They are going to have Eldegoss Pollen Puff healing, Wish healing, and the natural Giga Drain healing.
Wow.
This Venusaur has been set up so strong to keep that volume of HP. Also, hi everybody.
Hi.
Good to see you.
Hey everybody. Oh, you just waved to somebody else out about there that thought you were waving at them. Hey, Tracks. But yeah, so this is an interesting team. Now that I'm really looking at it, I'm surprised we didn't see Delphox. This would have been so good against this team. But right now, of course, we're fighting for this Registeel. So much range damage on both sides. We are going to be getting it through the Venusaur, who is a little bit less range damage than it was, I would say, a few seconds ago before it fully evolved. But the flank from behind, that's so much damage. Muck just getting absolutely melted. The Unite coming out from the Phalanx as well in the back line, and we're just seeing a Talonflame try to fly away, try to get to safety, try to get to something. No, actually, not safety at all. Just trying to get in for maybe one more burst KO, realizing the situation was a little bit hopeless. You kind of just want to go back to base.
Honestly, very impressive play by Brave Birds. Even losing the Regi, usually in that situation, the enemy team is earning Unite moves faster than you are, and you're at a huge disadvantage in that first engagement right after the first objective. They actually turn that on their head, utilizing Teleon's Unite move and Phalanx Unite move, because Asha and Kalanteg have been doing such a good job of leveling up rapidly in this game. They're able to totally reverse that and steal back the momentum. DOL Kittens, though, making another shot at this bottom goal zone, and Venusaur is going to take that KO. Great knockout by Sobi.
Ooh, yeah, that snipe shot with it, looked like it, again, this is like an inch away, but maybe expecting a slight move. Regardless, there will be taking on that Tier 1 goal zone, and up top in exchange, Brave Birders will be taking a Tier 1 goal zone and this Regieleki, which is going to be a little bit scary now that there's no more Tier 1 to defend it. I'm not sure if they're going to push it in. There's a good amount of wild EXP just in general. Yeah. Of course, with Hoopa, you have the ability to rotate around so quickly. It does look like there's going to be an attempt to at least see if they can push it in. Yeah. Most of these members are up here. No full commitment yet, though.
I like this by Brave Birders. You don't need to scale that much, especially not compared to DOL Kittens, who are running both a Gardevoir and a Venusaur, two Pokemon that desperately need that EXP. So force this play. Make DOL Kittens have to defend when they would rather be farming instead. Big Gardevoir Unite move, but unfortunately it's not going to catch anybody except pulling the Regieleki into the goal zone. So a really unfortunate look there, and now there's going to be a ton of scores raining in from Brave Birders. They are feeling fantastic with the position they have put themselves into right now.
Yeah, and then, of course, Asha, assuming that the El Regieleki was not going to go in, going and scoring on bottom, which is now actually a little bit more of an advantage. They're setting up for some great overdunks there. In return, though, DL Kittens pushing all the way through up this top tier 1, using a lot of these resources. Umbreon Unite's going to come out. Colin Tang, though, is in the back, very, very low. Will be able to defend quite well, though, with the snipe shot. Range that we're not really seeing as much recently, especially, yeah, against a close-range Venusaur. Will go down. The Hoopa Unite was also popped, so a great way to defend that. And now the basement Reggie is up. They are going to be able to portal down. Looks like Asha is going to be able to take some experience in the center on the way down. That clear is so fast.
Yeah, Phalanx is doing an incredible job. I think I mentioned it before yesterday. It is the most all-around all-rounder I think we have ever seen. It is so good at every role you would ever want a melee Pokemon to be in Pokemon Unite, and it crushes it at every single spot. DOL Kittens, I'm telling the truth, they really need a W at this moment in time. Unfortunately, they have not won a single team fight, and Brave Birders have been out-rotating them. The silver lining is that they got a decent amount of points in that bottom goal zone, and they're catching up there, but Brave Birders taking that advantage away as well. So a tier 2 being broken. DOL Kittens making a push towards this top side. They should be able to break it, maybe not with a huge one. Sobi has to play careful. This natural counter to Phalanx has looked okay, but they take so much damage from the Inteleon. That has been the biggest problem, but big pop-off from the Gardevoirs, opening up some space, and now the Venusaur is going to drop the Unite move. Sobi charges in with that Verdant Anger. 32 points go in. Slight overdunk, but at least they're catching up.
I mean, catching up kind of. Still at about half of the points scored from Brave Birders. This Regieleki would be pretty big for them, mostly just because they wouldn't have to deal with it defensively. It doesn't seem like they're going to be able to push it in. Colin Tang sitting behind on the Inteleon has been a great defensive option, and it doesn't seem like they've been able to find quite as much of an answer. The problem, I think, between both these teams is they both have these really strong, far-range backline special attackers, and so the team that can defend has an advantage. I think that if I was either of these teams, I would really try to reposition or pre-position very early in this center area.
Absolutely. I completely agree. Positioning is so important. You don't have that many Pokemon that can take space. Trevin a little bit better at it than Umbreon, especially when Muck is playing that mean look style of Umbreon. Not playing foul play, which gives you a lot less pushing power. You're more trying to combo it with Venusaur and Gardevoir if you have the opportunity. But Muck has been able to put that together, that last team fight in the top path. If that is a sign of things to come, I think DOL Kittens is still feeling okay about their game position.
Yeah, this is, I mean, really good positioning, physical positioning for them, I would say.
Yep.
And the team fight ability of the Kittens comp is extremely strong. This is not over for them by any means. They are behind by quite a bit, but the way they've been playing is they're a team fighting team. That's just their play style that I've noticed in the past as well. And they just travel together, right? They're all very good friends, but there are some good friends behind them trying to go for a flank, the Dink and the Donk and the Dinks of the Phalanx.
Yeah, they are going to immediately retreat, caught in the but it only grabs that bottom Phalanx. That last Trooper is going to try to retreat. Big engage by Owo. Actually going to eject button safely. Does not want to take that Trevin in a Venusaur in a 1v1 fight. Talonflame gaining some information and then safely flies out. So just a rotation battle continues between DOL Kittens and the Brave Birders, but the Phalanx starts the engage. Flame Sweep just to try to get out of danger, but now the fight takes place all beneath the Rayquaza.
And that was a gigantic Unite coming from the Trevenant, but it's not going to be enough as they're kind of split up on the side of Brave Birders. Phalanx will go in with a gigantic Unite, the very Singularity to try and counter, though.
Yeah, I love that. Locked them in place for just a moment. So be able to get almost all their HP back off the Giga Drip, but there's just too much damage going towards them. Venusaur strikes back, though. Sobi gets one, and now the Fly is going to take out Asha. DOL Kittens take down 2 members. They still have 4 remaining. Now they have to focus on the Rayquaza, but you have to make sure you're body blocking that snipe shot. Mean Look is onto the Espeon. That is too much damage. They cannot make it through the hyperspace hole. Only Hoopa and Inteleon remain. Rayquaza under half HP, but that snipe shot is an ever-present threat. The Unite move from the Inteleon as well, giving them critical hits on the auto attacks. The B button might be the most formidable option on this Rayquaza. Venusaur is down. It's just the Talonflame and the Umbreon and the Gardevoir to try to take out this Rayquaza. Colin Tang extremely low. DOL Kittens needs to make a move, but Brave Birders is in that exact same spot. Rayquaza keeps taking the damage. Gardevoir going for the secure. Psyshock takes it. Elmogorl does secure the Rayquaza.
Wow, with only 9 seconds left, though, they've got to get there. There's not much time.
They can both score.
Oh, can they? There's going to be one, and there's going to be two. I think that's it, just barely within the final second of the match. That was down to the wire. We've got to see the score count. There was an attempt to score from the other direction. I just want to be sure.
No way!
2 points for DOL Kittens to take the lead.
Welcome to the final stretch, everybody. That's what we can expect all day long. I am not going to lie. That is the most DOL Kittens match I have ever seen in my life. Unbelievable. We're starting off the day with a 2-point victory. Muck thanking everybody for the support and the cheers as they're able to win by 2 points. Unbelievable.
Oh, so that does mean that last score, I think, did go in from the side of Brave Birders. I did see the back cap. That was all happening within less than a second. 2-point difference. You know what we call that? A banana split. That is how close that game was. That's a great way to start off today. And it did all come down to that final match. I mean, that was, sorry, not the final match, the final fight. That was incredible. I love the way the Brave Birders was just playing to try and delay the take on Ray. They saved a lot of Unites until late, but unfortunately they were literally not, like, they were like 1 second too early at letting that Ray go. Literally like half a second too early.
They just wanted Asha back so bad. They just wanted that Phalanx to enter the team fight again. They were trying to buy so much time. Muck just had that Inteleon isolated in the mean look. I mean, it was making everybody nervous with how long they were taking to secure the Rayquaza. That extremely early fly also making us all a little concerned. But, of course, Gardevoir, Ryan, Elmo Girl clutching up at the perfect time. Also, that mean look only grabbing one trooper.
That's so
Phalanx.
funny.
We're all learning stuff here today.
Yeah, also, apparently I guess they didn't score. I forgot how much of a lead they had in these final moments. 362, but you can see right here, that was so close to going either direction. It didn't seem like it. Yeah, I would be exactly that elated to see that pop. Oh, look at that. We can see the ball. This has got to be also one of the most pop-off oriented teams that we've had in Unite.
How could you not in a moment like that? Muck actually getting the MVP award by the game in this. I love that with 120 scored, but I think it's gotta be Elmo Girl's Gardevoir that secures the final Ray. Sobi putting in work throughout a lot of those team fights though. Verdant Anger being a huge part of their damage equation, bringing them up to almost 60k damage, but yet again, Kalantang and Asha having great showings in that first game.
Yeah, Muck getting the player of the game though on that Umbreon.
91k taken.
That is a lot of damage. It was actually really funny. Obviously, we saw the pre-match interview between Muck and Kalantang before the match, and then at the last fight, really came down to they were 1v1ing above Ray, right? For a really long time. It was like 20 seconds of Muck being like, "Please go down. I'm just a defender." And finally, obviously it ended up in their win. But
the most violent handshake we've ever seen.
Yes. Although a little bit cute. The auto attack of Umbreon's a little bit cute.
It's
like a paw handshake.
That is very true. It's very true. But all right, let's call it like it is, though. Brave Birders kind of dominating most of that match up until the final 2 minutes, right? Eventually, that team fight did go in DOL Kitten's favor. You were talking about it. A lot of team fight-centric Unite moves. We're looking at Gardevoir, Venusaur, even Umbreon really gets the best value out of their Unite when we're hitting those final moments. I loved the Gardevoir Unite to slow down the Phalanx Unite as well. That Dust Devil, Dust Up Unite move, when it's locked in place, you can't really go anywhere. It doesn't give you hindrance, it gives you some hindrance resistance, but it doesn't give you unstoppable, so not able to leave that Guardi Unite. I thought that was really impressive stuff.
Yeah, it was a very cool way to use it, especially, we talk a lot about it's like, okay, you get one Pokemon in that Guard Unite, and you're kind of happy considering some of the things in the past, but
100%.
That one was, in particular, a really good way of using it to counter another Unite, so great stuff from DOL Kittens to just barely take game number 1, but Brave Birders will be moving towards that left side spot, and we've got game number 2.
First pick. Okay, interesting. Yeah, Brave Birders do not want to give up maybe that, well, they're going to ban the Umbreon. I think there might be a hunting for Sylveon in this draft as their first pick, or and Tyranitar and Phalanx are both going to get the ban. I was wondering, okay, Leafeon, interesting. So we're still targeting Asha and Kalantang within this draft strategy on DOL Kitten's side.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's slightly differently targeted, but I very much agree the Fangs need to go. And yeah, you're exactly correct, seeing that very quick pick on the Sylveon, which is, as we saw earlier in the stats, the most picked Pokemon over the course of the weekend for very good reason. It's just so strong, so flexible. And on the other side, we actually do see this, I think, a decent amount. Espeon getting picked once the Sylveon is taken. I do feel like it can kind of like match its pace somewhat, do some of the similar things, but it's just your second flex.
Yeah, it is interesting. We don't see too much Glaceon these days outside of Trainer, which is a little bit of a shock to me. But yeah, we're going to be locking in that Espeon and the Hoopa. Oh, we're going to take the Trevenant, and Colin Tang will take an early Talonflame. Interesting. Now, what defender does Buck want to play? Last time we saw them on the Umbreon, currently hovering the Crustle. They have a very strong Crustle. Also, very interesting to see this player rotate to the defender role. Muck in defender in game win. That'll be awesome.
I mean, honestly, doing quite a good job, though, especially for what we saw in that last game. It does look like the Blazing Loop picked up another one of the most popular picks, but there we go. It was banned last time. Now it's going to be unbanned. We are going to be seeing the Meowscarada, which I'm very excited for. Last pick support as well, realizing that, okay, you already took the Hoopa first pick. We can kind of take what we want before you continue to counter pick us, which is what has been happening the rest of this set so far.
All right, I really wonder. Okay, so we're going to play Dodrio in the top path. I was curious about what we were going to put within that role. Obviously, we had the Talonflame there last game, a bit of a shock to us. Dodrio does feel a little more natural into that specific role. Crustle here is the most interesting part of this draft to me. It feels like Muck is going towards this Pokemon because of just its natural power in the game, not necessarily because it synergizes well with the rest of the team. I mean, two Speedsters, I don't think they really care about Rock Tomb that much, about getting locked in place. So many little dashes they can get out of the way. And Blaziken and Dodrio, they can chase any enemy down. They don't necessarily need them to be caught within a Rock Tomb. Sobi, on the other hand, though, will be dealing out a ton of damage thanks to Muck, constantly hindering the movement of the enemy squad.
I will say that it may, I guess, kind of deter the Hyper Voice pick, just because you don't want to like try to move around Rock Tomb, right?
Sure.
So maybe that's one thing, but I don't know if that's what we would have gotten to begin with. So it's kind of, I'm just trying to think as well, like what could you possibly be kind of trying to go for with that? But yeah, I mean, it's never a bad choice to go Crustle, ever. It is extremely strong Pokemon.
And I will say this, but to back myself up with receipts, I would love Snorlax in this draft, in this position. Yeah. I would really prefer that with a lot of the different Pokemon that they're trying to build around. I think both Blaziken and Dodrio would love that specific matchup, but that's all right. I think Crustle will still have the value they're looking for. The team I'm looking at, though, in this game, obviously, is going to be Brave Birders. They are down 1-0 in this situation. Their last chance at a World Championship spot. They had their chance yesterday, and now they get the second chance now. They need to win 2 games back-to-back against DOL Kittens to keep their tournament hopes alive.
And they were doing so well in game number 1, but then just barely letting the comeback happen by 2 points. So I do feel like they are going to say, okay, let's just do even better this time. But DOL Kittens, they were playing a very specific strategy. They executed it, and Brave Bird is probably going to be a little bit more used to that. Wow, that was a very quick potential KO there.
Big Astonish.
That was the best Astonish. That's like a pop-off moment. I actually can't believe they went back in to fight for that that last hit right there. They could have just turned and KO'd, I think.
Yeah, no, impressive stuff from Chad to be able to stop the enemy team. Elbowgirl barely making it back to their goal zone to get some healing. Now this next Buttlebee, of course, is the contest. These little mini battles are so important, but mostly about who can get it done quicker because the Talonflame is coming for their own receipts. Colin Tang with 17 points, gonna get the K opener and the first score of the game.
It's so cool. We can see right here in the top half, 2 Pokemon that were taken away by DOL Kittens in the last game, and Brave Birders are just getting it back, basically. So we get to see exactly why, or for anybody who isn't as familiar with this team, exactly why those 2 particular picks, not usually picks you try to take away from people, were taken away.
Yeah, exactly. Just the mastery of that specific Pokemon on that player is really something you have to compensate for in the draft phase. Otherwise, you're going to have a very difficult match ahead of you. Early game going very, very well for Brave Birders, though, basically seen by that level 6 on the Talonflame, almost at level 7. That's where they'll get access to their Fly. Yes, it's not Brave Bird. I'm upset about it, too.
They've never done Brave Bird. I've been Fly for a long time. I do love Fly, though. And we do get confirmation that it's going to be Mystical Fire, which does, of course, give you the ability to jump through those walls. Again, kind of going to your point where it's like now I want to see like 3 members of the team really do not care about those walls at all. And the other 2 are probably okay with it. Vinny just barely getting out of there. The Fly is coming in, trying to get... Ooh, that did hit, though. They just weren't able to get the follow-up, which did manage to save them. They are going to get the reverse KO.
Yeah, if you could avoid that aerial ace or a Flame Charge, whichever option it is, I think you're still feeling all right. Those middle birds are going to be going in the favor of DOL Kittens, now finally getting their mainstay on an objective because they finally have cleared out Colin Tang for once in the match so far. That actually does mean that Dodrio is going to be the highest level in the lobby, currently at level 8. Great look from Banjo, and of course Elmo Girl at level 7 on the Blaziken.
That's going to be a big deal. We're just about to hit that power spike, and our power spikes on the side of DOL Kittens are considerably earlier, I would say, than they were or in the previous game, where they were really waiting for that late game. This time around, the mid game, as Duke Snacks and Spriggles have been so excitedly talking about over the past day, is going to be a lot stronger for them, and they can play a lot more aggressive as well, which they are already doing.
Man, yeah, Asha taking so much damage, and now Elmo Girl has unlocked that level 8, the true Blaziken power spike, where you essentially get access to your Unite move, which is really just a rotation of your moves and a bit of a damaging option, but Blaziken is so difficult to deal with once it makes this mark, especially for Meowscarada. That's going to be a tough matchup. Big Horn Leech in from OO to clear some space, but another safe eject button, does not want to go down too low, only relying on that Eldegoss HP regain. Hoopa brought down very early. Colin Tang really getting to work in this early part of the match.
Yeah, of course, the Unite just hitting a wall as is usual. Nice spacing right there. They are able to take it. Brave Birders with that. Well, I actually think it was just an auto, to be 100% honest, but it was a lot to do with that spacing, making sure that they were kept out. Even though we did see the triple trample attempt to kind of steal it back, they were just a little bit too far away, and so they do have that buff, but it does not look like they're going to be able to push down the tier 1 on bottom, especially with the fact that they've got the Hoopa, the rotation is just so fast on that defense. They're taking what they can get, not overextending.
Ooh, big pull with the Blaze Kick of Blaziken. It looks like Elmo was actually looking to steal away one of the buffs if they could find it, but I don't think they were able to take anything. You can see that by no auras underneath their feet currently. The Trio trying to see if they could win a 1v1 versus the Eldegoss, but Sylveon being there just too formidable of a damaging threat. You cannot afford to lose that much HP in a chase for one knockout.
And now everybody rotating up top, looking towards this Regieleki, and we did see how much early points mattered in that last game. I mean, there was a comeback, but both these teams ended up with pretty high score. I mean, before the 2-minute mark, I think the total was like 500 plus points in the game, which is pretty ridiculous. So definitely this first Regieleki is going to be something that they're all going to be interested in, but there's a great engage, and we're going to see Elmo go run in, get that overheat. Actually, they eject button out. I did not see where they went. That was kind of sneaky, but the Unite from the Meowscarada is going to be enough. Asha hasn't really had a chance to pop off quite yet. It's a good way to start things off.
Yeah, exactly. All started with the Flower Trick KO too. You got to remember, anytime you earn the knockout with Flower Trick, you will reset the cooldown of that move. It is a huge damaging option, especially when you could do some auto attacks while that move is currently hovering above the enemy's head. It is extremely strong and a very skill-intensive moveset. Asha, so far, showcasing they do have a lot of expertise with this particular Pokemon.
And Brave Bird is really controlling the objectives so far. I mean, taking a 2 for 2 at this point. Although it's been a little bit more of like a slow grind. We're at the 4-minute, 45-second mark, and we're just taking the first objectives. You know, the base and Reggie is respawning as we're taking the top Regieleki. That didn't really go anywhere. All the tier 1s are still up. This game has just gone a lot slower. I think both teams are quite capable of brawling. Nobody wants to get caught out by the more aggressive speedsters on the other team, and they're really kind of sitting and like respecting each other a lot more, which doesn't make sense. I mean, you got a game that's 2-point difference. You're like, all right, let's respect.
Yeah, burst damage is so terrifying when you're only running Hoopa to try to get some health regain.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to wait until that portal happens. They're running double speedster. It is extremely, extremely challenging. Mug trying to look for Colin Tang early, but instead they're going to take the triple X scissor into the eject button Rock Tomb. Trevenant going to try to Unite move in response. Eldegoss as well, just to heal up their Sylveon player. Blaziken all the way in the back. Elmo Girl's got to make a run for it. Meanwhile, Sobi is able to take down OO. Huge Espeon KO. Colin Tang does take down Elmo Girl, and now Asha is trying to use the Meowscarada Unite to deal some early damage. Muck is still up and running. One more X scissor, but that's all they got left in the tank. Though Trio's still at a full stock of HP, and there's so many weak targets on the other side. We got speedsters too, and DOL Kittens gets involved in the fight.
Red Steel now starting to get burned down. There is a chance for a steal, but it's quite low. The Woodhammer's going to kick one hit, but no, it's going to be the Dodrio getting that secure, and that was a huge turnaround. Coming back in with that Dodrio was able to do so much. It was just such a weird fight. They got completely split up. There was one member of each team on the other side. Of course, Elmo Girl getting carried away by that Talonflame Unite, and then a little bit of Asha just kind of going in, you know, doing speedster things. So weird little like 3v1s on both sides, but it did go the favor of DOL Kittens.
Yeah, I think Talonflame tends to encourage that playstyle of split fights, right? With a Unite move that goes halfway across the map, I think you will naturally end up in awkward situations like that, but I think it worked out okay for Brave Birders, but DOL Kittens getting the better end of that fight, and Colin Tang running again with this fly aerial ace combination. It's just dealing so much damage on the burst level of this. Dodrio also cannot escape. It really seems like if you are not able to stun Kalanteng out of that second aerial ace bit of damage, it is just over for you.
Ooh, and the Unite back. Oh, that is 3 KO streak for Kalanteng. Still with the fly, able to do a great job of getting out. And we're going for the chase. There's going to be some healing, but even with the healing of Eldegoss, I mean, Talonflame's always going to be that squishy. Double buff currently, by the way, for Kalanteng. Asha is just sneaking away on the bottom, getting a decent overdunk, taking down that tier 1 before this final stretch moment. But this Regieleki is taken down at a perfect time. 15 seconds left to the final stretch. 1 goal zone down already up top, and I don't know if Brave Birds wants to deal with it, but it's going to be scary just to leave it, and it does look like that may be the case that they're going to do it.
Yeah, it's just not enough time. There's not enough time to defend it. There's no way you could work all the way through the Regieleki HP and still be a relevant threat right at the Rayquaza, and with how fast DOL Kittens have been able to take down that Ray before, you don't want to do it. But great play by DOL Kittens. You don't need to chase that Regieleki and all push on that. You have Dodrio, a Pokemon very capable of scoring easily and making it back for the fight, and there it is. Hundo Burger in for DOL Kittens, currently sitting at 308. They are 1 game away from knocking Brave Birders out of this tournament.
They've got the score lead this time. It's kind of the opposite of what we saw in the last game. Finally, we will see Dodrio come back into the fight. Nice little Rock Tomb will be walling off just the target they don't exactly want to target first, though, with OO. So they are going to be actually burning down that Rayquaza. I'm starting to see its life get relatively low, all things considered. They're forcing them into a fight. They do need to take it on the side of Brave Birders if they want them to come back. OO starting to get a little bit low. The healing getting a little bit blocked by their own team. I think Eldegoss not able to kind of catch everybody at once, but they are going to be catching out Muck very early. The Thanaforce will be coming out, chasing down Elmo Girl towards the bottom. Muck's starting to get pretty low as well. Big Psychic Solaire to be able to knock down everybody in that fight. That's going to be 1 member down so far on the side of DOL Kittens, and Kalanteng taking out to the last HP.
I was going to say, you got to take out Kalanteng in that combination, or else it is doomed. Dodrio's going to be going to back cap instead at this moment. Right now, the best thing for DOL Kittens is to get that reset. The Flower Trick will do a ton of damage to the Blaziken when it lands, but it will get the KO. Asha taking them down with the Martyrdom knockout. We do have the Hoopa take down the Trevenant. Big X Scissor, but Crustle will not make it back through the portal. They were knocked out before, but Chad is still up and running. They are extremely low, but the Ray is at full HP.
The reset, that might be the nail in the coffin. That might be the last chance. They could have taken it down, but 20 seconds left. DOL Kittens with a gigantic lead, 220 points. This is going to be some of a dent in that lead. There's an attempt to score from Chad. It's not really going to matter. Not enough members of Brave Birders up to try and win that lead back. The reset was all it took. Brave Birders stopping in their tracks as DOL Kittens, qualifying from the open bracket, will be moving forward
from the final stretch yesterday and winning their first match, #1 seed out of the open bracket, and they take down their chosen opponents, Brave Birders.
Yeah, an amazing showing from a team that we didn't get a chance to see so far, and this is a great example of how strong this team plays. Again, I mean, that first game comeback, they were behind by so many points. They were behind by 180 plus points. They managed to make it back. But unfortunately, we will be having to say goodbye to Brave Birders, one of my favorite teams personally. Yeah. They played amazingly, just weren't quite able to close things out. If that first game had gone any differently, we could have been seeing a very different set.
Yeah, wow, what a finish. You see Chad popping off, playing to the crowd, so excited about their victory. I mean, how could you not? Coming to the open bracket, traveling all this way for literally one prize available, that World Champion slot, and being 1 step closer. Their next opponent is going to be the winner of Exile and G, a very formidable team to take down. But look at this. This is such a Brave Bird stat line. Kalanteng with double-digit KOs in that game.
Yeah, with almost as many KOs as like the entire other team. I mean, not quite, but between Asha and Kalanteng, they did. Kalanteng has been playing amazingly this entire weekend, and definitely one of the players to watch. That's why they were my player to watch. Still played true to that, getting back that Talonflame. Asha as well, doing an amazing job getting back that Meowscarada. Still not the most common pick, but on the other side, we see the damage just so split amongst everybody. Notably, Chad with a lot of damage for a Hoopa.
Chad is a hungry for damage Hoopa. I guarantee you that. They were doing a really good job. A couple of KOs on the Sylveon specifically. It seems like they were always trying to target Red Sylve with the Hoopa portals, aggressively doing damage. I think if I want to give credit to one player, though, it is Sobi on that Espeon. I thought thought she was having an incredible game. So very clutch psychic Solaire opportunities. Even if they were getting KO'd, they were holding it down for the squad. But we got an interview on stage with the DOL Kittens. Let's hear from them.
All right, here I am with the winner from DOL Kittens, So Beast.
Hello. It's so great to be here. It's just incredible. Thank you so much.
What was that sound? Tell me a little bit about what is happening behind me. Tell me a little bit about that match and what it was like going against Brave Birders, who played so amazing yesterday.
Yep, so for a lot of us, we're not used to waking up at like 6:45 in the morning, so we are here, but we're ready to lock in, and we're ready to go to Worlds. We're just like, people say we're the underdog, but also simultaneously the fan favorite, so it's kind of funny.
Are they the fan favorite? What do you guys think? Fan favorite? Fan favorite. Who are you most excited to play in this tournament?
Oh my gosh. I really want to play Ignorance. They're really good friends, you know. I really like them a lot. Also G, really excited to play them. I think they're going to be the hardest game.
Amazing. And before I let you go, is anyone currently your son?
All the attacker players in the region, you know.
Back to you in the booth.
All right, we have a new best answer to that question. We have a new best answer. Shout out, Sobi. That was sick. Awesome. I am so happy that that has become the thing. Shout out.
Yeah, I do appreciate the fact that we got an exact split on answers from Spraggles. Spraggles gets either nobody at all or literally every attacker region. So or attacker in the region. So great stuff. And yeah, I mean the crowd loves DOL Kittens.
You remember this game? They had a 2-point victory match. They start our tournament.
I do remember that.
That is bizarre. So funny that we are seeing such exciting stuff right at the beginning of the day. Such a fun matchup. I wanted to mention the final stretch of this last game that you were calling out. You were like, we are in a flip-flop position of this moment, right? Brave Birders were behind, DOL Kittens was ahead. And I was like, yes, but this time they have to deal with a level 15 Colin Tang talent play. That is the only switch up. And Colin Tang definitely put in some work, but not enough. DOL Kittens really putting on a show. That crossel was huge. I have to admit, a little bit of egg on my face. Some huge X scissors from Muck, really making some of these team fights just that much easier for these teams to win.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the double speedster, I feel like a lot of the control in the final fight was really what decided. I mean, you mentioned the big Psych Solaires, the big Unite moves from the Espeon, from Sobi, which in the end, I think that was kind of the big move that made that win happen. But we are going to see, actually, it's going to be Bonzo on the Dodrio with the player of the game, who was also in a great spot.
Doing a lot of great backcaps too, like good macro decisions, playing the Dodrio to its fullest effect. Obviously an incredible speedster, they're running Charging Charm, they're gonna have even more move speed, so making sure that they're constantly keeping the advantage in DOL Kittens' favor. Awesome, awesome work from Bonzo today.
Yeah, and the backcaps in particular in that last fight were all placed really well, right? Once the Regieleki went in, knowing they were able to safely kind of take that, they went and kind of back up the second time as well, and they were still there for all the fights. So it was just really, really smart stuff. The double threat of Dodrio, which kind of should be a triple threat.
Oh, wow, yeah, that's true. We got to fix that. All right, but yeah, awesome showcase of what the final stretch bracket teams are capable of with DOL Kittens starting today. Our next matchup, though, will not be any final stretch teams. We have 2 teams from the top 8 regional qualifier going up against each other. After this break, it will be G versus Exile.
Is a moment for everything to change. We can turn the tables, we can win the day. In the heat of battle, we won't be undone. Let them come for the throne. We fight, united as one. Here we stand on the edge of greatness. Get ready, cause the battle's here. We can turn the tide, we can take this. So close, victory is near. Here we stand on the edge of greatness. With my warriors by my side. Born ready, we can almost taste
Welcome to the first ever New Orleans pop-up Pokemon Center at the Pokemon North America International Championship. The casters are about to arrive, and we're going to follow along as they shop, play, and train. There's so many fun and exciting things to find at the Pokemon Center this year. If you missed any of them, don't worry. We'll see you at the Collect and Trade Corner. Pokemon fans, trainers, and communities worldwide, welcome to the Pokemon World Championships.
Welcome back. We are here with the second match now of the final stretch to see who our final qualifier will be for Worlds in Honolulu. I am Wonder Chef joining Zoinks, and we're actually not exactly in the same place.
That's true. A brand new place, and I have my son now. So this is exciting for us.
Yeah, but this is actually our new caster, who's replacing Zoinks, or maybe it's auditioning for replacing me, but we're out here with the crowd, which is very exciting. I know everybody was very excited. Hello, NAIC. You're all in the background now, but we all got to hear you very much in that last match. Of course, the OO Kittens doing an amazing job with a 2-point lead comeback, but now we got to move on to two different teams.
Yeah, we have G versus Exile coming up next. Two teams that I think a lot of people have considered maybe potentially the two strongest teams in this bracket. Obviously, G getting top 4 in their tournament yesterday, having a huge showing. Exile burning out very early, not able to make it past the first round of that losers bracket, having a real challenging start to the tournament. I know it was pretty tough on the mental for that team after that loss, but I believe hopefully this time around they'll have gotten their wind back beneath them and have a stronger start today's final stretch.
Yeah, and just as a reminder for everybody who didn't hear it earlier, the way that this worked was that the open qualifying teams that qualified yesterday got to choose their opponents. So naturally, if there's 5 teams that are their opponents they could choose from, the last 2 remaining would be the teams that they don't want to play, right? The process of elimination. So the fact that these 2 teams are the ones that are playing against each other meant that these are the ones that probably the other teams did not want for their first round match. Therefore, I don't want to say we're scared of, but, you know, are respecting them most. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I'm totally on board with that. And now we have to give these teams the respect they deserve from the seasons that they have had. Incredible runs for a lot of these rosters. G, kind of a new formation of an old team, the new look for GT, adding Slash, a 2-time world champion to the roster. Worked out pretty well so far. Top 4 at NA, getting a lot of prize money in yesterday's tournament. But Exile, one of the most consistent rosters we have had all season long in North America.
Yeah, and of course, they have been just barely outside of qualifying. They've been sitting at 4th place as far as points for a very long time. Of course, the top 3 are the ones that matter, especially if one of those teams is the one that ends up winning the free spots, which is exactly what's happened. So now this is their final chance, and it's pretty wild. I mean, these are, like you said, entirely players that we've been seeing the entire season and have been very much in that Worlds qualification running, but one of these teams is going to lose their chance today, here, right now.
And it's a decision of, do we lose it now or do we lose it later, right? This is a single elimination tournament with only one prize available for the first place team. So if you want to qualify for the World Championships, you need to beat any team out of these 8 squads that we have for the final stretch. I honestly, if I'm G or Exile, I'm pretty excited that I get this match out of the way in the first game of the day.
Yeah, it would have been very possible that yesterday would have been their final chance. So this is their absolute last chance, right? It's their final stretch. Yeah, I guess if they lose one game, they'll be on their final stretch. But we got to see who's going to win here, because this is honestly a really big question mark. Like you said, one of the teams that has been the most consistent throughout the entire season versus one of the teams that has really popped off towards the end of the season.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. But we actually have an interview on the stage that's right over there with these 2 squads.
Freaks got it. I'm live? Okay. All right, we are here. Captain's interview to kick this thing off. We are all prepared, as you can tell, per usual. They definitely didn't grab me before I had a chance to button up my vest. We're here. Freak, Noob, Exile, G. 2 teams that weren't picked by any of the final stretch squads to face off today. A little bit of a strategic choice by these final stretch teams to pit you all against each other, have you two cannibalize each other. Exile had a bit of a rough one yesterday, looking for a big bounce back, kind of the outsiders looking in of the top 3 teams. How are you going to make it happen against G?
I think we're ready for the revenge tour. That's what we've been talking about since we got home yesterday. So we're ready. We know we're supposed to be here. We know that we're the 2 best teams. So we win this one, they're going to realize why they shouldn't have picked us.
Hell yes. Egg Noob. I'm not supposed to say that. Egg Noob, you guys got bounced down, and now you got to bounce back. You had a couple solid games yesterday. Exile, again, probably one of the tougher teams in this final stretch, sit in front of you. How you feel?
I'm feeling good, man. You know, the games yesterday really gave us confidence. You know, even though we lost 2-0 to Orange Juicers, game 1 was ours, to be honest. We could have easily won the loser bracket games. I'm really not worried about it.
Not worried about it at all. Here we go. If you make it through this round, who do you want to beat in the final stretch grand finals to take this thing home?
Any of them. Probably Supa. Supa would be pretty cool to play in the grand finals. That'd be sick.
Supa secret team, says Exile. Who you got, Egg Noob, to face off?
The first, the DOL Kittens in grand finals, but they're on the same side.
Well, you gotta beat the brakes off them, so now that you know that's not an option, choose an option. Like, play the game with me here.
I got you, bro. My bad. I wanna face Supa too, because Anon's on it, Zealot's old teammate, a little bit of revenge arc.
Okay, listen. The Super Secret team, you got a lot of work ahead of you because one of these teams wants to take you down to the finals. The final stretch rolls on. Captain's interview is done. Lock it down. Back to the booth.
All right, thank you so much, New Snacks, for getting the opinions of those 2 squads. I'm excited. Revenge tour mentioned?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, throwback. I like it. The repeating themes, but that is what we're going to have to see. And, I mean, we've already talked about these teams so much, but it's cool to hear them actually talking. Also, thinking about the fact that the single elimination tournaments means that there's a possibility that there's just no possibility you can face certain teams in grand finals. Something we haven't had to think about so much this season.
Yeah, exactly. You got to be pretty tactical about how this bracket is going to play out. Do you want to use a strategy that maybe you had planned for a different team? You want to use it early against a different team and give that away? Who knows? At this point, I think there's no more time to keep secrets.
No.
This is the literal final stretch. Let's leave it all out on the battlefield.
Yeah, if you're keeping a secret and you hold it on a little bit too long, you're going to have to hold on to that secret until 2025 probably. So we do not want that to happen. We can to see Team Exile lining up, and like again, this is their last chance for a team that I think a lot of people thought were pretty close to qualifying for Worlds.
And I got to admit, a team that I thought the energy just wasn't behind anymore after taking a loss like that in yesterday's bracket, but to hear Freak on that interview mentioning that they are pumped, all they could talk about last night was the revenge tour. I mean, if you have enough time to plot your revenge, I think you're pretty good at revenge.
I guess so. That is the first step to being good at revenge. It is the
very familiar with the steps of revenge.
Yes, yes.
I'm into this. So Exile on this tour is going to be an exciting team. I think a lot of people have G predicted to win this matchup, but with the energy that Exile is showing on stage, I don't know if anybody can be so sure anymore.
Yeah, they've had some ups and downs for sure throughout this season and throughout even the last few events, so it'll be interesting to see which version of Exile we're really seeing, because when they're locked in, they are locked in. But
no way. He's wearing the World Championships.
Oh, that is a
awesome.
flex. That is absolutely a flex.
Yeah, Slash, great choice, by the way. Slash locking in for this tournament. We were talking so much about his performance yesterday, specifically on the Umbreon, but the defender pool that Slash has brought to the table with Eggnoob moving into the supporter role in this squad has been awesome. And with all the Mr. Mime we've seen, particularly out of Pure on Exile, I think that it's going to be an interesting draft dichotomy between these two teams. Who gets the Mime?
That's true. It's been that for a couple days now, but only with Cast once again in 2024. But the Mime was looking great yesterday.
It was. I particularly am excited to see the top path matchup in this event between OG and Oblivion. There are a lot of different Pokemon that are chosen between those two players. I mean, the top path meta is extremely open right now. So many viable Pokemon to play there. I think Phalanx will most likely receive quite a few bans. However, I think if you're G, you kind of got to worry about the Tyranitar too. Exile definitely played a lot of the Tyranitar, Oblivion making it look pretty solid, but we also saw Metagross coming out of Exile on that top side as well. OG playing a lot of Dodrio in the past in that role, so it is going to be a really complex, I think it's good. Honestly, I'm going to predict it's going to be going the full distance for a Game 3.
All right, that's a pretty heavy prediction, but you do love to see it, especially when it's potentially without a doubt, the last time we're going to see one of these teams this season, but potentially we'll see who, if we can see a little bit further. I do agree particularly that the Metagross pick was really cool to me yesterday. I think that was the first match that we had yesterday. It was very early on, and I was surprised that we didn't see more Metagross over time because that was looking really good. The ideal of it being a counter against the Phalanx that has been so dominant was also looking quite smart, but we'll see if we do end up seeing it picked again. I would certainly love to see it.
Yeah, its early game is strong and it's not, you know? That is the toughest part about that Pokemon. Really, really difficult to make work sometimes. I mean, it's got great secure, but it also takes a long time before you're really terrified if that is a relevant threat. Taking another look at the pick rates that we've seen so far throughout the tournament, 51% of games having Blissey in it. I thought that has been pretty interesting, mostly because we've seen very few supporter bans at all this tournament. So Eldegoss and Hoopa beating out Blissey a little bit, but still impressed with how much Blissey we're seeing. Ooh, win rates, this is cool.
Yeah, this is very cool. Again, shoutouts for all the stats this weekend. Glaceon with 80%. I think that's weighted to a particular player. Are we fair to say that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Trainer kind of crushing it on that Pokemon in particular. Doing very, very well. 80% win rate overall. Metagross, to your credit, 63% win rate. So extremely strong there. Sableye 57, Blastoise at 56. We do not see that Pokemon very much. But Phalanx, I think, the true storyline of this tournament, 76% win rate.
Without a doubt, and even higher just as far as on broadcast. One that I want to point out that we didn't see a single time on broadcast, but is up there is Absol. Who was running Absol?
Shout out Final Stretch.
Yeah, well, clearly there was a team in there, but that was that's a very interesting one. I do hope we could see that from one of these teams. Cramorant as well, really putting in a lot of work, particularly Otter, so that's really cool to see. Sableye, I know we got a particular Sableye fan on our casting crew, but we only got to see it maybe once or twice yesterday. I think it was maybe just one. It's interesting to see. I do hope we can see a little bit more.
Let's talk about Pokemon that we're not seeing on the top of that chart as well. Notably, Blaziken and Gyarados, both not there.
Correct.
Big surprise. I am very shocked about that, but one Pokemon that was also not on there was the Mr. Mime that we have not seen in a minute. Exile definitely starting the tournament with it very, very strong. But let's get into draft of game number 1. Exile going to lead the banning phase off with a Phalanx immediately, and G going to lock in that Blissey. Very surprising to me. Tyranitar going to be taken out by Exile as well. Interesting. Maybe pushing towards that Metagross. I said there weren't that many supporter bans last tournament, or last day of the tournament. I guess I have to retract that already. Blissey and Comfey being the 2 bans on G.
Yeah, we saw one time where there was a team that banned double support, and it may have been G. I do not remember, but they're certainly going for that this time around. And I was seeing, yep, double evolutions. That's great to see, just because it gives you so much of an option for what's going to happen later. You can go any direction with that.
All right, Oblivion going to take the Leafeon. I actually really like that choice within this draft. It removes it from OG's pool at the very least, and a very, very good Leafeon player. So having that option out. Black is going to lock in the Mew. I wonder if we see Zealot and Black swap spots, but who knows where we go later on in the draft. Final 2 selections from Exile. I have heard Exile are going to be trying to play for a little more comfort picks this time around, and Freak is going to lock in that Scizor. Normally we talk about how it's going to be an instant Scyther when we see that Pokemon locked in, but Freak, well, they played the Scizor yesterday, so we might see that repeat.
Yeah, that was it was interesting. I liked the idea, but unfortunately, it just didn't quite work out in a particular situation. They had a really cool comp where they were just playing a super tanky Outlasty comp, but regardless, we have seen this Pokemon do well in some other regions. We'll see how it works out this time around. Simp, on the Cramorant, I want to point that one out, has been a great pick. Cramorant all around.
Simp is an incredible attacker player in the North American region. Was doing really, really well yesterday. I know we were discussing Exile as a commentary team the day before, and I think all of us collectively were saying that Simp is just playing out of their mind. A player that obviously a TCG aficionado as well, if you follow them on socials, but when they're headed into a lobby of Unite, they can really take over a game as an attacker, which I think is a super impressive play for a player that, kind of splits their time between a couple of these games. But now they got to go against G. You see Agnew got that head bob absolutely locked in, but Exile already looking like they're having fun. And I got to admit, that is a great sign to see. It was pretty devastating to see the faces on that team last time around, but now they're all vibes going on that squad. This game number 1 is going to be very, very interesting. Slash getting their Umbreon, the Sylveon being locked in by that team. So many power picks on that squad, but Exile also looking formidable. I mean, we mentioned it, everybody in person, in chat. We got to remember, these two might be the tournament favorites, and they're playing each other in the first round. Keep an eye on these 2 squads, because one of them could be headed to the World Championships.
Yeah, but only one. It's a scary situation, but like you said, I'm excited to see if Exile can be playing a little bit of a better game than they did yesterday with how their morale is looking. Having fun, we've seen, is a big deal for a lot of these teams. We're starting off here, our second set of the day. Exile on the left, G on the right, and the action's already getting started.
Yeah, some early damage from Hoopa within the top side of the map. Torchic trying to contend over this blue buff because they're being invaded by Pure. Early attack on this Phantom into the enemy's central area. So far, no buffs, but definitely slowing down that Blaziken's leveling pace. Eevee going to be scoring. That is Slash trying to get to that level 4 on the Umbreon as quickly as they can, and Scyther chasing down the knockout will be just shy.
Yeah, now we are going to see some early scoring from both sides, which is, we've actually not seen that as much. I mean, I feel like there was definitely an era where we just saw a lot of okay, we're just kind of, we're agreeing that we're both stacking, but we've even seen a lot of shutouts over the past weekend as far as just the first few seconds of the game, which can lead to a lot. It seems very low if you're not really kind of understanding the stacking meta, but seeing like just a 10-6 does kind of lead to what we might be going towards.
Big 4-player crash from G into the bottom path. They're going to get one knockout, but Freak answers back, taking out that Sylveon immediately, and now G has to retreat off that goal zone, only getting 1 stack to their name off of that push, but still a very viable attack on that tier 1.
Ooh, the Hoopa portal's already coming into play as far as mobility. It's something you really like to see early on. But we are going to see a little bit more of like a patient play as we're coming into this next phase of the game.
Yeah, Solar Blade going to be the lock-in for Oblivion as well. Playing that more mid-range Leafeon instead of all in on that Speedster style of dive instead. Going to try to play for a lot of that mid-objective and have a great secure tool in the Solar Blade. And also, of course, instant Solar Blade thanks to the chlorophyll gauge really help out in the early engagements.
Ooh, there's a lot of points going into this Tier 1 goal zone. Very heavy aggression from G. Almost taking it down, actually. Only 11 HP left on this Tier 1, which is a great way for them to start things off. They're going to take a strong lead, but they're also going to continue this aggression all the way into the center area of the enemy team. I mean, this is a lot of aggression from what would start off as a little bit more of a slow game, but look at that HP on the Mew. Extremely, extremely low. The beam catching just barely, and they realize where they are, catching that KO.
Yeah, early knockout is going to be huge there. 103 points already in for G. You were talking about early scoring. I think G definitely are locking into that specific strategy right now. Awesome work from them to get that early advantage. And Exile trying to catch up at the moment. Regieleki could be a great way to do that. We say that dive, air slash, working down the Regieleki HP as quickly as they can. Exile, all hands on deck, going to take that objective.
They need to kind of fight back into this as far as the aggression. I mean, they just suffered so much early on, and that Regieleki is definitely, I would say, a good start. Again, sometimes the best thing about taking Regieleki is that you don't have to deal with it, right? Yeah. And then it gives you a little bit more space. It's going to take a few seconds for them to deal with it, even if they're all there defending. And so Exile able to at least stop a little bit of that momentum in that way. But they've got to farm up. They've got to find their kind of footing. We do see the highest level in the game on that Blaziken, which of course is already past that power spike where it is going to get its essentially maximum effect. This is the biggest power spike. Oh, the Unite coming out!
Yeah, Black not able to escape even with the eject button. The green illusion dive from Scyther is going to take that KO. But a great response there by Zealot on this Sylveon. A KO streak at 2, Mystical Fire dodges the Horn Leech with that very Frolic, and now 4 players of G are living on Exile's Tier 1 goal zone. Even more scores going to rain in. The Leafeon KO'd immediately. Exile really struggling to win these team fights. They're getting great starts to these matches, getting these fights to be 1v2s or 2v3s in their favor, but in the end, it's G turning around these fights often.
Yeah, and I love the fact that G was willing to break that Tier 1 go zone on bottom with a pretty small overdunk just because they wanted to make sure they had this positioning advantage. They had the ability to continue this aggression. Everything about this is seeming very, very intentional, right? We do like to see usually teams, they'll hold on for quite a bit, unless it's like maybe right before an objective, which it kind of is, but you can tell exactly what G's going for in this situation, just making sure that everything as far as the momentum is still continuing in their favor.
Yeah. Man, I'm not going to lie, this early part of the success for G, I feel it has to be depending on this draft. Exile going with a very, very interesting strategy. So much presence on this Leafeon that they're giving up Pokemon like the Mew, the Sylveon, the Umbreon, the Blaziken. I mean, G really kind of getting every credit that they would ever want. And that's why we're seeing such a strong early game push.
His Regieleki is being aggressed by G. There's a chance for Exile to try and steal it, but they're just slightly out of range. We're going to definitely have to deal with that Solar Blade, and they did not deal with the Solar Blade. Of course, now one of the strongest, I would say, commonly picked secures in the game, but they're going to continue to fight. We do see the Fairy Frolic come out from the Sylveon, but it's not going to be able to get that much mileage. It's being chased down by its Evolution brethren, and this Regieleki is still somewhat being pushed in. The defense is getting a little bit difficult, although we are going to see the new Unite to try and counter.
Yeah, ooh, finally the Blaziken is brought down, and now they're all falling. Exile winning that team fight simply with a KO streak of 2. This Cramorant has been so impactful, and they break the goal zone before the Regieleki can land. It only has 8 points to score on its own, and I don't think it's going to make it towards that Tier 2, but still opening up that pathway, absolutely huge for Exile.
Yeah, that brings them into very much scoring distance. You know, like 100, well, actually they got a few more points on bottom as we said that, but you know, like 40 points was, it's not much, right? Like, I mean, it's not a big lead as far as things go. That's 1 back cap's difference, but now especially, they're very, very close. I feel like they've officially very much fought their way back in here, and their levels are now ahead, especially, like you said, after that Reggie.
Yeah, ooh, I don't think Sim's going to be able to get past that Draining Kick thanks to the Cotton Guard. They too. Scyther will take out the Sylveon, and yet another one falls. very aggressive push from G to try to take some of that wild Pokemon. An amazing punish by Exile. Again, all of them fighting as a full 5. Simp gets low, retreats back to the team. G chases just a little bit too far, and Exile, little by little, have been catching up in this match.
This is looking good for them as far as just the momentum. They've also got the ability to be very, very scary late game. I mean, the thing about these teams is that neither of them have super heavy scaling in general, but the damage once we get to that late game from Exile is going to be just ridiculous. Already we're starting to see Scyther, of course, can have gigantic damage. You can see Cramorant have gigantic damage. They just took that pick. They're going to back up. They're actually maybe just giving up this Regieleki. They could kind of go back in for the fight, but I think they might be happy with what they've got. We're just a few seconds away from the final stretch. This Regieleki will be taken at a pretty good time, and yeah, they are giving it up completely for free, so we may see that go in, although that did in the last set mean quite a bit. Of course, it's very different teams, different situation, but it was going into a tier 2 on top.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anybody that can really afford to try to make that back cap and get that score and get away scot-free on the composition. Yeah, Dodrio having the easy access to. Maybe Blaziken wants to go on that flank, but it would be a pretty huge risk to try to make that happen, especially with Cramorant, Trevenant, and Leafeon all waiting around that Rayquaza to try to take it out as quickly as they possibly can. Exile playing for that top side of the map, trying to out-rotate G, find their way to the back line, see if they can get an early KO on Sylveon or maybe force out the Hoopa Unite early. That is always the biggest target focus against a Hoopa composition. You can force out that Hoops Unbound before the enemy team wants to use it. You're in a great spot.
Oh, but there is going to be an initiation here. Umbreon getting extremely low, is going to be able to go back through that portal, get the reset, but that's going to be a sign for Exile that they can go in, make that push, and they are going to be starting off with that offense. They're in a position now to potentially hit Rayquaza if they wanted to. I don't think they're going to burn it down quite yet. They're looking for that first big jump, and the reset, the Unite around the reset, not going to be enough as our first member of Exile goes down.
Yeah, great little mini fight by Slash to outplay Freak in that situation, using the Moonlight Brance to make sure they take out the Scyther, even mid-Unite move. Black with a super aggressive push. I love that. Is able to take out Simp, takes out their attacker counterpart, using the Mystical Mirage, normally a very defensive Unite move, in a very aggressive way. Pushes out all of Exile, and now G have all the space they could ever want. They do have Blaziken security utilized. They gotta watch out though. Leafeon and Scyther are still viable threats, and now G are kind of becoming hesitant around this team fight.
I am so scared. Well, never mind. There we go. Now I'm a little bit or a lot less scared, but still the chance of the flip is there. It looks like it will be going G's side, though. In a scary situation, the secure on their team is strong. They had Mew, they had Blaziken, but still, it's always going to be a little bit scary. I was not okay with it before they took down that Leafeon, but as soon as they got that KO, they knew that that was their chance. They didn't want to let it go, and they're going to continue on to build this lead.
Yeah, OG gets a KO streak at 2 there, but we're also didn't channel overheat towards the Rayquaza.
Yes.
I mean, stressing me out, I'm sure stressing the team out, but G are going to be starting this series 1-0 over Exile after they win that final team fight and put themselves on match point.
A very important match point as well. Like we said, G being the top team as far as placements in yesterday's tournament, they're certainly looking to go far this time around, and they did hold on control most of that match. I felt like Exile really had an opportunity to fight back at a point, right? Certainly within the mid-ish game, but it just seemed like the start and the end were entirely in the control of G.
Yeah. Some interesting stats I want to talk about, and you see a Black popping off there, the player I wanted to talk about a lot. Mew has been their most played Pokemon throughout the regional qualifier. So the regional qualifier to try to make it into that top 8, and then of course the group stage as well. Some interesting stats, damage and KOs kind of roughly around the board of the group average. However, the stat they really emerge on is the assists. The average Mew assists per game are about 6, where Black CH is actually averaging 3 more than that at 9 assists per game on the Mew. So a very supportive player, always trying to land multiple Pokemon in one Surf or Solar Beam, and is really supporting the squad in that way. And I think we're starting to see that happen on screen. However, it was a bit of a solo hero moment in that final fight when they aggressed on the Mew into the enemy side. I loved that. And oh gee, why are you not overheating?
Yes,
So
I know.
stressed in that
There
moment.
were a lot of really scary things about that final moment. I kind of felt like I just wanted to shut them out of my mind, but for how much of a lead I think G had in that moment, it became very tense for a few short seconds. But they were able to close it out. That's the important thing.
Yeah.
You can see the team very, very pumped. They know that they've got a great chance, honestly, to qualify for Worlds, and they would be one of the biggest, I don't want to say like upset teams, but one of the most recent teams to form to qualify for Worlds if they were to. So it's a little bit, I would say, surprising-ish, but obviously we know they're amazing players. We can see our player of the game, an amazing player on an amazing team, OG on G.
And going double stacking on the Blaziken, not a super popular build on that Pokemon in particular. Oftentimes we see something like weakness policy maybe make its way into the held item rotation, but attack weight and Aeos Cookie work very well for OG. By the way, playing the Blaziken almost entirely in the bottom path to start this game. Really trying to get some levels early, and they knew that everybody's going to be rotating the top for some of those first fights, so try to work your way in there.
And maybe if everybody's stacking on top, you just stack on bottom. You know, you're like, they won't expect
Attacker Blaziken.
The opposite, yeah, Attacker Blaziken. Hey, I mean, it's got some range, right? It can kind of do that. Wasn't being a secure Blaziken at the end, so you gotta do what you gotta do. No, I'm just kidding. The big thing there was the KO on the Leafeon for sure. But G now up one game, and you can tell they feel good. I feel like since they've formed, they've been a real kind of like momentum team where they just always seem pumped. They always seem excited. They just feel like they have so much behind them, and it really shows in their gameplay, right?
Yeah.
Like they play pretty aggressively. They really enjoy being the ones that control the pace of the match, and it just kind of all meshes together. I'm really liking where they're at as a team.
And they're clutch in those moments too. You know, and I think Slash is the one that I can talk about the most in that. You know, we had that situation where Freak gets a perfect engage on the Scyther. Basically, that's how you would draw it up with that green illusion dive, and is able to take that KO, but just comes just shy as Slash able to unite move and hold down that 1v1. Awesome to see. But now we're going into game 2, and Exile actually deciding to be in second pick position after losing that first game. Once the orange side, G gonna stick it out with the Comfey ban. If they ban that Blissey again, it will be a repeat for the side of G.
Ooh, and yep, the Tyranitar ban, which you were talking about it, you know, it could be potentially scary, but of course, I'm not sure. I actually think we're going to see something different from Exile. We're going to see the Sylveon ban, the Hoopa ban, so we're seeing double support ban just in a different way.
Yeah, I think you have to grab Phalanx here in this situation. Yeah, you do. The problem is, I think you give up Blissey. Yeah, at this point in time. You could run Eldegoss or Blissey, both those very, very good options. But if you're Exile, you have a chance to really force the enemy onto the specific support you want, and you are not going to allow them to have that Phalanx Blissey combination.
Yeah, so I expect that we might be seeing the Metagross again. It seems like a very confident pick. Oh yeah, wow. We're
very early Meowscarada lock-in. Interesting, yeah. Zilla can play this either in the top path or the central area. Viable Pokemon for either path. So I'm very curious where they play, but I'm sorry, I cut you off. What were you mentioning?
Oh, no, I was just going to say that the Metagross pick early yesterday was really confident, I think, into Phalanx in particular, and now it's looking like I might be wrong. It looks like they might be going the path of the Venusaur, which is something that we've seen from a lot of teams, and quite honestly, despite the fact that on paper it's really good, I think we've seen the Phalanx come out on top most of the time against the Venusaur counter picks.
Yeah, it's true. I was talking to a few players off camera just who were playing in the final stretch, or actually I was talking to Orange Juice a little bit about it too, but that Phalanx versus Venusaur matchup, it feels like Venusaur is maybe the only natural counter. The thing about Metagross' Gyro Ball is it can only get it has a maximum amount of Pokemon that it can gain shields from. So the whole Phalanx crowd is actually too much anyways. So it's not like you're getting even more value, exponential. Venusaur one of the only that's getting exponential value. So I think Venusaur a decent option, but Phalanx just does so much damage that if you can't heal the Venusaur in time, it might only get 1 Giga Drain off in that fight, and that's not enough for Venusaur to continue that entire team fight. But we are going to have Simp take the Alolan Ninetales. Now, I like this for one particular reason, because Exile mentioned that one of their strategies going into today is playing the comfort picks that they know they are confident on. And just have a little bit of fun, lock in what you have spent so much time mastering over a competitive Unite season. Even though Sim's Cramorant was great, I do think Alolan Ninetales is one of the Pokemon that immediately comes to mind when I think of that player. So I really do like locking in this comfort option for Exile.
Yeah, Alolan Ninetales just in general has been not a bad pick, right? We've seen a few different teams really commit to trying it out in these competitive tournaments over the past, I don't know, several months. I'm kind of a little bit further than that. Been very rare, but it was a Pokemon that was in the meta for so long that I feel like a lot of the, especially like special attacker players, are just really good at that Pokemon. I mean, another player that was like that, well, actually, we've got a lot of them on in this particular tournament. Now that I think about it, we've got like all the good Alolan Ninetales players. Yeah. But okay, we've got a lot of them. We'll talk about them when they come up. But I do feel like every once in a while we see it brought out, and it sometimes it works quite well. Sometimes it doesn't work as well. But like you said, the comfort picks are a big deal.
It's an extremely strong pathing Pokemon. It is so difficult to try to stack into an Alolan Ninetales. Those freeze effects make it really hard to get value and escape in situations. So we are going to see Alolan Ninetales really find its impact in the early moments of this game, especially because Exile have the opportunity to give it the blue buff and immediately evolve into Alolan Ninetales before it even steps foot on a goal zone. Well, you shouldn't be a little bit, but you get it.
Well, yeah. Right now, though, we are starting this off with no particular invasions. We've seen a lot of invasions recently, but these teams kind of playing chill. Although this is an invasion.
This kind of counts. Yeah.
It actually, I mean, it evolved. It got exactly what it wanted. Just a particularly rare way to actually go about that.
Yeah, Phalanx is going to be able to defend their own Flux Zone and get that KO, as poor Chansey from Neon is just going to be going down in that scenario. Leafeon checking that Tall Grass with the Solar Blaze constantly. I think Oblivion's Leafeon was very, very solid in that last game, so I don't hate having it run back at all. However, we are going to need to see it find some bigger KOs, I think, in the final fight if it really wants to have an impact.
And this is looking like a very scary situation for Exile on this bottom path. But I will say, once we get the evolution to the Trevenant, this is a very scary path. However, they might just focus on this path to make sure that it doesn't even become a problem. We're already down to 31 HP on that first Tier 1 gold zone, and they're getting their points, they're backing up. We are eventually, oh my goodness, barely the very maximum range on that Solar Blade was able to get that KO.
Oh, that was so tough. Egnoob having a really tough choice of who to throw the Pollen Puff onto in that second instance, and they decided on the Meowscarada because the Alolan Ninetales was doing damage, but I don't think anyone expected Oblivion to make the long flank all the way to the bottom path and earn that KO. So Exile having a decent start in terms of the KOs that were, of course, matched by G, who got that early KO on the enemy support, and G holding the point lead as well.
Pretty high point lead for how early we are in this match. Going to the 8-minute spawns. We'll see if they actually fight about it. It doesn't seem like we're going to see a lot of early fights. There's some really strong poke on both sides, and so the first big initiation is going to be really hard, I think, for either team. They're really going to want to catch out people with stuff like the Solar Blade, right? Or if they can catch somebody a little bit close, something like a Wood Hammer or something from the Alolan Ninetales, that's going to be their opportunity. But as you can see, they're kind of just poking each other, trying to see what they can find, backing up. Yeah, they do not want to be a part of that damage.
Yeah, not at all. I am really excited to see at level 6 what Slash decides to elect for their move choice. If you're going to go Snarl or Wish in this scenario, Snarl looks pretty decent to enable a few of your other damage dealers. However, the Pollen Puff healing in combination with Wish healing is extremely strong, especially when you're just trying to put this hyper carry Phalanx to work.
I think my biggest fear would be there's a lot of burst damage on the side of Exile. We'll see.
Ooh, okay, sell it.
Or Zealot, I still want to call them that 100% until they change the name.
All right, I'm still calling him Zealot. Great pushes there. Oh, well done. The foul play by Slash, able to hold down the goal zone for now. The squad of Exile trying to spread out as much as they can to get these goals in the face of defender Umbreon, and finally Slash will go down. Exile able to get in quite a few scores. I think the scariest of which will be that Trevenant stacking up on those stacking items.
And Black CH 1v1ing the Registeel for a little bit. Finally get some help from OG, but that is completely uncontested. That was a very long time to take that, as we're seeing G just take control of the objective. Right now, Exile just kind of focusing on farming in the center area, in their own central area, and nobody dealing with the Regieleki, which is a little bit surprising. We've seen a lot of priority of that so far recently, and the fact that neither team wants to do anything to do with it right now, pretty surprising.
Honestly, great call by Exile because they knew this push was coming. However, However, the Simp does go down first in that fight. A very small score from Slash, but it puts that goal zone at an extremely low threshold. Moonlit Francis going to be pushing that Leafeon back. OG tries to finish that KO, but Oblivion just dodges the way and returns for the revenge. Now we have Freak trying to chase down with this Pedal Drain Venusaur. Pushed away for a moment, but now it seems that the fight will finally temper out.
Yeah, back to this kind of pokey game. It's been really hard for a lot of these pushes to fully work, but there's another push happening up top. The Regieleki was finally taken. Only 2 members of G able to kind of try to assist that in, and I think they start to realize that they are not going to be able to push that in. I mean, that's usually how it goes, right? They're just going to say, okay, well, we'll see if there's an opportunity, but at the very minimum, we want to get a little bit more vision, and we'll see how much space we're getting. And there's only 7 HP left in this bottom tier 1. They want it, but they want to KO first.
Yeah, we have the Dustable formation trying to chase down and earn a knockout. Instead, we're going to overdunk with a point of 1 to break that goal zone as quickly as we can. You can still overdunk on the top side if at all possible, but wanting to take that break as quickly as they can and get some more space on the map to work with. Regieleki buff still available on the top side of the map. Looks like Zealot might try for a late score, maybe even a KO on a Simp if they get the opportunity, but an immediate retreat. Too many wild Pokemon that if you don't take them, Exile's going to.
Yeah, and then also maybe trying to get a little bit of their center area Pokemon and then kind of rotate bottom before it's a little bit too late to fight for this basement Reggie, which does look like it's going to happen. They could meet in that center half as they're both kind of coming down the same direction without those speedsters from either team. But this is going to be one of the first major big team fights where almost everybody's there, no Phalanx, but everybody else is around.
Great early poke damage from Black. Eggnoob on a huge flank on the Eldegoss, trying to push into the enemy squad. Gone and Cloud Crash, going to hit a few targets. Sell it with a big Unite move. Venusaur also dropping there, but it's a Alolan Ninetales that's going to take the Regirock. Black trying to do some damage to see if they can turn some of the KOs in their favor, but not a single one has fallen in G's way yet. Exile taking down member by member. Currently a KO streak of 2 for Freak's Venusaur, and finally OG joins the fray. Black is here as well. This dynamic duo has been playing together for years, and it's working together very well right now.
That was amazing coordination. The Unite coming out from Black CH into the Surf, into the full set of KOs. That was just a great way to turn things around from what was a pretty bad situation, and now we're seeing a ton being dunked in the bottom tier 2 of Exile. A great way to turn that around, realizing how much space they have. They've got to get away now, although in the meantime it looks like OG was taking some of the center EXP from Exile. They might get a little bit more. They don't have to be too, I think, afraid of this tree. Actually, the tree has to be really afraid of them getting chopped down very quickly. However, finally, this is going to be a 3v6, and unfortunately, the 6 only has a powerful one.
Yeah, that Simp and Freak duo with the Venusaur and the Alolan Ninetales is just too much damage to contend with. I do like that early push that we saw towards that tier 2, though, with Slash pushing all the way up there. You have really low points in pocket. It's a very easy score to get and immediately retreat. It's not like Exile can really contend to stop that goal zone push. So I like that from G. You had a really tiny overdunk on that bot side. You need those points at this moment.
Black CH almost going down to wild Pokemon. Not actually, but looking very low in that center area. It's a little bit scary. We are past the point where they could possibly get KO'd. Everybody's just farming. It looks like we're trying to just get some EXP before the final stretch. Only a few seconds on the spawn for the basement Reggie. I think both teams would have to really heavy commit if they wanted to take that. I don't think we're going to see either. We very much could, but we're actually going to be going for a different objective down here. The Umbreon that's getting caught out just barely, but able to escape. I cannot believe they did not get KO'd. Wow. Everybody, though, will be actually trying to focus on this basement Reggie. I don't know if there's enough time with everybody down here in the entire game.
It's a Regirock buff. A defense is huge, especially when you have to contend with Solar Blade. It's one of my favorite buffs to have when an enemy is a Leafeon. In that situation, you can negate a bit of that burst damage and hopefully, you know, be able to fight a little longer. However, like you mentioned, neither team going to go for that play, but watch OG on that mini-map on the Phalanx going on a big flank. However, they are caught. Freak is able to find the Phalanx, and of course, that natural predator in the Petal Dance Giga Drain Venusaur is going to be constantly chasing them down.
Always so fun to see Phalanx running away from somebody because they just trail behind and you can hit them from so far behind. But oh my goodness, that's a very far forward Eldegoss, and they're actually going to use that opportunity to counter engage. We're going to see Umbreon get very low. Slash has been doing such a great job on that Umbreon, though, not getting KO'd. Managing to stay in a great situation. The Venusaur comes out along with quite a few other Unites all at the same time. There's going to be a 1v1 up top where we are going to see Phalanx just barely escape. Actually, both of them only with 1 HP, but 2 members down on G3 on Exile. In the meantime, they've only got 1 attack attacker and a Trevenant up on Exile, but they're trying to take down this Rayquaza. Maybe it's a little bit of a bait, but coming in, Black CH getting the big KO, preventing the damage from Exile to be able to control the situation as we're starting to see OG come back in.
And Black had 2 KOs before that moment as well. This Mew has been absolutely crushing it. Love to see Black playing with this level of confidence. Pure still trying to defend this Rayquaza, honestly trying to make sure that it doesn't fully heal back up to full because G currently had the point lead, but it is so slight. Any back cap will really make this game totally twist around. OG had not used the Dust Devil formation yet, so they could chase down the Alolan Ninetales, but great push away by Sim to hold them back.
The Rayquaza is getting very low. This could come down to a flip. There's members of both teams around, and it's going to go to G just barely. Meowscarada getting the confirm. There are still, though, a ton of members up for Exile. Only 22 seconds left, though. They're going to have to do something to make it a miracle if they want to win, and it doesn't look like they're even going to attempt it. Too many members up with shields from G, and they're just going to take off their headsets, put down their controllers, and G will be moving forward in our bracket.
Fantastic battle between these two squads, it really was, but Black CH's Mew in that matchup, absolutely unbelievable. And from top 4 in yesterday's tournament to now top 4 in the final stretch, G gonna be moving on to play DOL Kittens in that next round.
Oh, that's going to be an incredible match, but well earned from G. And you can see exactly what I was saying. You can see right here, they're just having such a good time, right? They're just running off of their own energy as a team. They feel like they just really gelled together. Of course, a lot of these players playing on similar teams, but something about their current iteration just feels like they're just enjoying it. And that's such a big deal, right? Being able to have fun, being able to be there to just play with your friends, and that's exactly what we're seeing from this team that I think has an amazing chance of going to Honolulu.
And I think OG has found a new top path monster to really master. And Phalanx has been so strong for them. I want to see the numbers of this last game though, because some big moments were had across the series. Black CH with those 4 KOs, 3 assists, but OG, 8 knockouts on that Phalanx, even with the Venusaur on the other side. Freak having an amazing game on the Venusaur, though. Was level 14 before that Rayquaza emerged. Was truly fitting the bill of that raid boss Venusaur.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is good, but once again, we mentioned this before, I mean, actually doing a ton of damage, of course, but it just doesn't seem like it's enough. Phalanx is such a monster. I cannot believe it's still getting through drafts. But honestly, on the side of G, we got to talk about every single person. I mean, Zealot was making some amazing plays, obviously able to secure Rayquaza, but just throughout the entire game.
The best Meowscaradas looked all weekend.
Yes,
easy.
Almost, yeah. I feel like there's been like a few games that's been pretty good, but this has been great across the board from Zealot the entire game. Every single member of their team in that last game in particular, I felt like really got a great chance to show off their strengths, and they are, again, looking just so incredibly powerful. I feel like they're running off of so much momentum, and they're just going to continue on.
Yeah, and of course, they have to go up against the Kittens, which looked amazing of our first game on stage. That's going to be quite the matchup. That'll be happening a little bit later today, but I do think a lot of people, when watching G, expect this team to go all the way.
I do think that's the same as well. Of course, one final shout out to Exile. This will be the last time that we see them this season. So 2 teams out now and 6 remain. They were so close to qualifying, but not quite.
All right, well, we got an interview on stage with Dupe Snacks and Black CH. Let's send it on over to the main stage.
I am Dupe Snacks, that's Black CH with G. How you feel?
I feel amazing. My mind is a temple. I have inner peace, man. I'm securing everything. Oh my God.
That Mew play from yesterday to today has been lights out. Point of order, you told me before this interview started that I need to unbutton one more button on my shirt. I've got you, brother. No problem. There you go. Oh, I'm going to do 2. We're doing 2. Look how low that is. Okay, Black, talk to me here. You've been kind of the coach for GT for a bit, helping other teams through. Finally, you're finding yourself on stage, and you're now 2 matches away from qualifying for the World Championships, taking one of those home with you. You said your mind is a temple. Your inner peace is found. How's the rest of the team feeling?
Oh, man, we are so locked in. All of them are doing amazing. Zealot is finally locked in, man. Oh, my God, Zealot.
I mean, that Meowscarada play out of Zealot yesterday and today has been terrific. Let's talk about Black CH and the Mew play. Nobody expected this dialed in of a Mew from Black CH, but like you said, you are securing everything. What's been the game changer for you?
I mean, I have worked with Stockings so much, you know, like 2 years. Like, I got to learn something from the Mew, you know.
Stockings, the GOAT. Big shout out to Stockings without a doubt. Black CH, before you and I have to kick rocks, I'm going to give you a chance to say one more thing. We got fans in the stands with signs with your name on it. What can you say to all those beautiful people out there?
I love you so much, guys. You are everything for me, like everything. Like, thank you so much, everyone. The Pokemon Unite community, everyone. Like, everyone's so great. Thank you for coming, guys.
Say thank you for coming.
Thanks for coming, guys.
That's where we're going to leave it, back in the booth.
Line is God tier. I mean, we are getting incredible stage lines. This is sweet.
You can see, though, they're feeling so good. And you can just tell by their play. I know I just keep saying it, but it's so hard to defeat a team that is just having fun like that.
Yeah.
And, I mean, obviously, we've been talking about it a lot. I think that's some of the best I've ever seen Black CH play. Like,
yeah, and Zealot's finally locked in. Their words.
That was so funny. I was cracking up. There are a lot of fans, though, for G in the crowd. A lot
it's
of
awesome.
them.
It's early in the morning. Obviously, people are still trickling in, but we have a awesome Pokemon Unite community here in person to cheer on these squads for this event. And of course, one of those players that people are losing their minds over is OG. On this Phalanx, so unbelievably strong. Running that Razor Claw attack weight Curse Bangle. I see a lot of players lock in the scope lens on Phalanx as well to try to get a few more critical hits with that Iron Head no retreat composition. However, OG really liking that anti-heal opportunity with the Curse Bangle.
Yeah, the healing stoppage, of course. But the combination between OG and Black was like, that was it. They were just so good at combining their powers, and that's something that we do see a lot from Mew, is that sometimes it can have some trouble getting some KOs because, you know, it's not the damage that it once was. That's why we see so many assists from that player stat that you had earlier. But the combination of that with somebody that's going to do a lot of damage like Phalanx, and we just saw them just get so many coordinated KOs, the triple. It was amazing.
Yeah, it was awesome to see. I'm really happy that we're going to get to see more of G later on in today's tournament because they look unbelievably strong. They look like a team that could absolutely qualify for the World Championships. We've already seen a few of those rosters play today, and we're only halfway through the first rounds of today's tournament. Reminder, everybody, single elimination all the way through today of our top 8. Win or go home, and the matches are going to be raging on all day long, so make sure to stay tuned in. We're going to be jumping to a very short break. More Final Stretch right after this.
What is good, everybody? Doob Snacks here. You're on the Sky on AOS Island, and I'm bringing you another edition of Snacks with Snacks. This time, we're gonna eat some of this Cajun food. So jumping straight in here, we've got this plate, of course, fried oysters. A little something about old snacks. I love raw oysters, I love fried oysters. Oysters are terrific always. I do prefer raw oysters over fried oysters. I'm gonna give this solid 8 out of 10. We got beans, collard greens here. Black-eyed peas, I personally really enjoy. Let's see how good these are. Collard greens, black-eyed peas were terrific. I'm gonna say 6.5 for both. Serve a similar purpose. So let's get into the jambalaya here. Crushing this jambalaya. So far, sits at a 7. Pretty good. Wish it had a little bit more zip, personally. I'm gonna say 7. 6.75, 7. Somewhere in that wheelhouse. A nice bowl of gumbo here. We're just gonna get right into that. Woo! Look at that girthy specimen. I did enjoy the gumbo more than the jambalaya. I'm gonna give this a 7.5. Was it better than oysters though? We'll put it on par. We'll say 8. Now, classic red beans and rice. How fast can I eat this whole plate? Is it a race? No. Am I gonna make it? Yes. On. Another fat dubski for old Doob Snacks. Okay. All right, crawfish. Let's crack one of these open, right? Bend it to the middle. I'm pretty sure you just put your 2 thumbs here. Bang. Get that out of there. All right, last thing you gotta do. 10 out of 10. Best item I've had so far. I'm gonna take this with me. Would recommend to anyone. Now, it's beignet time, dessert time. I think it's a solid 8 on a different axis than the fried oysters. 8.5 out of 10 is where I'll land, I think. These are amazing. I'm so fortunate to get to eat all this stuff. And this brings us to the end of the game. We all know at the end of the game, we know what time it is. It's time for Hundo Burger. That's been the New Orleans edition of Snacks with Snacks.
Here we are. The Pokémon UNITE Championship Series rages on in New Orleans, live at NAIC. This is the final stretch. The final team heading to Worlds will be decided today. There we are. Hey, everybody. I'm Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw. And I'm joined by the one and only broadcast bandito, Noob Snacks.
What's poppin', Slime? I feel pretty good. I'm excited. I mean, just the way DOL Kittens kicked this day off with that absolute razor-thin margin win just to start us off the day, game one. This thing rages on. We just had G and Exile square off, our two teams that were in the NA Regional Finals top 8 yesterday, dropping down here, had to pit against each other. G moves on. But we still have more quarterfinals matches to get through. Every single one of these matters. If you lose, you are donezo.
Yeah, which is so unbelievably exciting. Super secret team. I don't know anything about them. They're doing such a great job being a super secret team against Ignorance. And of course, Team YT versus Nihao. You saw a lot of these squads yesterday, right? We saw G, Exile, Brave, Virtus. Teams we didn't see. Team YT, super secret team, DOL Kittens. They came from that big open bracket here at the final stretch. They've had to claw their way through this tournament. And one of these teams will be that wild card slot, that last chance qualifier to Worlds. It's going to be incredible. We have got an interview. I think it's right up there on stage. Like, can we touch Zoinks? Is he there? Where is he?
That's an angle.
Oh, Chef.
Yeah, you cannot touch Zoinks because he's not up here, but you can try. He might be somewhere around. Regardless, they set me up here to talk to the better chef, Soup Chef from Ignorance, and then Anon from Super Secret Team. We've got our captains here, and they are going to be playing in their next match. But I've got to ask you some questions. First of all, Soup Chef, did you give them the permission to use the word soup in their name?
No, and for that reason, we're going to have to take them out, you know.
I think that's fully understandable. And then I'm going to ask you a little bit more of a serious question, Anon. Why did you choose Ignorance to go up against round one?
We just felt that we had the best matchup towards them, and that we have a pretty even matchup.
All right, all right. Do you two teams have any experience playing against each other outside of it?
I mean, we played against Anand's old team, God Squad, a lot, but this team is kind of new. We haven't played against them, I don't think.
All right. So, do you have the experience just as a player against these players? Does that what helped you decide this?
Yeah, a lot of it came from that. We've played them for probably 2 years now, which is really good.
Oh yeah, classic team. All right, so any final words to each other? We talked about this before. You're not allowed to be nice to each other. It's against the rules. They were actually, unfortunately, nice off stream, so we're going to have to disqualify them both. But you know what? We'll let that one go. Any final words to your opponents?
Yeah, let's leave it all on the field, you know.
At the end of the day, the better team will win.
All right, this is getting serious here, but one team's going to move forward, one's going to go home. Thank you two so much. Good luck, and we'll send it back to the casters for this awesome set.
Thank you very much, Wonder Chef. I'm sorry I can't grab him from all the way over, but I'm getting pretty close. I'm really excited. One thing I love is watching these two team captains, and then they both get sort of a little when their eyes match trainer moment, you know, where they're like, the best team will always win. You know, like I love that.
I also love that. I am shocked that nobody since your first captain's interview has said, shake it out.
Shake it out. Hey,
shake it out.
Shake it out.
Shake it out.
Shake it out and get ready for a good one because we got an exciting match coming at you. Every match today is win or go home. There's no losers bracket here, okay? There's only the winners bracket, and there's only going to be one winner heading to Worlds. You could be watching your world champion right now qualified in the craziest way possible. One of my favorite things when they started talking about an event like this, I always feel like you want a great mix of course, the best, most consistent teams throughout the year, and then you want that one team that just came together and can make it happen.
Well, if you've been following the UCS or at least are around the scene whatsoever in a competitive aspect, you're going to recognize a lot of these names. Super SP sitting right in the middle there holding that Lugia. And of course, we got to speak to Anon. No mystery there. We've seen them on scrapping around, of course. And then Azmat is another player that's been around the block since UCS Season 1.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with Russ, too. I feel like I've seen Russ a decent amount. Tie-Dye, I can't wait to see him play here at NAIC. Obviously, these players are getting ready up on the big stage. We talked about this a lot yesterday.
Yes.
So many players up on this stage. The final stretch took place in, this separate Unite area where we had all these stations set up, all these teams kind of running through these games. But now they're under the big lights. They have massive monitors, they have the cameras right in their face, and it changes a lot.
It really does, but a team that is now starting to get used to that exposure is Ignorance. Kind of the power of friendship squad has been together for a long time. These 5 players started off as a trio and a duo queue that just kind of met up and became rank ladder demons, and then really made a big splash UCS Season 2 and find themselves in the top 4 of NA, and we're like, okay, we got to start paying attention to Ignorance, and of course, best gamer tags going.
They have some of the best tags out there. Also, I don't know if you saw Gooper's picture, their absolute hair goals.
I mean,
unbelievable.
Amazing set of lettuce on that kid.
Incredible. I'm so excited to see these two teams go at it. Obviously, Ignorance, they were in our bracket yesterday. Like you were saying, they're up on this stage. They've been there before. They actually looked pretty dang good yesterday,
they did.
Too. Taking down Exile. So I'm interested to see how this is going to shake out. It's tough. Any team that these teams pick to go against, you're looking at one of the best teams in NA that just didn't make the cut, right? So whether you're going up against G, you pick Brave Birders, whatever you pick, you're going up against a serious squad.
Yeah, absolutely. If I'm Super Secret team here, and I'm looking across the way, you need to dial in on Neon, because Neon was in the zone. Anon, of course, the captain, and we're going to take a look at Goopiter. I will always like to say when Goopiter and Soup Chef are moving to Soup and Goop connection, because this team has that synergy built in.
Take a look at this. Main Pokemon Buzzwole, main Pokemon Inteleon on the other side. We have not seen a ton of Buzz, but actually I think the couple times we saw it, it was looking pretty good. It feels like everyone dropped Buzz pretty hard. A little slow to pick up Phalanx, but now I think it's on everyone's radar. I doubt we see too much of it today. It's probably going to get banned out a ton.
It rightfully should be.
Yes.
I mean, even when you're bringing you mentioned it yesterday, it's hard counter in Petal Drain Giga Dance Venusaur. Did I say that right? Petal Dance, Giga Drain, Venusaur? I did. It's the hard counter because of how many ticks and resets it gets on the heels when you Giga Drain on the Phalanx, the Donk, and all the dinks. trigger that and get you that HP back. So it becomes really tough to battle face to face with a Venusaur. However, teams are cleverly positioning their Phalanx so that it can take advantage of what Giga Drain Pedal Dance Venusaur does, which is because it fights up front, if you force a fight on the Venusaur, it starts to using all its stuff, and it is losing HP over time, and you just have Phalanx kind of sandbag its way into the fight. We saw it happen multiple times in the game between G and Exile. The Phalanx would just wait, and OG would show up last, and then it would just get KO Streak of 3 and just run through the team.
The other thing that will happen with that Venusaur, you'll notice if they don't hit that first Giga Drain, like if they're caught flat-footed, the Phalanx jumps out, because this Iron Head No Retreat has this kind of crazy amount of range that it can close very fast, and it can pop out in some surprising ways. It closes the distance with Iron Head, right into a No Retreat, right into Iron Head again. Sometimes that is enough to wipe out Venusaur before it even lands that first Giga Drain. Once it hits that Giga Drain, it gets that big-time damage reduction, but if it doesn't have a chance to hit that on an enemy Pokemon, it's pretty dang squishy. You've seen some teams play around this as well.
Yeah. Let's take a look at Ignorance from yesterday as they were in the NA top 8.
Yeah, they were in our top 8 here. You can see them playing against Exile right now. Ignorance was having some pretty great games throughout the day, and I think they're one of those teams that's always on the bubble of moving forward, right?
They really are. They really are. They've grown together. They've strived together. You can kind of see they're getting in their feelings here as they had a really good set, and of course are about to win this game 3 as we're watching it close out. And again, Neon had a great set against Exile specifically. You see them on the end there in the yellow shirt, and that's again who, if I'm Super Secret Team, everybody else on this team is solid, but you cannot let Neon come unglued.
I love to see their picks also. I mean, you saw some really interesting stuff there. They have a Machamp, they have a Delphox, they had Lapras. They have a lot of exciting picks. And I love a team that isn't afraid to sort of wade outside of the meta pool of 15 or so Pokemon that everyone knows, like this. I like seeing people pick some of the things. But you know, there's a meta for a reason. And it's often because those Pokemon are unbelievably strong. Sometimes, though, these curveballs can really set you up to win in big moments because teams aren't super used to dealing with these Pokemon.
Yeah, you've seen teams like Ignorance find success with that. Teams like YouTube find success with that last year when they were bringing the Goodra and stuff like that. Nihao, just in this event, was such a wild card. It was like sitting in the back of the van, cutting the brakes. I'm the wild card, and then diving out the back. You know, that's what they were doing all over the place. And there is value to that, as long as it doesn't become your complete identity. You have to be able to fade back to the middle and understand there are just things that are naturally powerful, and you can't always play to that avenue all the time.
Yeah, I think you want them as a little trick up your sleeve, or you know, a little pocket
as magicians, we know how valuable that can be.
Look, I don't want to get into the tools of the trade, but you do want to trick up your sleeve. As a magician, I think it's extremely important. It's one of the best things you can have. But as a player, I think it's great to have those solid picks from the meta, be very comfortable with them, and then, yeah, also have something that you can switch on to, like we saw in the EU Regional Finals, where Gotlu said, all right, it's Bullet Seed Greedent time. Let's win this thing. Let's take a look. Here are some of our big picks, and we actually chose some of our thoughts yesterday. Sylveon, Trevenant, Blaziken, Hoopster, Eldegood, and Blissey.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, like the 3 best supports that find themselves in the pick rates, you know, each team wants one, right? So those are naturally there. Trevenant incredibly strong, but Sylveon leading the pack and really has been the meta-defining Pokemon to me across the world. Like across the globe, Sylveon is finding value, and teams are realizing that both its kits are amazing.
We're taking a look at the top Pokemon by win rate here at NAIC 2024. Glaceon, huge, and that is mainly due to Nemesis playing Glaceon. They were absolutely crushing with Icy Wind. Phalanx, this is the Pokemon of the tournament, I think. It's taken a little while. I wanted to see if teams were actually going to start picking this up. I think Japan was sleeping on it a little bit when we saw their regionals, but NA has figured it out. Top win rate, huge pick rate, massive ban rate, and we head down the line. we see the specialist kind of Pokemon. Zoroark, when you're cracked on Zoroark, you're amazing. Gardevoir, I don't think we've seen a ton of, but does some incredible damage. And then heading down the line, we also saw some big picks there. Umbreon, Absol as well, which was kind of a cool one. We didn't get to see that on broadcast, I don't believe, but that must have been happening a lot in the final stretch.
Yeah, absolutely. When you have an open bracket, teams go to the comfort picks in moments of dire straits, you know, back against the wall, and it found a decent success rate. Now, who knows how many games that is? It could be 2 wins out of 3 or something,
Sure.
but I still think 2 wins on an Absol is pretty impressive in this current meta.
Yeah, not a lot of players will pick it up. We were even talking backstage about some of the big Absol players like Wrecker and Nudo and things like that, some players that really made that Pokemon shine. And I love a player who will take something, again, just outside that meta bubble and bring it in and make sure that you have to now deal with them. You have to now deal with this pick that nobody else plays. You might even end up banning it out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen, you know, just using Absol as the example, Sad Wrecker in EU, the only team I've ever seen have pull an Absol ban. Because Sad Wrecker is, again, one of those individuals on Absol specifically, absolutely elevates the Pokemon to a level that no real other player has been able to manage so far. So you have to make sure you're also doing your homework about these teams. That's what's great about the final stretch is there's not a lot of research you can do necessarily about these final stretch teams, like a super secret team, for example, coming through. DOL Kittens has been scrapping a lot in the UCS, so you may be a little bit more familiar with them, but they're here to shake things up.
Yeah, absolutely, and you love to see it. We're going to play a quick game right now. It's called, Is this Pokemon in Pokemon Unite? I'm going to quiz Doobsnacks here. Is this Pokemon in Pokemon Unite?
That is a Charmander? The answer is yes.
That's exactly right. He got it first try, and we're going to keep quizzing him throughout the day, but I think he's going to get all of these correct. I love being out here on the analyst desk. I guess is this the analyst desk? The analyst space?
This is the couch zone. We're in chairs.
What is the technical name for this production? Couch zone?
That can't be right. These are chairs. I know I made that mistake, but I was just trying to lean into it a little bit.
Yeah, I think
these are chairs.
These are chairs. As we're taking a look behind us, if we just slightly go like this. Oh, well, or we switch camera right now. You can see the audience
like a roller coaster
here at NAIC. What's up, everybody?
You're on camera. Wave, act cool, be loud. Let's get it.
That is literally what we say to each other right before we get on camera.
That is our
You're
casting.
on camera, act cool, wave, be loud.
That is our casting mantra.
That is what we
on cam, act cool, be loud. Let's get into a draft. How about we do that instead?
Let's do it. Here we go. Ignorance for Super Secret Team. Here is our draft. Ignorance with our first ban. Trevenant is going to be banned out, as well as Phalanx. Not surprised by this at all. We were talking about how powerful Phalanx was, and Trevenant feels like the best defender going right now. Our next picks, Comfey. They don't want to allow that and have that tethered on any Pokemon inside of Super Secret Team, possibly a Zoroark. And now first pick goes over to a Tyranitar.
Ignorance feeling this Tyranitar. You and I not feeling this Tyranitar. So we'll see if Ignorance can make this thing actually look like magic. I'm saying that Orange Juicers won yesterday on a Tyranitar.
Look, I think T-Tar absolutely has value in this meta. I think there's a lot that Tyranitar can do. But I do think teams are not playing with it very well. We didn't see them do very well in Japan, and we didn't see a lot of teams play well with it here in NA, except, of course, your champs, the Juicers, really made some good work out of it. Over on this side of Ignorance, we've got Leafeon and Slowbro being locked in. Slowbro, and in some ways Leafeon, kind of annoying Pokemon for Tyranitar to deal with, so it's so great that it's on the side of Ignorance.
Yeah, absolutely. And Slowbro's just a good catch-all, right? It's a safe pick for Soup Chef to have. It's a Pokemon they've played for an eternity. So being able to catch anything squirrely, maybe like a Mimikyu, ironically enough, their Unite moves counter each other.
Yeah.
But still great options left for Ignorance here. Screwball not immediately on the Mime, though, and Mime was here all day yesterday.
Mime was big. It's interesting seeing Mime and sort of Slowbro right here. Obviously, that's going to look like their support pick, but they're not going to have sort of that extra healing that you would want possibly out of a Blissey or, you know, Fable, something like that. But they're locking in the mine. We could see a few different looks. Basically, everyone's confusion barrier right now. But I could see a world where they power swap this Tyranitar.
That would be sick. Yeah, I would love to see that. You know, give it a little bit into its more true support role rather than its pseudo tank role that we've always seen it in. Yeah, throw a leash on that T-Tar, take it for a walk.
Yeah, the only thing I think that would be tough about it, and the reason we probably won't see it, is that Sand Tomb has such a leap, you know, that you might break that little tether from the mime. However, if you get it on there, it's just unbelievably mean. I mean, it's given the increased damage, the increased move speed, the consistent healing over time. It would be very, very strong, and that's what they're playing for right there. The spot at Worlds, the hardware, the trophy, everything here in the final stretch.
I mean, this is a true Cinderella run for one of these teams.
Yes.
One of these teams is going to be qualified for Worlds. One of these teams understands that the only prize at the finish line is that last spot available on the planet for the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. And super secret team, you know, any team from the finals, like from the open bracket, is just immediately becomes to me like the NA fan favorites have to be.
For sure, right? I mean, I love the idea of one of these teams making it, especially a lesser known team, right? That would just be
electric, yeah.
Yeah, just so exciting here at NAIC. And it's amazing that it's happening here live up on the big stage with the entire crowd behind them. As we get ready for game number 1, Ignorance, your purple team, Super Secret team, your orange team. Let's go!
Screwball going straight up top with Goopiter. They need to get this Tyranitar online. We've talked about it ad nauseum. Because it spikes at level 9, you got to get it there. How they're going to do that, they need to get a little clever.
Yeah, I love seeing it up in the top path here. I really think it does well in path, and then you can sort of trade off that central area once Leafeon gets online, which is immediate. Here it comes to the top path, big time Solar Blade, looking for this Blastoise. Squirtle's gonna have to run, use the eject button, but they're still chasing, and no, really nice play there by the Hoopa, missing the Solar Blade from the Leafeon. They're gonna back off.
I really like how Supa has gone into this Squirtle Blastoise, you know, in the top path, kind of a damage-dealing Squirtle, and it might be Rapid Spin Hydro Pump, which is something that's been the more popular version of the Spinstoise, but it can really cut either way.
Yeah, you absolutely could. Water Spout recently got a nerf, and I think it's going to be a long time before we see that again. However, I know the second that I say that means it's coming out this match. Big time KO. Slowbro picks up 1. Leafeon continuing this push right here. Mimikyu in a little bit of trouble. They're zoning them out from these birds. Looks like nice big Solar Beam, and I think everything went over to the side of Ignorance.
Yeah, I mean, Soup Chef and Protein. What's poppin', Slime? That's 2 KOs for Soup Chef. They are clearly cooking on the Slowbro. You know, they're excited about that new Hollowware.
Yeah, it's beautiful Hollowware coming for Slowbro. If you haven't seen it, where have you been? It's absolutely amazing. Mime up in this top path, just continuing to farm. I think one great thing about Mime is if you leave it alone, unlike some other, you know, supports, it has the ability to secure wild Pokemon kind of like no other. It can really contest with some of the best.
It really, really can. It's almost like every water gun Pokemon can kind of do that in the early stages of the game, which makes it a viable force no matter what. I didn't quite see which direction we went with the Slowbro. I don't know if you caught if it was Scald.
Scald, yeah, they Scald with an eject button for a KO. Nice big Shadow Claw. They're going to take all this here on the side of Super Secret Team. On the side of Ignorance, that's a level 6 Tyranitar. They're getting online. They just gave them the buffs. Down here on the bottom path, 4 members of Super Secret Team pushing forward right here, looking for a KO. They grab Slowbro, who's been a menace. The Electro Ball's out the other way, but the aggression from Super Secret looks pretty solid.
It does, but they're moving through here. We're kind of getting caught as we're pushing a little bit. They're able to sustain. I found them, I'm peeling out now. Like, give up maybe tie-dye, but do not try and save them. Just get out. A wish on them to get the sustain. That might be the difference maker. We're going in with a Hyper Voice, but Neon closes the door on tie-dye.
Look
no
at this.
T-shirts here. Come on.
Look at this Slowbro, just the attacker Slowbro right here, getting really aggressive with the Scald in the enemy face. It's going to be nice, too, on that Mimikyu, giving it a nice big attack reduction every time it hits with that Scald. Same thing, too, on the Umbreon. I mean, you're taking its attack stat way down. It's already dangerously low, considering it's a defender, but it's going to make those wishes heal even less.
Also, it's going to be hard to navigate around this Mime, too, right? If Slowbro is aggroing you up front just with their large HP pool, it just becomes more and more difficult. Portal down. Russ going to catch a reset here. But now, Ignorance is all around this Registeel. We'll see how Super Secret Team plays it.
Little dip in, Registeel jumping, popping everybody up, seeing what they can do. Brotein gets into the back line. They're looking to tie-dye. They peel right back and dodge the Hyper Voice. Solar Blade comes out. 2 players reset. Soup Chef is there to pick them up. Azmat's right in on top of Neon. That's the target they want. They ferry Frolic into the back line, forcing out the Mew Unite. Can they at least get Brotein Shake? They do. Super Secret Team, tons of players low on HP. Catch a nice reset from Hoopa. Tie-Dye goes down. Mimikyu's down. And Soup Chef, Neon, and Goop are running at this goal zone.
And here we go. The Tyranitar is on the field, and it is causing some havoc for Super Secret Team right now. Beautiful play by Ignorance. They were able to get that bottom objective. The Tyranitar Unite is out, and they are stomping all over this Tier 1 goal zone. Mimikyu putting it down for a second, but it's not going to be able to stop it. Sure, you stop Tyranitar for a moment, but this thing is online.
I mean, that Mimikyu Unite looked like putting a bed sheet on a T-Rex. That ain't covering up much. Goopiter makes it out easy.
Here we go. Ignorance in a commanding position here. Score-wise, things are very close, but it feels like fight-wise, they just seem to be winning everywhere. They got a level 10 Mew right now, 9 on the Leafeon, and that is a 10 on Tyranitar. The faster that Pokemon gets to 13, the faster the raid boss gets here for Ignorance, and the more difficult this is going to be for Super Secret Team.
Mimikyu just has to farm up and try and catch up because they're the biggest thing on Super Secret Team, but they're getting outpaced by almost everybody on Ignorance.
Nice little play right here. Blastoise with the Unite and right down into the portal. They're not able to get the secure, however. Leafeon moving in, picking up the KO on Sylvie.
I mean, Brotein Shake is feeling this Leafeon right now. They're facilitating a ton of KOs for this squad. Credit them for 2 as the Regieleki hits, and they've got a big overcap opportunity.
Yeah, look at this right here. Just beautiful plays. They're able to pick up a couple of points. They're looking for the 1, and they get it. Oh, gorgeous. And here comes the big-time 40 if they want to take it right here. I'm not sure if this Tyranitar was stacking. I think it is, but I think they're going to hand off this huge overcap to Leafeon.
Yeah, at this point, that's just more important, right? Stretch this lead out, make sure you get a good overdunk. And the way you're winning these team fights, you're going to be able to get some stacks somewhere else.
Yeah, absolutely. Top goal zone gone, 185, 109. Every fight has been looking great for Ignorance. That's a level 12 Tyranitar, and things are getting pretty bleak for Super Secret Team here at the 4-minute mark. They've got great positioning around Regice, but multiple members of Ignorance are on their way. The Tyranitar is here, being pushed out by the foul play. They need to rip this fast, and it doesn't matter. Mew from a mile away gets the secure.
Yep, you need to pay attention to Neon. I said it. They lost sight of him. The Solar Beam takes that out from under him. The rings are unbound, but that hoop is about to shrink down to size real quick. Big surf in by Super. They're trying to make some magic happen. Everybody on Ignorance is still standing, though. Hydro Typhoon kicks up Scrubbleknot, and Scrubbleknot's feeling pretty good as they jump into the pocket of the Goop, and Neon is trailing behind. Mimikyu looking for a Shadow Sneak target. They don't find it, but gone is Blastoise.
Here we go, pushing forward towards this Tier 1 goal zone. They were eyeing it earlier. They might be eyeing it again right here, seeing if they can make a big score happen. We've got 40 on Mime. We've got 40 on Mew. Just about everyone down here for this fight. Sylvie on top, but everyone else is just crashing here. Massive Sand Tomb. Slowbro picks up 1. Leafeon jumping back in, and there's a double for Slowbro. The attacker Slowbro once again.
I mean, I can't say how good that wall was from Scrubbleknot. I mean, that was a big surf by Supa. That was going to clear the trash of everybody on that pad. Pops up a wall just in time, cuts that off, and then the Sand Tomb you mentioned takes over, brother.
Big time stuff. I love seeing this attacker Slowbro just really change the dynamic of this match. Ignorance in complete control right now. Points-wise, experience-wise, I think the audience is on their side as well. I think we're all rooting for Ignorance in this moment. Super Secret Team needs to remember that they are playing for their spot at Worlds. In about 40 seconds, Rayquaza is going to hit the map, and they're going to need to make a huge play because they haven't been able to make one all game.
Our second-seeded team in the open bracket, Super Secret Team, looking to get it done. Now, we've seen a bigger lead than that overcome today, so they need to focus up, level up, and get ready for this Ray fight because it's in 15.
Yeah, level-wise, things are not looking good on the side of Super Secret Team. Blastoise getting caught right here in a big way, not able to make it back through the hyperspace hole, but that's okay, they're running away. But they're running towards the goal zone on the side of Ignorance. So they are in a lot of trouble heading through that central area. Regieleki walks top. Ignorance is in the lead right now, and it looks like they're comfortable with this. They're just going to zone them out of this Rayquaza pit. At any moment, this fight could break out. Ignorance doesn't even need it to. They're just getting aggressive right here, see if they can catch anyone. Umbreon going to try to walk out, and they do make it home through that hyperspace hole. If they come back, though, they're in a lot of trouble, and they did come back.
They just walked on and stepped on a landmine that Umbreon put down real low, sending all of Super Secret Team scrambling. Portal is down. Neon looking for some solar beams just to chip in some more damage.
Yeah, we're going to have to find how this fight wants to start for Super Secret Team. They are in trouble right here. Ignorance tapping Rayquaza, but they obviously don't need it. Catching with another solar beam, catching with another Scald.
Oh,
looking for, so close to not making it home. Blastoise is now coming back right here. They're up. They have Unite moves except for Blastoise, but they need to make a play. 1 minute on the clock. Time is running out. They can make something happen, but they're going to need to find their moment, and it looks like Ignorance decided for them.
Hyper Voice is right in, but Supa is down. They're looking for the next target. Tie-Dye pops the rings unbound, but they are caught all by their lonesome. They're saying, where's my team? They're stunned against the wall, and that is a big stun on a big body, and they are put down, leaving a big body bag. As they're flipping the script, they're looking for the next two. Bang, there's another one. Can they take care of Azmac? Can they scrub the whole squad? Scrub them clean. Super Secret Team, no secret here. They got the absolute break speed off of them. Ignorance looking good.
Ignorance with an amazing start to this tournament. 30 seconds left on the clock. Multiple members of Super Secret Team down. The points continuing to rain in, 337 to 122. There's no path to victory here for Super Secret Team. I would take these last 20 seconds to figure out what went wrong, and a lot of it might be that Tyranitar.
Holy, it came online quick, fast, and when it did not slow down. It was running right at them the entire time, Sprague.
You know, as soon as we got that online, as soon as we got the experience to it, it was just kind of over for Super Secret Team. And that is the danger of a Tyranitar. If you cannot shut it down early, you're in a lot of trouble. Huge shout-outs, by the way, to the Slowbro.
Yeah, I felt like on one, brother.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you got the hot water. They were cooking for sure in the kitchen with that Slowbro. Absolutely dynamic plays. And I think it was one of the big game changers of that match. We see Tyranitar stomping around, causing havoc. We see Mew throwing the Electro Balls and the Solar Beams. But that Slowbro in their face a ton, putting out a huge amount of damage.
Soup Chef getting creative with these defender picks, right? And that's, again, one of Ignorance's strengths, being able to pivot your support onto something like a Mime and kind of take, you know, we thought maybe it was going to be like, okay, maybe it'll fade into true support. But really what it was doing, it was just leaning into the true defender and allowing Soup Chef as their tank player, their defender player, to pivot into a more of an attacking presence. And it worked. It worked really well.
It absolutely did. I mean, we saw some big moments from this match, and I think a lot of this is just a highlight reel for Ignorance right now. They're just getting ready so they can have some stuff to show when they show up at Worlds, and we need a package for them, right? Huge plays, and look at that Slowbro once again with these Scalds. The Electro Ball, the aggression just continuing to push forward, making sure they did everything they could to get Tyranitar online. And then once it was there, it felt like it was lights out for Super Secret Team.
It feels like 75% of Neon's Electro Balls was colliding multiple targets. Like, it was always into 2 or 3 players, really just facilitating good engagements across the board. And this is right after they absolutely wiped the whole squad, and they were just trying to make a play on a Tier 1 goal. So they didn't need any more points, but they wanted them.
Yeah, they just wanted to put a few points in there, stomp around a little bit, get a couple more KOs with Tyranitar, right? Obviously feeling good after a win like that. And it does feel like Super Secret Team probably outdrafted, you know, quite a bit there. It looks like Ignorance got just about everything they wanted.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yep. That's what happened. Ignorance got everything they wanted. They executed on those picks. And it really, unlike maybe the Kittens Brave Birders matchups that we saw, this one felt like, oh, it's a top 8 regional team really flexing the difference.
And here we go. Heading into this next draft, you have to wonder, is Super Secret Team going to allow a Tyranitar onto the other side? You could imagine a world where they decide to ban this thing out. It was very difficult to deal with. First ban is going to be that Phalanx over to Super Secret Team.
Yeah, Scrubble going, well, it looks like we've got the names swapped around here. a little bit. We've got Ignorance on the right-hand side, but Screwball originally highlighted Tyranitar and was like, maybe we won't get it, and we don't necessarily want them to have it.
Wow, interesting. So we've seen the Slowbro ban, Tyranitar ban, nowhere to be found. First pick, we're going to see what they want to grab here.
It feels like if you're banning Slowbro, maybe they're going to go for the Tyranitar.
It could be.
Or...
well, it can't be. Yeah, I could see an Umbreon. It's funny. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Okay, that's what we thought.
Jesus. Why are we the worst? Soup Chef queuing up the Lapras again. I don't think they need to pick it right now, though.
No, I don't think so. We're going to see what they want to grab early. Yeah, Umbreon, absolute force. I've been talking about it too much. Slashes Umbreon, but it was just so insane that I think it's kind of reminding people, yeah, like, okay, you don't have Trevenant, that's all right. There are still many, many insane defenders. One of them, I can't wait to see the Mamoswine out here in game number 2.
Mamoswine is awesome. It's a very fun Pokemon to watch. Ice Fang is just a great ability for maneuverability on some of these squishier targets. If you pluck up a Leafeon with an Ice Fang, it's curtains for it for sure. I like where Neon's going.
I do too.
Gyarados.
Yeah, I've been really loving Gyarados. I think not enough players have been picking it in this tournament. I recognize it did get, we've got ourselves a Scissor, possibly Scyther on the side of Super Secret Team. And then a final pick over here for Ignorance. Oh, don't tease me with the little gentleman. Let's see what they want to bring out.
Yeah.
There are a lot of great options. I feel like they're looking for kind of that attacker slot, and there's a lot they can play with. I love this Delphox choice. This feels
really
like a massively great counter pick into this super tanky squad from Super Secret Team.
Yeah, I mean, both kits on that Neon can play have value, into the Tyranitar. We say how good Fire Spin is just to cut off its approach and keep it in place so you can get out. But like even Mystical Fire dodging around can be a lot of fun, makes itself a difficult target. And of course the Fanciful Fireworks cutting down on the healing that you have on the Super Secret Team is pretty decent.
Well, the Mystical Fire Flame Charge would help you just kite it, which is the current strategy.
Hashtag just kite it.
Hashtag just kite it to be featured here on the broadcast as we're taking a look at our trophies. These players are playing for, of course, the glory, the hardware, and the last spot at the World Championships in Honolulu.
Yeah, this is it. This is just so they have the opportunity to go play at the World Championships and face down the best teams from around the globe. Of course, you get a little trophy to take with you. That's nothing to scoff at either. But what's amazing about this top 8, unlike all the, you don't get 2 cracks at it. There's not a winner's side and a loser's side and then a grand finals bracket reset. You are one and done here.
Yeah,
so I mean,
this is it.
Super Secret Team has got one more game on stage potentially.
That's right. Everything is on the line for Super Secret Team right now. Their tournament life is on the line. The chances of them heading to Honolulu as we head in here to game number 2. Super Secret Team, your purple team. Ignorance, your orange team. Ignorance looking to move on right now.
And they've got some good Pokemon to do it, but Super Secret Team looking to give them a taste of their own medicine, bringing the T-Tar.
That's right. I mean, Tyranitar, powerful pick, and if you saw what it did to you last game, you're thinking, I actually kind of want that for our own. I would like that big guy. We threw a sheet over him. It didn't work. Let's see what happens here in game number 2.
Yeah, just, I mean, take your worst enemy and bring it to the table with you. See what you can do. Goopiter playing forward. They are the player that has been rocking the Gyarados for them, and really, if they can get a cheeky knockout, especially on Supa, I mean, that would be a big time move for that effort gauge.
Yeah, that would be massive for Gyarados. What a huge astonish right there, just shutting down that push. We have Magikarp doing okay because of that. It also scored 10, which is massive for its effort gauge also. If it scores under 10, it gets a little bump. Anything over 10, and it gets a much bigger bump. That's why you can see it's almost full on the side of Ignorance. They almost have a Gyarados without even a KO.
Yeah, and I mean, if this thing hits in the next 20 seconds, which it's most likely to do, that's going to be a problem for Super Secret Team. They're building their own end boss here in the form of a Gyarados. Goopiter actually has to peel, though, as 3 players from Super Secret Team have a presence in the top path.
Yeah, I like this fight back and forth here, right? It feels like multiple moments could have gone either way, especially with that Leafeon running up there so fast. But the Scyther makes the top. We were wondering which one we'd see. Oftentimes, we're going to be seeing a Scyther here in competitive play. That is what we have. And look at Leafeon here, hiding in the tall grass, waiting to snipe this away with a Solar Blade. Let's see if they can make it happen. And They do.
Just hanging out there for 20, 25 minutes, just waiting for their opportunity, and yoink.
Yeah, and that'll be mine. Thank you very much. Beautiful stuff. And this kind of aggression I feel like we've seen in North America, but I do think that so many teams are taking a page out of Japan and APAC's book and just getting really aggressive in their opponent's central area.
Yeah, as they should. It's like tactful aggression, right? If they have an opportunity, you go in, you take what you can, don't overextend your stay, and get out. Because the idea is to gain value, not hemorrhage it back the other way.
And we got the pillow swine here. I want to see what kind it is. It is going to be the Icicle Crash, so we're not going to see the Ice Fang getting stuck in a mean look right here. They've got a couple good options to hit inside that mean look, right? Solar Blade that has kind of a perfect target circle right there when that mean look is activated.
Yeah, it is the target. It's like, okay, strike here. You'll be totally, totally fine. Now, moving through, we almost had a little catch here as they're going to try and jump on top of Protein Shake. A little dual wing beat, can't quite get it done. They decide to peel back.
Here we have up in the top path. That is still a level 5 on the Tyranitar. We talk about this a lot. You need to get this Pokemon online, and you need to make sure that these early scaling Pokemon don't shut it down. Super Secret Team not able to make that happen yet, and it's going to be a very different looking Tyranitar. Huge shout out, by the way, to Goopiter for running Waterfall here without a ton of crowd control on the other side. A ton of those stuns, slows, knockups. Waterfall is an amazing move. It recently got some great quality of life buffs, and it does a lot of damage too.
There you go, securing an objective here. Blissey goes down. They're looking to push into the face of Super Secret Team. The fact that the Pupitar has to level up in the Central means this Regieleki is going to hit.
Boom. Scoring in that top path, 32-105 right here. Things are looking great for Ignorance. This Tyranitar is not online, and they absolutely need it, Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's running way behind, being level 7 and getting knocked out right there. Ignorance looking to press this advantage. I mean, maybe in a ranked ladder game, you try to ease up a little bit if you're playing against some friends, but there's a world spot on the line right here, and Ignorance is not going to make this anything but theirs. They secure that. Tie-Dye tries to make a cheeky play. They're caught in the mean look. They didn't even go for the KO. They say you're not even worth our time. As Russ earthquakes right in, going to keep the Soup Chef from scoring here. Egg Bomb comes up as well, but Gyarados goes straight into the back line. They're looking for a target. Fanciful Fireworks right on pad. They find Blissey. Blissey's gone. They're looking at Russ. Russ is gone. Pivoting back the other way. Super can't even contend because there's still a Pupitar. They're going to score all these points, and this goal zone is going to be left at 4. Ignorance pacing ahead.
Yeah, Ignorance looking amazing right here. Look at this Leafeon just trying to grab those extra 5 points so they could have a huge overcap here if they'd like it. They are also in complete control between these two goal zones. They can continue getting experience there. We still do not have a Tyranitar. We're nearing the 5-minute mark. This is catastrophic for Super Secret Team. Finally ticking over to 9.
Yeah, finally indeed, but this Gyarados is getting too far ahead. This Delphox is too far ahead. Leafeon is going to get too far ahead. All they can do now is make sure that they're farming up the best of their ability on their side and make sure that Supa is 13 by the end of this thing.
And look at this play right here. The sneaky Hoopa Unite onto the Tier 2 goal zone.
Just feeding each other into the blender. They're just getting put down. Bliss Assistance just in time. They are able to take care of Protein Shake. Actually sends Goopiter scrambling. So that Tyranitar Unite enough to send all of Ignorance reeling. They did get some points in, but I thought they were going to be able to take a big-time team fight win.
Yeah, I think they were possibly looking for a win here, but one thing is for sure, they got a lot of points in. Here comes the Delphox Unite with Scyther with the big-time secure. Back through the hyperspace hole, not taken down by the Tyranitar. We have Umbreon coming back. Gyarados is going to be walking back up through this top path, and the defense there good enough to push Super Secret Team off. We were talking about what kind of Delphox we were going to see. That is Flame Charge, Mystical Fire, and it really does play around T-Tar quite well. It simply does just kite it.
Yeah, and it's a good skill expression Pokemon. And a player like Neon, who's really good on things like Mew, wants that in their arsenal. They want to have complete control of their character and be able to make those small, incremental, impactful moves with a moveset like that.
We're going to see what happens here in this bottom path. We have Super Secret Team just deciding to break this here. They're tired of this fight between these two goal zones, and I understand it because Ignorance is getting the better of them a lot.
Yep.
Now they have better positioning here for this Regirock.
Yep.
Tyranitar getting some experience, making their way down. 3 minutes 30 on the clock. This is an important one right here. These buffs are going to run right into Ray.
Great knockout on the Scyther. In the background is Azmat, who's trying their best with this Sylveon, but there's just too much pressure on them as Jupiter's able to sort that out. Meanwhile, Soup Chef on the front line's getting a KO streak of 2. Regirock getting work done. Russ is in the back line. They might be able to Earthquake in if they got a chance on it. They put the Icicle Crash down, can't quite secure. Soup is at half HP, make it a little lower than that. They're going to let them off the hook as they're moving forward, and everybody catches a nice reset.
Yeah, beautiful reset right there. Hoopa in a little bit of trouble, but no, it looks like the Scyther's going to have to peel back. Caught by the Mystical Fire. Delphox pushing right now. We see the movement sliding all over the battlefield right here, and that's a double KO.
Neon coming alive. You hear the crowd coming alive with them, and I can't stop stressing it. I told you, if you're super secret team, you need to watch out for Neon. If they go unchecked, they are going to run through your squad.
As a level 13 Delphox, but look at the other side. They have been feeding this Tyranitar. It's been playing some Stardew Valley and farming this entire time. Here we are, level 13, heading towards Rayquaza. Could be their last Rayquaza of this tournament season. If they don't win here, Super Secret Team goes home. Their chances of going to Worlds and winning the whole thing are dashed. Ignorance needs this right now, and they are up. The fight is about to break out, and they're looking for their moment. Gyarados getting pretty far forward right here, and if at any moment they can catch them and jump on them with Tyranitar, I'm sure that they will. Just waiting for the right moment to strike. Scyther moving around the top, Leafeon moving around the top and backside of Ignorance right now. Again, Ignorance up, so they don't need to be the one that makes the play. They broke Umbreon's passive, however, with that Icicle Crash. We catch Tyranitar in a mean look. Umbreon way out in the middle of nowhere, but it barely makes it home.
It almost got chipped up out of that hyperspace hole as we're going back through, and that kind of sent everybody scrambling, but Ignorance taking a deep breath.
Ignorance taking a breath here, just waiting for their moment. They don't need to be the ones that make the play. That mean look was aggressive, but they don't get punished for it right here. Scyther moving in with the Unite move, not able to make anything happen. They now just lost that tool. Leafeon lost their Unite as well, as here comes Tyranitar.
In the mix, they're going for it. Fanciful Fireworks right on top of everybody. Tyranitar gets gutted on the Umbreon real quick. They pick up the Blitz and set the perfect target. 2 players down for Ignorance, and the chase is on. Soup is looking for the next target, but they're kind of getting kited, bro. As Rayquaza's getting chipped in. Protein Shake looking for an opportunity. Over the wall is Supa. They roll in Protein Shake. Protein Shake throws the guitar at him, but they get the KO. Super Secret Team has 3 players down. Azmat looking for the next target. Scrubinut is there, but Neon's on the back line. They can make this happen. They took the portal back. There's no chance to steal it. Super Secret Team gets it done.
Super Secret Team taking Rayquaza. Delphox leaving in the most important moment where they needed to be there. Yes, their HP was low, but so was Ray. Looking to score right now, and the points start raining in. 344 to 227. Super Secret Team is alive in this tournament.
There's a lot of time left, not really, but there's an opportunity to score if they can push. No, with this Mammut points going in, Hundo Burger 444 is going to be the dialed up number for Super Secret Team. 10 seconds left if they can protect this goal zone just a little. They've got this thing locked up.
Even with this tier 1 up, there just aren't enough points in the pockets of Ignorance right here. Unfortunately, Delphox going back was a catastrophic decision for them. Would it have been able to secure? Probably not in that moment, right? But you have to fight for it. Ray was way too low to make a play like that. Listen, Super Secret Team is alive and well, and we're all tied up here in the final stretch.
Probably not is not no. Taking the portal back is no.
Is no. I fully agree with you. It's one of those moments, right? I was talking to Inder before broadcast, and I know we'll have him up here in our analyst lounge in a little bit because I really want to talk to him more about what's been happening this weekend. But he was saying, you know, Unite, unlike some other games in this genre, it has a lot of moments with split-second decisions that can decide, that have huge impact on the match. That was one of them right there.
Yeah, without a doubt. When you're playing a strict 10-minute game, unlike other games of its variety, you have a longer game to flesh those small micro mistakes out. But because it's a 10-minute game and there is no time added to it, every mistake you make is compounding interest. It just grows and slogs you down. And in that moment, it might have been a minor mistake, but it was a costly one.
And look at this here. We've got this fight at the end, right? Beautiful Bliss assistance on Tyranitar. They're well aware this thing needs to be the Pokemon. And look, right back through that portal. I don't know if they said we're going to try to defend here in this moment. Maybe your HP is just too low. All of that is possibly true, but like you said, sending them back home through the portal was the nail in the coffin of that match.
Good energy out of Supa. I think they're feeling themselves. They had a rough stretch on the Blastoise game 1, and that first half of that game with Tyranitar was abysmal.
Yeah.
I mean, you could not have written it worse for yourself. But Supa kept composure, like you said. Stardew Valley farmed up, was level 13. We talked about how critical that was going to be. And when push came to shove, they stepped up at that Ray fight, and they did their job and delivered with big KO after big KO.
Yeah, they absolutely did. And now, I think the big question mark here, once again, do we see this Tyranitar banned out? I thought after game 1 we would see it, but of course it went over to the other side. They're like, hey, we'll take this thing. We actually loved what you did with it. Can we try this on? And it looked great on them as well.
So talking to Zug after the games yesterday, he said, I don't know what the deal is with people with Tyranitar. If you think you're the better team, you don't want Tyranitar on the map. You don't want to be playing Tyranitar because if you lose the early game, it becomes difficult. And you don't want to give the Tyranitar to the other team because if they have a Tyranitar and it hits level 13, they can also just win the game. So remove it from the equation. That's what we've seen here.
Yeah, and we can see, taking a look at our two teams right here, Super Secret team now with the second pick. The team that loses gets to decide which side they're on. Ignorant says, we want this first pick because we can steal away Tyranitar or Phalanx. Super Secret team obviously knows this. They are banning out both Phalanx and Tyranitar. And now we've got a little bit of a freeze lane possibility happening with Mamoswine and Alolan Ninetales.
That is the first time I've seen a Mamoswine locked in the #1 spot. But the Ice type's getting a lot of love here from the Super Secret team. Meanwhile, Screwball goes right back to Mr. Mime. And it looks like we're going to have a Soup Chef attack bro yet again.
I mean, it was incredible in game 1, right? One thing I love about what Super Secret team is doing right here is they are hiding their carry right now.
Yes.
There are a lot of picks for them. Look, the Leafeon already went over to the side of Ignorance, so I think they can play like a little bit of a hide the carry. You're not going to know exactly what we're going to throw at you here with these first 2 picks. We've got Alolan Ninetales. We've got Mamoswine. You don't know what is going to be in the central area for Super Secret teams, so you're not able to pick against it.
So Tie-Dye, who had a great game and is a great Hoopa player, elects to not take Hoopa, go for the Blissey. Supa back on the Blastoise. Not sure how I feel about that, but Neon with that Gutter Mew, unsurprising. They are very good on that Pokemon.
We're going to find what the last pick is, and they're bringing out the Blaziken. Let's go. A Pokemon that I actually thought we'd see way more of because of how dominant it was in Japan, but it actually hasn't shined as much in North America.
Yeah, very true. And I think it's just the way that these are constant team fighting teams, whereas Blaziken can do really well in some 1v1 type situations, but in the 4v4, when you have a lot more things to register, which is just a different play style than what we see over in Japan.
Yeah, we're getting ready. Our final preparations here. Our teams can move around their position. They can change their held items depending on what they see on the other side. A lot of times you're pretty locked in, but you can see a lot of healing on one side and decide you want some curse items. Or you can look at one of the sides and say, they really didn't bring a support out here that's going to give much to do. We're swapping this curse item for something like Choice Specs. I want to do a little more damage.
Yeah, without a doubt. That's what's great, and something we were talking about yesterday, that players need to get used to playing with these items more. When they see what the compositions are, I know they don't have much time, but you got to start thinking about that stuff during the draft so you can make some hot swaps to really give yourself just that extra couple percentage chance of improvement to give yourself a better opportunity to win.
Look at this here, all tied up. The final game for either of these teams could be happening right now. One's going to move forward here in the final stretch. Their chances at Worlds still alive. One team is heading home. This tournament is just so crazy the way it is set up. It is win or go home the whole way through. No losers brackets as we have Ignorance versus Super Team. Ignorance, your purple team. Super Secret team, your orange team in the final match between these two squads.
And now they're taking Russ and Azmat into the top path with this ice lane to see if they can freeze up the steel type a little bit. Screwball not getting pushed back. They put a wall up. And now Super Secret team giving them a real different look.
Yeah, Super Secret team looking very interesting in this top path. Very different from what we've seen a lot. Oh, just barely missing there with the Solar Blade. Almost picking up that KO. Getting very aggressive here in this bottom path. A lot of times we'll see that Leafeon run up to the top path, right? But they're showing a different look to Super Secret team.
Tie-Dye working through. They are able to secure their 2 bunnies that they've knocked down the path here. Protein Shake didn't really touch anything on their side of the map, right? They came right into path to see if they can make an impact. Anonymous hanging out. Anon hiding out in the tall grass to see if there's somebody to jump on. It doesn't look like Ignorance is going to play ball.
Yeah, Ignorance actually walking away from this in this moment, leaving Slowbro in the bottom path. Blaziken able to fight it down there as we have a bit of a fight breaking out in this top path right here. Mamo getting pretty aggressive, and they might get punished for it.
Eject button and a nice little dodge. If they can grab a berry, I think they'll be in good shape. Ice Lane is struggling a little bit, but it's because of the personnel difference. It's been 4v2, 3v2 pretty much this whole time, and they are struggling to get caught up. Rust needs to start evolving.
Yeah, Russ definitely would like an evolution, but at the same time, if we can get level 6 on that Alolan Ninetales, the power spike is huge, and it's going to be really hard to deal with for the side of Ignorance. I'm wondering what the thought process was behind our Metagross right here. There's definitely going to be some brawling done from Metagross, but also it is going to get pushed around a bit by that Alolan Ninetales.
It is, but the Alolan Ninetales needs to get online. Its whole advantage is the early game, and if it's not getting ahead, what is it doing? And I'll tell you what, Anonymous got sussed out, and the Combustion put down as it should be.
Look at this. The Scald Bro is a real factor on the side of Ignorance. It's a huge, huge deal. Very nice stuff. Great catch by Mime, and then great follow-up there by Leafeon. Leafeon doing the speedster's job. Huge amount of burst damage, picking up some KOs, and then running away.
Yeah, the problem here is, I mean, Ignorance is having 4 players top, but Super Secret Team is not getting any value in another part of the map, right? They're kind of letting Ignorance take advantage and run all over them and really dictate the pace.
Well, you know, we have a lot of scaling Pokemon on the side of Super Secret Team, right? Blaziken needs a lot of experience, Blastoise needs a lot of experience, even A9 needs 6. And we have some early stars on the side of Ignorance. Slowbro, Leafeon, Mime, they all do really well at level 4. This is about what you would expect from this matchup here, but you do have to wonder if Super Secret Team is happy with their draft because of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's the bend not break mentality that Super Secret Team has to take. And I'll tell you what, they look pretty close to breaking right now because Ignorance is just creeping further and further ahead. Nice overheat, and that's a good KO start for Anon. They're running through Soup Chef. The Scald is not on that target. They do pop the Amnesia, which gives them just enough sustain to flip the script, and Protein steps up and starts catching bodies.
Yeah, Ignorance moving really well as a squad right there. They're playing a little Pokemon Unite, and Super Secret Team is playing a little Pokemon. All right, you go down to the bottom path, you hang out there. We're going to hang out the top path, do what we need to do.
No shot, brother! You cannot let that happen. Oh my goodness. Just absolute larceny happening in the bottom path, and Super can't be happy about that. All right, we have the Metagross engage. Azmat's put in the Coliseum. Can they get buried in the Mausoleum? They are. KO streak of 2 for Goop, and now they're all over this goal zone, and that Regieleki hits, and things are going from bad to worse from Super Secret Team.
Yeah, Super Secret Team in so much trouble right now. They lost their Tier 2. They lost that bottom objective that they were essentially alone at. Mr. Mime coming in like Mr. Crime and stealing that in the bottom path. 233. 59. Level-wise, things are looking good for Ignorance, and this is one of those moments where you have to say this is Ignorance's game to lose. I feel like the only way we're going to see that happen is if they start making some big mistakes, and they haven't really done that today.
Not yet, and they're just putting the pedal to the floor and keep pushing forward. They want to extend this thing and turn it into a no-doubter.
Here we go. We've got the Slowbro just continuing to fight here. Getting a little caught, although it does help the team eat a nice big solar beam, and it sets up a slow beam where they're able to pick up a KO. The Bliss Assistant's not able to keep Blaziken in this fight. They're going to continue this push, getting aggressive towards this Tier 1 goal zone. Mamo jumping in with the Earthquake, but here comes the Metagross with the big-time Gyro Ball and the shields pushing them back.
We're able to at least get a KO for Supa, so they finally ticked over to level 10, which isn't nothing. But what Super Secret Team is pretty much rinse repeat from game 2. They need to start leveling up. They need to stop stressing about taking fights against the other team and looking for big picks, and just make sure that their side of the map is clear of experience. And we see wild Pokemon for them right there.
We can see their Bliss Assistance is back, so that didn't count their Unite move. They've got a push in them with a lot of firepower here in this bottom path. We're going to see how they want to fight after Mr. Mime's showtime is done. Pushing them around, though. 2 members of Ignorance defending so well in this bottom path.
getting something in is good. Hydro Typhoon doesn't hit a target, you just need to peel back, right? Go for an objective, go for literally anything else. Scribblenaught jumps into the mix and peels back themselves. Registeel hanging out. Azmat with some decent spacing, they need this Registeel. Popping the Snow Globe, actually, to really make sure that Screwball doesn't think about stepping out.
I mean, they saw that Mr. Mime, and they were like, if this happens again, we literally have to surrender at 5. I mean, we just have to stop this game right now. Do everything we can. The massive Unite move from Alolan Ninetales. And I love the aggression. I think it's a good time to use it. You want to get some wins here, and Super Secret Team needs to pick up some experience.
Yeah, I think the only reason that aggression worked is because Ignorance allowed it to happen. They were working through the other side of the map, sending their Regieleki all the way to the home goal zone, as now they're trying to score on the tier 1 bot. Blitz Resistance right on top of Supa, straight into the middle. Are they going to be able to do something with it? Supa's looking for a target. Tie-Dye sitting off pad. Jupiter's getting right into the mix. They get sorted out by the Blastoise, who is, in fact, gripping and ripping, spinning and winning, and getting another KO for themselves.
You know, I got to shout out Ignorance right there, because that play in a lot of games with a less experienced team could turn into them all getting wiped at that tier 1. They recognized that the fight was getting a little too tough. You know, the Blizzard Avalanche continuing to hit right there. They took a little bit of a loss tactically, and then they pull back. 297 to 81. 1 minute until Rayquaza. Home goal zone open, so they can make some really exciting plays as this match moves on.
Yes, now it really raises the question. Super Secret Team almost maybe would have wanted to try and control the break on that bottom pad so they could have more experience to farm. I know in the moment, it's those micro decisions, right, that become difficult to make, but just something to think about on these high levels. Like, that's one of their ways back in, is just the easy farm route.
Look at the aggression here from Ignorance. Obviously, we have a massive objective in the top path. There is enough time to take it down, but it's a nail biter, right? You've got 10 seconds, basically, on this top Regieleki, but it provides so much value. Supa knows this, Ignorance knows this. They could decide to go for it, or they could just decide to keep their amazing positioning here at Rayquaza. We're going to see how they want to play it, as Super Secret Team is making sure they have a ton of firepower up top so that it does not happen. Ignorance, on the other hand, just positioned around Rayquaza. They don't want to take this fight early as we head towards the final Rayquaza for one of these two teams in their Pokémon Unite Championship Series season. One of these teams has a chance to head to Worlds. One will be heading home. Blastoise moving forward right here, possibly starting the fight. Mamo getting pretty deep, but now pulling back with the eject button. It doesn't look like they're going to start the fight, but Blastoise gets caught!
Supa gets caught. They're stuck on the wall, but they can't close the door on him. Scribblenaught looks up. Protein Shake, Solar Blade can't sort it out. And now Super Secret Team stepping back. Oh, that was a big Solar Beam by Neon, hitting 3 targets, and Super Secret Team is completely spaced out.
Super Secret Team is behind here, way behind. They are now resetting so that they can get some of their HP back. They're all hanging out in the tall grass together, saying who is going to make this play, who's going to start this thing. We have Unite moves. Blastoise is back with the Unite. That's a level 13 Blastoise. Mamo coming back right now. It's time to make a play. 1 minute, 15 seconds on the clock. Here comes the rapid
going
spin.
straight forward. Mamoswine follows up with an Earthquake, but they can't get on top of the target. Frozen is Soup Chef. Hydro Typhoon finally kicks up Jupiter, but Jupiter goes straight in and builds the Coliseum around them. Showtime follow up by Scribblenaught. They're looking for the next target, then actually found one. Bliss sends it back into the middle. They Protein Shake sorts out Azmat. Russ goes down as well. 2 players down. The chase is on. Supa goes for the reset. The Egg Bomb protects the goal zone. And now Ignorance just bought a ton of time.
A ton of time, and Super Secret Team does not have a lot of it. 40 seconds left on the clock. 2 members down, and they're going to need to make a play with all 5 members of Ignorance up. Moving towards Rayquaza right here. It's their last-ditch effort. The Hail Mary. Blaziken moves in. Blastoise moves in, but the Unite move wipes them both off of the map. Rayquaza no longer being touched. Ignorance in the power position with only 20 seconds left. There really is nothing Super Secret Team can do.
Scrambling to score is Super Secret Team, but that Blissey is not going to make the gap of what Ignorance is dunking in right now. Ignorance, regional top 8 team for a reason. Moving on.
Ignorance moves on from this tournament. Super Secret Team, their tournament ends here. Ignorance could still possibly be your world champions and the last representative heading to Worlds in Honolulu.
Really just keeping the dream alive. Tip of the cap to Super Secret Team, our 2nd seed coming from that final stretch open bracket, taking Ignorance to the limit, but ultimately the difference was there in that 3rd game. Power of friendship moves on.
Yeah, the power of friendship moves on. And some great games here by Super Secret Team. You know, it was a a hard-fought series for them, taking it to a Game 3, everything on the line, and they fought like it. You know, they were looking for their opening in that final fight, and they just simply could not find a way in. Through the incredible positioning and defense of Ignorance, they completely controlled those final moments.
They really, really did, and we can see above our screen here, it looks like Team YouTube is marching towards that stage for our next matchup, but we got to see how Ignorance got it done in this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, Ignorance had some great games. Tyranitar, the story of this series, I would say. Game 1 goes to Ignorance with the Tyranitar, and then we swap on over to Game 2. Super Secret Team decides to grab the T-Tar, bringing the raid boss onto their side, and they have an amazing game with it right there. As we head into Game 3, both teams have decided that there's going to be no Tyranitar, there's going to be no failings. We're going to play this thing old school as we head into our 3rd game. Once again, Super Secret Team with a fantastic fight there at the end, and a big old T-Tar giving them the win.
Yeah, I like Supa's energy, right? They know what's on the line. They played their hearts out. All of Super Secret Team did. But again, here, this final team fight, just an amazing engagement after the Hydro Typhoon only kicked up Goopiter. Goopiter goes straight at them, runs right at them. They get 2 knockouts and really just deflate Super Secret Team's chances.
Yeah, there we go. Taking a look at some of the stats from that last game. KOs looking a little sparse, obviously, on the side of Super Secret Team. Only 2 for the Blastoise, 2 for the Blaziken. On the other side, Ignorance picking up quite a few for each of their Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, you look straight down, you know, with the Scrubble being the exception. I mean, 3, 4, 6. Soup Chef, though, this Scaldbro has been very impressive.
Yeah, Scaldbro has been huge for them. I feel like every game it's a massive, massive playmaker. I like a lot of the picks from both of these squads. I love seeing something different, right, from Mamo, seeing something different with Alolan Ninetales, but unfortunately, it just was not able to be the difference maker for Super Secret Team. However, we're going to throw it up on the big stage here to the interview with a member of Ignorance. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Sprinkles and Dupe Snacks. That's right, I'm on stage with Neon of Ignorance, a fan favorite squad. You got some supporters out there. That's so exciting. How good does it feel to get that win on the main stage?
Yeah, it feels amazing to get that win. Honestly, we were a little bit nervous going in, but it's honestly amazing to be able to play in front of an amazing crowd. It feels so good. Thank you for cheering us on. And yeah, we're so happy we were able to show up today and play well, yeah.
Yeah, it was a great set, a full, going the distance. Game 2, a little shaky, but it's all right. You were able to clutch it out in Game 3. I mean, what was Super Secret Team doing that made it such a tough matchup?
Yeah, they were just responding really well to what we were trying to do. We were trying to mix it up, and I feel like they were really responded and really agile with what they were doing, and it kind of made it hard for us to know what to do, especially in the second game when they got T-Tar, but it's okay. But that's okay.
All right. And you are known kind of as the North American Delphox specialist, at least on that Mystical Fire Flamethrower. Am I right? Yeah. And you make it look amazing. What's the secret sauce to that build, and how are you, becoming the master of it?
I'm a basic logistical answer is just a lot of repetition, but honestly, you just kind of got to vibe with Delphox, and you have to understand that she's beautiful, she's amazing, and as long as you give her the respect she deserves, you're going to be amazing. So don't even worry about it, yeah.
All right, I love that. Okay, it's an important pick as a part of your team's composition, often the last pick for your roster, and your draft decisions as a team have been very interesting in all of Ignorance's life cycle. When one of the talking points for us on the broadcast, EXP share attackers have shown up. So who is the brains of the operation on the Ignorance team? Who's making the calls in the draft screen?
I think one of our problems is that we're really hesitant with our drafting. But our brains is Scrub, I would say, a lot of the times. And then he's always willing to bring forth a lot of these interesting choices. Okay. And then a lot of times I'm just let's just do it. We have nothing to lose at this point. I feel like that's our attitude, is we have nothing to lose. We made it this far, and like we said, we're just solo queuers who came together. So that's a good attitude, I think.
Awesome. Well, you got some games to win coming up very soon, so good luck in the rest of the final stretch. We are throwing it back to the booth with a couple of orange juicers, I hear.
Thank you very much. Oh, look at the cameras up there. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Orange Table Talk with Doob Snacks and Spraggles. We are joined by Zugrug and Roland, the champions from North America's Orange Juicers. Welcome, guys.
Thank you. Hello. Hi.
How are you feeling? Hey, how's it going? And
Those
that's
are the
gonna be
champions.
it.
That's
That's
that
it,
champion
everybody. That's that
energy.
champion. How are you feeling after such a massive win against Nemesis, Sug?
I mean, we're feeling good. We came here expecting to win, and, you know, we played what we wanted to play. We played our best, and we came out as champs.
Yeah, I mean, you guys had such an amazing run. I'm wondering, it felt like, Roland, like in that final stretch, that bracket reset, all those games, it felt like the energy on stage was extremely maybe reserved. It felt like everyone was really focused. What did it feel like up there?
You know, those were the final games, right? So we all came here for one thing. We wanted to win, so we made sure that we stayed focused throughout the whole game, throughout the match, until it was to the very end.
Yeah.
I have a question for you, Zug. We had a quick conversation yesterday, and you told me that your mom hates me, and we weren't gassing up the juicers enough. Now that you've been able to watch it back, and I know you did because I gave you that homework, did we really treat you all that poorly?
I guess you guys kind of like us. You know, my mom, I'll let her know.
Fair enough.
Sug's mom, look, we love the orange juicers.
We do.
Everyone loves the orange. Doesn't everyone love the orange juicers out there? I mean, see? Sug's mom, you gotta like us. Sug's mom liking us means a lot. I think
It's very, like oranges, we are worth the squeeze.
You're absolutely worth the squeeze. Roland, how does your family feel about Dupe Snacks
Oh,
and Fragrance?
oh, they love you guys. You know, they
Yeah,
love.
we did it.
They love the
Incredible.
mustaches.
When are we going to see yours?
Hawaii.
I sent you all those videos.
About what?
You sent
Mustaches.
him all those videos?
About
Is anyone
mustaches.
listening about mustache?
Mustache grooming. It's not like weird mustache videos.
Is anyone listening to this conversation but me? You sent him all those mustache videos?
He didn't watch
He
them.
might have.
He might have sent him all those mustache.
Check your spam folder.
Check your spam folder for all of those mustache videos. I want to hear a little bit of a breakdown of what you guys think happened in North America, maybe meta-wise throughout this tournament, because we went from, Phalanx might kind of be okay, to, Phalanx is banned every single game. Zug, do you maybe want to talk about that a little bit?
Well, I think that everyone knew Phalanx was a strong pick, but it's like, it has counters, like Venusaur's good against it. Like, there's just different things that everyone was like, it's going to be hard to play Phalanx. But then people started playing Phalanx into Venusaur, into Lucario, and you're like, it's so strong that it doesn't even matter if they have the counters. So everyone's like, we can just pick it whenever.
Yeah, and Roland, was that something that you felt when you were playing against that Pokemon? Or I guess even outside of Phalanx, was there something that you saw that you went, this is actually changing in real time? Like Phalanx went from pretty good to banned every game, and now this Pokemon's going from off everyone's radar to being banned.
Well, for our team personally, I would say like a big mon for us was like Hoopa, right? We were prioritizing a lot the Blissey, but we realized throughout like the tourney that maybe Hoopa's like a really good choice for the early game and for the map rotations. So it was a really good pick.
Yeah,
changed a lot.
I want to ask you both about the story of Tyranitar. You stepped up here and you was like, Tyranitar is broken, but in some matches it really felt like it wasn't. Like it wasn't up to snuff. What are your feelings on Tyranitar? Should it be that first pick priority when it's available, or is it, need to be trailing near the end?
I think Tyranitar has its pros and cons. It's not really, it's essentially a late game mon, so it's got its weaknesses, right? You have a Leafeon or a Sylveon up against it, it won't get ahead, but if you let it scale and get that farm, it will turn into a monstrosity. So
I'm curious, now that you guys have won here in North America, twice for you, by the way, Zug. You're actually pretty good when it comes to winning here in North America. Congratulations. I'm wondering, now that your eyes are maybe, looking towards the horizon and we're done dealing with all these NA teams as directly, and you're looking to the big teams in all of the other regions, what are you most concerned with as you head towards Worlds? Maybe what region, what kind of play style, like what is concerning for Orange Juicers, and what are you excited about?
Well, I'm going to have to watch the other regions to know what they're doing over there. But for us, we're going to focus on our own game, like try and play the stuff we're good at. Like, I think we're not going to change our way of playing. Even if other teams are playing a different way, we're going to do what works for us.
You're going to play the juicer way. I think it's pretty great, and it's done really well for you so far. Is there a region that you're really excited to play against, Roland, or something that you're maybe worried to play against?
I'm excited to play against Japan. You know, I look up to those guys. They're amazing, amazing region. I really like to face them.
I think Japan is incredible right now. I mean, North America's won this thing twice, but there are a lot of great regions heading into Worlds. Are there, if you were to not power rank them entirely, but who is really on top of the list for you, a couple regions?
Region-wise?
Yeah, region.
Oh, okay. So
yeah.
I would definitely say, including ours, like everyone.
Heck yeah, include yours, baby.
Like, you don't have to go through the entire
Okay.
No, don't go through the entire thing. I'm just seeing a couple of the top.
We've got like, we don't have like infinite
Okay,
time.
I'm hearing from production you have 15 minutes of uninterrupted talking. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So let me get into it. So, but I would definitely say Japan is up there. You know, probably my number one, and then EU, and then NA, top 3 basically, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Latins, never mind. They're above us, I think.
You think so?
Yeah. Rework, Respawn, E7, great teams.
Absolutely. And of course, Fusion with a huge showing at AOS Cup, looking absolutely amazing. Are there some regions that you've really got your eye on?
NA on top.
NA on top.
100% Homer. I love that energy. Zug, you played a ton of Tree yesterday, and I think Umbreon would have probably been there if they weren't banning it out from under you. We did see a Snorlax game. Is Snorlax always in the pocket? Because there were some games I was like, this kind of feels like it would be a sick Zug Snorlax game, and then you just went Tree anyways. Is the difference between Snorlax and Tree, the power difference, just that egregious right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Tree is stronger than Snorlax right now, and other teams would be more willing to play Tree. So it's stronger and it's more of a deny pick, but if Snorlax is there, it's always open for me. So.
All right. Roland, you mentioned, I think it was, maybe Zug was telling me yesterday, that some days you're feeling playing Hoopa and some days you don't want to play Hoopa at all. And yesterday was a Hoopa day for Roland. And it kind of felt like your game was accelerating throughout the day, right? You were just getting sharper and sharper and sharper. Did you feel that throughout the day yourself?
Oh, yeah. I came into this tourney thinking, okay, I'm only going to play Blissey. Let's have some fun, but throughout the tourney, I was like, man, Hoopa looks really good here. I think I'm just gonna stick with it, and it was working for us. So I definitely, that's how it felt. Yeah.
It looked that way too.
Yeah, it looked incredible. You guys looked incredible. Congratulations once again on your amazing win. I don't know if we could have picked a better team to represent North America. I know you have so many fans, and I am absolutely one of them. Please get your mom to like me. We're going to be right back very soon. Congrats again to the Orange Juicers. The final stretch rages on here at NAIC. Don't go anywhere.
Hope up.
Welcome back to the North America International Championships. We are in the literal and figurative final stretch, the final game of the first rounds. And I am here on stage between two incredible Pokemon Unite players, Pikadiff, captain of Team YouTube, and Bits, captain of Team Nihao. And trust me, folks, I've been trying to separate these two players. There's a lot of energy going on between these two squads. In fact, Pikadiff, I was hearing a little bit of chatter on the Team YouTube side. I believe you said that Nihao is absolutely free?
Yeah, they're free. You know, we're ready for them, and I want to let all you guys know we're not scared of you.
Okay, that's big, that's big. Now, Bits, any response? Is this a quick 2-0, a long battle for a best of 3? What's it going to look like?
I don't know, but we play for the casters. Make the games fun, baby.
Okay, I like that. We make it fun, Yeah, a lot of casters fans in the audience. That's good to hear. Okay, Pikadiff, obviously a lot of great players on Nihao. Is there any specific Pokemon that you're worried they're going to bring out that might be too tough for you to deal with?
They can bring out anything, and we're ready for them all.
Okay, wow, interesting. Big response. Same question to you, Bits. Any particular player on Team YouTube that Nihao needs to worry about?
Very chaotic, only goes Sylveon and Ninetales, so.
Okay, the hard call out. I'm gonna have to put these two players back in their corner, but good luck, gentlemen. It's gonna be an awesome matchup. Back to the casters with Ender.
That's right. Thank you very much, Zoinks. We are here in the couch area with Ender for an interview. What is up, buddy? Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I'm having a great time here.
Yeah, Doomstax, you were just telling me, I didn't even realize that you were here with Ignorance.
That's right. They signed me up as their sub. I didn't really like to talk about it too much because it's their moment. I want them to be able to enjoy it. I didn't want my name being thrown around out there. And I just kept telling them, stick to your game plan. You guys are looking good.
Yeah, they looked fantastic in that last game.
Yeah, absolutely. Neon's electric. I mean, Soup Chef bringing out the attack slow bro as well. Just a quick dial in, as I know you're sitting in the crowd watching that last match. You said Ignorance is looking good. They got a real shot at this thing, eh?
I really do think they have a nice shot at it. Before their game started, they asked me, like, what do you think we should pick? What's your read on the meta? And I'm like, look, you guys are a scary team. Back when I was playing, I was terrified to play into you guys because you have a very unique style of play. I think they're one of the strongest teams in North America out of all the teams at playing around Rayquaza and just making it really difficult to close games out. So I told them, stick to what you're good at. Don't worry about what anyone else is doing. And they pulled through.
Now, we just took a look at our bracket there for a second, and obviously we can see, again, no losers bracket. You have to win your way through this entire thing. What team would you be most worried about running into besides Ignorance we just talked about?
Yeah, Ignorance is great. There's a lot of experienced players on a lot of these teams, and we have YT coming up next, team that was able to make it to Worlds last year off of a heroic run to close out the season. So it almost feels like they have an opportunity to do what they did last year, where when everyone counted them out, despite being one of the most popular teams, they kind of pulled through, made it to the Worlds. And I don't know, they're a scary team to play, and they've got a lot of experience on their roster.
Yeah, I've said this many times. There's something about Team YT. On any given day, they can beat the best team in the world. That's why they're such an exciting team to watch.
Yeah, it literally feels like a YT event, like a YT-based event, like you said. This is just kind of the one they would win to qualify. Tons of other teams there as well. We've got Nihao coming up against, of course, YT that we see on screen right here. How big of a mix-up is it for this team putting Pikadiff in for Phil?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. What do you think, Ender?
It's a big mix-up. Phil has a certain type of energy, but Pikadiff, he's a seasoned player, going all the way back to Season 1. He was at Worlds there as well. And I think he brings this calmness factor that on stage is extremely important. Now, when you lose one game, everyone's heart starts racing like, oh no, my parents are watching, my friends watching, everyone's counting on me. But Pikadiff's gonna be there. He's gonna be, guys, relax, we've got this. And I think that alone can bring so much to a team. And he's probably the best player in NA, maybe in the world, at getting his team to be level-headed.
Yeah, and that's the perfect team to put him on then, because Team YT is a bit of a roller coaster sometimes. Nihao, on the other hand, is a bit of a wild card, an unknown factor. This is a team that, came up through the ranks and surprised everybody with how well they did coming into NAIC.
Another team Nihao that kind of plays like Ignorance, that plays very to their own game, their own style. How do you think that's going to work in the face of a team like YT that you just mentioned, like you said last year, qualified for Worlds?
Yeah, I know Nihao mentioned they're playing for the casters, but what I see them, I think they're playing for the solo queue players. They bring out the Outrage Dragon Knight, the Path Cinderace, the Gren, whatever it is. They really try to prove that some of these underrated competitive picks that are popular in solo queue can still work on the biggest stage in the world. And I mean, we've all been there. We play solo queue. It's very easy to lose to a Cinderace that you might not think was that threatening, and they bring it out, and that unknown factor can really throw teams off.
It's easy to lose to that Cinderace, and it's even easier to lose when that Cinderace is on your team. I've found it's actually really tough when that Cinderace is with you. I want to get a read from you on this meta, Inder. What do you think? I mean, we saw a bit of an evolution throughout the day yesterday. We also saw what was happening with Japan. As we take a look at this draft between these two teams, I would love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I know Phalanx has been the talk of the town lately. One of the other Pokemon that has a really high win rate that Nihao actually was using yesterday as well is that Icy Wind Glaceon. We saw Japan, Kabichans, they really brought that back at EUIC along with some of the other teams. Trainer had a phenomenal performance on it as well. So I want to see some of that gameplay as well. I think it has a lot of potential. I think almost an 80% win rate here at this event today as well.
I love to see the targeted ban there. Dragonite coming out first. Obviously, you know, our orange team has often had the job of banning out things like Tyranitar, Phalanx. They decided to go Sylveon instead, giving the first pick over to YT, who could possibly snatch up Phalanx.
Something that YT has been good at both last year and this year is just picking a team and going straight after those pocket picks and saying, you know, a perfect example was last year in the May finals, Stockings, and Chandelure on Stockings is a problem, ban that every time, very targeted, and they ended up winning that event using that same strategy here, Inder.
Yeah, we saw it on the stage call out as well. Chaotic can only play Sylveon and Ninetales, and I think they'd rather have him on that Ninetales. Taking away that Sylveon makes a lot of sense.
I love Ninetales. I know it's not the meta, but I do think there's a place for this Pokemon. I would love to see YT bring it out here. First pick was the tree. On the other side, Umbreon, Eldegoss. These are all powerful picks that we've seen a lot. Gardevoir, a Pokemon that I have seen some teams kind of playing around with a bit, that has a pretty high win rate throughout this tournament as well.
I'm taking a look. They're hovering this Hoopa, and it really has felt like a Hoopa-based tournament. You're a big-time support player, and somebody I respect's opinion on supports, of course. How do you feel about Hoopa's run through this event?
Yeah, I think when it comes to playing on the biggest stage, teams always like to fall back on that Hoopa. Giving you that macro play, that Hoopa highway, can make games really difficult to be able to develop a lead with. And it's a safe pick. A lot of teams have a lot of practice on it. You can never really count out that Hoopa.
Dodrio on the side of Nihao. This is a Pokemon that I feel like comes in and out of the meta constantly. It never does poorly, and then every time it's back, everyone goes, oh man, Dodrio's back. That's right, we're gonna have to deal with this a lot. Maybe it's just that some teams don't have a Dodrio, or maybe it's the flavor of the week. Why do you think it just kind of, without buffs, without nerfs, moves in and out of the meta so much?
Yeah, it's just a powerful Pokemon when it's put in the right hands. But when things go wrong on Dodrio, it's very easy to point at, you know, maybe we should change things up. You kind of lose your confidence on that Pokemon. And then when you get back on that big stage and you have a really good moment, everyone remembers, like you said, maybe this Pokemon might not be that bad.
Yeah, I feel like that's a great way to look at it. They lose a couple games and then they say, all right, maybe we actually have to get rid of this Dodrio here. We're heading through our final preparations right now between Team YT and Nihao. Inder, any parting words before we send you away for a bit?
I'm happy to be here. NAIC, the crowd's been amazing. I've been able to meet a lot of the contestants, a lot of the fans, and these games have been electric. I'm really happy to see a lot of these teams that might go a little under the radar when playing online tournaments get their chance to play on a big stage. So I'm happy for them, and I want to see some more great games today.
Amazing stuff. I know we'll be talking to you again very soon. Give it up for Inder, everybody! As we get ready for our next game here, Team YT versus Nihao. You ready, Dupe Snacks?
Wow, that I almost tripped over that table. I am good and ready to go. It's so exciting to see YT here, and Nihao's energy cannot be understated. You know, doing it for the casters. I like the shout out that Inder had. We're actually doing it for the solo queue players too. They're showing love to everybody outside of the competitive community that also loves Pokemon Unite to make sure that they can have some fun with this thing too.
That's right. I mean, I do love that a team like that is doing so well, right? The players who are playing the things that kind of dominate as you're moving through the ranked ladder, and you say, well, I think I can actually outplay you without Outrage Dragonite. You're not going to see it from a lot of other teams, but you're going to see it from us. In fact, you're going to see it so much that it is banned out in this game. As we head into game number 1, Team YT, your purple team, Ni Hao, your orange team.
Getting right after it. AE Waterboy, there was actually on the graphic as Greninja 2 times. Also Stanley Fishy, just a man of many monikers out here as we're going straight for him. We going crosstown shootout because they're stacking, baby, and so is that Doduo.
Yeah, Dodrio playing in Path I think is actually pretty excellent. Its last hit ability with its boosted attack is very solid. However, it's getting punished right now by the Supa having to grab a berry as they push forward right here. Again, it's charged up that sprint gauge. It's got its boosted, but it's actually looking to kind of get some of the safer experience on the other side of the map. Fun fact, Dubes next. Greninja 2 times Ni Hao is the highest ever score in a single game during UCS with 428 points on Talonflame. Bye, Doduo.
Bye, Doduo. Okay, opener over to the side of YT, and they're starting to hum pretty well here. Dust Runner needs to take over and evolve, but Victor and the other Eevee on their squad there to pull up.
It's a lot of points when you think about it, 428, you know?
It is more than 400.
Yeah, it's almost double. Here we go, a big fight up in the top path. We have our Cursed Trevenant looking to get a nice secure on that experience. Still a Doduo, so things are going really well for Team YT in this top path.
So sad Sam desperately needs to evolve for my eyeballs here. That Combusken needs to take over to Blaziken in short order. Bits still a Doduo.
Yeah, Bit's still a Doduo, but they're looking for it right here. This point should give them their evolution, and it does. Doesn't give them their stack just quite yet, and it looks like they are going to get KO'd. That curse damage slowing them down there on the goal zone. Very nice.
I mean, the hollow air difference, truly, between the tree and the Dodrio not wearing any hats. Spraggles, thoughts?
I'm sorry I didn't see that. Will you give me a minute to kind of collect myself?
Absolutely, 100%. Waterboy making their way back to the pad as we're getting ready to scrap over all these birds right in the middle. So sad Sam is a bird themselves, and they're taking all their avian counterparts there, evolving into Blaziken. Thank goodness our eyes can stop melting.
Yeah, and here we go. Blaziken up towards this top path with that new beautiful hollower. Actually, I haven't even got to see it in game. Come on, I want to see it. Pull on up, Blaziken. Let's see a little bit of a fight here, as we do have Glaceon running up to this top path as well. That's the Icy Wind that Ender was just talking about earlier. Picks up the big-time KO with the eject button, heads home through the hyperspace hole.
Love the trophy that populates after that knockout 2. Great hollow air graphic. So sad Sam, level 7, where they want to be. They'd like to push that pace a little harder, but the difference is they're ahead of the Dodrio.
Yeah, the amazing thing about Blaziken is it only needs 8, right? You know, some Pokemon needs 9 for that Unite move. If you have a Greninja and it's only 8, you're just really missing out. Not with Blaziken. 8 is an amazing place to be. You've got the move switching. You're ready to head down to the bottom path and secure this bottom Reggie that is hitting the map right now.
Little old school Pokemon Unite, the whole team showing up for the bottom objectives, shades of season 1 and 2. As So Sad Sam is putting all the maneuvers down. Dust Runner there to contest. Can they actually make it happen? No, they decided to just retreat and not get knocked out for that effort.
Yeah, really beautiful play there by YT. When you have a Blaziken near an objective, there isn't much that you're able to do on the other side unless you can take it down. Big time Unite move as they move forward.
Their Kurtan is just caught on the backside now. There's nothing Bits can do to save them as they get buckled. What a catch with that SP on Unite, that Psychic Solaire. I think it's Victor, and that's on the Glaceon getting caught, and they get put down immediately. And once the Glaceon's down, all their pressure disappears with it.
Yeah, moving forward here, picking up the KO on Dodrio, but here comes Glaceon. The Unite move is out. We have the overheat from Blaziken. It looks like they decided they weren't going to be able to make it home, but they weren't going to be able to hit that overheat either. Regieleki now walking towards the side of YT. That fight went catastrophically for them.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a blessing in disguise. Victor sent back, but the Glaceon's rolling up pad gave Team YT a false sense of security. They were low on HP after a decent scrap from Ni Hao, and by the time they get to pad, Glaceon's back, and Victor was there for the KO streak of 2 and a little bit of a Kurtan splash of 1.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there as we see this fight in the bottom path. Obviously, you know, Espeon has incredible secure with that Psybeam, and it looks like they're doing pretty great. Level 9 there in that bottom path.
Yeah, but look at this. Victor, and all of a sudden level 11 and the biggest character in the lobby, where Nihao was just a little bit behind on the experience race. Now Dodrio going to be able to get to level 9, and they can focus up because Victorin can run essentially a roughshod through the YT team whenever they want to engage.
This is interesting. We don't see a lot of this style of Trevenant. This is Curse Pain Split. For a little while, Pain Split was all the rage. It got a tiny little nerf, and everyone ran away from it. But now we're seeing Dodrio having to run from this Trevenant. It's going to be interesting seeing how they want to play around this in some of these big fights.
Bits using the tri-attack version of Dodrio, so they're going to get some good spacing, and YT needs to figure out how to get their Blaziken. So Sad Sam, I think, is who is on that forward and getting ready to play because they need it now.
And once again, Blaziken's near an objective, and there really is nothing Nihao can do to contest it. They are up at that top path objective looking for this Regieleki as Team YT is going to try to take their advantage right here. The Blaze Kick pushing them off point, looking to get a KO on this Umbreon or at least score in its face, and they do break the goal zone, and they're looking to keep pushing their advantage. It is hard to stop a Blaziken, but it's also hard to KO an Umbreon. It might eventually make it out of here. We're just going to have to see as Glaceon is now making their way down to the bottom path.
Yeah, I mean, meanwhile, Victor and Kurtan were able to do some work on the scoreboard the other way to really mitigate that push that YT put together, at least in that sense. And then Umbreon's going to make it out with a sliver of HP. Bits running by and finding out that there's 4 players on Y2 there to snuff them out.
Wow, that Umbreon, absolutely 1 HP and a dream right there, making it out somehow. We see the Blaziken with the big-time overheat, getting caught here once again. The Glaceon getting really aggressive. Glaceon's getting extremely low, however, and it looks like Eldegoss heading up into the air is looking for the KO, but Trevenant gets it.
Yeah, Cram Unite as well, right on time to put the pressure on, but this Pain Split tree is running right at them, and I mean, tree falls in the forest. Can you hear it? Nihao certainly is.
Yeah, Nihao's definitely hearing it, and they're feeling it right now, but that tree is not falling. Instead, it's falling every member of Nihao in its face. We were wondering how Pain Split was going to work out. Well, you saw him split the pain right there, and things are looking great for YouTube in that fight. However, still behind on the scoreboard, 145 to 169.
We're walking on razor-thin margins here between these two teams. Nihao, again, used to have the experience lead. That's gone now. We are pretty much at full parity across the board. So Sadzam taking a 13 is something worth noting.
Yeah, 13, obviously a huge power spike for so many Pokemon. Glaceon on 13 as well. They get their spike at 12, but you want that carry to be as highly leveled as possible so those icy winds hit like, you know, an absolute truck.
Just biding their time is Nihao. We got 40 seconds till Ray, but Regice is what's on the menu here for YT. Nobody really interested in Nihao to contest. They're actually going to try and backdoor with this Dodrio to get some points in. Does Bits get any points? No.
That was very, you just saw the sliver of HP on that for a moment, and Regice almost, if there was an auto that flew in there from LD, it could have almost went to the other side. However, here comes this Regieleki. Again, they are already up. They're in a pretty good position for this, but Fui intelligently just pushing them away. They don't want this objective. They just don't want Nihao to get it, but they don't want to get punished for it and have Crustle go down. Luckily, it makes it out.
Yeah, I like Pikadiff not coming back here and just taking the jump pad to the center, but Fui is right, the pressure on Dusk Runner. They're going to pivot back to the middle, waiting on Nihao to get into the action. Dusk Runner's still on the chase, though. They're not letting this thing go, as we've got a little drive-by by Bits to see if they can set this thing off. Rock Tomb is there, Pikadiff gets spuns up, the Tree Unite is there, Cram Unite pops theirs as well. Psychic Solaire picks up Bits in the back, but they are gal to dodge. We're moving back through. Pikadiff goes down, 1 down for each side, and we're popping more Unites. The Glacial stage is set. Can they get the KOs to follow? Victorin's looking for another one, 2 players down. 3 players down on Nihao, 2 back the other way. So Sad Sam finding the flow and scissor kicking everybody in the teeth to make them realize that YT's here in the mix.
YT is here in the mix, and Rayquaza is now in the mix, although that Blaziken is extremely low, and if it goes down, they're not going to be able to have it secure. They do take down the Blaziken. Now Rayquaza is only at about a sliver right here. Nihao is outside of it. They're hoping that this Blaziken does not keep getting hit right now, I got to assume on the side of Team YT, as they don't have a great secure tool.
They have the Icy Wind, they can make it happen. Bang! Victorin sorts it out! Nihao making some magic happen. Just Fui there to break pick up shields, but there's too many players diving past them, and Hundo Burgers are in. Ni Hao shaking it up.
Right, they're grilling up those Hundo Burgers, and they're grilling up a victory here over Team YT in Game 1. As soon as Blaziken is caught there, that Rayquaza is catastrophic for YT. They're chipping it up with the idea that, of course, if you have a Blaziken, you can take this objective. Well, once they got it, it was basically over for YT.
What a great set of fights here. And I don't know if you noticed, but on the amazing Rock Tomb that Pikadiff had, actually gets spun up by a Rayquaza Whirlwind and can't engage, and then they got collapsed on immediately. Ni Hao, they lost bits early too, but they managed to cobble it together off the backside, finding, like you said, that big Blaziken catch.
Yeah, that huge catch on Blaziken. Blaziken went back through that hyperspace hole, and instead of deciding to engage on the team, of course, they were looking towards that objective, but they got absolutely melted in that Rayquaza pit by Glaceon. I guess ironically, because it's very simple.
Yes, very, very ironically indeed.
And here we go, Ni Hao with the big-time win in Game 1. And again, I mean, on any given day, Team YouTube can win, but for all the casters and the solo queue players out there, for the people who want to see the scrappy upstarts make something happen, Ni Hao is now up 1 game.
I mean, that game to me all came down to Victor, and they're all over the map with that Glaceon. You're seeing why its win rate is so high. Ender called it out, Trainer called out that Ni Hao was one of the teams that was leaning on this Pokemon as well. I mean, let's take a look at this final Ray fight.
Yeah, I mean, there was some huge moments right here. There was the massive Rock Tomb, and it looks like it was knocked up, I think actually by the Hurricane from Cram right there is what knocked down. And then again from Rayquaza. How heartbreaking for Pika as we see the Trevenant now in so much trouble, not able to make it out. Blaziken picks up the KO here, but here's where it all goes wrong for YT.
Yeah, I mean, we're going for a circle. You see Chaotic starting to chip in. They pop the rings. Unbound does a kilo. So Sam goes right in the middle and immediately gets popped up, spun up, takes the portal to try and reset themselves. Kurtan is there to step in and just A-press them down. What a look and a heads-up play by the support player to make sure this Blaziken needs to come with me.
What a freeze dry right there from the Glaceon. It was right on Ray, so was the Blaziken, and it just got frozen in place, giving it the ability to hit it twice with that huge empowered icy wind boosted attack and just ripped through that Blaziken. I mean, crazy stuff right there. Had that freeze dry missed or had Blaziken been able to play around it, I think that would have gone completely different.
Yeah, you even saw Victor able to pick up Chaotic on the loop, right? They're coming around the Ray Pit to try and make, and they just popped a freeze try that direction too. Dusk Runner gonna get the nod. Here's the player of the game. Tons of points, bucket loads of damage taken, and they were just in the face of this YT squad.
Yeah, they were looking incredible, and I know a lot of teams were worried about Ni Hao. You know, they qualified for our top 8 through the winners side, only going down, facing off against one of the best in the region, best in the world possibly, Nemesis up there in that winners bracket. So a lot of teams worried about Ni Hao, and you can see why.
Yeah, I mean, don't forget, YouTube picked Ni Hao to square off against, right? They were the 3rd seed out of the final stretch, so they got we'll say the last pick of those 3 teams, and they still elected to go with Ni Hao. And I think, and rightfully so, these top 8 regional teams are kind of taking that personally.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at this here. Up 1 game, YT with their tournament life on the line. You can see how good Ni Hao is feeling in this moment. This energy, this momentum carried into the next game could be disastrous for YT. Ender talked about it. Is Pikadiff enough of a calming energy to be able to center Team YT and say, look, hey, we had a couple unfortunate moments there, but we should have won that fight. Let's just get our heads back in this thing and get ready for our next draft.
Yeah, I think Ni Hao, again, banning the Sylveon is the way to go here. They're picking on Chaotic, and that's exactly what they said they were going to do, making sure that they essentially have they're limping a member along is YT. YT, on the other hand, if they've got the opportunity to snag something for Chaotic, they need to do it off the rip.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how they want to play this. We see Tyranitar being banned out once again. Phalanx is a possibility here, but we want to see how YT wants to play this. One nice thing about their Fui pick earlier, which they're going with again here, is not only does it give them this great carry all-rounder that Fui is playing, it also steals away Trevenant from being on the other side as a massive defender choice.
Right, and you know, if Fui gets a better choice later on, right, and they want to take something else top, of course, Pikadiv can pick up the Trevenant and use that as the true defender that we've seen, you know, like Zug play yesterday.
And now we can see on the side of Nihao, they're saying, all right, well, you're going to take that as a carry. That's fine. We're snatching up the two other insane, powerful defenders in this meta right now. Umbreon, Crustle, over to the side of YT. They're fine with that. They're bringing out the Slowbro.
Selfishly, I would have liked for them to sandbag their defender pick later because Pikadiv has an insane Snorlax, and I think depending on how the texture of this goes, they could have had a really good counter in Snorlax with different priorities here. Victor and eyeing up the candle, not a bad look. We haven't seen too much of it though this weekend.
No, not a ton of Chandelure, and in fact, it's kind of only had blips of viability in competitive play. Like some teams will pick it up, and I think there really is some cool opportunities for this Pokemon, but we just have not seen it crush lately. One thing that's great for it, though, Chandelure does not like a team with a lot of dive. And if you look at Team YT, they have essentially no dive at all.
-10 dive.
Yeah, there's nothing that they can do to get to that Chandelure. Could be an amazing choice for them. We're all seeing the Garchomp, and now they are hovering the bird, Talonflame.
I kind of like Chaotic just going to A9. I know like it's underplayed, whatever, but don't forget that this is the Pokemon that Chaotic ran through this North America region with last year at this event and the one prior. So if you want to make Chaotic feel comfortable, put them on A9 because theirs is one of those Pokemon that feels a little different in their hands.
Also, look at like kind of this force of special attackers on the side of YT. This is not something we're actually seeing much internationally, I would say. I feel like people are kind of off this sort of long-range special attacker, slick spoon meta. They're going for much more of a dive-heavy, I'm in the enemy central area composition. Well, there's going to be a ton of damage coming out from YT, and if they can get a big catch with Alolan Ninetales, with Gardevoir's Unite move, they can, you know, wipe out an enemy team, and it's something that Nihao is going to have to watch out for.
Big shout out to Bits on the Garchomp throwing on the Assault Vest to make sure that they can scrap with this team that YT has put together. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Items that are less viable when you're kind of doing your ranked ladder thing. In this format, in this draft, can be those extra percentage points you need of value to help bring your team across the finish line.
Yeah, it could be a really exciting choice, right? Because every time Garchomp wants to go in, it will have a shield that is at least going to chunk a huge amount of damage away from all of these special attackers. As we're getting ready for game number 2, NAIC, let me hear ya.
Those seats are starting to fill up as this tournament presses forward. We've got Zoinks turning to the camera, an easy cheese and a smile. Holy!
Here we go. Game number 2, Team YT, your purple team. Nihao, your orange team. Team YT's tournament life is on the line.
They fought all day yesterday to get to this moment. They picked Nihao as the opponent they wanted to kick off this day, and they're finding themselves with their backs against the wall.
That's right. They had a great first game here. I think YT played it pretty well also, but things just went real wrong for them at Rayquaza. And if Nihao is known for playing these solo queue, duo, trio games, you know that you just have to make sure you've got that secure at Ray, and they took that away from YT.
Without a doubt, quickly snatching up some Wild Farm is Waterboy. Another lane Talon as Victor and has got this Lampin online, and they're looking for more opportunities, but there's 3 players from YT babysitting top. So sad Sam, as soon as I say that, dips bottom.
Here we go down here in our bottom path. We've got 3 members, 4 members now of YT looking for this fight. Here it comes, a little bit of a secure attempt by Nihao. Talonflame actually still diving in there and not getting punished for it. 4 members now continuing this push onto this bottom goal zone. Talon trying to stop it, but not able to put out enough damage. Slowbro in their face. Ninetales now peeling back. They got some points, they got a little bit of experience, but I'm sure YouTube wanted a lot more from them.
Duskrunner having some problems here, picking up the Crustle despite them choosing Umbreon as well. Kurtan going to be using the Umbreon as a true support here, as Hoopa's just kind of dunking in their face. All sorts of leveling problems on the side of Nihao.
Yeah, Nihao is having trouble here. Garchomp's 4, on the other side Trevenant is 6, right? We've got Fletchinder down there at 5, we've got Ninetales at 6. So YouTube has played this really well. The early game is extremely important, those first 2 minutes, and it looks like they won just about everywhere on the map. Wow, that's gone.
Yeah, just no chance did Nihao have on that, but we're building a living room here. Can we keep the Hooper from resetting? No. Just a sliver of HP is enough to get them out. Duskrunner, however, is going to go down. Chaotic is trying to get the chase, and they close the door on them. Now Victorin is iced up, and look, Chaotic feeling this Ninetales again, picking up the pace, looking even more sturdy on it than they did in that Espeon game 1.
And look at that finesse, too, right there. They knew their range exactly. They knew they could eject, hit that avalanche, and take that KO. And those are the kind of plays that you're able to make when you are so comfortable on these Pokemon.
Alolan Ninetales level 7, Spriggles. I mean, it's just running around, and you can tell the confidence level for Chaotic is on this Pokemon. And, you know, do what you got to do to make every member of your team viable, and that's what they've done, and it's working in the early game.
Now look at this. Gardevoir walking bottom at 8, Ninetales 8, Trevenant 8 in the top path. Not a single level 8 on the side of Nihao. They're behind everywhere on the map. YouTube is in a power position here as we get ready for this first fight, either top or bottom. Looks like Hoopa is going to be making their way to the bottom path. YouTube prioritizing this bottom Reggie in all of their games so far that we've seen on broadcast. Now they're moving towards Reggie Steel.
This is a great way to get global experience for their whole team, right? This is something that Nihao would want theoretically. It's easy to see why they're prioritizing it, and they get it very quickly. Also, having the Hoopa means everybody can go back up top, and because the tree is here, they're doing so much work and so difficult to knock out that, yes, they lost the objective, but Fui has what, almost all their HP still?
Yeah, I mean, one of the amazing things about Pain Split is if your opponent has higher HP than you, higher HP percentage, you are healing yourself the entire time. So if you throw that on a Wish Umbreon that's likely going to be a high HP target the entire time, it's going to be really hard to take down that Trevenant. And you saw that from Nihao. They couldn't get any work done.
Okay, Talonflame right into the middle. Pops out the Snow Globe, though, but they get the KO. Can they sort out So Sad Sam? No, but we do get one back the other way. Pikadiff getting credit for that. The defender stepping up and insulating So Sad Sam.
There we go. We have a little bit of a fight over these wild Pokemon in the center between these two goal zones. Level-wise, still in the hands of YT. They got the better of them with the objectives also. If they continue at this pace, they're going to be able to tie up this series as we head to the halfway point here in game number 2. Now, as a reminder, Team YT has to win this or they are out of this tournament. They have no chance to head to Worlds.
Now Kurtan just kind of leashing everyone around. They're going to try and head back to base themselves, or at least to their side of the map. But YT is controlling this game all over.
Oh, look at this. What an insane moment. That was almost a massive catch there. Just Talonflame happened to be going through the bush as it went over that jump pad.
That was a good reaction time by Chaotic, to be honest. We're popping the rings unbound because they want to siege this goal zone before the next Regieleki hits. The Poltergeist builds the living room. Water Boys on the front side. Can they actually get a KO? They're stunned down, beamed down, and So Sad Sammed right there. Fairy Singularity just for Duskrunner. Duskrunner taking a ton of damage. They get buckled again off the back of Chaotic, who is, again, I mean, this A9 is just a level 11. It's really helping them take over the game.
Yeah, they are taking over the game. Unfortunately for YT in that fight, they did lose their Trevenant, and they're going to have to peel back. In the bottom path, however, Nihao has a Garchomp on this objective, which means they have a very high likelihood of just being able to rip this away before YouTube can get there, and they do.
Nice slow beam, and they're going to get a quality KO on Bits there. Rock Tomb is not going to prevent Fui from going back. They're just going to base the hard way here. As So Sad Sam, Pikadiff babysitting, they're going to try and insulate the score lead.
And you can see we have Pikadiff staying at this bottom goal zone so that make sure that members of Nihao like Talonflame, Garchomp, even that Crustle are not able to push and score here, as YouTube is now using this time to get some experience in their central area before they're heading up to the top path themselves.
This is a quintessential example of a team feeling in complete control, but the score isn't too wild and the levels aren't too crazy either, right? But it really feels like YT has been dominant. Nihao doing a great job keeping themselves in the game despite that. Now they're going to get a cheeky pick here on Fui, potentially Rubble rousing into the middle, Fairy Singularity, but blinked back through the portal so they don't get caught. Now Chaotic steps up, tries to freeze up Victorin, but they're going to go back. The candle stays aflame.
And here we go, big time fly, lands down, picks up the KO on the Trevenant. We have Garchomp looking to take a KO right here, using the Unite move, but getting a little outplayed right there. The Garchomp just could not take them down.
Yeah, that was maybe the last opportunity for Garchomp to use their Unite, so like, hey, maybe I'll get lucky and snatch it. No big deal. Regieleki is getting burned down by Nihao. We've just got everybody hanging out. Kurtan using their Unite move to engage to take care of this Regieleki. And when I say take care, I mean so Nihao can take care of the Regieleki, right? Just landing on all these. But that is a pretty big resource that they're going to have to work to get back.
They are going to have to work for that, but, you know, I do love the aggression, right? I love a play like that. And at the same time, they also are in this really unique spot. Yes, using that Unite move is going to be a little tough, right? They need to charge it back up. Of course, you want your Umbreon Unite, but they know they're behind YouTube. So I don't know if they're expecting YouTube, with their tournament life on the line, with their chance to go to Worlds on the line, to get super aggressive at Rayquaza when they're already ahead. This gives Nihao the ability to get that Unite move back. It's kind of a brilliant play as long as YouTube doesn't decide to just full go for Rayquaza here.
And I don't think they will, to your point. You know, especially if Pikadiff is that calming force there saying, hey, we're ahead. We need to play smart here. You know, kind of playing the meta game, right? We're now, 2 layers deep, and Nihao says, we're going to have time to get this back.
Yeah, and it looks like they are. By the way, both of these Tier 1 goal zones up in the top path are going to create some really interesting scoring opportunities. Big time X-Scissor onto the Trevenant, but Trev is A-OK up here.
Yeah, surf back through by Pikadiff, straight into the Poltergeist, though, trapped in the Rock Tomb, and Pikadiff is against it. Nice portal there. Trev Unite catches a couple. Bits engages, but can't quite catch them. Fui looking for a target up top. They're pivoting back. We've got the stuns going out from Akilo. They're stunning everybody in that choke point. I think this was taken by Chaotic the whole time. It was just getting melted. Nothing but a bait trap, switch, and flip. And who else but Chaotic on what else but the A9?
Beautiful stuff right there. You know, we talked about how there was no way Team YouTube was just simply going to take Rayquaza. They were already up. And while we were saying that, they were taking Rayquaza while they were already up.
Yeah, well, tricking us all. We had a great look of just the Rayquaza slowly getting worked on. And honestly, credit to Fui, credit to Pikadiff for operating in that choke point, Akilo as well. And I mean, how much time did they buy?
Oh yeah, they bought a ton of time there. That was really beautiful from Team YT. They zoned them out completely, and with that, they just said, we've got this. We have a great secure. We've got Gardevoir. We've got Snow Globe on Alolan Ninetales. We have this all sewn up, and they take it down. They weren't able to make it happen in Game 1, but they can absolutely make it happen in Game 2 here, as we are going to head to a game number 3 between these two squads.
Absolutely phenomenally well done by YT. Great call. That was actually, it wasn't a full kind of violent rip, right? It was cold, calculated, keep your composure. This is our plan, let's execute, right? Stall them out, do your job. We'll take care of everything, the business in the back that is Rayquaza, and they had a nice, convincing win.
Yeah, really great stuff here as they're just raining more points in. Going to be a little over 800 here. YT, Nihao, game number 3. Both of these teams very hungry to make it to Worlds, where they're going to have to win this next one.
Chaotic feeling good, and after that, yeah, put the kid on Alolan Ninetales. Why not?
Yeah, I talked about it. Well, I didn't get to talk about it, but I picked Chaotic as my player to watch here in this tournament, the attacker on YT, and I really think they make some incredible plays, and that is one of those picks. We talked about this earlier, Snacks. You can't really ban away Alolan Ninetales unless you just get so afraid of this particular player that you want to do something about it, and there's no bigger sign of respect in Pokemon Unite than banning away a player's best pick.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you take away Alolan Ninetales or ban Alolan Ninetales and don't pick Sylveon, if that's the only other Pokemon that Chaotic plays to this level is A9 and Sylveon, and you give them Sylveon, well, I'll tell you which Pokemon is super strong. It's the one with the highest pick rate in the event, and that's Sylveon.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great position to be in for YT. It's where we were talking about earlier, with players who have those slightly off-meta pocket picks. They're really hard to ban against, and then they bring them out into a game, and they absolutely crush with them.
And they did. I mean, they were all over getting quality KOs. They were not limit testing, but they understood the limits, right? Yeah. Unlike that eject button avalanche. And then here, they're just ripping. They're using their snow globe, pop, bang, secure. Before Nihao has any idea what's going on, the game is lost.
Yeah, amazing stuff from YT. It's exactly what they need. Making that in slow motion, it really looked like no one was going to give him a fist bump. It really looked like we were doing slow motion, Chaotic holding out the fist, and no one gave it to him. But he got there. He got there.
Yeah, we did get crazy that we're playing on Joy-Cons right now.
Oh, is Chaotic on Joy-Con?
Yes. Maybe that's why he can only play Pokemon.
Can I take away my player to watch? It's got to be somebody else. He's on mobile. There we go. Make it him.
All right. Nihao YT going to a game 3. Nihao, I think I had a pretty solid draft. We're doing some clever things in here. Do you want to see them shake up? I mean, we saw Garchomp win some games yesterday. We saw it feel kind of other times.
I'm not a fan of Garchomp, but I know some of these top teams are having some decent success with it. I never feel like it is the difference maker one way or another, and I don't love Pokemon that are in that position, right? I don't love Pokemon where I feel like, hey, if you had it, it wouldn't have made a difference. If you didn't have it, it wouldn't have made a difference. I would like picks that feel more impactful. Sometimes Garchomp has some amazing games. Of course, if you get a good Dragon combo right into your Unite move, some of these squishier attackers are absolutely gone, but they weren't able to make it happen in that last match.
Well, we're jumping straight into draft here for game 3. Again, 10 minutes separate one of these two teams for the next step in the tournament and the other from going home.
Here we go. Worlds is on the line for both of our squads right now. Nihao and YT getting ready with their draft. Sylveon, the targeted ban. Dragonite, the targeted ban. Crustle on the other side. And finally, Leafeon for Team YT. This opens up a lot of powerful Pokemon. Tyranitar is available. Phalanx is available. Trevenant, first pick. They are stealing this away from Fui. I'm wondering, Fui, do you have a T-Tar? Do you have a Phalanx? What are you picking if you do not have Trevenant? We're going to find out pretty soon as we lock in the Hoopa for Team YT and we lock in the Umbreon.
So now the Phalanx is back the other way. I mean, I think you can grab, if someone on your team presses buttons, choose Phalanx, I think, at this point.
I think it's a great choice, but it's possible these teams aren't super practiced on this Pokemon. Either they haven't had enough time with it or just not assuming the other team's going to pick it. Oh boy, that's scary. We have Tyranitar for Nihao.
Yep, and Eldegoss, Kurtan had a great game 1 on this Eldegoss. Chaotic, unsurprisingly, hovering A9. Sylveon is off the board. What are they going to do to combat Tyranitar?
I mean, if we see Fui, one of the originators of the Buzzwole top path, one of the dominant forces, so dominant that against the world champs Luminosity, they were like, we have to ban out Fui's Buzzwole.
Right.
Until it became kind of a worldwide phenomenon. There was Fui in North America, Potato in EU made this a thing. I can't wait to see it here in game number 3. Speaking of playing a comfort pick, we have A9 and Buzz.
Yeah, I mean, just shades literally of last year with this team that saw so much success. Victorin going with the Espeon, not the Glaceon. Delphox is big. Phalanx might not make it into this game.
Yeah, it does not look like it, as Gardevoir could be coming back out. And let's face it, their Guardy was awesome.
Sam's Guardy is nasty. It is so good. I mean, credit to YT, tournament on the line, you can always swing this both ways. You either throw just a complete curveball, throw some slop and try and get lucky in that direction, or you go with the most comfort picks your team has, and for YT, this is them.
Yeah, this is a very good-looking roster for YT. I don't think they planned on playing this Buzz, but this is that nice pocket pick. You can't ban out a Buzzwole. You steal the Trevenant, and we're going to see how well they are able to do with this. On the other side, I think the big question mark is on the Tyranitar. Will this be the Tyranitar that we saw in the Japanese regionals or some of the early NA ones, or is this going to be an Orange Juicers level, tournament-winning Tyranitar?
Yeah, and the scary thing about Tyranitar, even if the Buzzwole gets ahead and holds it down, keeps it down, stalls its evolution line, it still can win the game. We just saw Super Secret Team pull one out off the back of a Tyranitar that hadn't evolved until 5 minutes.
Here we are, quarterfinals of our final stretch. Team YT 1 game, Nihao 1 game. This next match right here will decide if either of these teams have a chance to head to the World Championships in Honolulu. If you're cheering for one of these squads, I would make them hear it right now. Nobody is. There it is.
There it is.
Team YT, your orange team. Nihao, your purple team, as we head into this final match.
going straight into the bottom path, Chaotic and Pika Diff, they've been working together well in these last 2 games. Now Chaotic is on that comfort pick. I can only imagine they're feeling even more so.
Here we have the Hoopa making its way through this central area, looking to steal something away. They see that the blue buff is already gone, as they could do some work on this red buff and see if anyone from Nihao is going to be down here for it. We have Bits making their way to the central area, and they could make it there in time as 3 members of Nihao are crashing on this goal zone, almost getting punished for it with a KO.
Yeah, Chaotic again on the doorstep of level 4. Once they tick over, they're going to be able to be a bully in the bottom path. Dust Runner needs to hit 5 to really come online as the tree, and that gives a lot of real estate for Chaotic to work.
Here we go, heading up to this top path. It looks like the Tyranitar was able to secure that red buff after all. Pretty good for the side of Nihao so far. Nothing amazing for YT. Not yet 5 on this Buzzwole. Gardevoir here trying to make something happen as Tyranitar runs to this bottom path.
Yeah, but Fui hits level 5. We know that's a great spike for Buzzwole here as they're getting on top of Kurtan, who's just a Gossifleur. 4 players showing up and putting a lot of faith in a level 3 Pika Diff downstairs.
Yeah, Pika Diff's just got a real tough time down there. Actually running away from the goal zone, it looks like. Not a lot that they were able to do there, but they were able to push them back. Score-wise, YT is now up 73 to 55, so it looks like that swung a little bit in the favor of YT.
Yeah, and honestly, Pika Diff able to evolve and then keep that goal zone standing is worth its weight in gold in its own right, because YT heavily committed to that top path to help Fui out.
Dust Runner in some trouble right here, but they were able to get their evolution, and now they are just running away. They're just going to waste a lot of time for Alolan Ninetales here. Also, they're level 5, so they're kind of difficult to deal with. Pretty low on HP right now, and they are KO'd finally by Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, but at least it gets some experience back to Alolan Ninetales. The thing I want to point out is the level pacing is not as violent as game 2 to this game right now.
Yeah, no, it's not as bad, but that Tyranitar is still looking for a little bit more. Only level 6 right now. As we look to the other side, Gardevoir already level 8. Obviously, they would love that to be level 8. Very close to their evolution as we head towards this objective. It looks like for these first Reggies, we will not have a Tyranitar on the battlefield. Great secure by Fui.
Yeah, now Fui themselves are level 8, a Kilo about to take over to 6, and we are just picking them up, putting them down, and it's becoming very difficult for Nihao to contend. Chaotic and company, they're moving forward. The special attackers are looking for it, and they're not able to pick anybody up, but enough to bully everybody back.
We've got a mean-look Umbreon paired up with that Blizzard Avalanche and a Gardevoir. That is really gross. If they're able to catch just a couple members of Nihao in a mean look, it is over in some of these fights.
It really is, right? You know they're really setting up a gargantuan Fairy Singularity. YT going to start working on this Registeel. Pika Diff taking a forward position here to make sure that there's no real play. Now there's the mean look. They stop the Registeel. There's a little bit of a bait. They get a quick KO on Dusk Runner. Now Victorin's coming up. Pika Diff still spacing. Registeel is gone. And great play by YT. Very coordinated.
Yeah, that was a beautiful play by YT. Exactly what they wanted. Massive Fairy Singularity. Huge Unite move from Diff as they head up into the sky. Espeon trying to make something happen here, getting caught in another mean look, and now Trevenant is trying to punish this Gardevoir right here. Hopefully YT able to make it home through this portal, but no, they continue the aggression. Catch them inside another mean look.
Get out, YT. Do not give this up. Almost the repositioning on the Woodhammer could have been catastrophic. So Sad Sam is getting chased, popped up by the Cotton Spore. I'm looking at So Sad Sam because that's the real target here. They're able to flip the script on Dust Runner and put them to bed, so at least it didn't go as bad as it could have.
It didn't go as bad as it could have, and now they're up by almost 100 points. You're right. If Sam goes down there, pretty catastrophic, but YT was able to pull them out of that situation. It got pretty dicey there for a moment here in this bottom path as we've got another clash. Gardevoir should have a Unite move back pretty soon. I know they just used it, but this thing is on a very, very low cooldown.
It is, and look, it seems like this to be the trio that they want to operate with, right? Blizzard, Avalanche, Mean Look, not just iron them down with So Sad Sam, and it's working so far. They just can't get caught because that is trouble.
And now we finally have the Tyranitar on the battlefield, however, so of course they don't want to get caught, but now we finally have this monster fighting in the backside right here, looking to get a KO as YT is just cleaning up.
Just kite it, bro. It was getting dog walked around the backside. Finally pops its Unite move, and Bits gets sorted out before they can do too much damage. 2 players down for YT, but overall, I think they're happy with all that exchange.
Fun little fact for everyone at home, just kite it was originally what was said when Tyranitar was released by original member of Team YT, Assassin Dave.
Just kite it, bro.
Just kite it.
What? I'm glad that's still alive 2 years later.
Yeah, it's
finally relevant, I guess.
Yeah, it actually means something right now. As we head down to this bottom path, Regi's just getting worked here by the special attack damage from Team YT. Their positioning around bottom Regi has been phenomenal throughout this entire tournament. Whether they won or lost the game, they have secured so many of these bottom Regis.
They really have, and so sad, same as, oh, Trevor Unite has popped. The Kilo gets caught in that. Nice fireworks there, put down. Topeka Diff rolls back through to step on and pops their own Unite move. No shields to steal, but really enough to throw enough static in the face of Nihao so they stop pushing.
And here we go. You can see Fui, by the way, has been really absent from a lot of this. He's almost level 13 right now at 4 minutes on Buzzwole. Just hanging out in the top path all alone, getting big and swole as it's finally making its way down bottom here for this push.
That's the biggest problem with the nerfs that got, is it late game becomes a little bit more difficult, so you need to be just that little bit higher level. They understand that. They're getting there. A Kilo popping your Unite move, last chance to use it, and they're getting tons of points in, and now just going to be able to rinse back through as they all reset and go straight at Nihao.
Wow, what an amazing play. They were well aware of where Nihao was, and they know that no one is going to be able to take a jump pad and land on them. Huge score there for YT. Tyranitar finally getting in this fight, picking up a possible double KO, getting stuck on a wall. No way! The Hoopa with the jukes!
Come on, man. Just a little dip skerdoo by the Hoopa. Puts the Tyranitar against the wall and gets punched right through it like they drank a Monster Energy.
Fun fact for everyone at home, Assassin Dave originally came up with the term dip skerdoo as well.
That's not true.
You know what? I think it's
I don't believe that one's true. 45 seconds till Rayquaza. This game is still within striking distance for Nihao with the level lead and score lead in the hands of YT here.
And here we go. YT, if they're known for anything this tournament so far, it's taking these bottom Regis as they are getting ready for it here. We have Trevenant in the central area for Nihao. Look at the levels on YT. 14 Gardevoir. 14 Buzzwole, but can it keep up with the raid boss, Tyranitar, who is just ticked over to 13 on the side of Nihao? We're going to find out in about 20 seconds right here, because this is the last Rayquaza one of these two teams will see in this UCS season. Their tournament on the line, their chances of going to Worlds on the line. Team YT and Nihao are looking for it right here in this final Ray that has just hit the map. Pushing them out now, Team YT in control of this. Nihao is going to have to decide how they want to engage.
Oh, they're clutched up in the middle. They're popping everything. Avalanche follows through, Snow Globe as well. 2 players down in an instant for Nihao. They're flipping on top of Ray. They know this is an opportunity. Rings are unbound. They're going for the stuns. Pikadiff is trying to keep Bits from entering the fray, and Bits is going forward. Bits is down. 4 players down. YouTube's on the verge for punch their ticket to the next round and sending Nihao home. They are gone. They're moving forward. Nihao in the mix, and it's chaotic on the Rayquaza again. 2 games on a row. You can't freeze this kid out. YouTube presses on.
YouTube now raining the points in. The Hundo Burgers, they're trying on their Hawaiian shirts as they're going to move a little closer to that dream here today. 6:15 to 2:12. An amazing fight. Wiping the floor with them. Kiting it perfectly. I know Assassin Dave is smiling somewhere out there.
Listen, I mean, I don't know if there's a more bigger fan of kites right now than Team YouTube, Assassin Dave, and I don't know, whoever the dude that put a key on a kite to figure out electricity or
also whatever. Assassin Dave. That was also Dave.
Just also Assassin Dave. 403 points separate these two teams. They got miles to go, and it's about to get a heck of a lot worse because YouTube's putting it right on their doorstep, Uber Eats.
That's right. There really is nothing Nihao can do here. You appreciate their fight. You appreciate their effort. What a team. What an amazing series between these two squads. But YouTube is going to take this victory. With our last 20 seconds here, it's just time to do a little brawling and celebrate the fact that you're moving forward in the final stretch.
What a look by YT. look, who cares if Chaotic can only play 8-9? If this is how they're playing it,
Yeah.
give the kid the 8-9. I mean, come on, YT coming together. You can't undersell the impact that Fui had when they finally got into the mix. Very over-leveled, and I mean, everybody's a shining star, of course. So sad Sam's Gardevoir, holy.
Yeah, Gardevoir was unbelievable here, and this is a composition we're not seeing a lot of these teams playing, right? We're not seeing a lot of this ranged special attack, big-time burst damage anymore. I feel like everyone is playing something that dives a lot harder. But YT playing that phenomenally. You can see Diff up there, and also, you know, shout-outs to Fui. Really hanging out in the top path all alone all game until it was time to come down and win some big fights.
I mean, similar strategy that we saw out of the Orange Juicers. I mean, Chisel is almost gone most of the game here as they're working through. All of this being said, great win by Team YT. Electric games out of Nihao. One of the most fun teams to watch. One of the most unique teams we've gotten to watch. And what a run in their own right out of this team in the regional finals and now today.
Yeah, I mean, they're a newer team on the scene, right? It feels like they showed up late in this season here, very late, but they are absolutely going to be a squad to watch. You're not going to see them at this year's Worlds, but I wouldn't be surprised if you see them next year.
There's a lot of great sportsmanship here between these two teams. Of course, bittersweet for Nihao. I think they're really proud of their run. Excited to be able to play on the big stage. And YouTube, I think, one step closer to where they believe they should be.
YouTube is the kind of team that can do it. They're the kind of team that can make it all the way. And we're taking a look at our stat screen right here. Whoa, look at that. So sad, Sam. 11 KOs. We with 8. Chaotic 3, but 14 assists. You see how often that slow and stun from the freeze on Alolan Ninetales were setting up big-time KOs. And we held this Tyranitar down to only 2 KOs on the side of Nihao.
Yeah, I mean, they understood their game plan that they needed to work with. They understood that they needed to get Fui bigger than Bits on the Tyranitar. That's what they did. And So Sad Sam shelling all over this team.
Yeah, I mean, Guardy plays extremely well when the enemy team cannot get to it, and that is set up, you know, really well between Buzzwole being able to push them away, shut down inside of Pikadiff's mean look right there, and then, of course, Chaotix, Alola, and Ninetales just able to push them back with Blizzard, right? If you can't get to Gardevoir, it's going to put up 100,000 damage, for sure.
Without a doubt. And just great game out of this YouTube squad. We're going to throw it up to the stage to interview who else but Chaotic, a player that was called out in the captain's interview. Talk about this A9.
All right, thank you so much. I'm here with the accused two-trick Chaotic from Team YouTube, who has something to say about that.
Actually, it's a 3-trick, thank you very much. And, I mean, we won, so what does that say?
That's true. 3 is greater than 2. That's math that even the casters can do. Congratulations. So we haven't had a chance, I feel, to see too much of Team YouTube in on stage or like on big broadcast matches this season, but y'all feel like you're really kind of hitting a stride. Do you kind of feel like you found something together? Obviously, there's been some changes around, but how's the team feeling in general right now?
Honestly, we've been together for so long that we've been able to synergize. And when it comes to this game, synergy is very important. Being able to trust each other, being able to like each other, being on the same page, being communicative, that's everything. Mechanics is important, but it's about the whole picture, and I think we got it.
All right, well, it's looking really good. Now, I know that, of course, now that we're past the match and we can get past the pre-interview bravado, I know that basically talking to everybody's been really scared of Nihao because they're a really scary team just in general, right? Like anything could happen. How did it actually feel playing up against them, and did you have any strategies to kind of like mitigate their wildness?
In regionals, top 8 or top 16, sorry, they had us completely figured out. They had better draft, better gameplay. This time we were able to figure out what we want to do, what our game plan was. We knew what theirs were, and I think we just played our last 2 games better and just closed it out.
All right, and then the last question. Of course, now you are moving into the top 4. You are getting so close now to being able to get that last qualification spot for Worlds. How confident do you feel as a team? Is there anybody that you're maybe looking forward to playing or not looking forward to playing? Any thoughts basically on what's coming up in the future of this getting small bracket?
Slash, I'm coming for you.
All right. The call-out has been made. Congratulations one more time. You're continuing to move forward. We'll send it back to the casters to see what they think about that.
Overlord is currently Slash's father, but apparently Chaotic is looking for that as well. We've got Ender here. I want to get to him in just 1 second. I do have to point out an amazing sign from the crowd. Got T-Tar, just kite it. So there you go, Chris Heroes. If you're still having trouble with this, I know you're watching along at home. Just kite it, buddy. Assassin Dave said it best. Ender, please tell me, what do you think about what happened right there with Nihao YT? What a battle.
Yeah, we got a lot of people wanting to be other people's fathers. I like to say I'm the grandfather potentially over here. But I really like to see them go back to what works for them. Fui on that Buzzwole, Chaotic on his A9. And I think YT, with that Game 3, finally found their footing and their play style that might be enough to take them all the way.
Yeah, that felt great, right? We talked about this a little earlier, those comfort picks that teams can kind of lay into. If you're against YT, are you at the point where you're trying to ban away both of Chaotic's picks just to see what he's going to be able to do with that Espeon?
It might be a potential for them to try, but it's not like this YT squad doesn't have a lot of superstars on it, right? We can see Fui step up, and So Sad Sam, I've said it before, I think he's the most underrated attacker player in the region. His Gardevoir play really shaped up NA and inspired a lot of other people to play it as well. So I don't know if you can really target ban. Nihao tried it a little bit, and it didn't end up working out well for them.
I did like how YouTube kept a composure maybe to the point you were talking about Pikadif's influence after losing that first game against Nihao, a team that I think YouTube believes they should beat 9 times out of 10. That composure was real. They went to the A9, finding some confidence in those picks. Is this truly the recipe for success for YouTube? You said they might be the way for them to find their way forward, but is that enough?
Yeah, the composure is great, and one of their masterminds that I think a lot of people don't recognize, and I found this out when I actually subbed in for them earlier this year, is Akilo. This man has spreadsheets and documents on every player, what they're playing, how they want to approach the game, what bans teams are looking for, and I think he goes really underappreciated. He was their coach and mastermind last year as well. So I think them gelling together, coming together, and finding their strengths has been wonderful.
I love hearing that Team YT has a member like that when you would, tune in to watch them on YouTube, and it would just be Phil being like, burst, 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 he's on one, he's on one, he's on one. And then you also have a player who has a document on every single member of the community. Very calm, very collected. And then the rest of Team YT, which is often pretty crazy.
Just the dichotomy, I think you said it best one time. It's like Phil would just be yelling, like, oh, thanks for the sub, just in the middle of the thing. And it's like, and it's in the middle of a tournament, right? But they found a different level of energy. We're showing So Sad Sam here. Gardevoir is definitely the Pokemon that I would associate with them. But what are other Pokemon that Sam has in their pocket that teams should be kind of looking out for?
Yeah, Sam reminds me a lot of Season 2 Lutano. He loves sticking in that backline. Gardevoir, Solar Beam, Venusaur, we haven't seen a lot of it, but Sam's really phenomenal on that Pokemon as well. So I think if he can stay in the backline and dish out big burst damage, gives Fui a little bit of more room to move around with his comfort picks at Buzzwole, seen on Machamp and whatnot, and he really rounds out that squad.
I would love to hear what you think about Meowscarada. I know we didn't see it in that series, but we're seeing some teams pick up Meow. I'm really excited because it kind of popped into the meta for a second and then immediately sort of bounced out. What do you think about its positioning right now?
Yeah, it's funny because when you play a lot of solo queue, a lot of players like to ban out that Meowscarada. Its passive ability, being able to go invisible, is really, really frustrating. But like other speedsters, whether it's Zoroark, Dojiro, or like you mentioned, Meow, they have this confidence factor on it, right? And sometimes if you lose a game on it, maybe you had a couple scrims that didn't end up going well, you lose that confidence and you want to go back to some more comfort picks. I'd love to see some more. I think it's got a lot of potential. But if the shot isn't falling sometimes, you got to pass the ball.
Yeah, Ender, we got one more question for you before we take a very quick break. And I'm wondering a hot take for this tournament, something maybe we haven't seen yet that you think we will.
We saw a lot of Trick Hoopa in Europe. Teams have been relying on that hyperspace hole. There's a lot of good strategies with Trick Hoopa, whether it's pairing it with Tyranitar, Phalanx, we saw some Garchomp, and I think there's a lot of potential in that ability that's undiscovered right now.
Amazing stuff. Thank you for joining us once again for this interview. We will be right back with more of the final stretch live here at NAIC. Just kite it!
NAIC was home to Unite's AOS Cup for the second year in a row, and this one was bigger than ever. The first ever in-person open bracket, and the invited teams from around the globe were all fighting over the first confirmed World Spot of the Year. The first ever open bracket and an international championship brought teams from Europe, North America, Latin America, and even Asia. After 5 fierce rounds of Swiss, 8 teams emerged to enter the group stage, with only one team going undefeated through Swiss, Nemesis from North America. The second stage of the tournament was the 16-team group stage. The 8 teams from the Open were added to the 8 invited teams, which included regional champions from the February tournament, as well as 2 of Japan's strongest squads. Some incredible moments happened in groups, like Adesu of Nouns Esports securing Rayquaza and saving the game on Eldegoss, or Kabi-chans from Japan showing their mastery of Dragonite and knocking out hometown EU favorites for free from the tournament. All of this led to the final day, our top 8 double elimination bracket. It was filled with teams from 5 unique regions, setting up for a day of meta game clashes. From the beginning of the day, despite being on the elimination side of the bracket, the team that everyone feared was Kabi-chans from Japan. Their run seemed unstoppable after beating Nouns Esports, Nemesis, and Rework Respawn. But the one challenger they could not defeat was Team Fusion from Latin America South. With a draft strategy built around denying Kabi-chans their unique Dragonite and strong Blastoise, Fusion was able to defeat them 3-1 in the grand finals.
And that is why Fusion are your AOS Cup champions!
Fusion became the AOS Cup champions and officially the first team locked in for the World Championships later this year. Think you have what it takes? It's not too late. Make sure to visit start.gg/Pokémon Unite so your team can be a part of the journey as well.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the final stretch here of the Pokemon Unite Championship Series, live at NAIC in New Orleans, Louisiana. Let me hear it, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I am joined by the team captains of DOL Kittens and G. Why don't you introduce your opponent?
I'm joined by the team captain of G, my good friend Eggnoob.
By the team captain of DOL Eakins, that boy Muck.
That's right, baby. I like that this is uncomfortable for you guys, but somehow not at all for me. Muck, how do you feel about this next battle?
I feel amazing, man. I've been on this stage against these guys in high-pressure games a million times. I got a little bit of mind control going on.
And obviously, everything is on the line for G. You could have made it to Worlds yesterday. What about today?
I mean, we're locked in, man. We're ready to go.
Amazing. It's time for you to turn, face each other, and of course, shake it out. Big time handshakes.
Good luck, brother. May the best man win.
A lot of energy right there. Good luck, gentlemen. Over to you in the booth.
All right, we are now in the second round of our final stretch. Only 4 teams remain, but of course only one team can make it to the World Championships. And now we have DOL Kittens versus G.
This has to be one of the matches that I think not just us, but the crowd, everybody watching at home is the most excited for. When we got to see all these teams play, the crowd was so loud for both DOL Kittens and G in their respective games that we got to see so far. Of course, on the other side of the bracket, we still have Ignorance and Team YouTube, which is going to be amazing as well. But right now, we just got to look at this match.
You're right. The energy for these two teams is off the charts. And speaking of which, both of those early games were well before gamer hours. Okay? These were some early hours for the crowd to be showing up and getting excited. So now we are in peak gamer time for DOL Kittens versus G, and I have to admit, I am so excited about this one. There's a lot of really cool matchups between these two teams, but let's face it, G went on an incredible run in yesterday's top 8, all the way to top 4. Of course, now they have the second chance to play in this tournament. DOL Kittens, though, won the final stretch bracket, taking down every opponent on the way there. Team YouTube, a team they took down, who is now still in our bracket. So clearly, DOL Kittens has got a recipe for success on that roster.
Yeah, when you really think about it, it's the team here that we have in the final stretch, the 2 teams that did the best yesterday in their own respective brackets. They didn't have a chance to play in the same brackets, but now they're here together. So first seed in one, first in the other, and now they're battling it out to be one of the top 2 teams to fight for that world spot. So I kind of feel like the winner of this is just going to decide so much. I mean, obviously it has to at this point, but this is basically the most excited that I am so far.
I know. I cannot wait to get things underway. I know these teams are getting antsy as well as they are getting set up. Of course, they've had quite a few hours now of knowing their opponent. So I'm sure there's been a lot of labbing, a lot of draft strategy going amongst these players to decide how they want to approach that specific stage of the game. Because both these teams, I would give accreditation to having very strong drafts. Being said, DOL Kittens definitely feel like they are defaulting to some interesting picks. We have Banzo well, that Talonflame in the top path has been very strange. And I gotta admit, I've been wanting to see the Chad say iconic Sableye on stage. We have not gotten the chance to do so far.
Yeah, that is always such a fun thing to watch, but it's got to be the right moment, right? You have to realize that it's like a moment where you can maybe throw the other team off balance. Otherwise, a solid team is just going to shut that down. But we can take one more look at DOL Kittens, Muck, Bonzo, Sobi, Elmo Girl, and the Chad, who gave me a signed card, by the way, in the back right after this. Not biased, you know. But they obviously are on a ridiculous run, and I think this was the team that said that they weren't used to waking up so early, right? Sorry, me neither.
Exactly. But you got to remember, Muck does have the mind control, in their own words,
whatever
of
that
what is going on for G. I don't think Muck knows exactly what it means either, but I know they are certainly locked in. That word's been thrown around quite a bit. Let's see what team really can live up to that title between these two squads. I'm potentially curious about it. Let's start talking a little bit about G, the opponents on the opposite side. You can see team captain Eggnoob been playing the support role for this roster, slash defender, OG top, Zealot in the central area, and Black CH rocking that attacker pick.
Yeah, who, by the way, looked so amazing in that last game. I mean, that's the other thing, too, I think, from both of these teams is that obviously we've seen them play a little bit yesterday. It was harder to see off-stream some of the DL Kittens match, but we did actually see their qualifying ending match. But also, we got to see G a ton. And I feel like both these teams are playing even better today. They're just in the zone. They have so much energy, so much momentum. They're both having just a lot of fun, and it feels like this is just kind of two unstoppable forces that are just running into each other.
Yeah, I am so curious to see which one can circumvent the other. Now, we're seeing two players at the end of that table right now, Zealot and OG. Now, those are the two of the 3 damage carries on the side of G, and so far, I will say it, Zealot is the only one who has made Meowscarada look like a competitive pick in our tournament in both days, Saturday and Friday yesterday. Zealot right there on your screen, going up against Sobi, plays a ton of Sylveon. Zealot, main Pokemon being that Leafeon.
It is funny, I feel like the majority of the time when we see these screens, it's always an evolution versus an evolution,
right,
because so many people play evolutions, but you can see the comparison of some of these stats. Zealot with a lot of MVPs for sure. Also, their new stat, the knockouts, feints, assist stat, you can see 726, 757, so quite a few assists. We got to see kind of like some of the average stats for assists, and I feel like a lot of the, kind of as we get further and further in the bracket with the better and better teams, the assists kind of get higher.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to think about the attacker role a little bit differently these days. We're talking to Black CH about it and saying that they have to play that more supportive option as the attacker. Play for assists. Your job is to soften up the enemy for those big closer Pokemon. And Sobi has been doing a fantastic job of that as well. Their Venusaur and their Espeon has been unstoppable in the match that we got to see them from so far today. Truly, I mean, breaking out into the competitive scene. A lot of people know and love Sobi, but in terms of the greater scope of Unite Esports, this is their main stage debut, and they've been crushing it.
Yeah, we've seen also specifically, I would say some of the outside evolutions, they're all really good, but specifically, I think we've seen obviously with like training with Glaceon and then a few of the Espeons over the course of this weekend, and when they're being played well, they're huge game changers. Obviously, we've been seeing a ton of Sylveon, but Sobi's performance with the Espeon in the previous set that we saw on broadcast was extremely good. It was one of those moments where it's like, okay, this is still, there's a reason why this Pokemon was kind of the highest picked evolution for a while.
Yeah, very consistent damage, but all right, here we go. DOL Kittens versus G as we begin our drafting phase. Leafeon gonna be the first ban of DOL Kittens. Do not want that to slide over to Zealot.
Yeah, Leafeon, really impactful. I mean, all the evolutions, I know I keep saying it, but Dodrio as a ban, a little bit more interesting, right? We have seen it with really high impact today and over the course of this weekend, so it's really targeted. And actually, I would say both of these bans on the side of G are very player targeted.
Oh, I would say all 4 of these, honestly, if we want to call it maybe Phalanx being the only outstanding option other than that, because Leafeon kind of dipping down on the ban rate charts throughout this tournament, not as frequent as we've seen in the past. Sylveon currently being the hover for DOL Kittens, such a phenomenal Pokemon at the top of all of our prediction of the usage charts. I think we've been kind of living up to our titles as analysts with that one because Sylveon has been everywhere.
And then on the other side, Slash's true signature pick for the course of this tournament, extremely strong Umbreon. Umbreon, like I said, sometimes first ban, sometimes first pick, sometimes ignored for an entire set. But any time that we are going to see Slash on broadcast for this particular tournament at least, it's going to be way up there, as well as picking up that support really early, which has been really coming into play for a lot of these games.
Yeah, that's true. And you always, if you're picking that list, you really don't want to see that Umbreon on the opposite side of the battlefield. So there's a very frequent first pick on the orange side of the field is the Umbreon in partnership with the Blissey. Now, she's going to be locking in all 4 of their Pokemon. We have Blaziken and Cramorant going in. I don't know if we have seen Black Sage play the Cramorant so far. A lot of EVs, a lot of the Mew, but now we're going to seeing a new look. And the Gyarados locked in by DOL Kittens, and there's the Meowscarada again.
All right, well, the Meowscarada we've seen, like you said, it's extremely strong, especially now the fact that we've got the double evolution. I mean, that was kind of one of the original reasons why we started to see the Meowscarada was it's quite good against a lot of the evolutions, and these 2 in particular are going to be great examples of that. But on the other side, interesting, of course, always it's going to be really interesting to see kind of what brawlers are being picked right now. That does tend to be kind of the deciding factor here. So do you think we are going to see a top path Blaziken here?
Yeah, I think you play Blaziken within the top path. Zealot can absolutely clear central area on the Meowscarada, get up to that big level 5 at least, so they can start pushing. Meowscarada does have that 4-6 evolution pattern, so can very quickly get both of their moves by that final Evo at 6. Sometimes even at the end of that first bird fight, you're already hitting that breakpoint. So sure, Zealot can be chasing that down as quickly as possible. Now, the one thing I want to say that I'm excited for on G's draft really is this Blissey. I think it is one of the best supports in the game. I understand Hoopa's impact with the Unite move is so phenomenal and how we've seen it play out in matches, but the Blissey just seems to work so well in our top path dominated metagame.
Yeah.
That Blissey just partners so well with those brawlers consistently, and it feels like we're enabling the strongest role by locking in Blissey.
Yeah, also, we've seen so much strategy from G with exactly like you're talking about the Umbreon pick with the Blissey, and the combinations together are just so good. And then, of course, if you're egg noob, you have to choose an egg Pokemon, right? It's only fair.
All right, game 1 of round 2 of the final stretch. Crowd popping off already, and it's G versus DOL Kittens.
And now we get to see exactly what's going where, and not what I expected from the side of G. That center path is a bird.
All right, Black CH going to take a little bit of that central area experience, try to get to their first upgraded move out of the basic set that they have, and try to shut down this Magikarp early, if at all possible, as we have Banzo trying to clear as quickly as they can, fill up that effort gauge, and get to the evolution as soon as they can.
Already the Whirlpool coming into play, doing a lot of damage to the Magikarp, and of course she's going to be able to help clear out this neutral EXP very, very quickly. Make sure to be able to kind of steal all of that away from that Magikarp. Make sure that they get that super slow game. We are going to see a little bit being cleared in that center area from Zealot, which does make a lot of sense. You really don't need very much at all for the Cramorant. In fact, I'd maybe expect that we're not going to see it even go back very much throughout the course of the game.
Yeah, unlikely. Now that they have the blue buff and are that much closer to Meowscarada, I think they're feeling quite comfortable. First spawn of those birds to create a big whirlpool and air slash damage from Black to try to steal as much as they possibly can. Slash making the long rotation up as well. It's quite a bit of damage. Magikarp hunting. If they can get that last hit knockout, they would immediately evolve. Unfortunately, Umbreon, a very tough one to KO when you're only doing flail damage.
Yeah, and I love the idea of the Cramorant here as well. Cramorant, when you have Whirlpool, one of the best at defending gold zones in the entire game. It does so many multi-hits. It makes you have to move away. And scoring is honestly, even just a few points, is a huge way to evolve as Magikarp. Also, nice KO there. Nice little hunt down.
Yeah, huge. Elmo Girl going to shut that down with the Espeon. Great knockout, and Muck trying to hold it in this bottom path with the Trevenant. Now, this is an interesting matchup. Obviously, Slash has played both defender and support at the top of competitive play. Dat Boy Muck changing roles to play on this DOL Kittens team to play the defender. So that is a pretty tough mismatch in terms of experience between those two. Muck definitely has their work cut out for them in the bottom path.
They have been looking really good, though, with that role switch. We've seen this might be the season of role switches, to be 100% honest, but we can talk about that later. Right now, we got to look at the Gyarados finally evolving, but evolving at the 7-minute 40 mark, which is definitely slow altogether. You really want to, at least at minimum, hit that 8-minute mark, so it's going to be a little bit of time. But now, with the strength of current Gyarados, he is going to immediately be a threat, especially backed up by a Hoopa. You are already going to have to be scared.
We did see a waterfall Gyarados earlier today. That will not be happening this time. We do have the bounce Gyarados locked in, and DOL Kittens just retreating from that battle over the experience. Not going to have the chance to steal any away, but they might have a chance to chase a KO. Meowscarada clone goes down. Do not have the firepower for anything else.
Huge overheat being charged in that center tall grass, and does manage to catch one member, at least just getting a big chunk of damage. Wasn't able to get any KOs, but at least going to force them into a reset, and everybody almost from G is going to be prioritizing this big Regieleki, and they're going to probably try to push it in. No, actually, they're just going to back up, get some more spaces. Basement Reggie's going to go down to DOL Kitten, so just very quick takes on either side.
This is quickly getting out of hand for G. They almost have that level 8 on the Blaziken. To DOL Kitten's credit, though, they are shutting down any pushes onto their bottom tier goal zone. I don't believe they have any vision on where Zealot is, though, so they do not know this Meowscarada is going in for the back cap, but at least they are securing points on the opposite side themselves.
Yeah, we've seen a decent amount of backcaps from Zealot on this Meowscarada. I mean, obviously it is a speedster and it can be a little bit tricky, but it's still a very scary thing to do. However, from all their games so far, we have seen it. A push is going down, though, up top into this Tier 1 goal zone from G, but the defense from DOL Kittens is just so strong, especially with the rotations from the Hoopa. They're immediately going to get the KO on Egg Noob, looking for one more. They can get handily.
Sobi takes a KO streak of 2, and Chad gets involved as well. That is what happens when you have such a successful bottom path in the early parts of that game. Great play by Muck, just getting up in the face of that Cramorant and allowing the rest of the team to retreat. Everybody is able to make it out, and Cramorant goes down. Black CH knocked out, and Sobi just keeps cooking on this Sylveon.
Big Phantom Force as well, hitting multiple, getting those shields, getting that damage, and it does look like maybe we're going to have to start looking towards a reset, but so much of that fight went to DOL Kittens. They managed to ban out a lot of Unites, they got a lot of experience, built themselves a lot of space as well. As you can see, even Gyarados just kind of doing its own thing a little bit lower, and now you can just keep going back and forth. The mobility, I feel, of Koopa, obviously always really good, but it's really being used very well in this matchup so far.
Yeah, we were talking about the defense of the goal zone so much. A lot of that in part due to Chad does not get the portal down in time. You see all of DOL Kittens hovering around that goal zone, hoping that they could transfer towards the top side. They will not be able to do that. Now they have to focus on this bot side objective. G, on the other hand, almost the entire squad, 4 players, going to focus on the Regieleki to knock it out as quick as possible.
Yeah, they're basically just trading objectives once again. This is now 2 in a row.
Whoa.
We're going to see the Unite be popped to defend against the Regieleki, running away. They're like, is that real? Is that real? I don't even know. I'm not going to risk it. Doesn't look like okay, never mind. There we go. Very final moment they all went through there. That is like within the final second of that portal, but they wanted to get as much as they possibly could before they went back to defend. So once again, this is looking like somewhat of a stalemate. Levels aren't too far apart. This is going to be big, though. A lot of points going in, and we're probably going to break this goal zone.
Huge overdunk, 38 points going in for DOL Kittens, and now they are holding onto the lead. I do like that play call of the hyperspace hole, by the way, the Hoopa Unite move. However, it was just really early. Like, normally you do that to take the bottom objective, then immediately port to the other side. It still works out in DOL Kittens' favor, though. G just able to break the bottom tier goal zone because of it.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think I've ever seen everybody go through a portal in like the literal last half second of it, but it worked out. You know, they got their timing. And hey, now you get a little bit faster recharge if you use it earlier, but they didn't make it work. A nice chase on a KO. That was a greedy Unite. I'm going to throw that out there. You're 2 people chasing down 1. You wanted to use that Unite. Just make sure it happens. And I mean, hey, you get the KO. We're at 3 minutes 30. You might not get another chance, so I get it.
We probably don't have any more Reggie fights either at this point in the game, so yeah, make sure to utilize that if you can. And a KO absolutely worth it. OG does get a ton of damage. That's 2 Unite moves taken out. Zella is going in. Blitz assistance chasing down that Meowscarada. And now Sobi just has to avoid. Huge Gyarados Unite move, though. Banzo popping up. Unstoppable with that bounce as well. And a KO streak of 2 for the DOL Kittens. OG trying to turn things around. Same with Slash on this Umbreon. Big push by Muck, though, on the Trevenant. And that is 4 members down for G. And a KO streak of 3 for the Gyarados.
And one of the best combinations is bounce Gyarados with Hoopa, because they can just kind of sit there, get the unstoppable bounce through to get the heals, get the reset, then they're getting the shields as well. Everything's just really good about it. But DOL Kittens, I was talking about this in their last set. They are such a strong team fight team. They just comp around that so much, and that was one of their first big full team fights. It looked amazing. One more time, we're going 3 for 3 with them, just basically trading objectives, though. And these are obviously going to be the last ones. You said we're not going to get another Reggie fight. It's because they're just going to let each other have the other one.
Exactly. I'm a prophet. Yeah, they're flipping sides, by the way, too. So this is going to be DOL Kittens favoring the Regieleki for the first time in the game, and G taking that basement Reggie, again, for the first time in the game for them. It will be a Reggie rock buff, so a bit of extra defense. I don't know it's necessarily super strong into anything that DOL Kittens is bringing to the table. Gyarados able to just shred HP so fast, I don't really know how relevant it will be, but the experience definitely beneficial. Cramorant, Meowscarada, and Blaziken all boasting a level 13. Damage carries for DOL Kittens, though, keeping pace.
Now, I'd expect maybe a Hoopa Unite to get back if they really want to get out of this situation, but right now they're just taking the 1v1, going underneath, using the Unite for the 1v1 to get past the overheat, and they're not going to be using that Unite. So the Unite, I mean, they used a Unite, I guess. It just ended up being the Gyarados one. That's huge, though, because that's been giving so much mileage for them as far as the initiations.
Yeah, I mean, you sort of forced that Unite move out. Great work by OG to chase down the bounce. Knew they couldn't make it over the wall and really punishes that play. Great pull on Muck, who comes back through the portal. They are able to Horn Leech. Immediate Unite move hits all 4 members. Huge dive by DOL Kittens. They see the blood in the water and they chase it down. Absolute huge tree engagement. Zealot trying to turn things around. OG still up in this fight. Has totally recalled back to base. Rayquaza only about half HP. Got Speedster and an all-arounder trying to chase down this final hit on the Rayquaza. OG stance changes. Overheat is channeling. You gotta stop him. No way!
OG! The threat, they needed to deal with it. They had to. The one opportunity for the turn around. The perfect time to respawn and steals away that Rayquaza.
OG does exactly what a Blaziken needs to do in that situation. Perfect timing on the stance change. Stands right in front of the Rayquaza. As you are channeling Overheat, you are unstoppable, and no one from DOL Kittens could out-secure nor knock out the Blaziken. And now G are going to be starting this series with a 1-0 advantage.
Wow, just barely making it back in time. DOL Kittens, they really wanted to finish that one off, just run it down, but they were just a second and a half too late, letting OG run all the way back, and then obviously the follow-up for taking the Rayquaza was nearly a full team wipe. DOL Kittens looked completely in control until that moment, but hey, that's one of the biggest reasons why you choose Blaziken and G going up game number 1.
OG with a hero moment in that game. The Blaziken not only securing the Ray, but a KO streak of 3 in that little refight that was only started by OG and Zealot, the only 2 members still up and standing in that squad. Of course, DOL Kittens having a frustrating look in that first game. You were definitely poised to take that one home. That Trevenant Unite from Muck hit everybody.
That, I thought the game was over that second. That was so good. That team fight was beautiful. That was one of the best Trevenant Unites that I've seen ever. The follow-up was amazing, but Zealot has been doing such a good job of kind of being hard to lock down, which is obviously one of the biggest advantages of Meowscarada, and the fact that I think that Zealot became the next big target and delayed them for just that much longer, especially using the Unite, it gave them that perfect amount of time.
Yeah, it was huge. I love seeing this from this team. A huge amount of confidence that we don't, normally see for this team. But I mean, this tournament, absolutely. They have been showcasing it. Ice in the veins moment. DOL Kittens definitely had a good game plan throughout most of that series. Sobi absolutely crushing it on the Sylveon. Banzo, the best look from them by far this tournament that we have seen, at least on broadcast. This Gyarados looks incredible when it's being played by that player. And this was that final moment we thought the game was over. Huge Trevenant Unite. Gyarados turns and burns on that bounce.
Yeah, and then, of course, it was also into the Psychic Solaire. It was just such a perfect, beautiful little combination. But right here, you can see they kind of turn and kind of deal with Zealot, but it's not quite enough. And then Zealot comes back in, and they're like, oh, do we have to turn and deal with this? And then, boom, it's the overheat. Exactly perfect for that steal.
Espeon side shot 2 just barely not getting the KO, or at least not in range. Overheat just too powerful to contend with, so it's not like they were missing their opportunity to secure. So extremely close. Our player of the game will be awarded to Zealot on the Meowscarada. 63,000 damage in total. Often we don't see big damage games from Meowscarada, as usually a closer Pokemon, earning more in the KO department than they are in the damage department. But Zealot put in work.
Yeah, you can also see such high score, which is, like I said, kind of a signature of Zealot's playstyle, or Zalut's playstyle. I'm going to keep calling him that. With the Meowscarada, right? Being very kind of sneaky, sneaking around, getting a lot of back caps, being just hard to lock down. We do see some very, I want to say kind of hyper-aggressive Meowscaradas, but that's not Zealot's style. It's such a hard, slippery playstyle. I think that's a good way to put it, right?
Yeah, I would say so. It all starts in the bottom path as well, where Zealot has been kind of hanging out for the majority of these matches, or at least when they're on that Meowscarada, playing it very, very slow into these team fights and eventually making their way up to the top side. But a lot of scores, of course, getting that attack weight up as they can. On that Leafeon, though, their average KFA is 7, 2, and 6.
Yeah, the most important thing here is we got the average stat of how many peace signs per player photo, and it's a 2-to-1 Sobi's favor.
Sobi diff. Okay.
Yeah, unless Dragonite's doing peace sign, you just can't really see it up there. But
I don't.
Maybe that's just the strategy of evolution players.
Ooh, and look at that hardware on stage, Wonder Chef. These teams are competing for their chance to take home the trophy of the first ever final stretch tournament.
Yeah, the first ever, which is, I mean, this is so exciting that we're here and we're getting close to the end. But here we go, draft for game number 2. Of course, the winner of this set goes into the finals for the final stretch, final stretch, and is 1 set away from qualifying for Worlds. G up 1-0, and we're back in draft.
Sylveon banned to start things off for G on the orange side. DOL Kittens favoring that first pick position. I'm going to take that Umbreon away from Slash.
I like that a lot. Slash has not really been denied Umbreon all that much so far in this tournament. Also, another thing that I like, we had G banning away the Mew, but really
no shot. Let's go.
You asked for it and you got it live on broadcast.
Sableye locked in. Second pick, by the way, for DOL Kittens. I don't have eyes on Dupes next, but I'm sure he went sky high.
Yeah, somewhere. We'll just hear him land, after he jumps.
No, this time, no.
Yeah, this is a little bit much, but okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I think you take that again. It may have been the winning choice in the last game, so I totally get it. Same thing again as well. Sobi's Espeon, like you mentioned, has been so incredibly good.
Yeah.
It's also going to work out with this kind of like early game, more aggressive play style that's going to be able to back up some of the annoyance, I think, from this Sableye.
Okay, so if you're playing double mage with no healer locked in so far, of course Muck can use that wish healing. I wonder if you go with a second, I was going to say second defender. Yeah, let's run that speedster.
Sure, whatever you were saying.
Yeah, interesting to see them move away from the Gyarados. I mean, it is a tough early game composition. I don't know if you'd want to run that specifically, but back to the Path Talonflame. Zealot going to keep rocking that Meowscarada.
Yeah, I mean, the Masquerade is looking great. Nobody really kind of counterpicks it or goes against it or tries to deny it. So if it's working for you, you're on this stage and you want a comfy match, just go for it. And I do feel like this is a ridiculous commitment from the side of DOL Kittens. I do have to expect we're going to be seeing the Wish just for some sort of healing on this team. But also, are you going to have an opportunity to heal any of these Pokemon, or are they just going to get one shot?
Well, you got to remember, you Wish well in the casting animation does apply damage reduction, so there might be some opportunities to utilize that.
So you might get 2 shots.
Flames going all in, but yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, I don't think Muck's been playing very much Snarl either when they are on the Umbreon. It is traditionally that, honestly, Muck's been playing a lot of Meadlook. So if they are going on that opportunity, Meadlook with Talonflame does have some success.
And Gardevoir.
And Gardevoir in particular. Really there we go.
Scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one.
You get put in the Meadlook and you just look up and you're like, I'll see you guys later.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Go on without me.
We go next. But all right, here we go. DOL Kittens with their backs against the wall. Reminder, there's only one prize in this tournament, the trophy, but also the spot at the World Championships, and you cannot lose a single match. Right now, we are going into game 2, so make some noise, NAIC, as DOL Kittens face off against G.
DOL Kittens, they've been playing so well. Again, they were in control of that last game. They absolutely were, but the clutch factor was just too much from OG, so it didn't feel like it was like a full loss, right? If they continue to play the way that they are, clutch it out just a little bit, things will go well. But of course, we got to take a look at the early game always when there's Sableye on screen.
Oh, of course, yeah. Chad rocking the sparkle spray as well. Effect on the Hollower looking so pretty in that Jester style. Wow, I just can't look away.
I think Chad's actually had the most sparkle spray of the day. We need that from our stats team, please.
I think that was Spraggles, actually.
Oh, yeah, probably. He has it in real life. But look at this. Actually playing a little bit defensive on that Sableye, stopping the aggression here from this pre-treat.
Yeah, actually, interesting note about G's composition. 3 Pokemon are running stacking items. So even the Trevenant, the defender play from Slash, will be rocking that Aeos Cookie. Some players prefer the early shielding of Resonant Guard. Some players prefer the higher maximum HP pool of the Aeos Cookie. Seems like Slash is going with the latter.
Yeah, I feel like Aeos Cookie has been doing really well on a lot of Pokemon. Even Pokemon that we don't expect quite as much recently, but of course they're going to be fighting for all the Altaria. Didn't seem like too much of the experience went to DOL Kittens, but of course, I mean, there's 4 people stacking bottom. You have to kind of expect that. And once again, we are going to see a lot of usage out of the Hoopa, this time from the other side, though.
Okay, DOL Kittens doing this play where they want to pull off and fight G onto their goal zone and then try to punish as quickly as they can. I think a tough time KOing Zealot. However, we do have the KO to the Mew, and now the Meowscarada goes down next. So DOL Kittens with a very good counterpunch in this early game.
they are going to need it. They got to take some, I feel like, momentum, right? I mean, especially if you're using Sableye. I always say this, if you're using Sableye, of course they get the little defensive KO, but if you're using Sableye, you kind of have to be winning from the first moment of the game until the 2-minute mark. Otherwise, it's not really worth it. And right now, we are going for a little bit of invasion. Did manage to steal away that blue buff, which is going to be great. They're not going to follow up on that. Let's get away. Obviously, very hard to lock down, but at the very minimum, stole some of that EXP.
Of course, yeah, those early moments are so important, especially as we move towards our bigger team fights that tend to begin around that 7-minute mark. At least we tend to see a 4v4 at most of those situations. That is Eggnoob caught in a mean look, a little bit of a portal a little later, but a little too late.
Yeah, just barely. You're trying to not be in the bad circle, get in the good circle instead, and unfortunately it was all the bad circle right there. Right now, though, they're chasing down the user of that bad circle, that Umbreon, going to land the Wood Hammer, but again, that's kind of the target that you want to get hit, and especially backed up by this Gardevoir, now a Gardevoir, great Holloware by the way, also Sparkle Spray. That is going to be so scary. You don't want to get anywhere close, because now one mean look and you are donezo.
A rare misstep from Slash there to actually eject button in with the Woodhammer stun, but there was no damage to really back them up in that spot, and because of it, Slash goes down and is one cooldown away. It's a pretty tough one to lose. G are getting a lot of scores in on that top side, and this Regieleki going to be that more threatening. Obviously, against a Sableye composition, you really want to play for your score line. You do not want Sableye to amp up a lead that is already getting ridiculous. DOL Kittens, though, they are trying to scale a Gardevoir at the same time, and that is going to be a big Reggie secure on the bottom side to help do that job.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing about the DOL Kittens comp is that I feel like when we usually see Sableye, it's along with a lot of other early game Pokemon, but specifically like seeing a more later game like Talonflame and the Gardevoir is going to be really strong, not as much early game, so it's an interesting comp.
Oh, 100%. Now, okay, some more stacks going in. Eggnoob is going to go down for it, so a very aggressive stacking attempt. They are going to get knocked out, and now it is just the Gardevoir at level 9. This Unite move is just so threatening at any given time. G has to play sort of spread out whenever they know Gardevoir has it, and thanks to some, not the most recent, but decently recent balance patch, that Gardevoir can use a Unite move a ton.
Yeah, only like 4 months ago, pretty recent. No, I'm just kidding. I actually don't remember exactly how recent, but yeah, you can use it so much. And we've seen a lot of good, really strong ones used recently. We're going to get the KO on the Sableye again. You're not really caring about all that much. Psychic Solaire tried to get the combo, but that little bit of a knockback from the Psychic Solaire is a little bit weird to figure out the angle for because it's always directly outwards, right? So it's just a little bit off angle.
Yeah, Sobe going to make sure they clean up the job themselves, though, on that stored power Espeon. One of the strongest builds we've seen competitively this entire year out of all the evolutions. So consistent, so oppressive from time to time. Gardevoir Unite move to try to cancel out the Meowscarada, and that's textbook. That is how you shut down that dive.
Yeah, that's exactly what we saw against the Unite from the Phalanx earlier, actually. And same exact strategy. Hey, if you're going to go 1-for-1, you're going to get KO for, or KO EXP for all those Pokemon. That was a great exchange from DOL Kittens.
Picture perfect from Elmo Girl as well with the Moonblast stun while Black is trapped inside that mean look, and that means every single hit from Psyshock will be landing, and they immediately 100% to 0 that Mew.
I'm actually almost surprised that we're seeing Psyshock when we're getting so many guaranteed hits, but I mean, regardless, it's not going to matter. It's going to be a KO regardless, I think, if they get into a mean look. We might get the teleport back if they get the opportunity. They're actually going to use the Unite here on bottom. Eggnoob trying to bring in the rest of the team to fight for this Regirock, but it's already so extremely low, and it does look like they were able to steal Trevenant last hit of all things.
Yeah, Psyshock is a lot of damage, but predictable damage, right? And so we have Slash weaving in their damaging moves to take that hit. Huge Unite move from Sobe. Picks up 4 targets, but at this point, it's just buying time. Muck is on the other side of the map trying to score, and Talonflame trying to defend that Regieleki on the top side.
Yeah, so far, lead as far as points go to G, and like you mentioned, with the Sableye, that's really what they want to do, but strangely enough, it's kind of the opposite. Usually with Sableye, it's like, yeah, you're losing fights, but you're winning the score. DOL Kittens has been winning fights and then losing score, but it's like not bad. It's just a strange way, again, for a Sableye game to play out in my eyes.
It's been close. It's also been how G has been trying to play this. They have been very aggressive on that scores. We have seen both Slash and Eggnoob go down in kind of uncomfortable positions, but it's because they've been trying to get constant point pressure. So they're making that risk for the goal zone play. Big Moonblast stun. We have that double team switcheroo from Zealot, and that is going to avoid any hit from that Gardevoir.
Yeah, Zealot playing more of the invasion game than anybody else this time around, kind of living in that purple side center area, doing a great job of it as well. But the defense team has always been there. Again, that's kind of the DO Kitten style. They do travel together a lot. You can see their entirety of their team is kind of collapsing up top here. Not that there's even an objective quite yet, 30 seconds from now, but they're looking for just one little pick, and that would be scary. I think they're trying to bait. They're trying to bait there with the Sableye movement. I like it a lot.
Yeah, good Confuse Ray onto Zealot. It's before the Flower Trick, so it's not... All right, Muck gets that Trevenant. Big KO. Talonflame trying to chase down. They do take a Mew boosted auto, but it will be a retreat. One and done, but good look from DOL Kittens.
Yeah, I like that a lot. That is a very cheeky little bait. They're going to get KO'd there, Chad will be, but not for... I mean, again, it doesn't really matter. You're kind of going for that. And this top Regieleki is still there. There's 29 seconds left until the final stretch, so I'm surprised that we didn't see DOL Kittens challenge it a little bit more, but they want to win the fight. Again, this is the weirdest non-scoring Sableye comp ever. They're just trying to win this final fight, and I think a lot of it could be just, again, how they spend their unites. A lot of true hit or misses for them.
Yeah, Chad's main job has been trying to slow down this Meowscarada with Confuse Rays. That has been what they have been isolating this Pokemon for. Trevenant will go down, but I feel like Slash has done their job. Well, maybe not. Huge Horn Leech picks up everybody. An entire team Woodhammer. Gardevoir Unite move hits absolutely nobody. North America in an iffy spot. And now G are in a great position as the final stretch begins.
Oh, they've got the ability to try to push down as fast as possible. They actually are going to catch out at least one more member as we're running away as fast as possible. I don't know if you're going to be able to escape, but that's going to be one more KO because a chunk of damage over on Sobi. But we're going to see the Mew Unite used to try and get away. Umbreon trying to steal some of the shields. Barely last-minute Unite from Eggnoob to pull people back in. But it looks like this is kind of going to be a disengage from both sides.
Yeah, trades being, or stuns being traded between Eggnoob and Elmo Girl, and this Gardevoir and the Hoop, really, really close for KO either direction. But the Talonflame is going to be caught out in the enemy central area. Big Confuse Ray on a Slash is pulling them away, and Muck is trying to finish the KO, but they cannot quite do it with Gardevoir trying to chase behind. But that Mew is playing such great interference. Black is so aggressive because they're playing so safe, and that Mew boosted going to do a ton of damage to Gardevoir.
One Unite apiece available, not including Blaziken. We've got the Trevenant Unite, and we've got the Talonflame Unite, which, of course, has gone wide a lot when we see it, but they're going to have to be used soon. Less than a minute left. Last chance for DOL Kittens. They need to make this happen. Rayquaza is taking some damage. They're pushing in huge size shocks. Not going to be quite enough to get the KO. Finally going to land that Unite. Well, another Unite to try to follow it up. We're not going to need the Talonflame. It's going to be 5v4, though, here in this fight.
That is so many resources all on just the Trevenant. And currently Blaziken is putting in work on that top side. Talonflame does get two. There's only 24 seconds left. Talonflame is going to score. Umbreon is going to score. Black trying to respond in kind. It is a points race between these two teams, but Zealot can defend the top side. 272 to 279, 281. G is holding on to this lead. Muck needs to get these points in, but they will not be able to. G eliminating DOL Kittens.
Again, at a scoring race. These two games were as close as could be, but G, making fourth place yesterday, will continue to move forward and guarantee themselves a higher spot than that in the final stretch.
Oh, they are now in one game away position before they get qualified for the World Championships, and they're taking it like champs. The winning moment, they understand that score. DOL Kittens, a heartbreaking game for them. But G, just understanding those late game fights so perfectly, Slash jumping in to just a horde of enemies, multiple stuns, great shutdown, just really showcasing that G is this powerhouse, a Titan team of North America.
Yeah, they are for sure looking to continue their momentum from yesterday. Just such an incredibly powerful team with so many well-known players. On the other side, though, DL Kittens with one of the most difficult runs, making it all the way through the open bracket, looking incredible, and then just barely losing their games here in this top four. I feel like one or two small decisions could have been the difference between them being the ones to move on or what we're seeing right now.
To be fourth place in a tournament at this level is just such an accreditation. DOL Kittens, a newly formed roster as well, just before the final tournament of the year. and they've been absolutely crushing it. I mean, it is heartbreaking to see, but they did so well in this final tournament. And G is giving them the respect too, by the way. You can see them, they're walking across, they are acknowledging the strength of their opponents. That was a very hard-fought game, and NAIC, thank you for giving this team their flowers, because what an incredible matchup that we just got to see.
You can tell, even the way that they were playing from the start of the set, you can see there's a lot of respect between the two teams.
Oh my
goodness,
goodness,
the biggest thing to look at, again, was the way that they played the objectives, right? They were allowing each other so much space when they felt like the other team deserved space. There was not, I mean, disrespectful play is not a way to put it, but you could just tell they knew exactly how strong each team was, and these teams were so incredibly even as far as everything went. Obviously, there's a reason why it came down to a steal in game number 1 and a score race in game number 2. We can take a look at some of the stats for that game number 2, but incredibly close showing for both these teams.
Yeah, OG with only 4 KOs in that game. Sobi with 8 KOs, by the way. Sobi has been hunting down enemy targets left, right, and center. I can't wait to watch more from that player and honestly the entire roster of this team in future seasons of Unite. But I have to say, G has been, you were mentioning, there have been so many breakout plays for so many members on this squad. I mean, OG has just been hitting that peak form. I feel like that is always the storyline surrounding that player. OG starts the season pretty solid, always a great top path option, and then right when Worlds is on the line, we start to see a brand new OG. And yesterday, it was the Phalanx from them. Today, it's the Blaziken. They have been crushing.
Absolutely. I mean, them and everybody else on the team, everybody has had that breakout moment exactly like you said, I said, because I'm saying it again now. But we had the same thing with DOL Kittens as well. Like, so many great games. We just lost Sobi, by the way, with over 90k damage. But yeah, I mean, OG, obviously. Okay, also, hold on, let me say this. OG with that steal in game number 1, I feel like a team like G that's been playing off of so much momentum and energy and like positivity, that's got to be like the ultimate boost to their power, right? Like, you can already see their energy, feel their energy, and then it's like, boom, we made an amazing clutch hero play. It's like, we can do anything. I guarantee you they feel invincible right now, despite the fact that those were 2 neck-and-neck matches.
Yeah, I totally agree. You see the scoring put on throughout that matchup, but we're talking a lot about it. G having to do that quite a bit, just because of the threat of the Sableye constantly having to put that pressure on. But these the final moments of that game number 2, Muck needing to put these 37 points in, but Zealot just doing too good of a defensive job. But we have an interview on stage with Doopsnacks and Eggnoob. Doopsnacks, take it away.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Eggnoob, of course, captain of G, winner of that game. Emotions running very high between these two teams. A lot of respect given to these DOL Kittens as they have fought through that open bracket and now here, giving you all a run for your money. I know there was some words being exchanged, you know, some condolences, all that. Any just parting words for DOL Kittens?
You guys played amazing, man. I was honestly so stressed playing you guys. I mean, I really hope you guys stick together and can just keep on improving. You guys are amazing. I truly mean that.
They took you all to the wire. I mean, some of the closest games we've seen. I mean, an amazing clutch-up play by OG on the Blaziken with that overheat. You could kind of see it, the writing on the wall almost, once they reset and were crawling back, and it's like, uh-oh, this timing might just work out. And then it turned out to be a points race against the Chad Sableye, which we know is nothing to scoff at. How was the composure in those last couple minutes as you're trying to fight your way to the finish line?
I kind of lost it in the final minutes, to be honest, but you know, everyone else locked in, Zealot's locked in, OG's locked in. They really carried us this set. OG and Zealot really locked in this set. I'm really proud of them.
It's great that you all are finding confidence, and different players are stepping up at different times to help you all cruise through this final stretch bracket. You have one more match ahead of you, and you are qualified for Worlds. What's going to be your all's battle plan for the next, 30 minutes as you need to get your mental right and get ready to game one more time?
Just take our mind off the game, come back, do some draft prep, really just show what we got. That's all we can do.
All right, that's Eggnoob, captain of G, one match away from being qualified for Worlds. Give it up for G, give it up for this event, give it up for the booth, the casting, whatever that is. Just send it there.
I think Doopsnacks nailed the ending.
I do as well. And honestly, give it up for that answer, by the way. That was so much respect. That's what we expected. I mean, give it up, in fact, crowd, one more time for DOL Kittens, because they definitely deserve that respect. But, of course, also for G, who's now got one more match to qualify for Worlds. That is ridiculous.
I know. I mean, whatever team is going to make it out of the other side of the bracket, I think are shaking in their boots knowing that they're going to have to play G for that qualification game. This team has just been unbelievable. OG going to be taking the player of the game yet again on that Blaziken. I mean, clutch moment, great team fights. Early game is always dominated by this player. I'm telling you, we're seeing peak OG yet again.
Yeah, also just really been clicking with the Blaziken. We do know that OG has a lot of options, right? As I would say most people within that role kind of have to at this point, but the Blaziken has just been looking so comfortable recently, and that's really what it's been looking like for a lot of these really strong teams towards the end of this bracket. Is there's so many good Pokemon right now that you can't really try to find answers, I think, for everything, so playing your best, playing your comfort picks is looking really strong to me.
Yeah, as long as you're not giving any egregious matchups, I think it is the best way to move forward, especially, like we were mentioning before, a top path dominated metagame. In fact, I was hearing a lot about OG's Gyarados potentially going to be coming out in that match. We didn't see it once. Obviously, it was picked away from them in that game number 1. But I'm happy the Blaziken was there in both games, at least for fans of G, because it was clutch both times around.
Yeah, if that had been Gyarados the other direction, maybe they would have lost. It's hard to say, but you know, that means that we now have one of our 2 teams locked into the finals, and there's only going to be 2 more teams fighting for that last spot. We're going to see who's going to be meeting G in the finals with one more match when we come back here at NAIC for the final stretch.
Is one of us supposed to be talking?
Championship. We are here with our last 3 teams. Technically 2 of the last 3 teams is what I should say, but we've got to decide who's going to be making it into the finals for their chance to qualify for Worlds in Honolulu. I am Wonder Chef here with the captains of Team YouTube and Team Ignorance. And now I've already had a chance to talk with you, of course, Soup Chef and Pika Diff, which of course, great to see you. I haven't even had a chance to say hi to you this event. Everybody's been so busy, but we're going to keep this one short for you two because I know you are so close to the prize. But I will ask, of course, do you have anything to say to your opponent?
I mean, I wish you guys the best of luck, and we're not scared of you guys either, so bring it on.
All right, not scared of anybody. Well, hold on, let me ask the second question. Are you scared of anybody, lad?
I'm scared of Overlord.
Overlord's not in this tournament, so that doesn't really count. Okay, anybody you're scared of on their team?
I mean, you know, you always got to be scared of So Sad Sam with his Gardevoir ults. Those are always coming in hot. Those are scary.
That is far too respectful. Do you have anything more mean to say?
I mean, we beat him in qualifiers, so we're going to beat him again, you know.
That's what I was trying to hear. All right, all right. Well, of course, one more little question for both of you. Obviously, now you know that your next opponent would be G. How do you feel about that? Or are you more scared of G or of your current opponent?
I mean, I'm just going to take it one match at a time. You know, Ignorance is in front of us, so we got to take care of them first and then worry about that later.
All right, is it the same for you guys?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't show our best against them yesterday against G, but we got to focus on YT right now.
All right, well, all run backs for your team. Well, good luck to the both of you. Of course, like I said, we are all so close to deciding who qualifies for Worlds. The best of luck to both of your teams. We're going to send it back to the casters. This is going to be an amazing match between Ignorance and Team YouTube.
That's right. We have an incredible game coming up with Ignorance and Team YT. Welcome back to another special episode of Orange Table Talk with Spraggles and Doob Snacks. We are joined by 2 amazing casters in the Pokemon Unite community, Husky and Steel Agent Kyle, to break down some of what you're about to see today. Yeah, give it up for them, everybody. Let's go. This has been such an amazing event. Husky, this is the first time, and Kyle, that I've got to meet either of you in person, so it's amazing to meet you. Husky, what do you think about what you've seen so far?
Meowscarada all the way, baby! I'm excited to see Double Team Flower Trick because too many of my solo queue opponents play Night Slash, and it's starting to really get on my nerves. We need some more Flower Trick players out there.
Amazing. Kyle, what would you like to see more of?
I mean, Gardevoir. Gardevoir has been absolutely crushing things like Tyranitar all weekend long. Has a crazy win rate right now, and honestly, more of it's just going to be great.
Well, you picked the right match to sit up here with us because, of course, YT and So Sad Sam have always got that locked and ready to go. Even Soup Chef is a little concerned about it. We just saw YT go back into the well from Season 2, Kyle, and kind of use some older comps, you know, pushing away the new stuff. How do you feel about that?
I don't know. I mean, Ignorance is like one of those teams that they've actually played Tyranitar before it was cool. So even if YT wants to go with the Gardevoir, I don't know. Maybe Cooper can break it out again.
Maybe Goop and Soup Connection can sort it out. Husky, you said you wanted to see more Meowscarada. Of course, Zealot on G, who's sitting in the finals, has played a ton of Meowscarada. Why do you have so much faith in Meowscarada? Because we do too. We just want to have more people in our camp right now.
You have so
Look, I feel like I've been seeing, you know, so much Leafeon, and then Leafeon gets banned, and then teams pivot away from the speedsters altogether. And I feel like if more teams just committed to the double team on Meowscarada, using Meowscarada means you need to play around its passive. And I think that what we just saw on G was exactly that, playing around the Meowscarada passive, playing around the double team cooldowns, and that's what I want to see more of. I feel like if Leafeon gets banned, pivoting over to Meowscarada is a really solid option for a lot of teams. I think they need to utilize that more.
Now, this entire tournament, kind of the final stretch, is really a best of the best of who has not qualified for Worlds yet. Ignorance, YT, these are huge names in North America. Throughout the entire final stretch, is there a team that you've most had your eye on to win the entire thing? I'll start with you, Kyle.
I love Ignorance. Honestly, I play against them on ladder all the time, and they cook my lunch. So personally, I just need some validation that I'm not dog water at this game.
Yeah, that is one of my favorite things when you run into, first off, my absolute favorite thing is when you run into someone good on ladder and then you beat them. You're like, well, I guess I did take a game off Overlord. That one time he was barely trying. That is very fun. But of course, running up against the team over and over again and then seeing them up on the big stage is amazing. How about you, Husky? Who do you have your eye on?
Well, I'm in the camp of Kyle. I really liked Ignorance playing yesterday. It was so cool seeing them come down and take down Exile, which is a really favorited team that has been playing so well. It was awesome to see. I also tend to play against them a lot and absolutely get washed. Sometimes I think I'm good at this game, and then I queue into like a couple of pros, and I'm very humbled really quickly. But I have loved seeing G playing as well. It's really yesterday the big Overlord versus Slash match was awesome, and I loved seeing G continue through that losers bracket. I'd love to see that in Worlds again.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's one thing that Ignorance does, and it's never put the brakes on when they're playing against strangers on ranked ladder. I'm like, oh, I think I know some of them, and they will beat you by 1,000. You're like, was that necessary? Like in 5 minutes, it was going rough, but did we need the extra 600 points?
I'm like trying to dance with them, and they're like, no, I'm gonna keep KOing.
Like absolutely not. Not going to happen. As we head in here to our draft, and I would love to hear both of your thoughts on this meta and what they're picking as we go through it. Ignorance, your purple team. Team YT, your orange team. Starting off with the Trevenant band, and then Gyarados from Team YT.
Yeah, Kyle, I mean, you mentioned this Tyranitar. You wouldn't mind seeing it. You certainly prefer the Gardevoir. Does Ignorance need to maybe pick the Gardevoir for themselves early so they can isolate So Sad Sam off of it? Or is that getting a little too niche?
I don't know. I mean, you see the Slowbro ban immediately. That tells me that they want to play something strong because they do not want to go against a Slowbro Unite. Umbreon's always a good first pick. I mean, you could shut down whatever carry, and it's just one of those Pokemon that you don't want to play against. So Sad Sam, though, it looks like they're going to grab that T-Tar.
Yeah, this was something I was worried about. The second I saw no T-Tar, no Phalanx ban, I was worried. I was wondering who was actually going to pick this thing up. Now Phalanx going over to the other side. Husky, which do you favor in this matchup, T-Tar or Phalanx?
I feel like T-Tar, if it gets online, can be really dangerous, but I love Phalanx running around with all the little guys. It's my favorite thing to watch. I can't even get mad when a Phalanx KOs me. It's like, oh, just the little guys.
Oh, what a cute little group that took me down there. Nothing wrong with that at all.
Two high-tier picks, though, out of YT. Sylveon, one of the most picked Pokemon. Tyranitar is really having its best day today, not yesterday. I think, despite it winning the event, I think it's having better showings this afternoon. A Kilo on Hoopa, and then Diff on the Snorlax that we were talking about last game, Spriggs.
Yeah, Snorlax is just one of those Pokemon that I feel like a great defender player can slot right into, and you have a couple amazing options, right? You've got Yawn in case they've got some squishier carry Pokemon on the other side, and then you've got Block if you want to try to move around a real force. And it looks like they might have to run that into Ignorance here because there isn't too much I'd want to Yawn except for that Delphox, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely want to get onto that Delphox. You don't want it to be able to use either Mystical Fire or Fire Blast for free. So, I mean, that is your prime target right there if you're at Pikachup on that Snorlax.
Yeah, and final pick, we got Fwee back on the Buzzwole. Let's go. Not many teams are pulling it out, but there are a lot of those beautiful comfort picks for Team YT. We're going to say goodbye to Husky and Kyle. A couple quick words before you go. Husky?
Go Delphox. Neon looked great on it last time. Let's go Delphox. That's my main.
Amazing. Kyle?
Just thanks for having us. This has been an amazing tournament. Some great teams. We have a couple more games left to see today, and we get to see who gets to go to Honolulu in a couple months.
Thank you so much. Two amazing casters from the community, Kyle and Husky. Thank you both as we get ready for this amazing game between YT and Ignorance. Go. Our team's setting up for this first match here. Team YT's tournament life still going strong. A team that a lot of people could see winning this whole thing, Dupe Snacks.
Yes, we definitely can. Both teams can do this right now. But I mean, there's no easy road ahead. I mean, we have two teams that we've seen at the top of the UCS all season long, and they're going to have to square it off again. YT, again, maybe having an underwhelming season to their own standards and their fans' standards, but they've got an opportunity to kind of take advantage of the last opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like a better YT than I kind of have seen all season, as they were, leaning back into these Pokemon that they know they can play well in that last match we saw them on. I'm really excited to see them here in game number 1. Ignorance, your purple team, Team YT, your orange team, as we head into game 1 of the semifinals of the final stretch. A lot of finals in that series.
A lot of finals. One best of 3 separates one of these teams from the finals, obviously.
Got
and
finals
of course,
in there again.
The
Let's
other
go.
team going home. Well, you don't got to go home, but you can't stay here. Off our stage.
That's right. You're not allowed to be on the stage. It's our job to kick you out. It's a sad part of the job, but we have to do it.
It's the worst part.
Hoopa in here causing some real trouble, actually having to send Scribblenaught down into this central area to deal with it. This is that aggressive play style that we're seeing a ton out of Japan. And look how much time they're wasting. Look how many resources they are wasting on the side wingers. And look at this
shot.
skill. They got the red. They got all of it. They got everything they wanted. No. Oh.
If they got out, that would have been unspeakable. I think that's the FF at 5 situation. Like, you just got to set it down. Ignorance, down, not out. Great moves by the cerebral leader of Team YT.
That's right, the cerebral.
The Excel sheet samurai.
I like that. You know what? Can I be the Excel sheet samurai? I swear I'll learn Excel. I promise.
Well, we got a hyper voice going through and tons of pressure being put on Ignorance. YT sees this as their opportunity, and they're not going to give Ignorance a chance to step up.
No, and look at this here. This Hoopa from Akilo on YT just being so incredibly aggressive. And with that EXP share on, being a supporter, you're really not giving up anything by making plays like this. All you're doing is taking things away from Ignorance.
Yeah, and YT is now living in the central of the opposing team. Soup Chef just level 3, stepping up. Man, can I do anything here? Jupiter 5 going to jump on Akilo, going to see if they can do anything, but Akilo's just kind of cruising around the map, leashing Jupiter around, and you want to talk about a resource that's being expended, that's time, and the winner of that is YT.
Absolutely, yeah, if you're making sure that an enemy carry Pokemon on the other team is being slowed down, you're doing a great job for YouTube, and that is what they were doing right there. While this is happening, though, Ignorance trying to take advantage of one of these paths being, less manned here and trying to fight in this bottom path against YT. Hypervoice Sylveon picking up a KO.
Yep, Protein Shakes there with Pika Diff going the heavy slam to see if they can catch him and sleeping in the bush. No such luck. Soup Chef putting down a rock tomb and just going to delay YT from getting back to pad, actually forcing them into the middle almost. They're going to have a little scrap. Meanwhile, the 1v1 up top rages on.
And here we go, 25 seconds until we see which Reggie is going to spawn in the bottom path and how these teams want to play it. If it's anything like what YT's been doing today, they're going to make their way to this bottom path and win this bottom Reggie. However, they've got resources all over the map, and they're getting caught right now.
They absolutely caught Fui. Akilo was there for the support, but they were just too late. I mean, there was such a good surprise jump onto Fui. The reaction time of Akilo really had no shot the way Hyperspace Hold works.
Yeah, I mean, look at this here. Phalanx is just such a tough Pokemon to deal with in those moments. The Iron Head to jump in, no retreat to push, right back into another huge, massive amount of burst damage from Iron Head, and there was nothing they could do about it. Team YT wasting a lot of time making some great plays, but look at the scoreboard here, 118-0, and they're in no position to deal with this bottom Reggie.
No, but fortunately, this Tyranitar is almost online, right? Maybe have a 6:30. There he goes. Online, Regirock's here. Pika Diff gonna try. Yawn and into the heavy slam. A good combination, reverse of how you actually normally use those to trap players, because they're trying to put them to sleep and then secure the objective.
Now, all the while, Team YT has been getting one thing ready, and that is that beautiful dress for Tyranitar as it's heading up to the top path. It has evolved, it's ready to go, and it's fighting here in the central area. We're gonna have to see how Ignorance wants to deal with this, because it is now online, and they are jumping in for it. Here comes Fui.
Fui into the action, forcing out the Phalanx Unite. Now Fui gets caught low. I was shocked that Jupiter jumped in, but the support of the team was right behind them. That Regieleki hits, and they're going to get tons of points in. Now they're taking KOs too.
Wow.
Are you kidding me? This Tyranitar just gets folded. The Phalanx showing a little bit of supremacy.
251-0 right now. Tier 2 goal zone gone, and Team YT is struggling. They have a scaling Pokemon in Tyranitar, and it's finally online, but they are so far behind here, almost at the 5-minute mark. This is going to be a very hard match to come back from.
Goop at level 11 already, outpacing this Tyranitar, and despite the Tyranitar being online, that exchange that we just saw up top really was the Phalanx show. And honestly, shows the resilience that that Pokemon has. I mean, they engaged alone and were able to sustain for a couple seconds before the team finally showed up in Ignorance, and they're able to turn the tides on that push.
All right, here we have Tyranitar in the central area, possibly looking for a pick on this Umbreon as it moves down to this bottom path. We can see a little bit of fighting in this bottom path. They're just trying to suss out exactly who is here and how they're going to move forward towards this Reggie. You can see checking all the tall grass there with Hyper Voice Sylveon. Team YT is actually moving towards the top path. They do not want this Regieleki to walk into their goal zone. We're going to have to see how they want to play this. They also want to make sure that they don't rip it as fast as they possibly can, so they have another one moving at the end of the match. Big catch on the Phalanx, and it's down.
Yeah, popping Fui, using the Unite to make sure it's a sure thing. Fanciful Fireworks are on the goal zone to try and insulate it a little bit. If they can get So Sad Sam, eject button into the overheat, but they're going to make it out with a sliver of HP. Meanwhile, Chaotic is trying to suss out a Hyper Voice target. Fee with Squirrel on the backside. They get put down. Ignorance still holding strong here, and now Team YT can't even really contest.
Yeah, Team YT going to have to pull back right now, although they are in a decent position. If this Regieleki can walk under the 4-minute mark, it means we're not going to see another one here before Rayquaza. That's kind of all they want out of this situation. Now they are going to need to deal with it before it gets too close to the 2-minute mark. The reason behind this, if that Reggie walks to that home goal zone under the 2-minute mark, you've essentially unlocked Remote Stadium, Zapdos is back, and you've got free scoring on the home goal zone.
Scribble not just hanging out and making sure they're a presence. Protein Shake is in the mix. Are they going to charge it over here, try and take it? They go straight in, but it's actually secured by Chaotic's Hyper Voice. And meanwhile, you have Aquila pulling the squad through. Jupiter kind of sussed it out, but they got stunned down very quickly. We got a fight kind of kicking up top as we're working through this Regirock, and now we have the Phalanx Unite Jupiter using theirs, but So Sad Sam fires right back. They are under that threshold. They are so close. Can So Sad Sam secure it? They can, and Regirock is going to go to YT.
Regirock getting ready to be taken by YT. The rock tomb a little early right there as Regirock ends up leashing. What a brutal moment for Chaotic on the Sylveon. As soon as they come through the portal, Regirock with the boom, 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 a classic Retsu moment. That's right, we remember Retsu. We all remember the Dodrio.
Nobody forgets. People never forget. Finally, Soup Chef goes down, but YT is finding a way back in this. Certainly not on the scoreboard. At least the levels are starting to get closer to equilibrium here. So Sad Sam pulling back. Neon being relentless. I love Neon on this Delphox. They've been playing lights out all weekend.
Me too, and I think it's a great counter to this Tyranitar. Now, obviously, T-Tar can really close the distance with Santum, but Mystical Fire Delphox can play around it pretty well. We're going to have to see if that can happen, though, as we get close to Rayquaza. It's a level 13 Tyranitar, and this is the big difference maker for this Pokemon. With level 13, Santum is essentially up the entire time you were fighting it, making it an insane raid boss, extremely difficult for Ignorance to take down. But they are way up right now. 256-12. Team YouTube has to win a fight here. No scoring is going to be possible. They got to win here at Ray and win big. They're prepping for it right now, looking for their moment. We have the Tyranitar, and they're deciding how they want to start this and who they want to catch, and they're moving in.
Straight in. Super Chef gets popped up. They have to eject button out. Overheat is charged, doesn't find its target. Portal's down, can actually make it through. Looks like they did, and they're going to have to gut back into the action very quickly. Fanciful Fireworks are down right on the portal, but they're charging another target. Neon takes a ton of damage, but they're flipping the script. They're appealing their attention. They've survived all these Unite moves that have just been fired by YT, and they didn't get anything for that effort, Spraggles.
And here they are just chipping up Rayquaza, moving back in on the Delphox, looking for the KO, and they get it!
Neon gets put down, and now the rest of Ignorance has to come back in. They're getting popped up. Protein Shake goes in. Umbreon Unite is out, and they're trying to get on top of Soup Chef. Soup Chef is trying to hold on. 2 players down on each side. So Sad Sam is getting engaged with. They're still standing. Soup Chef gets spilled like a bad chef, and Fweeb gets popped up, put down. 4 players down for Ignorance. YT needs to get it done in this minute. It's all on Fweeb. They need to close the charge. Overheat is there, and the KO is done! Fweeb!
Wei takes him down. There's a minute left. Delphox is running the Mystical Fire. Won't make it in time, but YouTube is still behind. being chased down by this mystical fire, and there it is. The flame charge picks up the KO. Multiple members of YT are back, but so are multiple members of Ignorance. 45 seconds on the clock, and Team YT still needs a bit of a miracle here. Tyranitar has 2 seconds off cooldown, and they need to run as they pick up a KO on Sylveon.
Now there's no opportunity but to rip here. Somebody's got to scramble and score, but Neon is laying in the fireballs like Super Mario, making sure nobody's coming through. There's a tier 1 standing still for Ignorance, and they can defend it particularly well. Soup Chef is there, defender on defender action, the power nap, they're going to sleep. They don't even want to make this happen because Phalanx is putting 10 in for each dink. They're getting it done.
That's right, Phalanx scoring in the main. Beautiful defense. Even though the fight went Team YouTube's ways, they were too bruised in that moment to do anything about it. 1 Pokemon up, and Ignorance is going to take game 1.
What an impressive showdown by Ignorance. I love how they played that final fight. I love how they played that, what is it, Spraggles? Trademarked the mid-game.
The mid-game. I can't believe you trademarked the mid-game.
We have that on the production team, remember?
That's huge.
The trademarking, the copywriting team on the production.
That's so nice. Can I trademark Yeehaw? I'd really like to.
Too late. I already have it.
Team YouTube right here had a great fight. They had their T-Tar. They actually had a moment where they almost picked up a double KO before that Umbreon went down, before Tyranitar went down. They weren't able to make it happen. It was quite a war, but after their, horrible fight in the top path early, before the 5-minute mark that tier 2 went down, it was really hard for YT to come back.
Yeah, I mean, because honestly, YT was ahead at the start of the game until, this goal zone. Ignorance takes a good engagement here off the back of Goop on this Phalanx. They close this goal zone out, and then here is that moment, right? I didn't know that Goopiter was going to go back in. I didn't know you had it like that, son. Ignorance follows up, and they scrub the team, beat down that goal zone, and open up just a can of worms for YT that they said, ooh, that's gross.
Yeah, well, a can of worms is very, very gross.
It's particularly
something
gross.
I've always said. And I've already said it too. So here's the fight. This is the moment right there. If that Umbreon goes down before T-Tar goes down, I think we have both Snorlax and Buzzwole here, and it gets the game a lot closer, right? We can run to both tier 1 goal zones and gets them just within striking distance of beating Ignorance. It still would have been a tough one, though.
Yeah, without a doubt. Playing to their outs was YT. I think it was difficult. I mean, they threw everything in the kitchen sink into that fight, sandbagged a little bit, and yes, they came out on top, but at what expense? And it was the game. Yeah, they won a team fight, but it was protracted. It was way too long. They used too many resources, and Gooper on this Phalanx, tip of the cap player of the game, well deserved.
Yeah, player of the game, and you saw so many huge moments, even, going toe-to-toe with Tyranitar. Phalanx obviously has an insane power level, and you would think T-Tar would play pretty well into it, but this thing is darn strong, especially with that Curse Bangle on it, reducing the amount of healing the opposing team has. It's a real tough Pokemon to deal with. Both T-Tar and Phalanx have seen consistent bans throughout this tournament because of this.
Yeah, and again, that Delphox pick can't go understated. Husky said it, I love this Delphox pick. It is my main. It is great. Neon's a phenomenal Delphox player, and I don't know how these teams are not having a better sense of where Neon is on the map, because when they step in, they're just turning tides of fights by themselves. They're having Goopiter and Soup just run, and Screwball just running ahead of them, and then you just have Neon unchecked over and over and over again.
Here we go, heading into our draft. Gyarados, Leafeon, Trevenant, and Umbreon banned. So Ignorance deciding with a 2-defender ban on their side, forcing YouTube to make a decision. How do they want to play this? I'm wondering if they're, thinking okay, we'll make them pick a defender here, and then we'll be able to steal away something we really want. They want Sylveon right away over to the side of Ignorance. It's going to be really interesting.
I actually don't think you care about the defenders, to be honest. I think it's more important to get chaotic on something like Sylveon in this point, without a doubt.
I agree. I would also think that maybe you want to steal away Phalanx right here. Instead of grabbing Sylveon, perhaps Phalanx. But chaotic has been a real factor in these games. Over to the side of Ignorance, we've got Crustle and we've got Phalanx, and they looked amazing last game.
They really, really did. And you can kind of see how like those two Pokemon work in tandem, right? The Rock Tomb and then the Phalanx Unite specifically, when it starts spinning, even charging, engaging enemies into the wall for the stuns and stuff, works out really well. If we're going to pick up Eldegoss, they're not going to be the one playing Eldegoss.
I kind of doubt it, but I'd honestly love to see it. We top path Eldegoss carry, let's go. Heading over to the side of Ignorance, we've got possibly a Mr. Mime. Huge yesterday. I mean, we saw so much of it out of Joey on Luminosity. Neon once again on this Delphox. I mean, looked amazing, and then hey, if you pick T-Tar, I've got this. We have this ranged Pokemon in our back pocket that is really able to dance around you.
It almost feels like Ignorance is trying to bait them into a Tyranitar because they've kind of got it covered, right? And then they get a last counter pick to make a difference. They do need to find out a way to, much like YT needs to figure out Neon, Ignorance needs to figure out So Sad Sam.
Absolutely. And here we go. Final pick heading over to the Scizor/Scyther. One of my favorite things about being here live, Doob Snacks, is the second they locked in Talonflame, I hear a massive, oh! But I don't realize that was a different game. I was like, dude, people are hyped for Talon right now.
People are really gassed up for Talonflame.
We're loving that Talonflame pick out there.
We've seen a good amount of, when I say good amount, more than 0 of top path Talon, and it hasn't looked too bad. When you think about teams like DOL Kittens, they played a lot of top path Talonflame, as well as Nihao.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Talon is pretty underrated, but you need a Talon specialist on your team. It's a lot of these speedsters, I could see teams slotting them in, but someone has to go, no, I'm cracked on Meowscarada. I'm so good on Zoroark, right? You have to have that player, or you just can't bring that pick out. As what we're seeing right here is Team YT on the ropes. 1 game down. They need to win 2 in a row against Ignorance right here, or they are going home. Their chances of going to Worlds will be dashed, and Ignorance will be moving forward in our bracket to decide who our final stretch champion will be. Our team's getting ready to head into this very important game right now.
Ignorance is 1 10-minute game away from being in the finals to take on G for the last World spot available for this year.
And here we go. Game number 2. Team YT, your purple team. Ignorance, your orange team. Again, Team YT on the ropes. They need to win 2 in a row to continue on through our final stretch. Ignorance right now looking to secure their spot to our grand finals today. Talonflame is in the top path as Doob Snacks predicted, or at least hoped, and I'm happy to see it as we see Mr. Mime and Phalanx against it. What a weird top path.
That's a tough path. That's a tough path to battle into. Scribblenaught, again, a very good early Pokemon is Mr. Mime, and Scribblenaught's Mr. Mime is solid, and it's just going to cause them fits. And Fui's going to have a tough time engaging around those walls that they put up.
Yeah, here we go. Phalanx looking to make something happen here in this top path. Mr. Mime is just such a brutal supporter to deal with. A lot of them are like Hoopa in the top path with the stuns and autos. Same thing with LD with the crazy amount of slows. But man, Mr. Mime with that confusion once it hits 4 is just so difficult to deal with. The secure is incredible. The stun is huge. As we have 3 members of each team ready for this fight, Scyther making their way through the tall grass.
They're looking to backdoor So Sad Sam. They can't quite get the dual wing beat in and decide to just peel back, focusing only on the wild Pokemon.
You'll notice with Team YT, the second some of these wild Pokemon populate or some of these objectives populate, they are gone like that. Just immediate. The coordination from Team YT is incredible.
Protein Shake able to use the dual wing beat again, this time to keep anybody from YT scoring, and this is just getting more time for Soup Chef, Protein Shake, Scribblenaught, Neon to get online, and most importantly, Goo.
I gotta say, looking at Team YT's comp, there's some really interesting things, but if I'm Ignorance, I'm pretty scared of Slowbro if I'm playing Scyther. I feel like it's one of the big counters for this Pokemon, right? We've seen it time and time again that Scyther just gets shut down in the final fight by a Slow Beam. It feels like the reason we don't see it competitively. I wonder if Ignorance is going to change my mind about that today.
I'm thinking they're going to lean on Goopiter to pull that attention, right? You kind of send in Goopiter first, and then you have Protein Shake pull up and try and clean everything up afterwards after those resources expended, like the Slow Beam.
Take a look at this here. Mime in a lot of trouble right now, just deciding how they want to fight this. They do move in. KO over to the Eldegoss as Crustle just kind of hanging out in this tall grass, giving the team more vision. Moving down to the bottom path, YT in a little better spot than they were in our last game here as they are getting ready for this bottom objective. It feels like this is their bread and butter. If they're able to start with this Reggie, they're in a really good place.
Yeah, and just again, those Swablu Altaria populate, those Swablu Altaria are gone. YT all over it. Ignorance, again, keeping pace, but I think they'd like to push it a little bit here to try and bring some balance because YT is doing a better job in the early stages.
I got to say, you want to look at balance right here. Neither team has scored a single point yet. Up in the top path, it looks like they are fighting and possibly Phalanx can score here. Regirock getting extremely low. This is exactly what YT does all the time. Coalesce around an objective or wild Pokemon and deletes it before you can even finish a sentence.
They're one of the teams that have still like Season 2 focus fired down in the bottom Reggie, right? Other teams might have been stressing the top a little bit, split pushing whatever when they can. But right now it's YT saying the bottom objective is the objective we want, and that bottom goal zone is the one we want to break, and they do.
Yes, they do, as Reggie Alecki starts moving towards the Tier 2 goal zone of Team YT. They're going to need to figure out how they want to deal with this. Last game, this was the moment everything went wrong for YT. We once again have Phalanx moving around. They're looking through the central area. They're looking to see if they can take a fight here. Mime walking, pushing them back right here. They're far off the goal zone. They need to move. Really nice unit, but stopped by the barrier. It finds a wall every time this Unite move finds a wall.
Scribblenaught bullied out completely, but because of the wall, nobody goes down on the side of Ignorance after that push.
What an insane moment. Somehow, Talonflame finds a way to hit a wall with the Unite move. The game will literally create walls where there weren't walls for Talonflame's Unite move to do absolutely nothing. It's crazy.
It really, really is. Taking a quick inventory of the levels here, and YT still leading the charge there. I wanted to see a little bit of magic out of Ignorance here, but I think that's pulling away from them. Might need to turtle up a little bit. Use Neon where you can and get cheeky scores if you can. Goopiter and Scribblenaught on a mission here, seeing if they can put a little pressure on Fweet.
Yeah, and this is a nice team to do it, right? You've got the big stuns from Mime and Secure, and then you've got this huge burst damage from the Phalanx. Being pushed out now by Chaotic. We can see Reggie spawning in the bottom path in 20 seconds. We've got the level 9 Scyther. So this is its moment, right? It's going to look for Gardevoir or Sylveon, maybe even Talon, and just try to burst it down in one goal. There it is. It's found Sam. What a sneaky little Scyther. They don't know that this bug is in the tall grass, waiting to make a big play.
They're waiting for Goopiter to be able to engage. They force out the Fairy Singularity and the Delphox Unite, and they jump right on top, but they're able to make it out. Scyther Unite is popped. They can't get a KO. Now they just have to retreat back through.
That is such a disappointing Unite move for how beautiful of a play that was. They didn't know it was there, hiding in the tall grass all alone. And once again, Team YT is hanging out with a Reggie in the bottom path, and they're going to get rid of it before I can finish my sentence.
There you go. Now Reggie Alecki is up there. Scribblenaught at least has good eyes on where Fweet is, so they can't get surprised in that sense. But we need to see something out of this Scyther because Protein Shake has kind of been motoring up and down the map without really being impactful. And as soon as I say that, they get eviscerated by a Gardevoir.
We need to see something out of this Scyther. Cut to Scyther getting KO'd immediately as Talonflame heads to the top path. Let's see if its Unite move can find a wall. This time it actually doesn't have it. Big time KO. And we have Crustle pushing back right now. Talonflame getting caught, and it looks like this push from YT is getting stymied here as Scyther is moving up to the top path with the Delphox. Only 3 members of YT. They're in a little bit or a lot of trouble here.
They're coming up from the bottom side. Protein Shake goes in right on the Fanciful Fireworks, and if this is the engagement, this is the one you not. Gardevoir finally goes down. Chaotix on the backside. They need to get picked up. Neon, Soup Chef, and company are putting the pressure on. It's Neon with the KO streak of 2. Make it 3. Protein Shake peeling back. Now this Reggie Alecki is getting shredded, and of course, Neon steps up and says, putting the team on my back for a second.
They did put the team on their back, even for just a second, but you got to say, Team YT only having 3 members of the team at the objective, knowing they were going to go down, still secured it before getting out of there. Obviously, they got out of there via the Pokemon Center, right? They were knocked out, but still impressive stuff from YT.
Yeah, but what it did, that's a consolation prize for sure, because now Neon is 13, and they are a menace, and they're going to be a problem for this squad. Now, Ignorance can play kind of around Goopiter, because Neon is so good on this Delphox and so elusive that they can kind of just be by themselves, roam, and cause havoc wherever they go.
Yeah, this Delphox is going to be a real problem. 11, that massive power spike where Mystical Fire is going to start helping to reset the cooldowns of your moves is huge. 13, so they've got the extra move speed when they're sliding around is also massive. And just being a high-level carry is a tough thing to deal with. Look at this here. Just able to find every member of Team YT in the tall grass by throwing this Mystical Fire. Crustal does go down, and Team YT once again might be taking another bottom Reggie.
That's very true. I like how Ignorance has managed to pull back up in this experience race. YT has been leading that pace. We have 15 seconds away from Rayquaza Spragos, a Regice taken by YT, and now they just need to close the door on game 1.
This is one of the most confusing plays that I've seen from Pikadiff. Why are you looking to score 9 points right now when Rayquaza is coming at the 2-minute mark? That feels like that could have been catastrophic for YT, and that would be horrible because this is YT's last chance at Worlds. If they don't win this Ray fight and win this game, they are going home. They will not be heading to Honolulu. We see Scyther looking for the Sylveon. Talonflame already down.
Talonflame already down. We're moving back to the middle. Scribblenauts putting some pressure on the team. Showtime, Spearfinger's right in the middle, but there's a nice Fairy Singularity, knocking out multiple targets for Ignorance, pulling them all in, but it's actually YT that ends up falling. The Phalanx Unite is too strong. Protein Shake getting in the mix. Pikadiff is now low, surfing into a wall. They're going to get put down here in short order. Meanwhile, Soup Chef starts chipping onto the Rayquaza by themselves, but who's standing but Chaotic? They're looking to turn the tides. There's almost no HP on Neon, but Chaotic's trapped between a Rock Tomb. They're getting X-scissored out, and they're getting spaced out. Chaotic cannot find a target. Talonflame Fui picks up Phalanx, and all of a sudden all of YT is standing. Ignorance is on respawn.
Ignorance is on respawn. YT is back, and they are ripping Rayquaza. They need this Ray right now. They need to get into the air with Talonflame. Here comes the Mystical Fire, and it's secured by YT. YT gets Rayquaza.
They now have to cover these goal zones, see if they can break Fui's shield, break some of these shields. This goal is this score is so close, but they can't stop Fui. And that's going to be the first leg of this race to fall as the rest of the team's going to score.
Look at this here. They broke the shield on the Slowbro. They have not broken it on Gardevoir or Sylveon. They would love to get both of these scores in if they can. 2 members down right now for Ignorance. YT in such an amazing spot. Huge score. 96 points go in with only 30 seconds left. And a massive Fairy Singularity. YT is still in this thing.
YT, what a bounce back on that fight. They had a great engagement. That Fairy Singularity was pulling in multiple targets. Ignorance battles through that, gets multiple KOs, but they can't quite close the door on like Pikadiff was standing forever. That puts Soup Chef on the chase. All of a sudden, YT's coming off respawn, but if you saw those health pools, there was almost nothing left. And YT just stepped up and just A-pressed through them and took the Ray.
I mean, Doob Snacks, you wouldn't want this series to go any other way. All tied up. Both of these teams fighting for their spot to go to Worlds in Honolulu, Hawaii. Team YT with a disastrous game 1. That Rayquaza fight looking pretty bleak. I thought they were out of this, but Pikadiff actually buying an insane amount of time on that Slowbro, being able to survive through this onslaught from the side of Ignorance. And then you look down in the tall grass, Chaotic is there with the Hyper Voice Sylveon and just starts running through multiple members of Ignorance. Fui is back, picks up that KO, and then all of a sudden they're back in this thing, the full-on rip, and YT is alive.
Yeah, and that's the value of an amazing tank player like that. Just time is being purchased. It was super important in game 1, the amount of time that Ignorance was able to buy. Super important here in game 2 that Pikadiff was able to buy it right.
Yeah, and you know, I think both teams played this fight really well. It was another one, just like game 1, what a nail biter of a Rayquaza fight, right? Huge moments throughout. I felt like the Delphox is a 10 out of 10 for me. And we had some big Scyther moments, albeit only really late into the game.
Right, here we're gonna see that final fight. We have a big collapse, the showtime is there. Then with the Fairy Singularity right on top of that, but it's YT that's taking too much damage because Phalanx pops their Unite in the middle of it and starts blending everyone up. But look at Pikadiff still standing, using that Amnesia, leashing people around, and by the time that happened, Ignorance could not get back to the center. I thought that little spin up that we saw for a moment might cause some traffic, but Fui is able to see through it and get it done.
Yeah, amazing stuff right there. And you can see the audience is hyped for YT. And they're, you know, just a little talking, looking at the camera. Hey, buddy, how are you? Are we watching him pick his nose? Was that our plan?
Don't pick your nose.
Don't you dare. He did.
So sad Sam did not pick his nose.
Ooh, huge for Sam.
He did not pick his nose.
He had the opportunity, and he didn't. Big time stuff for Sam. You could see he was really thinking about it.
He was considering. He's like, am I on camera?
He's
Yeah,
like,
can I
my
pick
hand
my
is
nose
right
now?
next to my nose. I think I'm going for it. Sam, this Gardevoir has been insane. We talked to Inder about this a little earlier. It's a pick that not a lot of teams are bringing out, but every time you see Sam on Gardevoir, they are a force to be reckoned with whenever they're at an objective. And this feels like Team YT's bread and butter. They are sitting at that objective, and the second it pops up, it is gone before the enemy can respond.
Yeah, absolutely. And So Sad Sam's Fairy Singularities, that Gardevoir Unite, have been the most impactful series of Gardevoir Unites we've seen out of a single player. Typically, there's always like one that goes awry, right, because they throw so many in a game. But here, they found their marks over and over and over again.
Now we're getting ready for our final draft between these two teams. Team YT, your orange team, Ignorance, your purple team. We are getting ready for the last match that one of these two teams will see in this entire season. The final stretch is full of moments like this. A last chance for these teams to possibly head to Honolulu.
Right
There's
off.
a tournament, by the way.
There's a tournament in Honolulu?
You didn't hear? Worlds is taking place.
Nobody tells
in
me
Honolulu.
anything.
Yeah, I think we did keep it from you, actually.
Scrubble off rip, grab an Umbreon. That's a great target. All of a sudden, it feels like the texture of these drafts is completely different.
Yeah.
Jupiter going back into the Phalanx, well, and I can't really blame them. After game one and a game two that wasn't like miserable by any means. It felt fairly good. They had a great team fight at the end. It's like, I don't think this Phalanx is the problem. Let's go back to that well.
And here we go. Ignorance locking in now Snorlax here. And yeah, the Phalanx. This has been a top pick throughout this tournament. Chaotic does not get the Sylveon, but we have seen this Alolan Ninetales. It doesn't even feel like a consolation prize to me. It feels like it's right there with Sylveon. I kind of liked it better.
Yeah, it's like out of the frying pan into the fire with Chaotic, right? If you sure ban the Sylveon, we just saw him win 2 games back-to-back against some really good teams on this A9. Aquilo locking in Talonflame. They'll of course be switching with Fui on that, I presume. As Neon back on this Mew, and gosh, Mew was impressive to me yesterday. Not just Neons, but Flareons as well.
And here we go, Protein Shake on the Blaze again. This is one of those Pokemon that can. Oh, we do not have a Gardevoir or something like that. We are locking in the
Giga Drain Petal Dance.
It's
going to go crazy.
It could be Giga Drain Petal Dance. Of course, at the same time, you could play this with, Giga Drain and Solar Beam. It's not going to be as hard of a counter to Phalanx, right? Because you're not up in the face of Phalanx. But you are able to do a ton of damage at range. And it does feel like So Sad Sam plays so good at range.
Yeah, based on the items, it does look like they're not going to be swapping that up. But certainly, if they're doing that, they're taking their sweet time. But yeah, and that's actually a Pokemon that Inder called out when we were talking to him. So Sad Sam specifically. I asked him, what other Pokemon besides Gardevoir? He's like, well, I mean, his Venusaur is kind of disgusting. Playing at range is where Sam wants to be. That's where they cook from. Well, let the cook with a little sunlight.
I think at this point in the tournament, in our final stretch where one last team is going to qualify for Worlds, I think it is time to simply let them cook and see which one doesn't burn down the kitchen but burns down their opponents here as we head into this final game. Ignorance versus Team YT. The winner of this will be heading to our grand finals to face off against G, a very worrisome opponent for either of these squads. But right now in front of them is Ignorance and YT.
Another one for us. Another 10 minutes separates this team from the next step forward, and one of them packing their bags and going straight home. Well, not straight home. Again, just off the stage.
Again, you and I will bully them off the stage, as is our job that we asked for.
But we don't like.
Well,
we don't like doing it. Game 3, here we go.
Here we go, game 3. Ignorance, your purple team. Team YT, your orange team. This is the final match between these two squads, and the last time that I will screw up that sentence, I promise. Blah, 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 blah.
Blah, 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 blah. Fui in the top path here, rocking the orange side, and of course, Goop is going to roll up with Scrubbleknot. Scrubbleknot, I like to see them get their Umbreon online a little earlier than we did in game 1.
Yeah, we're going to see how they want to fight in this top path. Talonflame is an interesting one. It has pretty decent secure, but it also has to commit really hard for it, right? It has to jump in to do all of that burst damage, and that can put it in some real bad spots. So they need to protect it. However, in this bottom path, Alolan Ninetales online already, and it is a very tough Pokemon to deal with early.
It really, really is. Soup Chef going to just get A-pressed right here as we're trying to secure this Indeedee, and it kind of took more than I'd think. Meanwhile, K-Opener over to Fui on YT.
Wow, look at that, and they get, punished for it. However, Brotein in a lot of trouble right here. How are they going to make it out? They are, no. The auto from Venusaur right there. The Ivysaur currently ready to fight here. We do see the Giga Drain. Here comes Mew to the top path as well.
Yeah, Chaotic just building a little bit of spacing, trying to help out, clear that to make sure that So Sad Sam gets online. They want that Venusaur to be a Venusaur as soon as possible, and that makes fighting for Ignorance like exponentially more difficult.
Without question. Looking down into our bottom path right here, we see Pikadith has just been all alone dealing with this Snorlaxer. They left the defenders alone so everyone else could play in the top path, and now they're fighting once again over some of these wild Pokemon. They know that Mew has that Electro Ball. They know how good the Secure is, so they have to be very careful with how they try to secure these wild Pokemon KOs.
Look at that, Jupiter waiting for Scrooble to get up next to them so they can get the last hit on the Bunnelby and make sure Scrooble not evolves, finally hitting level 4.
And here we have the level 7 on the Venusaur. It does have the pedal dance. They are dancing here as they move towards this central area fight.
Now it's just all about how Ignorance is going to play around Phalanx and play around So Sad Sam, and that's a tall order for a team like YT that's been playing fairly well these last couple games.
Love this play from YT. They said, you know what, I actually don't think we can catch this Umbreon right now. We're going to run down and score. Beautiful Rock Tomb, making sure that the Umbreon had to dash through it with foul play and not able to make it down to stop them from scoring. Points going in for Team YT. Really heads up play by them.
I'm kind of surprised seeing the Energy Amp on the Giga Drain Pedal Dance Venusaur. It's something that's sometimes switched out for a little bit more resiliency, but So Sad Sam says, I want to spam these Unites on cooldown, and right now, as they're building up, they just picked it up. That Unite move is in pocket for Sam.
And to be fair, Energy Amp on any Pokemon is pretty good, and Venusaur's Unite move is just such a difference maker, regardless of if it has the Solar Beam or not. We're looking to make this thing a raid boss. Now you just hit with this massive range Unite move and run at them with your Pedal Dance.
Without a doubt, we're starting to work through this Registeel. Sam is putting the pressure on. Chaotic with some good spacing on Protein Shake, trapping them. Soup Chef getting exited into the wall, and Aquilo gets credit for that knockout. Protein Shake can't even engage because they got spaced out so well. Long-range Solar Beam out of Neon, can't quite lock it up. Chaotic secures another one for the team, and now they're on top of this goal zone if they want it.
Yeah, and here we go. We got 30 moving in from Chaotic right here. Nice big overcap for Team YT. Regieleki going the other way. Regieleki heading towards the top path of YT. They're probably going to lose that goal zone up there as Talon's going to have a hard time defending it. Really nice situation for Ignorance, leaving the goal at 1. Massive overcap.
38-point overdunk is going to shrink the score lead a little bit of YT. However, still ahead, and it's something to take inventory of, as Ignorance needs to start leveling up because they're trailing behind again.
Yeah, Ignorance is behind here. They're behind on score, a little behind on level, and it doesn't feel like they're gelling as well as they have in some of our previous games. I feel like this Venusaur was actually a real curveball for them, and it's been difficult for them to deal with. It's been crushing a lot of these fights.
Scrooble not eating a fly, but it still takes a little bit more than that to take them out. Protein Shake actually isolates So Sad Sam. Aquilo's there to try to give them some support. Big Unite move. The Verdant Anger takes out 2 players, and now they're looking for more. Fui crash landing on top of that Verdant Anger, and that's just an angry combination as more players are down. Now they're going straight for that goal zone.
Huge 40 points from Talon, and it does make it in. The Umbreon Unite move is too late. Now Umbreon goes down in this top path. Team YT on an absolute run here.
Absolute rampage as well. Team YT, great use of the Verdant Anger. Protein Shake did everything they needed to. Isolated Sam. They pop the Verdant Anger right on time. Fui crash lands and takes a KO streak of 3.
One thing, I don't know if you've seen it here, Dupe Snacks, this overheat from Blaziken, it's obviously insanely powerful, but after Venusaur lands that Giga Drain, you get that big-time damage reduction on anything coming in. It actually has not chipped down this Venusaur very much at all. If they can hit a Giga Drain early in a fight, this thing is just so unbelievably powerful.
Pika really far forward again. Nice block to isolate Chaotic. They get put down. Pika Diff now getting rushed by Goopiter. Neon, KO streak of 2 for Goop. They're going to look at this Registeel, and we're going to see if YT wants to make a play. So Sad Sam is coming down to protect this goal zone, and I think that's all they're going to do here is protect that goal zone.
Yeah, what a confusing moment for YT. It feels like communication-wise, they were just not on the same page. They had players kind of everywhere, and they had Chaotic and Pika Diff pushed really far forward towards the side of Ignorance, and you had to assume Ignorance could be there. There was only one objective on the map at that point.
Now everybody's peeling upstairs, and we're going to see what Ignorance wants to do here. They're looking to farm some wild Pokemon, and YT is just eating up in the middle. Will they go cross town, sit in the central, or will they try and contest this? Not even close. They can at least catch it, though, or if Ignorance gets a little too froggy, they can jump on it. Moving back forward here, no. Ignorance is just kind of running alongside, running in parallel to see where they can find their next opportunity.
And here we go down to our bottom path. We have Pikadiff trying to fight at this goal zone as multiple members of Ignorance come down to score here. Some points are going to Raiden. The Electro Ball helps pick up a big KO. Phalanx moves in with huge damage and a nice score. Now they are up 228 to 266, and we have a pause up on the main stage. It looks like we may have had a problem with one of the devices on stage, so we're going to make sure we can get that sorted out. Obviously, this match is so important. If a situation like that comes up, we have to address it right away. Pikadiff either showing him the problem or some pictures on his phone. Either way, I think the pause is warranted.
It would be weird if he was showing pictures of himself
yeah,
on the device provided by Pokemon.
He was like, look at this picture I took of myself. But this guy's like, that's really great, but you need to get back to the match right now, I think. This is a great picture. I love it.
Yeah, it's good, man. Like, a thumbs up, dude.
Because, like, I really thought I looked great in this picture, guys, as we're getting ready for this one. Obviously, a serious thing is happening, but we refuse to take it seriously.
Yeah, well, let's try and focus on the scoreline that just got shrunk. Nice tier 1 siege there by Ignorance after getting a quick Regieleki. And again, YT kind of lost in the middle, not really achieving anything, didn't cut them off. You know, they started taking down the Regieleki. Only Pikadiff was there. They're able to get that, or excuse me, just Fui was there. Pika was trailing, and they're able to close that goal zone out after just one of the fastest KOs I've seen on a Talonflame.
Extremely quick, right? And now they are behind on score, but look at all the positives they have on their side. Level 13 Talon, level 13 Venusaur, and this is often the time you consider it a bit of a raid boss. You have that increased range on Petal Dance, and it just makes it so that Giga Drain is always up, essentially. You're always doing insane amounts of damage. You always have a Giga Drain for your opponents. As Team YT traveling like a pack here in this central area, looking for some KOs before Rayquaza. Again, for both of these teams, the entire tournament is on the line in this match. Both teams have a chance to go to Worlds in Honolulu, but they have to win here in the next 2 minutes.
Nice solar beam coverage there. They kind of, YT was looking for a quick pick and they couldn't quite sort that out. Great work by Soup Chef on the heavy slam block combo to separate and let that opportunity fall to the wayside for YT.
And here we go, beautiful stuff by YT. They're in position for it. Obviously Ignorance is not, but Ignorance is looking to catch someone from YT as they move up here. YT coming up, Talonflame moving around the side. Snorlax jumping in with a little bit of a heavy slam block, but
Goopiter sussed it out immediately. Fui's at half HP. We're going straight to the middle. We're flying. We're going to crash land on top of Soup Chef, who goes into a power nap on top of Pikadiff. Solar Beam back through from Neon, and now everybody's popping the Rebel Rouser back in the middle. Vertinanger on a couple people. Petal Dance, Giga Drain. Talonflame zooms in, and they're trying to pick up a target. Low HP. Pikadiff's the first one to fall. They're trying to find the next target. They're moving towards the rest of YT. So sad, same as in the mix. Chaotic throws an Avalanche Blizzard combination. They can't find anybody. They find two. Just kidding. And now it's 4 players down for Ignorance. YT flips this. They're all down. They're all down. Wipe. Team YT supremacy. The Ignorance of Ignorance to try and take them in a fight at Ray in Game 3. YT takes it.
YT takes Rayquaza. Now they just need to run and score. They are still behind, but they have some massive shields on their side as they're running towards this top goal zone. Venusaur in trouble. Blaziken looking at this top goal as 3 members of YT heads towards this bottom goal zone. Pikadiff in a beautiful position to score right now with a massive shield. 4 members of YT rush this goal zone, and they need to put points on the board, Dupe Snacks.
They get a couple in there, and that's going to be enough to put them ahead, a little bit further ahead. YT's looking for more pressure, more points, more action, more smoke. 55 seconds left in this one, and YT is counting the chickens because they're about to hatch, boy.
They are about to hatch, and here comes Blaziken seeing if they can do anything about this. 50 more points in the hands of Eldegoss. They make it into the top path. 444, 228. YT is up. 40 seconds left, and it looks like Ignorance knows that their tournament life is over.
Soup Chef susses out Pikatif, doesn't even press a button there. Ignorance going to make a best of it, though. They're down by 220 points, and they need to get this done now. They're starting to stack them in, but it's a hundo banger back the other way. Nice little block here to separate Pikatif from the rest of the crowd. They rubberize back in. A big flame sweep that doesn't hit a wall, doesn't really hit many targets either, and YT's just counting the clock down. 10 seconds left until they're in the finals.
That's right. YT, of course, the team to do it, somehow making it to our grand finals. If they were going to qualify for Worlds, this is how Team YT does it.
This is, I said it yesterday, I said it today, this is the most Team YT tournament I've ever seen written, like without a doubt. And they stepped up. There was really some moments there where it was like, okay, things are looking a little shaky, right? And they had a great composition. They came together, and look, again, you can troll Chaotic all you want. If he's only got 2 picks, you better figure out how to keep him off both of them, because it doesn't really matter. This A9 was putting in work. KO streak of 2 in the final throws. It hit a Avalanche Blizzard combination that like stalled out and popped, and I thought, I was like, did that even hit anything? And then bang, 2 checks get cashed immediately. And YT, they're feeling themselves.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge moment for YT. It's so crazy that on this stage, last year at NAIC, we see them play their match and qualify for Worlds. Once again, in that position on the big stage at NAIC, and in one more series, they have a chance to somehow do it again.
Without it, I just caught a look at Chaotic's Cowlick, and that thing is a source of power without a doubt. It looks phenomenal. I hope nobody tells them about it.
It makes you strong, and part of what makes this team strong is the mental that they've had. They are coming back from being way behind. We had Inder on broadcast talk about it earlier. Chaotic says one more. It's actually a best of 3. No problem, buddy. He says one more.
Might even be a best of 5.
Whoa! That's right, could be a best of 5. I forgot about that. Let's take a look at some of the stats from that last match, because they are huge. Or we can look at Zoinks just pointing at everybody, which is fun too.
That's my favorite thing to watch. We're taking a look, and look, Ignorance, like this sheet does not really justify how well I think they've played this set. Their numbers have always been a little low in this set particularly. YT does win, but hats off to Ignorance. Great run, and you know, keep your eyes on Neon, without a doubt.
Yeah, Neon was unbelievable throughout this series. I'm actually surprised they went to the Mew. I loved their Delphox.
Delphox was great. Their Mew's phenomenal too.
Absolutely, but I thought their Delphox was just a thing of beauty. And when you look at the damage here, not surprising to see So Sad Sam so unbelievably high on that damage number. They were running this match. As soon as they hit Venusaur, it was all over.
Yeah, a real highlight for me in that third game for Ignorance was actually Soup Chef on this Snorlax. But enough about the things I want to say, because the person I've been gassing up this whole time is Chaotic, and they're on stage with Zoinks right now for an interview.
All right, I am here on stage with Chaotic, who just took down Ignorance in an incredible set. Such an amazing matchup. Well done to you. You are now one step away, or now headed into the grand finals, one step away from qualifying for Worlds again in your case. How good does it feel to win that matchup?
It feels good, but honestly, job's not done. Like, the hardest match is right ahead of us, and that's really the only thing that's on my mind right now.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense, G, as a lot of people's favorites in this tournament, but you two clearly no slouches. You've been taking down so many tough opponents. Ignorance, one of those. That was an extremely close set. But that game 2 was unbelievable. Talk to me about the play you were able to put together in game 2.
Well, it was not going very well. We died, and then they collapsed on Sam. I was able to kite back and kill Broutine and just hyperforce them down, do my job. So that's all it is, do your job.
Yeah, exactly. Fill your role, and you were crushing it. Now, Chaotic, your next matchup is against G. They are the last barrier between you and the World Championships. Anything to say to your future opponents that will soon be sitting across from you?
It's either win or lose. Whoever gets it, gets it.
All right, we're going to be competing for these very trophies in the grand finals right after this. Spraggles, Dupe Snacks, back to you.
All right. I mean, I love these moments. I love the trainers I meet Pokemon moments. It's either win or lose. It's either me or you. We'll just have to see who gets it. I love it, man.
The energy's good. The energy's good. Both of these teams are focused up without a doubt. I mean, you can kind of feel the Chaotix dialed in. You saw the whole team actually huddle up after they had their quick little celebration, right? But again, job's not done, and the hardest match is always the next one that you got to take down.
Yeah, and that is G, a team that, I mean, frankly, could have qualified yesterday, right? We saw them play so well throughout that tournament. We have a former world champion, I guess your current reigning world champion. One of them is on G / formerly of Luminosity, went up against his former teammate Overlord in an insane best of 3. Luminosity moved on, later taken out of that tournament as Orange Juicers became our champion later in the day. However, the series was insane. We saw such high-level play, and when you already have a world champ on the team, you have to know that this is a serious squad for YT to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. But YT has been in this position before, like you said, quite literally last year. And although Slash is a world champion, although the players of G are all very good, they're all actually very known quantities specifically to YT, because they have been around the block in the UCS. And yes, this season didn't go particularly right, but they have an opportunity to correct and erase all those mistakes right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is their moment, right? This is the whole idea behind the final stretch, is one of the best teams in the game that has not qualified yet will be making it to Worlds. We're taking a look at the perennial MVP, it feels like, from Team YT. So sad, Sam, doing some unbelievable work there on the Venusaur. Oh, did they switch to the Resident Guard? No, I didn't see him switch.
I didn't see that switch either, but I didn't see the focus band either, to be quite fair. Anyways, maybe they switched.
Oh, I saw the focus band.
Oh, did you?
Oh, I loved it. I saw it and loved it the whole time.
Just brag.
Let's roll the tape of me enjoying focus band. Oh, focus band! Great pick. Wow, well, that was illustrative. And we are going to be taking
and the moment he stopped, it was just break. So we're going to a break.
Break. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with the grand finals. Don't go anywhere.
moment for everything to change. We can turn the tables. We can win the day. In the heat of battle, we won't be undone. Let them come for the throne. We fight. United as one. Here we stand on the edge of greatness. Get ready, cause the battle's here. We can turn the tide, we can take this. So close, victory is near. Here we stand on the edge of greatness. With my warriors by my side. Born ready, we can almost taste it. The edge of greatness. The edge of greatness. The edge of greatness.
Welcome back to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series, live at NAIC in New Orleans. This is the final stretch. These are the grand finals between G and YT. One final team will be punching their ticket to Worlds in Honolulu, Hawaii, and in a few short moments, you will know who that final team is. Welcome back. I'm Spraggles. Here's Noob Snacks. Here's Wonder Chef, and in a moment, Zoinks will be joining us as we cast this first match with all four of us. Will it be chaotic? Yes. Is chaotic on Team YT? Yes. Is a third thing chaotic? Absolutely. And very soon, we're going to find out what that is.
We will. We will find out what that is. Let's take a look at our final stretch bracket so far. You know where we are. The grand finals, G versus YT. G having dispatched DOL Kittens in a very emotional post-game experience between those two squads. A lot of respect for each other. Brave Birders, of course, eliminated by DOL. Exile dispatched by G. Sort out the other side for me, Chef.
Yeah, and then Super Secret Team going down to Ignorance. Team YT taking down Nihao, of course, in their run up towards the grand finals, where they were also able to barely take out Ignorance. That set was great.
It was really good.
Insane. And, you know, G's run against DOL Kittens was so insanely close.
Yes.
That first match was one of those heartbreaking moments that feels like it only happens in Unite. Unite Esports is so good. There are these moments where the smallest choice can actually flip things one way or another.
Yep.
The fact that they went towards Rayquaza, even though they were already up, multiple members of G down, somehow the Blaziken makes it back with the crazy secure on the overheat. That series was insane.
It was dynamite. Yeah, that's a perfect example of that 2-0 scoreline not really being representative of how close those games are. And don't forget, Game 2 was a scoring race between these two teams with a Sableye on one of the sides, right? The Chad locks in second pick, the Sableye. It looked good all game, and then it just comes down to a razor-thin margin in that scoring race. I mean, it was a great set, and we've just had banger after banger after banger.
Yeah, Chef, what's been your favorite matchup of the day?
Well, I mean, we just talked about it. That had to be it, right? GDOL Kittens. But, I mean, it's been really good. I think everybody was kind of wondering, like, exactly how all the teams are going to be playing today, especially playing 2 tournaments in a row for so many of these teams. But the play has looked really good to me. You can tell these teams are really just focused in. I got a chance to really see a lot of them and talk to a lot of them backstage as well while you two were casting. And every single team is just in such a strong place mentally. Within at least the top 4, even further down, it's been awesome to see.
I've been surprised, you know, when we're seeing them up on the main stage, they're taking these wins and they're not freaking out because they are so focused on what's ahead of them. Speaking about what's ahead of them, let's send it on over to the stage so we can take a look at this interview. Go that way.
All right, everybody, we are here on stage for the grand finals between G and Team YouTube. Only one team can make it to the World Championships, and these players, they're locked in, folks. Trust me, it's an energy out here. You have gotten to see Team YouTube play in a very close set against Ignorance. Any cracks in the armor that you see that G can maybe exploit?
No, they look pretty solid.
Okay. All right, I'm sure you have some kind of strategy. You can leave it behind closed doors. Pikadiff, you're coming off of a crazy close set win. How is the momentum? How is the vibes on Team YT?
The vibes are always good, you know. We have a good momentum going into finals, you know, and we're going to keep going. Keep showing right through.
All
All right, I love it. Slash, you have an amazing roster of players, yourself included. But if you could see into the future after this grand finals is over, who's the MVP on your team if they do take it down?
Zealot, because he's the best player.
All right, the Zealot call out. I like it. Pikachu, same question to you.
Honestly, my teammates, Nancy and Phil.
Okay, I love it. All right, to get the energy right, though, before we move over and send it over to the game, I want you two to square up and please stare deep into each other's eyes before this match happens. Thank you. NAIC, are you ready? Casters, take it away.
Let's go.
Let's go. Thank you very much, Zoinks. G versus Team YT. We are ready for an absolute war between these two squads, and somehow you could see either one of them making it to Worlds. Team YT, this is kind of only how it was going to go. That's just the kind of squad they are. They're scrappy. They can beat anyone on any day, and today could be that day. And then we have G, the world champion Slash on this squad, put together sort of near the tail end of this season and finding their real footing. And here they are, the final stretch, their final chance.
I mean, you look at YT. Why play the rest of the season?
Yeah.
You can just have the YT Invitational for yourself here and go and make it through the grand finals of the final stretch here. Chef, you've gotten to speak to some of these individuals. I don't know if you got to catch up with G before they got into this match.
Yeah, I actually did. They actually forced me to take a photo with them. Black CH, man, it literally took the entire team from focusing and it was like, hey, come over and take a photo. And I was like, you don't have to do that. And they did. But no, they are seriously looking so great. I was talking to them about who they wanted to fight out of the previous semifinal match, and they literally thought about it and they were like, it doesn't matter. The only advantage would be we would get to choose side if Ignorance won, but that is the only thing that matters. And the fact that they even thought about that is pretty heads up, but they're just looking and feeling confident. Their energy is so good right now.
And here we have Zoinks joining us up on the couch area, the official Pokemon Unite couch area. Zoinks, are you ready for this one?
I don't think so. Did you see that interview? Oh my word, these teams are so ready. It feels like the first time throughout this tournament, I genuinely have no idea who's going to win this matchup between these two squads. A best of 5 between these rosters is unbelievable. I can't believe we get it at an in-person event. This is so sick.
It is so sick. The final stretch has provided so many amazing games, and the fact that every match matters, right? You don't have any matches to give. You lose and you're gone. The only team that will win this is the team that has won the entire way through. There are no bracket resets. There are no second chances. This is the final moment. This is the final stretch, and these are the grand finals.
We see our two captains here. We just saw them square off. Pikachu stepping up and putting a little intensity into that stare down, maybe trying to intimidate Slash a little bit. I don't think it's going to work, though, because they still got to play some Pokemon Unite. Slash is pretty good at that game.
Yeah, I do gotta say, I kind of feel like Pikachu has done that before. He was really ready, right? Like, he immediately just stepped in. But yeah, Slash is honestly looking so chill this weekend, and I feel like it's really working out for him.
It's very easy to be chill when you're wearing a world champion hood, all right? When you are decked out in that kind of outfit, playing on this stage, I think you have that confidence. You've been there before. You've won that whole thing before. But we got to remember, Slash has not won on this stage before. Last year at NAIC, coming so close to becoming a champion and came just shy.
That's right, as we head into our first draft here. It's going to be interesting to see how these teams want to play it. With multiple games inside of these grand finals, you can kind of see them feel each other out in a couple of these matches, maybe ban out some of the more popular meta Pokemon, and then start to really drill down on their opponents here as we see T-Tar, Venusaur, Gyarados, and Leafeon banned out.
I'm going to wonder if G is going to go into this Umbreon because we know YT can grab it. No, they're first picking Hoopa, and that's a shot call right against Aquilo, who is kind of, again, the YT mastermind who has apparently Excel sheets.
Yes. I've seen them. They're actually incredible. I was really thankful he shared them with me. It's actually really helped me as a commentator.
Oh, wow. You have to pay extra for that. That is a good resource. But it is cool to see just even the bans off the bat. I mean, the Venusaur ban, I feel, is one of the most telling ones that we've seen because that has got to be so low on the ban percentage.
And here we go. They are taking this Umbreon on the side of Team YT. I have been talking so much about the Umbreon from G all weekend. It's been insane. Phalanx, however, picked up by G. This has been sort of the talk of the tournament. It's Phalanx and Tyranitar, the two all-rounders, and which one is going to be the more dominant. Phalanx has been showing up throughout this entire tournament.
They cut off So Sad Sam from this Venusaur, which we just saw do very well into Phalanx, but so did that Gardevoir. And So Sad Sam, known for Guardy.
Yeah, you may have heard someone in the crowd scream out, "Ban Gardevoir." That was absolutely me. And no one learning at this point in
Snap
time.
call. Like, there could not have been less time taken for Sam to lock that thing in.
I'm pretty shocked that Phalanx was picked third in this draft. With that Venusaur ban, I actually expected G to put more priority on it, but honestly, intelligent decision by them, knowing that it wouldn't be locked up early by YT, they grab it themselves.
Yeah, YT deciding right here to grab this Umbreon, which it was interesting, right? Because they honestly could steal away the Phalanx. They're realizing, hey, we're actually more worried about Slash right now.
I'm looking at probably that Curse Pain split, Ron Trevenant, right? In a situation like this where Fui played it before. I'm really interested in that matchup against Phalanx.
It is interesting. I mean, there is a lot of, we do see, I mean, a lot of both of these Pokemon, but really, truly, I don't feel like we've seen it as much against each other with that particular build of Trevenant, right? But it's been obviously working quite well in a lot of other matchups, and I'm very interested to see how exactly it goes.
I am too. I'm so excited for this series. I'm so excited for both of these teams. Of course, there is a dream coming true and a heartbreak coming to one of these squads. Only one of these two teams is going to hoist that trophy. Only one of these two teams are going to be heading to Worlds in Honolulu. This is going to be a huge moment for these two squads. Slash with so much to prove. Team YT just the same. They have to show that they're as good or better than they were last year as we are getting ready for game one of our grand finals. G versus Team YT. NAIC, let me hear ya.
Going straight into the top path, of course, OG and Egg Noob. Egg Noob pivoting from that tank role into support, and those two have been buddy-buddy all weekend long.
That's right. As we head up here, we can see Fui on the Trevenant running across the top path, looking for a quick stack up here. If you're a stacking Pokemon, you want to try to get that done as early as you possibly can, Zoinks.
Oh, of course. And Phantom taking a lot of that early damage. Great pressure by G to get in the face, and Phantom's going to go down. K-opener over to G.
Ooh, this is already looking so good up in the top path for G. And I mean, hey, that's been the story. This has got to be one of the scariest paths you could possibly have top. I mean, early on, Sylveon, especially with Hyper Voice, can do so much damage. Anything with Hoopa, and then now that Phalanx that it's just looking so good all weekend. I mean, that's already just like, you kind of almost have to give that up.
You gotta love Chaotic once again on this Alolan Ninetales. It feels like you can't ban it away from them. You're not even that worried about it on any other player in the game. 4 members of G moving down towards this bottom goal zone.
Nice little pivot. Pika Diff gonna mean look on Slash, but it's not gonna slow this train down. Chaotic bites the dust. This goal zone gets dunked on, and now Pika Diff can do nothing but just dance as they wait for G to leave him alone.
This scoring pressure from G is going to be such an important part of this matchup. YT really struggling to get involved in the scoring race in that last series, sitting at 0 points for so long in that winner's semifinals. So if G can really exploit maybe that weakness out of YT, it's going to be huge.
Huge KO there from the Mime. That was beautiful as they're moving through this central area of Team YT. Really aggressive play from G. And I feel like, as I said earlier, a lot of these teams picking up on this extremely aggressive in the enemy central area Japanese play style that we saw in the regional finals, Chef.
Yeah, I think this is really, really smart. The early game for G is so strong, and they're just taking full control, especially realizing that the Gardevoir is going to be one of the main targets that we're really going to have to see Team YT protect and take the time to level up. So this early game, I mean, you have almost no evolutions on your team, and the only one is level like 4, so you're just fine as G.
YT needs to catch up a little bit here. It feels like G has had a little bit of control. YT maybe need to shake off the cobwebs from this last set to this one. In this grand finals, best of 5, there's multiple games to win, 3 of them to be exact, as now we're just twirling, waiting for the 720 birds. Zoinks.
OG in pole position to try to take some of these main objectives. That's the curse from Fui to get that big burst of damage. And Egg Noob does make it out, but not before a big trade. I think we're going to see a lot of those in the first set of grand finals, especially in BO5s. We see very patient play often.
Yeah, here we're moving down to this bottom path right here. Umbreon getting pushed out and getting KO'd right away. G collapsing on this Reggie Rock, Dupe Snacks.
I mean, Black's Mew has been incredible. Now we're getting just an OG flank with the Phalanx. That's in the name. That's why it's getting it done that way. Black CH sees it at long range and sorts that out. This Regirock's getting low, and Aquilo can't even step up. They need to peel back with Sam, and this is the first time we felt and seen this Gardevoir be neutered, Chef.
Yeah, but this is starting to be where it starts to get scary, right? The Gardevoir is starting to hit its power spikes. We've got as well the Umbreon to back it up. We've got actually so much crowd control, as we're going to see up in the top path. G is going to pretty uncontested be able to take this Regieleki, and already they've got a slight point lead. We'll see if they can actually push it in. Only one defender sitting up here up top. It's just going to be Fui, and they're actually just going to leave it alone.
YT still formidable though, level 9 on that Gardevoir. Fairy Singularity ready to go. It's been one of the best counters to Phalanx I think we've seen in competitive play. That DOL Kittens match really doing a good way to showcase that. But there go a couple of goal zones as these teams finally start striking in the scoring department, Dupe Snacks.
I mean, perfect overdunk up top, but a great counter punch by YT to keep this thing from getting too ugly on the score sheet. Looking at these levels, finally we're getting this Gardevoir on line level 10. They need to get moving up here with the team. That is a nice pick on Aquilo. They are retreating backwards, and they're still picking it up, and OG's going to get out after that KO.
We've seen this Phalanx play over and over again, right? You know, they just hop out of some tall grass somewhere, and they immediately take down some of these squishier Pokemon. We saw it happen multiple times on Hoopa yesterday, and now we're seeing it on this Eldegoss. It's such a huge play, and it really changes the dynamic of what's happening in a match once your support goes down that quickly. Right now, it feels like G is in total control of this match. Luckily, YT made some big plays in this bottom path.
Yeah, getting rid of that tier 1 goal zone is gigantic, especially coming up to this next big fight, which actually the fight's going to happen right here. We're going to see immediately the Unite come out from the Hoopa. Dupe Snacks, give me the play-by-play.
I mean, it's a little late. The play's been happening, my friend. Eggnoob popped out. We see the Trevenant Unite try to make some magic happen for YT as they're looking to at least pick up some target in this exchange. No, they just kind of got the brakes beat off of them, and then G just backed up and left them empty-handed.
But that's kind of what we expected in these matchups, right? Little exchanges again and again and again.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really nice fight from YT. They're getting ready to head back towards this bottom objective. However, it is leashing back towards the side of G. Dupe Snacks, give me the play-by-play.
Okay, Eggnoob's going to reset it. Now Pikatif is caught and blended and put down quickly. But in the back line is Phalanx. They're looking for that chaotic target. Can at least get a kilo. Maybe So Sad Sam. No eject button through over the wall. And we're still putting pressure on 3 players down for G. You want to talk about a counter punch. How about an uppercut sending you off your feet? Well, YouTube looking at this Registeel. For some reason, it is still standing. The most resilient Registeel of all time.
I mean, hey, it was a pretty smart idea to at least let Fui go forward and make sure that nobody was there to be able to steal. There's the potential for a lot of steal on that team, especially with Mew, who did happen to be there. So they did take their time a little bit, but I think it did pay off in the end.
Phalanx getting caught here in the center one more time. We're seeing how many counters they have on the side of Team YT. Mean Look, Psychic, Psyshock, Blizzard, Avalanche. More moves with names as we have another fight breaking out down here in the bottom path, and G just getting pushed back here. YouTube looking a little rough early in this match, but really coming back after they get a bottom Reggie, which is what they are known for.
Registeel buff so powerful for a few of those Pokemon. But speaking of those counters towards the Phalanx, the myriad of moves you mentioned, Spraggles, incredible work. Remember, that Mean Look, we saw it earlier. If it grabs just a Trooper, only the Trooper is locked in that Mean Look. The rest of Phalanx running away. So got to be carefully aimed by the side of Team YT.
I think we've agreed that Trooper is not the official term. I believe it is a dink. But we are starting to see the level lead start to run away for Team YouTube. They are going to hit level 13 for the Gardevoir, and that's going to be gigantic. We're 1 minute away from the final stretch. There is a Regieleki available up top. No contest at all from Team YouTube. They're just trying to get what they can on their side of the map.
Yeah, and if you look at the map right now, there's not a single yellow pip on their side, completely licked clean, and you can see the experience lead because of that. As they move up to our top path right here, not able to contest this, they're going to need to deal with Regieleki and then get ready for Rayquaza. G doesn't really want to push this. YT doesn't want to have to deal with it, but they're going to be able to do that very quick. 30 seconds now, Zoinks, until Ray.
Yeah, these early mine walls have actually been one of the best parts, I think, of G's composition. What call him G? Of G's composition. Agnew really isolated the enemy targets before they even get seen. That's a great call. It does have nice stunning abilities with those barriers, but if you could preemptively put them, you could just guarantee those placements. Black puts together a nice solar beam. That's an easy secure.
Here we are, 2 minutes, 5 seconds. The first Rayquaza of our grand finals. G with a great position right now. YT needs to make a play. They catch with a mean look. Mime is in some trouble. Here it comes. Doomstack's giving the play-by-play.
They go straight into the showtime, trying to pick up a target, and that's a Fairy Frolic that pops up to try and keep them standing. Nobody's down yet, but we're going straight into the Hyper Voice right at him. Caught in the mean look. Pikachu gets a target. First one's down. We're pivoting back to the middle. Is this an opportunity they want to take? They're still down on the scoreboard, but do they have enough opportunity here, Shep?
That's right, 5v4. This is going to be really tough. Unite coming out from the Ninetales. They're pushing forward. They're trying to take down this Phalanx. It will go down. 5v3. Team YT taking control of this fight. They're starting to damage Rayquaza, but the beams coming out from Black CH, they've got to deal with it. They do not want things to be stolen away. Unite coming out from the Hoopa, trying to bring in more members as they respawn, but Hoopa's going to go down next.
Hoopa is down. Trevenant is fighting. Zoinks, give me the play-by-play.
All right, Black is the only member up of G that could theoretically take this Rayquaza out from under them. The Sylveon can debuff that defense. They got to play up close and personal, though, and YT is shutting down every entry.
Yeah, they're cutting off everybody. Now Rayquaza's at half. We still got some tools in our toolkit to make some magic happen. OG's looking for a way in. They bounce and they engage. It's taken by Chaotic again on the Ninetales. This legendary Ninetales that speaks the world of YT and certainly whispers to Chaotic, getting it done again.
Team YT takes Rayquaza. The points rain in. The Hundo Burgers, 35 seconds left on the clock, but no matter how much time there is, the score lead is just too big. G is going to lose our first game. A team that I think a lot of people thought would take this easily. Not so. Team YT is here to secure their spot to Worlds. Zoinks.
What did you guys call it? The most YT tournament that we have ever seen
Ever.
before? I really do think that narrative is absolutely true. But if we're going to talk about that final team fight, that is a picture-perfect positioning matchup by YT. Incredible work to block out any entry into that Rayquaza pit. I mean, Fui covering the bottom side, Sam covering the top. G really had no opportunity to even fight over the ring.
Can we talk about while they're beating down OG on that engagement, how Pikachu was able to keep the attention of 3 players, not get knocked out, and then mean look Mew into the opposing central to keep that engaging even further on? I mean, Pikachu really stepped up, and I think they want this pretty darn bad.
Yeah, I feel like without a doubt, one of the biggest things that this team talked about before they got into this match was they were like, okay, Black CH's Mew has been on fire. They've been doing so much as far as objectives and just being in the right position for team fights, because every single big team fight that they had, somebody was going forward. A lot of times it was Fui, but they just wanted to make sure that that was not going to be free reign from the outside. They're not going to let Black CH play that type of game, especially when they were trying to go for that secure.
Look at the start of this match, by the way. It really felt like G was in total control. I was very worried for YouTube at the start here. It felt like they couldn't find a single moment that was working out for them. Then all of a sudden, they get together at a bottom Reggie and things turn around in a big way. I don't think any team fights better at a bottom Reggie than Team YT. They are just so set up for this.
Yeah, when so said Sam's on Gardevoir, they are unstoppable in that particular spot. Chaotic's Alola Ninetales, I think finally, I mean, obviously it's had so much success, but I think finally proving why it is so powerful. The special attack damage that Sam's able to put together is amazing, but those extra stuns from the icy abilities of Alola Ninetales means there's just no escape at any given time, plus Snow Globe's an unbelievably good secure tool.
Great secure tool, and Chaotic has used it on cooldown and is responsible for securing at least four rays we've seen today, contested ones too. Yeah. And Ray's important, as it turns out, Sprinkle.
Yeah, I heard about this. Rayquaza is actually very important. To break down the importance of Ray, we're joined by Wonder Chef.
Yeah, so I think Rayquaza's pretty good, but I'm not actually sure because none of my solo queue teammates will ever take it. But we've got our player of the game, So Sad Sam, on the Gardevoir. And I mean, that's just been an amazing pick the entire time. One of those picks as well that really barely gets contested, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, who is going to take away Gardevoir? It feels like you can't use a ban on it because there are just too many powerful Pokemon. And this is playing right into Team YT's game. They have Pokemon that you can't pick away from them because you probably don't have a high-level Guardy on your side, right? And you can't ban away from them because what are you going to do? Ban Gardevoir? Are you an absolute maniac, Zoinks?
Absolutely. I'm raising both hands. I would be banning Gardevoir, and I don't understand why she is not and nobody else is, but YT is profiting from this thought process, this philosophy that is around North America.
Yeah, I do think it's hard, Noob Snacks, for some of these teams to decide whether they want to ban out the meta or they want to ban out the player. I love banning out the player.
I do too, and I think you got two prime options in both Chaotic and So Sad Sam, and it's easy to highlight them because, one, Chaotic was called out on stage for being a two-trick player, and they've used both, and they're winning games. On the other hand, then, you got to give priority to So Sad Sam. Like, this Gardevoir is an absolute nightmare to deal with, and no team has successfully done so.
Yeah, you know, one thing that I really like is what we saw last NAIC was when there's so many flexible players that are so good at particular roles and it's really hard to get all of their Pokemon, trying to get rid of the Pokemon that enable it. So for example, like stuff like the Umbreon maybe that help you kind of control people into all the special attack damage might be a smart choice because it is hard. Like we did see Chaotic say, oh yeah, I actually have a 3-trick as a joke, but it's honestly true. They did well with multiple picks across the board, so it's hard to control every single pick, right, Zoinks?
Yeah, it is. And I think we ought to talk about not just the drafting or the banning strategy, but the picking strategy. I'd love to see that Meowscarada come back.
Oh, I loved Meowscarada, to be honest. So we were both big fans, and of course, Zealot has been having an amazing set of games when that Pokemon is picked.
Yeah, Zealot has been pretty incredible right here. I'd love for Chef and Zoinks, why don't you break down this draft? Doopsnax and I are going to be casting this next game here, and I honestly just kind of want to kick back for a minute. I know I'm about to be on camera, so I'll just relax and you take draft, please.
All right, I do relax with drafts. I think is how we are.
Production, could we get like some hot towels out here for these two? No, but seriously, we're in grand finals here as they're relaxing. We're getting the first pick tree for Fui.
Yeah, Trevenant so unbelievably powerful. If we can lock that in, of course, they could rotate out. I think should we be really quiet at our draft?
Yeah, let's whisper this one. Wait, is this going to be real? Because I think we're about to get Doopsnax waking up if this is a real. Oh no, never mind. Go back to sleep, Doopsnax.
You gotta still be excited about the Blissey, my personal favorite support in this current metagame. When all-rounders and top path Pokemon are dominating the meta, Blissey stocks are to the moon.
I gotta wonder, I mean, sorry, I'm butting in on your draft right here, but
excuse you.
I'm very sorry. I'll take my question off the air. I'm just curious, do you think Sylveon has this much priority? Like, is it this good?
Yes.
Yeah. It's got.
Are you a no?
Right? Yeah.
Yes. All right,
okay, we're all yes. Yes. We're all agreed. It was on our list.
I think it's insane. Okay, I think it's insane too, but I was just
curious. No, you don't.
I do.
I do.
I do. I do think it's good, but I'm surprised. This is like a first
all right. Okay. Hey, NAIC, how do we feel about So Sad Sam's Decidueye? Pretty positive.
Right,
pretty positive.
Yeah.
I'd say.
Hey, NAIC, how do you feel about a free hot dog? Even bigger.
That was genuinely bigger.
All right.
All right. We got an amazing draft here. Zoinks is actually.
Thanks for breaking down that draft, Zoinks and Wonder.
Hot dog.
Yeah. You know, we've got a Decidueye. We've got the Slowbro, which is actually super interesting. We don't have free hot dogs, unfortunately.
What?
But maybe me and Zoinks will go try to find it. We'll step
find
off now.
one
hot dog. We'll share it, or maybe you two can share it. We'll cut it into 4 pieces.
Well, we just promised it to the crowd.
Oh, well, they don't get anything. Sorry, crowd. Maybe if you cheer a little bit louder for these teams. Here in Grand Finals.
Here we go, Doopsnax, as we head into game number 2. Chef, Zoinks, thank you so much. I love you both. I'm so sorry I have tasked you with finding a free hot dog, but somebody is going to need to find it. G versus Team YT. And, you know, if there was any time for Team YT to turn it on and start winning this season, it's right now in the final stretch. We've talked about it before. This feels like a Team YT tournament.
Yeah, well, if they're talking about winning this season, this is the last game or the last place they can do it in unless they qualify for Worlds. So if they actually want to have more games, you better start winning these. YT up
1-0. G not often found on the back foot this weekend, but they are right now.
Yeah, it does not feel like G has been in too many uncomfortable positions. They've been in control of a lot of their games right here as we head into game number 2. This is a best of 5, so Team YT still needs to win 2, but G needs to win 3, and they are already behind. Team YT, your purple team. G, your orange team. And I can tell you, Worlds would be quite odd without Slash there. Former champion, a current champion, I guess, from last year's Luminosity, sitting on the side of G.
Little bit of ships in the night here. OG going to stack, so is Fui. But they're putting a lot of good pressure on Fui sitting on this Trevenant. Of course, they've been playing tons of Curse Pain Split, and it's looked solid.
Yeah, Curse Pain Split has looked really good. Now, I love players that have sort of a unique pick, and YT is full of unique picks. This is the first Decidueye we've seen all weekend.
Yeah, and I know there's some Decidueye fans out in the crowd here. I know I just heard one person go, ah! Decidueye. It's not the hot dog, it's Decidueye. It's Decidueye.
I met a streamer earlier, Archer Dude, who says he's a huge Decidueye fan, and he's kind of stuck playing Decidueye. Now that he's Archer Dude, he's like, it's the only one with a bow. it's all I can do.
It's kind of dialed in.
Here we go, up towards this top path. Once again, if Team YT is around a huge bunch of experience, it just explodes immediately. Pokemon that we didn't get a chance to mention much because Zoinks and Wonderchef kind of botched that draft is Dodrio on the side of G right here. We haven't seen a ton of Dodrio, but I feel like every time you see the bird, it is really powerful.
Yeah, OG, great on Dodrio, forcing out the eject button out of Sam because they're putting so much pressure early. And, you know, you have to notice that G is the team carrying the Gardevoir here.
Look at this here in this central area. I mean, just insane amounts of pressure. OG picking up a double KO here on the side of Team YT. Still hanging out here, looking for another, seeing what they can get, and they do. The Scald Tick picks it up.
The Scald Tick may have picked it up, but what's important is how much the Scald slowed them down to allow OG to step up and deal the big, vast amounts of damage that ended up in that Scald Tick KO.
Yeah, and here we go up in our top path. We got Fui now on the tree, level 6 at this point, looking very, very strong. And we talked about, you know, could anyone counterpick the Gardevoir? Well, we're seeing it on the side of G.
And that's a great place for it to be, right? At least it's not in the hands of So Sad Sam, of course. Slash quickly caught and put down, a lot of pressure being built up and ultimately becomes too much for Slowbro.
You know, we're seeing Chaotic over and over again make these big plays with the Alolan Ninetales, and they are not always picking up the KOs, but they are setting up massive ones between the Gardevoir, or, you know, from previous games, and now hopefully the Spirit Shackle here from Decidueye.
Oh, missed getting over the wall, but still managed to get out this OG. That spelled a little bit of trouble for me before he actually lets them off the hook. Slash there for some good cover, actually pivoting all the way up to the top path. And these teams know that YT wants to scrap over this basement Reggie, so they're starting to shred it a little bit. Zealot on this Sylveon, and Chaotic push forward. They're putting tons of damage in. Fairy Singularity on top. Is that secured? I thought that Spirit Shackle looked real close, Spraggles.
It looked insanely close, didn't it? I think it was just maybe a hair off of being able to get that right there. Instead, secured by the Gardevoir. Black on the side of G. You know, this is a player who actually, I've noticed, has a lot of those central area picks that could be some big-time special attackers. So it doesn't surprise me that he stole away the Gardevoir.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of the Pokemon they like to play. It's in their repertoire. We've seen them play it in tournament before, and that's nice to not be a complete stranger, because the best way to get it out from Sam without burning, obviously, a ban is by picking it, and they gave it some good priority.
Yeah, they absolutely did, as we are burning down this Reggie Alecki in the top path. We seeing if there's anything they can do about it, but no. Blissey with the Bliss assistance actually just making sure they get that secure. Sylveon running up to the top path right here. And so far, it feels like once again at the start of this match, YT is on the back foot, and it is not looking good for them.
Knock Knock Arrow is up. Trevenant is down. We're pushing back forward here. We put another Fairy Singularity on top of this gold pad. Now Reggie Alecki hits. Chaotic is just getting put in a blender. The spin cycle by OG, forcing out the Snow Globe. Doesn't pick them up, but the pressure continues. If KO can line one of these up, they're in decent shape here. OG on the razor's edge. Eldegoss comes through the Cotton Spore pop.
Wow, huge play right there. Even though OG goes down, you got to give it up to him. He was playing in the enemy flux zone with Dodrio picking up massive KOs, and I actually feel like this Dodrio has been insane in this game so far. One of the toughest things to deal with if you're playing Decidueye are any of these crazy mobile dive Pokemon, and Dodrio has just been an absolute thorn in their side all game. Slash getting caught in a rock tomb, the Spirit Shackles landing true.
You actually see Sam playing way further forward than Decidueyes normally do, so they can actually be in the pocket of Pikadiff and Aquilo, so the Cotton Spore can pop any pressure up and allow them to retreat. Now we got the Hyper Voice forcing out the Cotton Cloud Crash, and we're going to try and save Pikadiff, top off their HP. They are, but that's not enough as the Hyper Voice finishes the job.
Yeah, the Hyper Voice is going to be able to finish that job there, taking down Pikadiff. Couldn't save them with the Unite move, as we have another Unite move. Big Time Slow Beam takes down the Eldegoss, and we see the Dodrio. Look at all this pressure right here, just playing so incredibly far forward. Kui making it down to the bottom path here. Sylveon up in the air with the Unite move, and they are now peeling back.
Yeah, everybody retreating from G, not seeing the value that they were hoping to get here. And on the backside is Knock Knock Arrow getting the first KO. They're trying to put it on the target, and it's another secure by Black on this Gardevoir.
This Gardevoir has just been huge for both of these teams. Black playing just as well as Sam here in game number 2. We were wondering what their counter could be to it, and they just stole it away.
Nice little snow globe there, but it's not enough. They're snuffed out. But So Sad Sam's arrows are striking true. They're looking for more targets, and at least they're able to maintain these goal zones. These score lines are remaining close.
Really close, 69 to 99, only 30 points separating these teams. We've actually seen some huge moments for this Spirit Shackle, but it doesn't look like they're as potent as they were on the Gardevoir. Also, we have the insane pressure from this Dodrio, looking for this Decidueye every single time it pops its head out.
Now they're going towards another objective here. Black CH, OG, and company working through this Regieleki. They're going to get that one for free because YT needs to put their focus kind of anywhere else. They're trying to keep pace. Black already level 13.
Yeah, Black is already level 13. We don't have a level 13 on the side of YT. Dodrio, however, only 11. It's been spending a lot of time disrupting the enemy team and hasn't picked up an insane amount of KOs for itself. But here you can see G crashing on this bottom goal zone, looking for the KO on a Alolan Ninetales, and they will find it.
Yeah, they're walking with 2, and now they've got a huge player advantage. So Sad Sam on the upside here, trying to put in some Spirit Shackles, actually enough to make G pivot back. I thought maybe that had gotten a little hungry there.
Yeah, they almost got the KO on the Dodrio. They just mistimed that Shackle ever so slightly. Dodrio able to make it out. Now 119-186, we had Fui scoring in the top path, breaking that tier 1 goal zone on the side of G. Now Team YT doing their absolute favorite thing, getting ready for a bottom Reggie. G is there as well, and they've been out securing them all game.
Night Spirit Shackle hits Zealot right in the face. That makes them peel back. Fui's in the back line. They're trying to go straight towards Black CH. They put the Pain Split on him. The Knock Knock Arrow is up from So Sad Sam. They get the KO. Trev Unite as well, but they got their prime target. Black CH is down.
Black CH is down there ripping this Regirock, and they need to right here. They just used 2 Unite moves. That was their Rayquaza fight, and they have to push right now. Dodrio in the central area on the side of Team YT, looking for their moment here as Team YT moves towards Rayquaza. They know they need to make this play, and here comes G.
Right into the drive-by, trying to take care of So Sad Sam. So Sad Sam taking flight. We're trying to give them cover. Bliss Assistance into the Dodrio, now right in the middle. It's secured by G! It's secured by G! Everybody goes down in that absolute debacle that is set up for them. YT is shut down for terms of violation here. G putting the points in.
G scoring right here, and this lead is going to be insane. What a fight from them. Team YT knew that they needed to take this after they used their Unite moves. Dodrio so incredibly disruptive, set it up so Decidueye was not ready for this secure. Blissey on the side of G looking to make the big play, and they do. 119 to 686. A minute still left on the clock, but multiple members of YT are once again down. This is G's game.
Man, YT expended so many resources to get Black off the map, but when it came time, they just didn't have enough real estate to go to work and take care of that Rayquaza. It starts getting down very low. That big Dodrio Unite perfectly timed Bliss Assistance, and that just crashed
everybody around this Rayquaza to get secured out, and what a game by G.
Yeah, for me, there were a ton of huge moments for G in this game. I really think the choice to play Dodrio into this comp was a massive win for them. It's hard to deal with Dodrio when you're Alolan Ninetales and you're Decidueye. They kept the pressure on them the entire time, even into that Ray fight. We did not have the ability to secure with Decidueye because of how much in-your-face pressure they were facing. Team YT now, one game. G tying it up. We're 1-1 in our best-of-5 grand finals.
If there's anything we bring to the table, Spraggles, it is matches that go the distance.
Always.
On our side of the bracket, if you take a look, every single match we cast was a 2-1, and it looks like this might be shaping up to be the full best-of-5.
Yeah, this is going to be a really exciting series here. And you would want nothing else for our grand finals. Everything on the line for these two squads. And you want them to play their hearts out, and that is what they are doing right now. Obviously, you can see the energy between these two teams quite different. One thing I would like to point out, on the side of G, we've seen a lot of, I'll say, you know, almost stoic teams this weekend up on the main stage. You know, even when they're winning, they're not giving it too much. Of course, there's more ahead of them. But I love to see a team like G enjoying these moments. To me, it says that you're loose, you're having fun, you know you are some of the best players in the world. Now you just need to get out there and play like it.
Let's take a look at game 2, how we were able to get to this point here. And it really felt like G kind of hit a second gear from that first game.
They absolutely did. It was completely different. I think the Gardevoir pick was huge, and I think this Dodrio, excuse me, I was about to say Decidueye. I think this Dodrio was massive, like just incredible plays. OG was unbelievable on it, getting shut down in a few moments. But look, that was a Dodrio fighting between enemy flux zones that entire time, trying to pick up KOs. Massive, massive plays. And then here is that Rayquaza moment. Look at all the pressure being put on Decidueye here. Decidueye's around this top path, but it really can't line up for its moment because it is dealing with this Dodrio. And then the big time secure from Blissey.
I mean, you looked away like G doodled that whole plan up, and they really put the Decidueye in a sandwich. So obviously, if So Sad Sam is playing at long range, you kind of get, the Dodrio kind of gets to run free, right? So how did YT adjust? They had So Sad Sam get right behind Pikadiff, so it could kind of, you know, offensive lineman block for it a little bit. How do you counter that? A nice sandwich play where you force the Decidueye to peel in a direction, and OG was right there to clean that up, and of course, get right into the middle and take our player of the game.
There we go, the player of the game, OG on the bird. Dodrio with the correct number of bandanas, 92,000 damage, 10 knockouts, 227 points scored, all over the map, an absolute monster. And it's really tough for some of these squishy attackers to deal with a Pokemon like Dodrio, especially with a player that good.
Yeah, OG is an OG in this game. One of the original top lane demons that we had here in NA that qualified for Worlds in Season 1 when NA only had 2 teams representing it. Another one of those players, though, sitting across from them in Pikadiff.
Yeah, Pikadiff has been here for the long haul, bouncing on and off some of the biggest teams in the game. I remember him being part of GT, qualifying for Worlds in year 1. Now here he is with YT, looking to qualify in year 3. A real veteran of the game and of the community, and one of the best dudes, I gotta say.
Just a genuinely good person. We see them there repping that UCS World Season 1 jersey. Now, we're squared up 1-1. Just a best of 3 remains to decide who is going to be going to the World Championships between G and YT. I think G adjusted very well in their draft. How does YT now need to adjust to combat what they just faced?
That's a great question, right? Because I think G just completely outdrafted them there. They threw a ton at them that they did not expect. They're going to have to decide how much they want or need Gardevoir, and if they're able to shut it down on the other side. They had a lot of Pokemon that they may have wanted to play from Team YT, but it didn't look like they had any answers for what G had. While at the same time, G not only is throwing an exciting comp at them, they're also taking their Pokemon away from them. We're going to have to see how they adjust right here. And it looks like, wow, we actually have a ban already on Gardevoir. Zoinks called it.
Yeah, and I agree with Zoinks, and I agree with this ban right here. G, removing Gardevoir from the occasion, forcing Sam to go onto one of these other selections. We do know what one of those other selections can be, and it is Venusaur.
Yeah, that's true. Over on the side of G, the Umbreon is scary. No Gardevoir for YT, very scary. Trevenant, Sylveon, these have been huge picks for them, however, and now we're going to see what G wants to bring out into this game. I would be shocked if we saw a little Ninetales on the side of G, but maybe they're like, hey, this thing is actually looking pretty good. Maybe we can play it right here.
Quick switch up as Eggnoob selects the Blissey. That's what they'll be playing, and we are hovering a Buzzwole. OG says, give me the big bad bug, and they lock it in.
That's really interesting. I mean, we've seen Fui on it earlier, and now OG hopping on the Buzzwole, so obviously this thing is not fully out of our meta at all. No. And I want to point out, Phalanx, not banned. Tyranitar, not banned, and neither of them anywhere to be found in our grand finals.
Yeah, so, I mean, the last pick is going to belong to YT, and that Venusaur is still on the board, so it might be a little bit of a bait to see if they can get them to select Phalanx here. Are they going to take that bait is the big question. Zealot back on Meowscarada is like, be still my heart. Husky called it. You love it. I love it. Meowscarada has been a ton of fun to watch this weekend.
I absolutely love it. And I wanted to see so much of this Pokemon in competitive, and I feel like a lot of players are maybe scared to run it or maybe not, you know, super adept at it yet. Final pick. The gutter pick over to the Phalanx. This is how I would have often expected this Pokemon to be drafted, right? You know, this is a very powerful choice, and it has some direct counters. So you feel like you do need to hide it in a draft. But a lot of teams are saying, like, look, I don't even care what counter you have against this thing. I'm going to be able to shut it down. Well, now we have a final pick of this Phalanx on the side of Team YT. We're going to see how they want to play this. Range damage, something that Team YT has been using a lot of. They have almost none of it right now. It is like, look how in your face and bulky they are as a squad. We've got no Gardevoir. We've got no Chandelure. We've got no long range Decidueye. We've got just a little bit of nothing from range.
Right, and we haven't seen Chaotic switch off this Hyper Voice Sylveon, right? It's really been leaning into that, which means Black CH needs to kind of come alive because they're going to be the difference maker, because if they fight toe-to-toe, it's going to be 5 versus 4 with a Candle that can't do much.
I'm really interested to see what this Chandelure can do. I feel like it's a Pokemon that really, ironically, never fully shines. You know, it hasn't had a strong presence in the meta. We've had moments where it's around for some of the monthly finals, but it never seems to be a championship pick.
That's very true. And the one time it did look that way was across the way from YT, and they just banned it out every time. So I'm hoping that Black can give it this shine. Again, because it is being the most ranged Pokemon on the map, it needs to leverage that difference, right? If you're picking something at range to deal with all these 5 forward Pokemon, you better be able to do something with it.
And here we are in game number 3 of our grand finals, best of 5. This is the final stretch. One of these two teams will be qualifying for the World Championships in Honolulu. G, your purple team. Team YT, your orange team. And, you know, I think this is probably how you would have wanted to see this tournament end. Both of these teams unbelievably good. Both you could see as great representatives of NA at Worlds.
Now, look, you had OG peel back. They don't want to give Fui too much real estate to work to get these stacks up and get these levels up. Fui taking a ton of damage, and really Eggnoob thought we were going to go for the follow-up, but now they're getting A-pressed by a Kilo.
Here we have the Phalanx running up to the top path here. It is level 5, so it does have Iron Head as they jump in for this fight. Buzzwole getting very, very low. Eggnoob getting low. They pick up the KO, and now they're going to be able to rain in some points. Hopefully stack up a few as well, and they do. There are some wild Pokemon back here that Eggnoob is looking to try to make sure don't go to the other side. Able to get one secure here while YT is dealing with this middle spawn of the Altaria and Swablu, and they take every last bite.
Every single piece of farm went to YouTube there. They got some points in as well, really pushing that early advantage that they were able to pick up off a big KO on OG.
However, we look at the bottom path here, and things aren't going too bad for G down here. We do have the level 5 on our Chandelure. We have the level 5 on our Meowscarada, so they are at their middle evolutions there. We've got a little Floragato on the side of G, hoping to become a Meowscarada very, very soon as we see Overheat from the Chandelure.
Okay, Slash again getting a couple stacks in and able to stick in the pocket of a Hyper Voice and feel like they're making a difference. 4 seconds until these middle birds show up, and we know where Picadiff is going straight for them. Zealot gets into the middle. They get kind of trapped though. They take a ton of damage, and they are immediately put down by Chaotic and company.
You know, they don't have their second move yet, right? So they don't have either Double Team or Trailblaze. So you get in these unfortunate situations where you just don't have the mobility you need with Meowscarada until you hit level 7, which will happen very soon. Right now, Team YT is crushing it. Level 8 on that Phalanx, 7 on the Sylveon. They're looking great. They're scoring well. The start of this match going well for them. This will be the first time in this series that the start has looked good for YT.
And look at this, Slash playing in the face of 2 players. Look at how far they've leashed them away from the middle birds. That's what we're seeing here. They're trying to get them away from that so they can't secure anything, and I think they were pretty successful.
Yeah, Slash has been playing out of his mind on Umbreon. I would be so worried to give this player this Pokemon because they're just doing so well. It feels like they're playing at such a unbelievably high level as a defender player, sacrificing themselves for the team in some big moments right here. And there you go. Nice secure from Team YT. I'm telling you, they love these bottom Reggies.
They really do, and they're playing to all of them. Chaotic now sitting with double buffs. This straight in is Zealot, peels right back, and Slash might have to go down for that engagement, but you'd much rather have it be them than Zealot right now. They go right back into the action, and they are put, wow.
Well, you know, I'm kind of shocked to be seeing Flower Trick not picked right here. I mean, there are some reasons where you might not want to run it in this match, but at the same time, it does not do well to have Night Slash into some of this enemy composition here. We're going to see if this Meowscarada is able to pop off as the points are going in top. They pick up a couple KOs, but right now, oh my gosh, Fui still grabs a KO. Things are just going so well for YouTube right now. It's crazy.
KO streak of 2 for Fui, and a lot of time wasted as they are just dealing with a very stubborn tree.
Here we go, heading up to this top path here. We see OG now finally level 9, able to do something with this Unite move. Same thing with Meowscarada, same thing with Chandelure. Meowscarada, kind of a game changer of a Unite move. If you can catch multiple members of Team YT in a bad position, you can get a full team wipe. You pair that on top of Night Slash Trailblaze, this build that's really set up to chain KOs on the enemy side. We could see some big moments from Meowscarada, although it looks like it's having a tough time into this squad, and we really never see this build competitively.
Fui is just able to stick into the face of OG, forcing out the Unite move because they got follow-up support. There goes the Phalanx straight into the middle. Cotton Cloud Crash thought they were peeling back towards Pad, but they are not. Bliss Assistance is there, and now this is going to be a crucial KO for them. Zealot coming alive, getting a KO on the Phalanx, forcing out the Fairy Frolic from Chaotic, but their chase is on. Nice screen surf by Picadiff to try to get the gap done, and they're going to be able to put the pressure on Chaotic, getting one back for the team.
That was the Picadiff right there. I mean, what a play to save Chaotic on the A9 as Fui is back at this top goal zone. He said, look, I fought 3 or 4 of you at your tier 2. I think I can do okay at my own goal zone, as OG is just going to have to leave. Give him a little punch in the face before he goes, but he's got to get out of there. YouTube in total control of this match right now. 282 for YouTube, 43 for G. Set up for the secure. Slash, quite annoying, but not able to take it.
Yeah, trying to make a play for the team here, but Slash is just, there's way too much going on there for them to be able to get out. And although Slash has shown us the true limits of an Umbreon, that was just a bit too much.
Yeah, and here we have Fui in the central area right now of G. It looks like they are going to go down in this situation. They're throwing everything at it. They got the Egg Bomb. No, somehow he is able to make it out of this crazy situation. We have a Regieleki in the top path that both teams are now rushing to get some position on, and we do have a Meowscarada Unite move ready to do some real damage.
So Sad Sam engages on Egnu, baits out into Zealot, who immediately goes straight towards Phalanx here. They're going to pick up a Cotton Spore, and they're going to, or excuse me, a Pollen Puff, and be able to get a KO on Slash, who is just living on the other side of the map. They're going back forward. We've got the Pain Split Curse up top. Cotton Cloud Crash is going to land on a bunch of players, as Zealot is just forced to just scamper away.
You know, I was wondering how this Night Slash was possibly going to do into Phalanx. Phalanx takes reduced critical hit damage, but of course, you're also hitting multiple troopers, right, with the Night Slash. I just feel like it's not a strong play into Phalanx, but it's possible Flower Trick is even worse into this Pokemon. This gutter pick of Phalanx might have been the mastermind play from Team YT.
It's looking incredible. It really is, and it's just showing why it really should have a ban priority. And I know you need to target individuals, but this Pokemon is incredibly strong in either team's hands.
Here we go. 3 minutes on the clock. YT in total control of this match, up by almost 200 points. A bottom Reggie is spawning, but we've got some bright things on the side of G as well. Level 12 Meowscarada, Chandelure, and Buzzwole all charging up their Unite moves. This should be a pretty free bottom Reggie for YT, but we're going to see if members of G actually want to contest it here.
Well, Slash again pushing forward here. Good job by Pikadiff to separate Slash from the rest of the team. Eggnog pulls forward. They pick up and put down Pikadiff, but now the Registeel is here, and we know that YT likes to take these, but G is looking to contest. Oh, we've got Fui on the absolute giga flank here. They're right on top of Black. Pain Split Curse is on, and they're fighting the front lanes too. Just Chaotic absolutely screaming at him. We got the Phalanx rolling through. Everybody's going down. That is a shattered Chandelier crashing to the floor, and that's a Registeel for YT.
How beautiful for YT. After Slowbro went down, it really felt like G was going to be able to make a play here, but they could not. Running right into Fui with that beautiful sneak attack. Now we have a fight breaking out in the central area. It looks like G wants to take this, but Zealot's already gone.
Bliss Assistant's right on top, and now Slash is just running away. This is absolutely disjointed mess for G, as they're going to collapse on Slash, forcing out their Unite move, and they're going to see if they can put them down. A lot of time is wasted. Phalanx Unite popped here, and I don't even know if there's a target for them to go after. Oh, they find one, and it's OG, and that's a good one too. Stun the next one down. That's the slow beam used. Rayquaza starting to get ripped. G only has 3 players available. Can they get in here? Rayquaza's getting low. Who's going to pull up for the hero play? No one, because Team YT's all over it.
Team YT from bell to bell has dominated this match. If we thought last draft went poorly for Team YT, just look at this one for G. An absolute dominant performance. This was not a close one, and a real nice victory here for YT. They are 1 game away from heading to Honolulu. Once again, YT could qualify for Worlds.
I'm at a loss. Like, this is the worst we've seen G, like, from a whole 10-minute stretch. YT was just getting better and better as the moments ticked by in this game. We get into the final throws here. It's going to be tough, but they're going to give it a shot.
Yeah, they're going to give it a shot here while Team YT is just scoring in the main. I actually love this play from YT. They're like, we're way too far ahead. They can just keep scoring right now. We'll run to the other side, and it does not matter. A beautiful play from YT. They don't need to give up a bunch of KOs or fight at these goal zones. They already have this match in the bag. This is going to be 2-1 YT at this point, and you're right, I have not seen G look this bad all weekend. This was their roughest game by far.
Yeah, they're going to have to bounce back. I mean, YT winning 2 convincing games here, you know, in Game 1 and Game 3, and I mean, they just look like they're on a different level right now.
They really do. I mean, they're playing so well. Last game was a real rough one for them, but there was a big win for Team YT.
Quite a few Team YT fans out there. We saw a couple folks with the signs scrolling through on their phones. They held them up, and that was just dominant. It was dominant, and you mentioned every player is having their moments, and in that game, you said, oh, that's the Pika difference, right? We had a Kilo coming through with clutch cotton spores to keep engagements from happening, saving other members of the team, using everything in the toolkit to be able to make this thing happen. And every time they made a small play like that, it just got worse and worse and worse for G.
Yeah, I don't think G could really get anything going that game. It felt like Team YT had their number the whole time, and that was the best Phalanx pick we've seen all tournament. You know, that was a perfectly played. It was like they had the trap card right at the end, ready to go.
Without a doubt. And it was, like you said, it was a great time to pick it. There was nothing on the other side that was going to deal with that. Team YT leashed him along. Like, oh, so sad Sam has a Phalanx? Darn right he does.
Yeah.
Darn right he does, and he just showed you what he can do. I doubt G will make that mistake again, and we might be into ban Gardevoir, ban Phalanx territory if you're G.
You know, we started the tournament with this thought process that maybe we'll see some Phalanx. It's really good. Then it got to the point of we're going to see a lot of Phalanx. It's actually great. Then it got to we're going to ban Phalanx. Then it became we got to watch out for Gardevoir. And people forgot, hey, we're in the ban Phalanx meta, actually.
And, I mean, YT has navigated this incredibly well, remaining malleable, not being too rigid, going and taking what is given to them, and found themselves a great draft here.
Yeah, a great draft, great match. I love them taking Ray right here. We've seen this not work out for YT, you know, in the past moments where they are, you know, aggressive and take Ray, but I love that they are looking for the victory and they are securing it right here, and that's what they need. One more game separates them from their chance at Worlds in Honolulu.
Yeah, are we going to see another player of the game be so sad, Sam? I wouldn't be shocked. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
They are so solid. Chaotic this time. 98k damage. That was the most sly 98. That was the most silent 98k scream game I've ever seen.
I mean, this is just why we've been seeing teams try to ban or pick this Pokemon away from Chaotic. It's amazing because if you take this, it's got Alolan Ninetales that seems just as good, but you can see the numbers right there. 98k, 9 knockouts with a curse item to make sure that you're reducing the amount of healing the opposing team gets. It's a huge pickup, and they were able to get it here.
Just a clear indication that Team YT is playing as a team. Again, every player has had their showmaker moments so far in just the 3 games we've seen in this set so far.
Yeah, and this is huge right here. We could be heading into our final game as these two teams get ready for it. Here is our draft between G and Team YT. 1 game separates YT from Worlds. G needs to win 2 in a row to get back in this thing and secure their spot. First ban is going to be Umbreon on the side of G, Dodrio on the side of YT.
Good look by YT. I mean, it didn't really seem like they had an answer for Dodrio. I'm sure if they wanted to have one, they'd dream one up, but they say we don't want to deal with Tyranitar. Phalanx still open to be selected.
And here we go, our first pick to the side of G. We're going to see what they want to take first. It could be a Phalanx, but no, they want to get rid of this Sylveon, steal it away from Chaotic. It makes sense. Massive game last match.
Yeah, it's really, really good. We know Chaotic's just going to flip to the A9 here. No worries there. Aquilo has been forced onto this Eldegoss because G has target banned Aquilo on this Hoopa over and over.
Their LD looked pretty fantastic, though, so I wouldn't get too worried about it if I'm on the side of YT. Next picks here on the side of G. We see Gardevoir once more coming out. It was very powerful for G, so we're going to see Black on this Pokemon. I was wondering what Candle was going to do, and I really didn't see Chandelure get much done.
I will say, I mean, YT, one of the few teams that feels like they seem to shy away from speedsters. The only exception being the Talonflame, which Fui would be taking top pass. So I imagine Pikadiff and Fui are going to flop, and then we're going to see a true tank Trev.
Here we go. We've got the Talonflame. We've got the Espeon instead of seeing the Alolan Ninetales. Our final 2 picks here for G, and they are able to grab this Phalanx. Now the question is, does that mean Venusaur pops out on the side of YT? It worked pretty good earlier.
It looked solid. It was a similar draft scenario that happened. I think the exception being Gardevoir. You have the Talonflame now to really stress Black in unique ways, which means So Sad Sam can just dial in on Phalanx and say, this is my target. I don't have to worry about Gardevoir because when I'm going in on OG, Fui better be sorting out Black.
Here we go, our final preparations for what could be our final game here in the final stretch of the Grand Finals. Boy, we said final a ton of times right here. We are live possibly for our last match here at NAIC. Can we get a shot of the crowd? I would love a shot of the crowd right now.
Shot of the crowd. Can we get a shot?
Can we get a shot of the crowd? I would love a shot of the crowd right now. We got a shot of the stage. That's also pretty good. As we're seeing these, there we go.
We got signs on signs on signs.
We got Black CH, signs for G right now. If you're out there in the crowd, let's get a little energy going right now. Give it up for what could be our last game of the final stretch.
This YT team is you're starting to see the corners of their mouths peel up a little bit. Some smiles are breaking across their face. They're having a good time, and they knew they just absolutely worked them in that last game. And now they are 10 minutes away from being qualified for the World Championship.
I want to see if I can get some more energy out of this crowd. How do you guys feel about a free hot dog? Let's go! That's right, baby. We don't have a hot dog.
Yeah, please, someone get this group some hot dogs. Good night.
Oh, man, as we get ready for it, I got to tell you, Doomstacks, one of the absolute best things that we get to do, my friend, are cast in moments like this, the grand finals, live at NAIC in front of a hype crowd where one of these two teams is going to be able to qualify for Worlds. G, your purple team, Team YT, your orange team, in Game 4 of your grand finals.
We taking the long way around, doesn't want to find any static, and they're going to start poaching the Bumblebees on the opposite side of the map. They're going to be able to get 9 points in here and start stacking themselves up.
And here we have this Phalanx up in the top. Obviously, this is going to be a big difference maker in this match. We've seen Phalanx be a difference maker throughout this tournament. The question is, can the Venusaur counter show up once again for the side of Team YT? There have been a lot of players who have said, yeah, it counters it, but at the same time, this thing is just so darn good that it doesn't always matter. Sylvia not able to pick up that KO. Extremely aggressive plays here from G.
And nice evolution frames there to keep Fui from being able to rain in more damage here. Akilo looking to tick over to 4, but already 5 and in the mix, so sad Sam.
That's right. Some of those moments when a Pokemon evolves and they're invulnerable are just so magical, right? As we head up to this top path, 4 members of YT getting ready for this fight.
Oh, it could have been a big-time showdown, but look at that. Just stared at each other angrily like Pika did.
Yes.
Just, okay, let's back up now.
That was a little scary. I was scared for Slash. I didn't know what was going to happen on that stage. And right now it looks like it might be YouTube taking down this whole thing as we head back down to the bottom path here. We're going to have to see if Chaotic is as effective on this Espeon as they have been on Ninetales and as they have been, of course, on Sylveon.
I think what they're really looking forward out of this Espeon is that big catch unite move. Whenever OG tries to approach with the Phalanx, catch it and then have So Sad Sam absolutely sort it.
Here we go, back up to our top path right now. Getting caught in the rock tube almost was Pika as he pulls back towards this goal zone. Getting ready for this fight. We still don't have level 7 on Sam, and that's going to make this fight a lot harder for Team YT. Just a tick more of experience, just a hair more, and that could go completely the other way.
Yeah, actually the Rock Tomb keeping the rest of G to be able to potentially collapse and get a KO there. Pika still struggling to hit the Trevenant. They're close, but they still have a hair of work to do.
Here we have this bottom path fight possibly breaking out here as multiple members actually start to peel away. We're going to see Sam stay towards the bottom path, get ready for the 7-minute, 20-second spawn of this Altaria and Swablu between the two goal zones. And here we go. Pika is online as Trevenant with the big-time Woodhammer. Normally, if there's a tree on the side of YT, it's a cursed tree.
Yeah, because it's up top with Fui. And, of course, that opens up the opportunity to mix it up.
We's got the cursed tree. What an opportunity to mix it up. In the bottom path right now, we have 3 members of G, 3 members of YT getting ready for this fight right here. Venusaur getting really aggressive towards Regirock.
They're putting it on Chaotic to secure, but Slash identifies that and ejects into them. Now we have the Fairy Singularity on Regirock. Tons of DM being put in, but it's still secured by the Pedal Dance Giga Drain Venusaur, and you have to think that's a missed opportunity by G.
I'm telling you, there's something about Team YT. I don't know. I would love to know the statistics on this, but I feel like no team secures bottom Reggie more than Team YT. They're at every single one of them. They have their, they're fully dialed in on their rip and secure every single time. It's really a thing of beauty.
Yeah, and they're prioritizing it the most, right? They're literally just saying, this is the one we want. We'll adjust afterwards. If you can actually make anything happen in that time that we give you, sure, good luck. Now, Regieleki is taken, but right into a Verdant Anger, and that's the Espeon Unite that catches the Blissey. Blissey just to save themselves back on Black CH, but OG gets into the mix. So Sad Sam hits the first Giga Drain, and now they're going to be able to put the pressure on. OG just has to retreat, but it's Chaotic popping off on the Espeon. KO Streak of 2. I think this is the 3rd trick that they have in their bags. This Giga Drain Pedal Dance Venusaur running so much interference to make sure that Chaotic can get out.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, this did walk into their goal zone, and now we see OG moving forward. No, gets KO'd, but Black able to make a score. I don't know if that was the absolute best score they could have made. Black does go down for it, a small overcap, and we're going to have to see if they regret that later. Without question, though, they want this goal zone gone. Nice scores here from the side of YT, 86 to 129.
I mean, they took all the bodies. Yes, that Reggie Alecki hit. Yes, Black put 40 in, but they got way more back the other way. YT is cruising.
YT is doing great right now. It feels like this Venusaur is exactly what the doctor ordered, as long as the doctor was ordering something to deal with Phalanx. You know what? Don't go see a doctor for what's going on with some of your Pokemon Unite stuff.
Yeah, that's true. That's just a good piece of advice here. We're eyeing up and eyeing up the next basement Reggie here. Pikatif with good spacing, playing far forward, not too worried about that Rock Tomb, as they're going to take just a Pollen Puff over the wall. We'll see if these teams actually look to contest, because it's about to hit the map, and Slash is immediately on it. They put the Rock Tomb down. Pikatif eject button Horn Leeches to try to get back to Black, but Slash cuts that off. We've got the Cotton Cloud Crash going to land on the team here. Going to top them off a little bit. Reg Ice about 60%. We're moving in as Slash. The Pedal Dance is going, and OG's got the flank over the wall. Tiger Sam, and they KO them instantly. Chaotic goes down as well, and that's how you navigate that. Holy, that's the homework that G needed to execute on, and they delivered.
Huge fight there for G, right back in this game. Talonflame scoring top, keeping the score pretty close between these two squads, 166 to 169. Once again, YouTube up, but now only slightly. 3 points separate these two teams, and that moment that we saw there, OG making the play to head over the wall and get Venusaur. If they can hit it, if they can burst it before it can heal, Venu will go down.
And you immediately saw what the Espeon plan was there, right? Because as soon as OG went over the wall, Chaotic popped that Unite move instantly. It wasn't enough. They go down in that exchange as well.
Yeah, that's right. And this is what you have to worry about with Phalanx. The incredible burst from this Pokemon, and just how tanky it is in some of these other fights. But if it is able to catch you, you are in a lot of trouble, as it looks like G is going to make a score in the bottom path right now and get a point lead, 212-169, as YT deals with this Regieleki.
Yeah, they're taking this off the map quickly. Slash doing a good job to just, again, buy that time that they needed. They almost weren't even moving. They're just kind of pressing their buttons, doing whatever they could to just draw the attention onto them.
And here we go. We see OG just watching the central area, giving them a good idea of if they are coming down towards this goal zone. This is a combination that we've seen so many times. This just massive burst onto the support Pokemon from Phalanx, taking down Hoopas, taking down Eldegoss in one big combo. Attackers, supporters, speedsters, if they're caught by this massive Iron Head no retreat combo, they go down very fast, and it's been a game changer all weekend long.
Yeah, I really like OG's patience, though. Not chasing down. They had a kilo low, but they peeled back knowing that there wasn't any reinforcements behind them. They had the Donk and the 5 Dinks, but they didn't have anybody else on G to make that magic happen.
Here we have the final bottom Reggie of this match, possibly of this tournament, as we have YT getting ready for it. Reg Ice just being chipped right here. Both teams have all of their squad here. This could turn into the Rayquaza fight at any moment. Nice big Rock Tomb. Reg Ice is being chipped, but no one is looking for this fight. Talonflame finds the Phalanx, and it looks like they're actually going to give this up so they can get better positioning at Rayquaza. G taking this last Reggie before we head in.
Pikatif is kind of caught out. They're taking so much damage. They just Horn Leech. Did they go up and they start ripping this thing? Rayquaza hits the map, and they're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at it. Phalanx is down instantly. Rayquaza's at half. The rip is on. Everybody's throwing everything in the kitchen sink. Slash picks up the list, sits at the middle. Who's going to take it? It's on the razor's edge. It's G! G clutches it out off the back of Black. CH KO streak of 4. Is it going to be our first Penta? No. Give him credit.
Oh!
Penta!
Black wiping the entire squad. The sneaky play from YT, looking for a fast rip, looking to close this tournament out. G says, GG, my friend. We're going to take this one. Go next. Tied up 2-2 here in our grand finals, best of 5. YT looking to make something happen here. One member of G down, but with very little time on the clock, it's going to be extremely tough.
If it's me and you, it's going the full distance.
Oh, yeah.
That's just
Always.
what's happening.
Always.
And we are going to go to a game 5 here. What a play by G. Not too sure what happened with Picadiff in that situation. They got absolutely caught out. And after that, it almost felt like a mad flurry, and YT went, okay, we're just going to try and flip this thing and see what we can do. But when you bunch up around one target, man, does Gardevoir look good in that situation.
I like the attempt from YT. They knew that with Picadiff caught, they were probably going to go ahead and lose this fight, right? So they were hoping that they could make a quick play. They were hoping they'd get a quick secure. If they could, they would have just secured their spot to Worlds, right? If they think they can't win the fight, maybe they've got a 50-50 chance at Rayquaza right now. Well, it didn't happen for them there. G takes a big win, ties it up, and of course we are heading to the final game of a best-of-5.
Final game of the final stretch to see our final qualifier for the World Championships in Honolulu. G does it in a big way, and a player that has honestly felt like they've gotten better and better and better. Black CH is having the tournament of their lives right now.
I love seeing Black smile up there. I feel like he is a player that has just been connected to this game so much since its inception, really. And we've always wanted to see a deep run from him. We've wanted to see him do well. And now it feels like, you know, under the wing of a world champion, you're really seeing him pop off and have huge moments.
Yeah, I mean, everybody, again, G showing that, oh, everybody on YT showing out. Yeah, we can do that too. We can have our moments. We can do our thing. And Black with the first penta we got to cast. And I thought, oh man, when that Sylveon Secure on the Rayquaza popped up, I was like, man, did he get it? Maybe not. Ah!
Yeah, that was huge. I mean, huge. But look at this fight too. Look how well this went for G, just eliminating multiple members before Rayquaza even goes down. Beautiful play.
I mean, wiped the whole team. And YouTube, like you said, played to the out that they had.
Yep.
You know, once Pika got caught, I mean, it was going to be a problem.
Yeah, it was going to be hard. They did the best they could in that moment. They went to try to take their victory, which I respect a lot. It just wasn't in the cards for them in this match. We are heading now to Game 5 of a best-of-5. Both of these teams one game away from Worlds.
I mean, just the flex of Egnu to go from tank to support. Slash going to get the nod here. 10 assists, couple knockouts, but those Rock Tombs were in the cut. And turns out you don't need to give the kid Umbreon for him to have success.
You know, Slash is obviously unbelievable. You know, one of the best players to ever play the game, a two-time world champion. Now with a shot to head back to Worlds of another time here with a brand new squad, kind of a put together squad in those final moments, right? We're at the final stretch. This squad was really put together in the final stretch. Like, G is the epitome of a team that had 1 month, 2 months, like one shot really to make it happen.
Yeah, exactly. It was regional finals and now the final stretch. Like, those were their two, I keep calling them bites at the apple to try and get this thing done. They had a great run yesterday and became a lot of people's favorites for today, and they're executing on that. On the other side, though, we keep calling it the most YouTube event of all time because if there was one they were going to win to qualify and do it in the flashiest fashion, this is the team that it would be subscribed to, and they are also one game away.
Yeah, I mean, this is huge for YouTube. This is how YouTube plays on any given day. YouTube could be the world champion. Well, today is their day to prove that they could secure their spot, and they're going up against the champ right now on the side of G. G is, you know, that team that I felt like was playing maybe 4th, 5th or so fiddle to all of the craziness that was happening in North America with Luminosity and Orange Juicers and Nemesis taking those big spots. Well, here we are in our draft right now for game number 5. We have seen some big draft moments, and we're going to have to see how this shakes out because it feels like these teams are winning or losing in this draft.
Yes, I mean, you said it just right, and not much is changing here. G is mortified of Akilo's Hoopa. That has been the most consistent ban that G has put down. Gardevoir available, Phalanx available, still, and 2 incredible Pokemon in this matchup so far.
Sylveon taken right away on the side of G, which you can't be too surprised by. Obviously, YT's Sylveon's nuts. Chaotic has been insane on it. Their Espeon didn't get it done last match, so I think you feel pretty good about taking that away as we see Trevenant and now Eldegoss on the side of YT. G, obviously, I mean, you just got a Penta KO with the Gardevoir, hovering it for Black CH. I'm not surprised.
I'm not surprised either. Eggnoob hovering the Blissey here, but this could be a unique switch too. We've seen like a support and then slash on Blissey too. They're gonna go with the Crustle, lock that down. Of course, if we putting on the tree, which means they've got a different defender available for themselves. They're locking in the slow, bro. Where's Chaotic gonna go? They're taking Phalanx early. They're putting the challenge to G to combat this.
Yeah, we want to see how G wants to fight this, because I don't know if G has a counter to this. Obviously, we have not seen them play it on stream. You know, the last Phalanx they dealt with was last pick, so they didn't have a chance to react to it. We could see OG on Lucario. I don't know if it's going to be the play, but here we have.
You just saw the big old smile roll across his face. Like, if I'm going to do it with one Pokemon, and Chaotic too. Like, if we're going to do it with a Pokemon, we're locking in Lucario. We're locking in Chaotic. And we've got 45 seconds until the last game of this tournament of Pokemon Unite regular season comes to a close.
Yeah, how crazy is this? Of course, the final stretch goes the full distance possible, right? Of course, we head to the last game, the final stretch, the final chance, the final game, and one team in 10 minutes is going to be hoisting those trophies. They're going to be walking away as your final stretch champions and qualifying for Worlds. NAIC, are you ready? Free hot dog! Free hot dog! Let's go!
There we go. The crowd is packed up. They know what this game
They love
means.
that free hot dog.
They love that free hot dog, but they also love what this game is, what this game means, and what these two teams represent, which is the Cinderella story that NA is going to fill the last possible world spot. And we'll see if they can make a magic run in August. But now, 10 minutes separate one of these squads with that opportunity.
That's right. In 10 minutes, one team hoists the trophy and one team's dreams of heading to Worlds are dashed. The packed crowd here at NAIC is ready to see who will be crowned your final stretch champion. Here we go. Someone's holding up their kid. Let's go. Hold your child high into the air.
Win it in!
The winning in between G and Team YT. This is game number 5. G, your purple team. Team YT, your orange team. And it is all on the line at NAIC right now. Let's go, Noob Snacks.
Ships passing in the night. Fui and OG going to be stacking. Eggnoob snacking that Bunnelby snacking. Gassing myself up a little bit. Smacking that Bunnelby around as Fui gets on the backside here. And it's going to be a decent little secure by Fui to get those stacks up.
That's right. You want to try to get as many of these wild Pokemon near the enemy goal zone as you can, not only to steal them away, but of course to secure these big last hits. Got it again so that they can try to stack up their stacking items and become extremely powerful. On a lot of these top path Pokemon, you're running one, if not multiple stacking items, especially on a Trevenant. The secures, by the way, looking beautiful from Fui as we have immediately Sam in this top path running at the 9-minute mark, looking to make a huge play.
They're putting some pressure on OG as they're just sitting on pad trying to isolate Sam from somebody here. Eggnoob hasn't evolved yet. So sad. Sam popping back, eating a pollen puff, going towards those birds in the middle. Black CH with a nice little flank and a pickup KO, but Black is pinned against the wall because Chaotic is there, and now we're just chucking haymakers at each other. They say, we taking the body, son. 2 players for G down, and YouTube gets to breathe easy, at least for a moment.
That was such a crazy moment because as they move towards these Altaria, we have Black CH on the Gardevoir come out of absolute nowhere and pick up a massive KO, and then all of a sudden, out of absolute nowhere comes a Kilo on the Alolan Ninetales. They just kept moving in with a new surprising moment to change the direction of that fight.
Pikadiff surfing through, caught on the Rock Tomb, sitting on the goal pad is G. Okay, I think that first beret in those first 2 minutes, that was all nerves back and forth there. That was just kind of all scrambled around. Are they going to be able to challenge Sam here? We're going to find out. Chaotic is there, and Sam wants the body. Like, they're going straight for it. Nice surf follow-up, and now they're going to put the pressure on. Beautiful Rock Tomb by Slash to save Black.
That was unbelievably good. I mean, Slash has just been playing so insane right now. We have a quick pause as once again Pika needs to show a few pictures to one of our admin here. This game is so unbelievably important. If there is any issue with the device or anything on stage, obviously we are going to take a pause to make sure that we can do something right here. Pika showing our on-stage tech some of the issues that he is running into right now.
Looks like they're going to help out Pika right here. And Pika knows if something's up with his device, he's going to let him know instantly, and rightfully so. Ton on the line here.
You got to.
Ton on the line here. What a play by Slash to save Black.
Insane, dude.
That was so good. That would have been a great KO for Sam to pick up as well. The fact that nobody went down is obviously a net positive, I think, just in general for G in that moment. But that would have been just the shot in the arm for YT, I think, for the next couple minutes in that game.
Yeah, that could have been huge. I think both teams, you talked about maybe some nerves up top. I think that's there. And I also think you're trying to establish a little dominance here at the top of the match, right? You're saying, look, this is the game we're playing. We're in your face. We're getting KOs. Right back the other way. We're supporting our squad here as we head back into our match. 7 minutes, 35 seconds on the clock, pushing towards this bottom goal zone.
Whoa.
But there's a great defense from G.
I mean, Slash putting in, I don't know why YT kept pushing forward. Just enough time for Black to come up and get a nice little KO for themselves there.
And here we go. We've got bottom and top Reggie spawning in 20 seconds. A little bit of a fight here. Just this completely evaporated. These Alterias and Swablues didn't even have a chance with these two teams fighting over.
Yeah, Black now with Gardevoir, though, was able to evolve off of those Swablu and Altaria, and they are just moments away from their Unite move, which means this basement Reggie fight can get a little frosty.
Yeah, this is going to get pretty crazy here. 4 members of YT down here, 2, now 3 with Black coming down, members of G. And we're going to see how they want to fight this as we're kind of getting ready for a little bit of a rip, but they're actually moving towards G.
They're trying to make a call here. Nice little flank into the back line. So sad Sam isolates, very singularity, put straight down.
Once again, we're having an issue with a device here, and I understand it. Pause the game. You absolutely need to pause the game if there's a problem with the device. It's the final game of the final stretch. Free hot dog.
It seems to be that unit right there that Pika is on that is being a little finicky for us, unfortunately. Something we all have to contend with here together. I mean, the crowd is hype, we're hype. I know these players are gassed up to the gills, ready to get this thing done. And no worse feeling than if you're slamming on your buttons and nothing's happening.
Without question. And I mean, something I gotta say, a huge shout out to how quickly we're addressing issues like this, you know. It's so unbelievably important. I'm glad the staff is really on top of it up there, because you cannot have a player not able to make an input in a match. Pokemon Unite comes down to some insanely small moments, like making the right play at the right time. So to have an issue would be catastrophic.
Yeah, and it's bummer enough that it's happening, even worse if we let this thing ride, right? That is just the worst feeling we could develop for ourselves in such an amazing moment for our game, for this season, for these players, for these fans, for this event at NAIC Pronounced Nice.
Pronounced Nice. Here we go.
I sure wish we got a bunch of hot dogs to throw into the crowd right now.
You have no idea.
Holy.
You have no idea how many hot dogs I wish I had right now.
So many.
I have 0 hot dogs.
Production, can we get the Weenie Mobile outside of Hall J of Pokemon NAIC, please?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For some reason, Zoinks promised the entire crowd hot dogs.
Well, Zoinks really felt put upon. You know, when I did that, he was like, oh, God. I got a hot dog.
He's like, how many hot dogs do I have to boil or whatever?
I think he's back there working on it right now. As we have a device handed to Pika here. We're going to see if he's back in and things are looking good and we're ready for this match to continue very, very soon.
Looks like we're going to lock this thing back in here. We're going to go right back after, and Sosad Sam gets X-scissored into the wall. Chaotic picks back up, one the other way. Black CH, a nice prize in that exchange. Slash moving forward. A Kilo is very low. KO streak of 2
for the A9 OG, picking one of those up for themselves.
Yeah, here comes OG looking to make some work happen here on this goal zone, pushing them back. This has been a wild fight at this bottom Reggie, 6 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. In our top path here, we have Blissey and Trevenant down here on the bottom path. Reggie Steele now being chipped up by G. Gardevoir is back looking for a secure, and they are able to get it. No, Showbro gets it!
That's why you gotta get your handheld device fixed, because you got a surf clutch.
Wow, Pika Diff with an unbelievable clutch secure in that bottom path. Insane. It looked like it was easily heading over to G with Gardevoir, but Pika Diff said not today.
Not today. I've got my things fixed now. I can press my buttons, and when I press my buttons, good things happen for the squad.
Can you imagine if Pika Diff's buttons didn't work all day, what kind of match we are in for right here? Curse Tree in this top path. Fui, really, I mean, I'm not seeing anyone run Curse Pain Split, and I think he might be, you know, offering up a big meta shift for some teams out there, because this has been a huge build.
Oh, nice Trevor Unite pops up Slash. Reggie Alecki's getting low. We're going to look for a secure. It is going to be off Blissey. Egnu Bliss Assistance to Slash. And now So Sad Sam is working through the team here. Zealot goes down. Black CH has to babysit the goal zone, but from way downtown. And now Slash is going to set up a quick defense, and YouTube is not interested in that. They're going to peel back themselves.
Look at this amazing play by OG. I love this here in the top path. 40 points just running past the team after that Reggie breaks the top goal. Now getting caught a little bit in this central area here, but look at the extreme speeds trying to make something happen as we're having some problems here once again with YT.
He pressed the button once, and the whole thing went down yet again.
Well, you saw how good the button presses were.
The one button press was solid that we saw, for what it's worth.
I saw some insane button presses from Pika Diff. They were massive.
What I will say, though, is OG on that E-Speed Lucario, you can see what it brings to the table into sustainability. I mean, OG was low on health when they started collapsing on them, and just those E-Speed resets through it was giving them a real opportunity to shine.
Yeah, they had some massive moments just in that central area of YT, as now we're trying to figure out how we can help Pika Diff get through this game. Obviously, no one wants this pause, and to be fair, if there's anyone on G that's upset about this, YT should be more upset because they're playing better in this match. I think they kind of got the better of this draft a little bit, and it feels like they're in the lead, at least momentum-wise, in this game.
Yeah, and well, to be honest, it's frustrating and flustering for every player. Like, you know, your whole team is also getting disjointed, right? Like YT has a good flow. So does G, right? They're kind of in their pocket right now. And every time one of these happens, you're not just dismantling, you know, the flow of the other team. You're also guffing up your team.
Yeah. Here we go. Seeing what we can make happen for this squad here. Obviously, you need our grand finals game to work correctly for all of these players. Absolutely. Going to be trying out a new device, it looks like. We're peeking it.
You can see how frustrated Pika Diff is themselves.
Yeah, this is a really difficult moment. There's so much on the line. There's so much pressure in this moment, and at the same time, you're dealing with something completely outside of your control. You're not dealing with G. You know, you're not dealing with something inside the game. You're just dealing with something that will, you know, could ruin the game for you, right?
Yep. Decent, you know, respect the patience that the players are showing, you know, not letting the emotions, whether they're kind of getting tilted by it or what have you, if they even care. Credit to them for just kind of staying in the moment, trying to not impact where their thoughts are. Honestly, great opportunity for G to just maybe try and dissect a little bit what's going on in this game so far. Because I think you're right, the score line isn't wild, but it really feels like the train is moving in the direction of YT.
It does. It absolutely does. And this is a good moment also, you know, to reset and take a breath. If you are slightly behind, just to remind yourself why you were here, what you're playing for, and that you are, you know, you're there and you're this good. And you're playing to go to Worlds right now. So it's time to lock in.
Let's try to remind people the moment we're in right now.
OG just scored a tier 2, 40 points, jumped back into the central area. We had a big engage by Sam, but the E-Speed triggers are going through that phalanx right now. Kilo, I believe, is there to support. Maybe Chaotic as well, and they're looking to collapse on OG and pick up that KO. That's just the moment we're in when this game was paused. And it's important that specifically those 4 players remember that.
Yeah, of
right?
course.
You just don't want to go in, not do anything, and have that be just a moment gone sideways, right? Focus up, and it's in these moments like that difficult to remain in that instant when that happened, because so many other things now are happening around you.
I want to talk about a moment that I thought was really cool. Not a moment, but sort of an interaction that I think is very interesting in this match. We've got Crustle with the Rock Tomb, and you've got Alolan Ninetales that I've noticed they are using the Rock Tomb really aggressively towards Alolan Ninetales to actually set up moments where your Blizzard Avalanche isn't going as far as you want. So the Avalanche will cast, but the Rock Tomb will be in front of Chaotic, and you'll end up throwing a Blizzard into something and getting it stopped right in front of you. It's actually a really great play that I've been seeing Slash make throughout this match against the Alolan Ninetales, which has been pretty cool.
Absolutely. The fact that Chaotic is still managed to find some... we just got word from production that we are swapping Pikatif's device out and trying to get them back into the game here. So just another, hopefully, moment or two, and we'll get that sorted. But to your point, Slash, I mean, great plays with the Rock Tomb. Chaotic also doing great work with that Blizzard Avalanche combination, something we've seen almost zero of until they've been put on stage.
Yeah, it's very cool to see, a player with something, completely novel like that, right? There was a little while when Alolan Ninetales was all the rage, but right now no one is running it. We see this out of, different teams in different regions. There's some region who, is crazy enough to play Stuffed Cheeks, Bullet Seed Greetin in the grand finals, like Gotlu out of EU. And then there are teams who are playing Scissor, like Ground Zero out of OC, right? So it's really cool when someone has an off meta or something that meta has passed by pick that is working really well for them. We're seeing that on Chaotic. We saw that with Buzzwole earlier.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
That was really cool to see. So there have just been some really excellent picks like that. I'll tell you a Pokemon who has just fallen off completely, and it's sad for me, is Blastoise, man.
Yeah, it's looking rough out here, but what isn't looking rough is this energy that G is coursing through each player here by locking hands up, just trying to get that vibe into them as the crowd is kind of gassing them up too, seeing the power of friendship is carrying a lot of these teams through today. And now YT just has to watch as they're linked arms and the crowd is kind of getting into it. Agnew gassing himself up as he should. Black doing a little bop. We see Slash smile, and it'll be the first time Zealots cracked a smile and look down the lane too. So you know what? They're embracing this moment, and more power to them.
Yeah, I mean, this is huge, right? This is their moment. It's time to lock in and make this happen. And playing in that way, I think, is really incredible. We're going to have to see how this affects the mental of YT, but we talked about it before. Pika Diff is that, very calming energy, that grounding source for YT. So if this is going to throw anyone, luckily it would be him. He'll be able to pull this back and get ready for this game.
That is the hope and the thought, as Pika Diff seems to be on the edge of getting pulled into this game here. Now, Pika Diff might be good at calming down the rest of the crew here, but this is the 4th pause they've had, today. Is that something that's going to rattle them? We'll see. They need to see how inwardly, mentally strong they are, how zen they are in this moment.
Yeah, how ready they are for this, and we're just going to have to see if all of their training and preparation has paid off. We're getting the thumbs up. It looks like things are working on Pika Diff's side, so we'll be heading back into our match very, very soon to conclude our grand finals that we're already almost halfway through.
Yeah. I mean, again, to remind everyone, as soon as we come off pause, it's going to be OG e-speeding through SOSAT Sam Phalanx with, I believe, a Kilo, and it was Chaotic peeling down to try and give them some support to really secure that KO, because OG just scored 40 in Tier 2, and we're back into the mix here. They actually picked up some energy and go straight to score,
and finally get snuffed out.
And that is going to put them very close to Team YT as they crash on this bottom goal zone. Blissey pushing forward, getting a KO here on the slow bro. Phalanx looking to see if they can make something happen. Caught in a massive X-Scissor. They're pushed off the goal zone by a Blizzard Avalanche, but 4 members of G continue the siege.
Spraggles, 122-127. This is just the closest margin you could ever dream up here. We've got 13 seconds left for the next basement. Reggie, we'll see how these teams engage. Chaotic actually babysitting OG, but that's a tough place to be as Chaotic maybe bit off more than they can chew, but the dog is put back on the leash and lets Chaotic off it too. All right, basement Regice, we'll see how they go.
Yeah, really nice X-Scissor. Catches 2 right there. The slow beam onto the Crustle, but it's not going to be too useful for him. Phalanx looking for something here, but Phalanx getting caught by Sylvie.
Using their Unite move, can they pivot to Zealot? No, they get screamed at and they get sorted out very quickly. G using this pause to their advantage. They are right on top of this YT squad. The linking hands and power of friendship getting it done as Fui is just getting draining kissed all over the map. They're pain splitting on top of Black CH. Can they actually do anything? Yeah, get knocked out, Kirk. Regice is down. Regice is taken. G is starting to move.
G is really starting to move here. 129, 127. We have 5 members sieging this goal zone. The Unite move from Gardevoir. The points raining in here. Not so perfect score, but that's okay in this bottom path as they are now up 203, 127. Aquilo getting caught in their central area here. Lucario trying to pick up this KO, and they do.
Ikadiff shows up, and I think it's going to be a tough battle for them as well. The rest of the team actually has to go support. SoSat Sam caught out. They're taking a ton of damage. Zealot is there. Black CH kind of on the pursuit, but they are going to leave Sam to be.
Now, we still have a level 12 Phalanx and a level 12 Trevenant, but on the other side, Black CH on this Gardevoir playing the best tournament we've ever seen from them. I got to say, I've never seen Black play better than when they are on this squad. This is the best we've ever seen him.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking this opportunity and running with it, and they are, again, stepping up to this opportunity and challenge. Regieleki flying towards YT. Slash is there to bubble them out and try and cause some static here as we have 25 seconds until our last Rayquaza of the final stretch. Regieleki is getting burned down, but Slash has bought a ton of time.
That's right. Here we are, 15 seconds until Rayquaza. G versus Team YT. 2 games of Peach. World's on the line, and I said 2 games of Peach. Let's go.
No.
As they get caught by a massive X-Scissor. Eldegoss in the air.
Into the middle. Phalanx Unite, but it's trying to do a Trevenant Unite in a fairy singularity. First player down is Zealot. Black CH is pinged by the Trevenant Curse, but that's a target that they can't actually collapse on. Nobody down for YT. They're looking for an opportunity. We are going straight at them. Slash backing up. SoSad Sam is low. Gets right over the wall. Chaotic picks up the spread. Surf getting the distance here. Take a deep breath because I think we need to do it all over.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a bit of a reset happening. They're getting pretty aggressive on the side of G, but no one goes down from YT. Fui looking for Gardevoir and is not able to pick it up. Now Black is pulling back here, and Lucario has to run.
OG is caught in the mix. Nice Rock Tomb to separate, but actually separates the rest of the team away from them. Phalanx is on the chase. Aura Cannon. Follow up. SoSad Sam jumps off, pushes back the other way. They are using the Bone Rush to get on top of SoSad Sam, and Aquilo is there to top them off. What is happening in this fight? Pikadiff is down south all by themselves in Cancun. They're getting chased down. Finally KO by Black, and now Lucario's peeling back. Who's happening in the middle? Slash got Fui pinned against the wall. Hyper Voice is there. Is that going to be another player down for YT? It is! 2 players down for YT, 1 for G. Slash is there. OG is doing work in the back line here, getting on top of Chaotic. Aquilo peeling up and picking them up on top. SoSad Sam finally gets into the middle. Hyper Voice is there as well, but OG's pulling up for the smoke. They've got the longest lead. 100 points does G. 40 seconds left, and the fight has to continue. YT needs to get back in there. Surf on top of Egg Noob. Black peels back. We're going through SoSad Sam against another Fairy Singularity! Another Fairy Singularity. Hyper Voice Aquilo's low bliss assistance from Jupiter. Hits Zealot. KO streak of 2. They're going straight for the scores.
Here we go. 20 seconds left, and they're looking to end this game right now. 247 to 139. YT has no chance to score. Black with 100 points in the top goal zone, and there you have it, NAIC. G, they are your final stretch champions. Free hot dog!
She says no, YT. We will not like this video. We will not subscribe. We will not follow. We won't retweet anything you put out. We're going to dominate you on 5. And what a statement. Slash, current world champion, going back to Worlds to try and defend that title.
And what a story for Slash. What a moment. Pulled off of Luminosity. His team not able to play with his world championship partner Overlord anymore, instead having to go up against him and getting sent down to the final stretch. And here they are, Chi putting it together and heading to Worlds.
What a run. What a run.
What an absolute battle. What an absolute war between these two squads. I don't know who I was rooting for harder. You know, this is this. I mean, either one of these, it's like the story of both of these teams is so incredible. Both amazing representatives for NA. Just insane.
Who won is the viewers, us as casters, the game itself, the final stretch was an amazing experience. An amazing experience.
It was incredible. And, you know, OG, I feel like really put the team on his back in that final match. The E-Speed Lucario was dominant, just crushing it throughout. And obviously, Team YT is devastated by this match. But for there to be a champion, there has to be a team that loses too.
What a bounce back for some of these GT players. Black, Eggnoob, OG, they've been playing together for a long time, Spraggles. And they've always fallen short. Put a world champ on your team, get Zealot, who the world champ says is the best player going in Pokemon Unite, and you use some of that cohesion and synergy that those GT players already have, and you find yourself a Worlds qualified squad.
I can't tell you how excited I am at the prospect of G and Luminosity going up against each other once again at Worlds. I mean once again, and it would be happening at Worlds.
I'm taking a look at this. You know, OG making it back, of course. Let's send it to Anna with our final stretch champions.
Let's hear it for G! You have a lot of fans here cheering for you. How does that feel?
Feels pretty good.
I would say so.
Be here.
You're just happy to be here?
Yeah.
We're happy you're here too. Tell us how you felt like that match went. The casters were saying, we love to see them enjoying this moment. They're confident and relaxed. Did you feel confident and relaxed and enjoying the moment?
I would say so.
What about in that game too, though? The casters said, we haven't seen them look like this. It was something, you know, the performance was just not something they expected out of you. What happened in game 2?
Draft diff.
Simple answer. Simple question, simple answer. Yeah. Slash, I want to ask you specifically, with your history, how does this win feel going to Worlds?
It still feels amazing, especially bringing so many friends of mine to Worlds. I'm glad I qualified for the 3rd time for Worlds.
We're glad too. Congratulations. Let's hear it one more time for G. Now we have a special treat for y'all. We are going to bring out a special guest. Please welcome Chris Brown, the Director of Global Esports and Event Producer from Pokemon. And one by one, players, I'm going to call your name, and you're going to walk over to Chris, grab your trophy, and come back here, all right? Let's start with, let's hear it for Eggnoob. Next up, please come get your trophy, Black CH. Next up, please get your trophy, Slash. Next up, please get your trophy, OG. And finally, please go grab your trophy, Zealot. hear it one more time for Team G. Now Team G will secure their Worlds invite. They will join our NA Regional Finals champions, Orange Juicers. You have conquered the final stretch. Congratulations. Now remember, stay connected to all the Pokemon Unite action by following those Twitch and YouTube channels. And even though we've concluded Pokemon Unite for today, there's still more excitement to come with the North America International Championships in Pokemon Go, the Pokemon trading card game, and the Pokemon video game. So tune in tomorrow starting at 9 a.m. local time. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Congratulations on your free hot dog, and we will see you at Worlds in Honolulu. Sure, shout out.
Shout out to Anonymous. Shout out to Silent Red. Shout out to my parents. And shout out Super SP.
All right, thank you so much, Team G.
Here we are, G, your champions of the final stretch. I am so excited for them, and I'm even more excited that Anna Prosser is just the best. Free hot dog for life, absolutely. As G hoists the trophies up one more time, deciding on exactly how they want to hold them for this shot. What a beautiful, series for this team.
It really was, and it's the cherry on top is OG deciding at which level he wants to be holding this thing, and they decide, unbeknownst to him, to hold it low and lift together. He can't just start up top.
Listen, they've made enough hard decisions in that last set. They don't need to make any more. They deserve to have a little bit of flip-flopping where they're going to hold that trophy. You know, we're going top path with it, we're going low path. We got to get a little bit more EXP.
I don't think the decision was just top or bottom with OG in that last one. It was which side of the map do I want to play on, the enemies or my own?
I mean, what a series. Chef, Zoinks, thanks for joining us back here at the official Pokemon Unite couch area. We have had an insane couch zone. Thank you so much. We've had an insane weekend here at NAIC. We now know all of our teams qualified for Worlds. We're going to take a look at some information from that last game as well, breaking down what we just saw in our final game of the regular season of Pokemon Unite. Just incredible stuff.
It was a perfect set to have as our grand finals. I mean, of course, we had all the peripherals as well, a full house. I mean, I had to sit all the way at the back. Absolutely no room, but that did give me the chance to sit next to one of our incredible community artists, Cloudbuster, who offered to show Wonder Chef how to properly draw a Gyarados. So next time we're back on camera, I'll make sure to show off that.
We will find that very soon. I love that when we talk about drawing a Gyarados, they're like, no, get to the game footage, get to the game footage.
yeah, they saw it coming.
We know this group. I mean, this was such an insane match, so back and forth. It really felt like it could go either way. The counter pick to the Phalanx from OG there was beautiful and really dominated.
Yeah, I gotta say, I was sitting up further in the crowd because people don't want to keep me away like Zoinks, but I have never heard the crowd as loud as the final moments in this game when that E-Speed was just going over and over and over to that Phalanx. The crowd was just screaming.
I mean, great pick, great counter pick, great nostalgia pick for OG. I mean, nothing made my heart flutter more than watching OG, just a Season 1 warrior, lock in their Pokemon and have it just come unglued in this amazing match in the most important game that they've maybe ever played.
The only game of this grand final set where Phalanx took a loss was the final game, the one that decided it all. They elected to take the Gardevoir over the Phalanx in that draft position, and they gave it up and they found a way to answer to it.
Yeah, what a beautiful fairy singularity right there. Yeah. That really was basically the beginning of the end. You had that Bliss assistance here as they pushed forward. Amazing stuff. And you saw how good it was. Let's go. Let's go. Incredible stuff. Now, we do have how to officially draw a Gyarados. Wow. Yes. We get a close-up on that? That's actually pretty good.
Yeah, shout out to Neo Cloudbuster, an incredible artist that we have in the Pokemon Unite community. Actually participated in the final stretch yesterday as a part of Flamin' Hot Depressives, but having an epic look of that. Chef, How do you?
Yeah,
take some notes.
Yeah, you know,
it is the orb stacked together.
It is. I was actually about to bring that up. That is really. I've done some research on how to redraw that, but this is amazing.
Okay.
This is not my moment. I just want to keep talking about that set. That was so good.
Fine.
I'm not trying to push away from the embarrassment. That is truly amazing. But honestly, I mean, this was such a cool storyline. Like YouTube just coming out of nowhere after having honestly like not a great season and just being like, oh, by the way, we're still great, and pulling it to the absolute limit against G, who now has their own amazing storyline of these players that have been in the UCS for like a really long time, and aside from Slash, haven't found maybe quite as much results as they wanted to, but we know they're all really amazing, and every single one of them popped off today in different ways. It was so good.
Would it be safe to say that they had the hardest bracket as well in today's tournament? I mean, they started off with Exile, a top 4 team in the region. They went into DOL Kittens, who were playing out of their mind in yesterday's tournament and had a great showing on main stage as well. And then, of course, to run into the competition of Team YT. I mean, G took down any competition that came their way.
They really did, and you got to give it up. The player of the game, and really a player who's kind of come into his own on this team, Black CH. Black has always been a good player, maybe even a really good player, but I never felt like Black was Worlds quality until he played on G. Maybe it was playing with Slash, maybe it was just the combination of this group somehow, but this is a top showing from Black, and if he brings that to Worlds, I think he's going to be an absolute force.
It started with that amazing Mystical Fire Delphox game from months ago when they were the only person that was making Crustle look useless, going across the wall and just burning everything down, and we're like, that's the best we've seen Black look in a while, and then it just ramped up from there to this point right here.
Chef, why don't you break down our bracket here? As Zoink said, we've had a crazy one today.
Yeah, I mean, the first match, of course, was DO Kittens versus Brave Birders. That was also an amazing match to start things off, but you can see the path here. G, just like we said, taking out Exile, taking out DO Kittens, which was another incredible match, and then finally taking down Team YT on the bottom side. Super Secret Team Ignorance had a great close match as well, and then Team YouTube just running through the bracket, taking down Nihao in a 2-1, taking down Ignorance in a 2-1, and then going 2-3 against G. Team YouTube had to fight tooth and nail through this entire bracket.
They absolutely did, and it feels like there were the moments that I talk about with YT. There were the moments that only YT brings, which is in this moment we can beat the best in the world, and they may have just lost to a team that could win Worlds right now. In G, when you think about it, it's
I was just going to ask you. We now know the 4 reps from North America who are going to be participating in the World Championships. How good do we think NA looks, considered the global competition that's out there right now?
It's crazy, isn't it? I'll let you go first, Doopsnack.
I was just about to say, I think it's really hard to gauge NA because NA is specifically very destructive to itself. I almost feel like they play differently and look potentially better against other regions, but they cannibalize themselves very, very well. So rather than cannibalize themselves, I kind of hope we go into a iron sharpens iron strategy, and they go in as, okay, NA needs to win Worlds. Let's all put ourselves in that position to do so, and let's work together to kind of all elevate our game, because Japan is looking crazy strong. LATAM is looking crazy strong.
Yeah, I think NA is also looking pretty amazing, but it took a while to get here. Speaking of Worlds, we have the Worlds qualified teams here. We're going to run through all of this. Let me take North America. Nemesis, Orange Juicers, Luminosity Gaming, G. I'll also tackle EU with Nouns Esports, Yala Bingo, and Vamos. Chef?
All right, I'll keep moving down. Brazil, we got Legacy and DreamX Esports. They've been running it down. Korea has their single qualifier with Zora Tigers Gaming. We got to see them before. They are amazing. APAC West, Team MYS. Honestly, I do not know how to pronounce that name. I'm going to figure that one out. Onyx Rise and Kekalon. Thank you. Onyx Rise and Onyx, another two very confusing set of names. Very similar.
Doopsnacks.
Oh, me. Okay.
Sure.
I'm going to go bottom right and up.
Fine. Make it hard.
Latin America North, Giannis, Rework, Respawn, and Teku, Oceania, Ground Zero Gaming, Antic Esports, India, SAUL Esports returning for a second year in a row to Worlds. And why don't you just close this out here?
Yeah, sure. We got a few more regions. APAC, Pacific East. Speaking of return to the World Championships, Elevate, Isan, Yuto, Talonflame, Shinnarude, Fusion from LATAM South, 3Digitos, and Imperio joining them, and Champion Lord, Kabi-chans, and Reject JSV from Japan. But if we're going to pick one to focus on right now, let's talk about Europe.
Yeah, it's one of the regions that we have been covering all year as a group, right? We have Nouns Esports placing first at the EU Regional Championships. There's Adesu. We have Yala Bingo placing first in the Master Cup. They actually had an insane run throughout this. And then is the last one still listed as Vamos?
It is Vamos, yes.
Vamos.
So the ABC changing their name recently to
Again.
Unity Squad.
For the 17th tournament in a row. But Sad Wrecker getting the nod there. The amazing Absol player, so much so that it's one of the only people I've ever seen draw Absol bans.
Yeah, that is true. And Nouns Esports, you know, they had a wild run this year. It feels like both of the regions closest to home for us here on broadcast have had a very tumultuous season, right? You know, we really didn't find our footing until the very end here, where it feels like we actually have some solidified teams that can compete on that world stage.
Yeah. But honestly, once we hit that very final moment, I feel for both EU and NA, things have really started to look up. Like, these teams really clutched it out at the very end. They really started to come together as teams at the very end. And I think it's really lucky for NA and EU that we have a break until Worlds. I feel like all these teams, just giving them a little bit more time, they're going to really solidify.
I'm not going to lie, one of my favorite matchups, or the ones that I'm excited to see at Worlds, is going to be the top of EU versus the top of NA. Orange Juicers versus Nouns Esports. If we get the opportunity to see that at the World Championship Series, it's going to be unbelievable. So I'm crossing my fingers that that matchup is possible, because that would be so fun to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Before we head out of here, I want to hear some final thoughts from the crew. Zoinks, you were just going for a little bit. Why don't you finish us out, buddy?
Sure, yeah. I mean, big hot dog fan, loving that. But honestly, it's so cool that we're ending North America in such an exciting way. It feels like the 4 teams that are representing our region at the World Championships are the 4 strongest. And they've showcased it, whether it's in online tournaments or at this in-person event, and the crowd was backing them. So I'm excited.
Doob Snacks.
NA, again, like Chef said, has looked the best it has, hitting the stride at the right time. We do have 4 amazing teams that are qualified, but if there's anything we can say is there's a lot of teams fighting for their spots, and there's a lot of hungry teams looking to dethrone what NA's got going. So don't rest on your laurels, NA. You got Worlds ahead of you, but in the next season, there's chase is on. Peace, love, and hugs. You're all the best. Unite.
Chef.
I gotta say, everything that y'all just said, absolutely agree with. But I also think that looking into like the next season, I feel like we got to see a lot of teams that did not qualify from NA that I'd love to see. DOL Kittens, everybody's already talking about DOL Kittens 2025. Team YT, if they continue to kind of stick together and play for the next season, I think they're gonna look amazing, which is, they unfortunately didn't look for the entirety of this season, but they brought it back together. There's a lot of other teams. Flamin' Out the Pretzels is here. I still love that team. So I just think NA, if they can stick through this kind of off season, will start to look really great next season.
Yeah, I mean, I happen to agree. We have so many amazing teams on the horizon. Worlds is on the horizon, which is going to be incredible. I have to say that this is a real treat for me and the rest of these casters here, being here live in person with all of you. Everyone in this building and everyone watching at home, you are what makes the Pokemon Unite Championship Series this dang good, and a whole packed house screaming for these teams, screaming for free hot dogs all weekend is just incredible. Of course, there's more amazing Pokemon action coming at you. Championship Sunday is happening tomorrow for TCG Go and VGC, so make sure that you tune into that. Of course, make sure you're following Pokemon Unite. Unite Esports on hashtag Unite Esports, Pokemon Unite on Twitter, Pokemon Unite on YouTube, Pokemon Unite on Instagram, hashtag Pokemon Nice. AIC. Hashtag Pokemon Nice. Make sure that you are following the channel. You do not want to be going anywhere except, I guess, Worlds in Honolulu if you can make it, because we have some insane competition coming up. Thank you all. Jake, your resident content cowboy here, saying yeehaw and not goodbye, but aloha, because the next time we will see you is in Hawaii. Goodbye.
Bye. Woo! Pokemon fans, trainers, and communities worldwide, welcome to the Pokemon World Championships.